Chapter 1. The letter is a divorce document. As the spring examination season drew to a close, the Grand Jing dynasty stepped into the month of April in Baoping Prefecture, Sanyang County. Yunjing Village, the early rising Lady Shun, seated by the window, was meticulously sketching shoe patterns. She casually flipped through the almanac from her sewing basket, murmuring to herself, logically, it has been quite some time since the news of Su Ge's success in the Imperial examination reached us. He should have sent a letter by now. Across from her, Su Yuwan, who was already in her 9th month of pregnancy, gently caressed her rounded belly and smiled softly. Mother, the capital is not like our countryside. My husband, having achieved the status of a top scholar, has many social obligations to attend to, and it is not uncommon for him to neglect correspondence for a time. Indeed, you are right, I have been too impatient, Lady Shun replied, her wrinkles deepening with a smile. Ever since her son Shun Su became the top scholar, the villagers had taken to calling her Old Madam, which filled her with pride. She eagerly awaited a letter from her son to bring her family to the capital, so she could truly embody the title of Old Madam. However, as the almanac pages began to fade, news from the capital remained elusive. Lady Shun, being of an anxious disposition, grew increasingly restless as time passed, her mind swirling with thoughts. In contrast, Su Yuwan appeared remarkably composed. Having been a child bride in the Shun family, Su Yuwan had cared for Shun Su since he was young to support his education. She had learned the tricks of small commerce, often selling goods in the streets to save costs. Occasionally, to buy him a pen or ink, she would have to bring a jar of pickled vegetables from home and subsist on coarse bread for over half a month. She dared not fall ill, fearing that any sickness would hinder her ability to provide for his studies. Fortunately, her years of hard work bore fruit. Shun Su had succeeded in the examinations and brought honor to the family. Reflecting on these sacrifices, a faint smile graced Su Yuwan's lips as she gazed down at her belly. Shun Su had consummated their marriage last year, but had remained at the academy to focus on his studies until the spring examination. He was still unaware that he was soon to become a father. Even if a letter did arrive from him now, Su Yuwan's condition would not allow her to travel to the capital immediately. She would need to wait until after childbirth. Su Yuwan felt no urgency. After all the years spent nurturing her husband, he was right there and would not vanish. They would eventually reunite. The most pressing matter at hand was to wait patiently for her delivery, planning to surprise him upon their arrival in the capital. While the two women conversed, a sudden, excited voice interrupted from the courtyard. "Mother, mother, come quickly. Brother has sent a letter." Upon hearing this, Lady Shun quickly raised her head to look outside and saw her daughter holding a letter. Overjoyed, she exclaimed, "No wonder I heard the magpies chirping this morning. It truly is good news." She tossed aside her shoe pattern and turned to Su Yuwan, saying, "You stay put and don't move, we'll go take a look." With a grandchild on the way and a letter from her son, Lady Shun was filled with excitement and wished for no troubles to arise at this crucial moment. She eagerly descended from the Kong and reached for the door curtain. Just then, Su Yuwan's face contorted in pain, the contractions making it difficult for her to remain seated. She braced herself against the Kong cabinet, leaning her shoulder against it. "Mother!" Before Lady Shun could exit, Su Yuwan managed to call out. Startled, Lady Shun quickly withdrew her foot. "Yuwan, are you about to give birth?" Su Yuwan nodded, suppressing her pain. "Quickly lie down." Lady Shun hastily assisted her to the inner room, removing the high pillow to lay her flat before rushing back outside. Seeing Shun Ning still standing by the door with the letter in hand, Lady Shun grew impatient. "Ning girl, don't just stand there. Put the letter away and hurry to the east end of the village to fetch Aunt Zhao." Aunt Zhao was the village midwife. However, Shun Ning remained motionless, casting a disdainful glance toward the delivery room. Lady Shun shot her a glare. "What a troublesome child, do I have to command you to move?" When Lady Shun started to head out herself, Shun Ning quickly grabbed her arm, saying, "Mother, don't worry about sister-in-law. Look at this." "What?" Lady Shun was about to speak when Shun Ning suddenly placed a finger to her lips and unfolded the letter she had just read, presenting it to her mother. Having been educated by her father, who had once passed the imperial examination, Lady Shun could make sense of ordinary correspondence. Shun Ning had 2 letters in hand. Lady Shun's gaze was immediately drawn to the one boldly labeled divorce document. She was taken aback, fearing she had misread, and brought the document closer to examine it carefully. "I end the divorce letter," Shinsu expressed his remorse, stating that in his youth, he had been oblivious to the arrangements made by his parents, allowing them to bring a good girl to serve him without realizing it. Now, as a top scholar, he had encountered someone he truly loved in the capital and believed it was unkind to keep Su Yuan bound to the Shun family. He wished to release her from their marriage, hoping that, given their years together, she would understand and not wish to disrupt his happiness. The second letter detailed his experiences upon arriving in the capital. He had caught the attention of the Deputy Minister of Personnel during the local examination. Now that he was the top scholar, the Deputy Minister had directly taken him as a son-in-law. He and the Deputy Minister's daughter had already formed an engagement. The letter also mentioned that once Lady Shun had settled family matters, he would promptly send someone to bring his mother and sister to the capital. The so-called family matters referred to the expulsion of Su Yuwan. The wife he had grown up with had now become a burden. Lady Shun's head spun. Su Gu was unaware that Su Yuwan was pregnant if he proceeded with the divorce. What would happen to the grandchild? Mother, what are you hesitating for? Shun Ning, noticing her mother's indecision, urged, brother is marrying the daughter of a high official. Our Shun family will gain prestige in the capital. Is there any need to ponder over this? Lady Shun sensed the implication in Shun Ning's words. Ning girl, what do you mean by that? Shun Ning glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before lowering her voice. Su Yuan is about to give birth, and once she leaves the Shun family, the child will fall upon us. Will the new sister-in-law accept this child? Lady Shun was taken aback. Shun Ning continued, brother wrote the divorce letter without knowing Su Yuan was pregnant. I say, why not take decisive action? Let's ensure they both leave this world during childbirth, thus eliminating any future complications. Lady Shun's face turned pale at the suggestion. Shun Ning, with a smirk, added, after all, if we hadn't spent money to bring Su Yuan into the family, she would have perished long ago. Her life was given by our parents. She rolled her eyes before concluding, I'll say this. If you, mother, worked hard to support brother's education, and this child jeopardizes his relationship with his new wife, and his future, then why not let this mother and child go? As Lady Shun pondered this, her internal conflict dissipated. No daughter of a noble family would willingly accept a stepchild. The remnants of her hesitation vanished, and a dark resolve settled in her gaze. Chapter 2: The Plan of Mother and Daughter in the Delivery Room. Su Yuan lay on the bed, drenched in sweat, her hands gripping the mattress tightly as excruciating contractions nearly stole her breath away. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the door creaked open. Granny Shin entered, suppressing her emotions as she approached the bed and sighed. Yuan, it is truly unfortunate, but Aunt Zhao has gone to another village to assist with the birth today. How could this happen? Su Yuan bit her lip tightly, her heart racing with anxiety. The doctor had previously warned her of her frail constitution, advising extreme caution during childbirth to avoid potential complications. Granny Shun took her hand, speaking soothingly. Do not worry, my dear. I have sent Ning to town to fetch another midwife. She will return shortly. Just hold on a little longer. Reluctantly, Su Yuan endured the pain, praying fervently for Ning and Appo's swift return with the midwife. However, as night fell, there was still no sign of her. Mother, has Ning returned? Su Yuan, having suffered all day, found it arduous to speak. Perhaps she is on her way back. Just hang in there, Yuan. Granny Shun continued her attempts at reassurance. Yet, the comforting words only deepened Su Yuan's torment. Given that Yunshi village was merely 10 miles from town, she believed Ning should have returned by now. What if something unfortunate had occurred on the road? Panic surged within her. Suddenly, a sharp pain gripped her, causing her body to tense. She felt a warm rush beneath her, and the next moment, blood stained the bedding. Her heart raced, and her lips trembled uncontrollably. Mother, I have lost so much blood. Will my child be all right? Upon hearing this, Granny Shun lifted a corner of the blanket to look inside and was taken aback. Su Yuan, you are experiencing a severe hemorrhage. Suppressing her inner joy, Granny Shun continued to comfort her. Do not be afraid. Every woman must endure such trials during childbirth. Just hold on a bit longer. Yet, Su Yuan had little strength left. The relentless pain had worn her down throughout the day, and now, with the added blood loss, her face turned pale as death. She felt herself slipping into unconsciousness, her awareness fading. The child within her seemed to sense the danger, kicking her belly in a desperate plea for help. A mother's instinct kicked in, and Yuwan fought to regain consciousness. Summoning the last of her strength, she pulled a wooden hairpin from her hair and, lifting the blanket, began to stab it into her thigh, using the pain to keep herself alert. This was her child with her husband. She had to protect it at all costs. Granny Shan was taken aback by Yuwan's self-inflicted pain for the sake of the child, and she began to panic. After a moment, as bruises formed on Yuwan's leg, she finally became somewhat aware again, though the loss of blood left her barely clinging to life. She grasped Granny Shan's hand, her lips quivering as she pleaded, "Mother, please, save my child." At that moment, her mind was consumed by a singular thought. Even if she could not save herself, she would do everything possible to save her baby. However, Granny Shan withdrew her hand, her gaze towards Yuwan growing increasingly cold. "Yuwan, consider this a debt the Shun family owes you and your child in this lifetime. You must depart with your child peacefully." Yuwan stared in shock at Granny Shan. "Mother, what are you saying?" Just then, the door swung open and Shun Ning, who had been eavesdropping outside, stepped in. Without pondering the implications of Granny Shan's words, Yuwan turned towards the entrance with hope, believing the midwife had finally arrived, only to find it was only Shin Ning. Shin Ning approached the bedside, glanced at Yuwan, and disdainfully remarked, "Oh, you are quite resilient." Yuwan looked at Shin Ning in disbelief, unable to fathom her words. With a cold smirk, Shin Ning leaned in closer and said, "Sister-in-law, let me be frank. The midwife will not be coming. Today, both you and your child must die." "What? What did you say?" Yuwan's eyes widened in shock, struggling to comprehend her statement. Shin Ning, feeling no need to conceal the truth from someone on the brink of death, continued, "To be honest, my elder brother has been selected to marry the daughter of a high-ranking official. He is soon to wed her." At this revelation, Yuwan and Appo's heart plummeted, leaving her utterly paralyzed, eclipsing the pain she felt. Her husband was to be married to another woman? No, it couldn't be. He had promised to bring them to the capital once he achieved success. How could he possibly marry someone else? Seeing her disbelief, Shin Ning tossed the divorce letter onto the bed, coldly stating, "Look at this. It is my brother's own handwriting. You should at least understand the gravity of your situation." A divorce letter? Yuwan furrowed her brow, struggling to grasp the document. Years of serving Shun Su had familiarized her with his handwriting, and she recognized it immediately. As she unfolded the letter, the words "divorce letter" pierced her eyes like daggers. Her hand trembled uncontrollably as she held the letter. It was indeed a divorce letter. He truly intended to abandon her. Yuwan gasped, her breath becoming increasingly erratic. As she read through the entire letter, it felt as though the sky had collapsed upon her. Her husband was to cast her aside for a wealthy heiress. Why? How had it come to this? Staring blankly at the letter, Yuwan struggled to believe it. Just before he left home, he had promised her that once he succeeded, he would bring them to the capital for a prosperous life. Now, having achieved his goals, she was to face such a fate while expecting their child. "Have you read it clearly? My brother has explicitly stated he will divorce you." Shin Ning's words echoed thunderously in Yuwan's ears, jolting her back to reality. It dawned on her that Shin Ning's assertion that the midwife would not come meant that she had never gone to fetch one at all. In that moment, everything clicked into place for Yuwan. The mother and daughter had clearly conspired to withhold the midwife, intending for her to face a difficult labor, resulting in a tragic outcome for both mother and child. They aimed to eliminate her as an obstacle to Shin Su's aspirations of marrying the official's daughter. It was she who had supported Shin Su to achieve his current status, only to be cast aside cruelly by his family. How heartless they were. She lifted her gaze to Granny Shan, her voice hoarse as she asked, "This child is your own blood. Can you truly turn your back on your kin?" Recognizing the gravity of her actions, Granny Shan's voice softened. "Yuwan, you have always been a sensible child. I believe this child will understand his father's intentions as well. Shin Su has finally found his beloved and can advance in his career. You should let him go." Chapter 3. Rebirth after a dual death. A sardonic smile played on Yuwan's lips as she addressed the family. "To fulfill him with the lives of my child and me. Do you not find such selfishness and cruelty appalling?" It is often said that even the fiercest of tigers spare their young. Yet the members of the Shun family were more ruthless than any beast. Shun Posey choked on her words, rendered speechless. Shen Ning stepped forward, disdain etched across her face, declaring, "Your child will only be as lowly as you. Keeping it would merely tarnish the reputation of our elder brother. Only a child born of a noble wife merits being part of the Shun family. How can you even compare yourself to her? Besides, were it not for our parents rescuing you from the clutches of a human trafficker, you would not have survived these past years. Without the Shun family, where would you be today? Your life was granted by the Shun family, and now that they seek to reclaim it, you have no grounds for resentment." Shen Ning's words pierced Su Yuan's heart like daggers. Over the years in the Shun household, she had treated Shen Ning as her own sister, showering her with affection and gifts upon returning from a market. Whenever Shen Ning desired a beautiful dress, Su Yuan would scrimp and save just to fulfill her wish. She even tended to Shun Posey as though she were her own mother. After years of tireless labor, it was shocking to find that her husband, mother-in-law, and sister-in-law all sought her demise. The weight of this betrayal was unbearable, and as anger surged within her, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Shen Ning took 2 steps back in disgust, a smirk of triumph gracing her features. If Su Yuan were to perish, it would pave the way for elder brother to marry a new wife, allowing Shen Ning to leverage her noble status for a more advantageous match in the capital. A sense of impatience flickered across her face. Shun Posey sighed inwardly, muttering a silent prayer. She had no desire to slay her own grandchild, yet the circumstances left her with no choice but to console herself with the prospect of a more precious grandson from the new daughter-in-law. Lying weakly on the bed, Su Yuan placed a hand on her belly, feeling the coldness where her child's heartbeat once thrived. With a heavy heart, she closed her eyes, tears slipping down her cheeks. "Child, I am sorry. It is I who failed to protect you." Upon reopening her eyes, she glared at the 2 figures before her, hatred burning fiercely in her crimson gaze. Only when the last vestiges of consciousness faded did she finally succumb to darkness. The sound of a bell around a cow's neck mingled with the crisp September breeze, wafting through the broken window adorned with bright red paper cuttings. Su Yuan, having just awakened from a nap, sat dazed on the calm, taking nearly a whole tea session to confirm that she had indeed been reborn. She found herself back on the day she was to consummate her marriage with Shun Yuwan. The familiar voice of Shun Posey reached her ears as she entered, carrying a coarse, unembroidered red garment. "Yuan, are you awake? Put this on and try it. Remember what I told you earlier. Let it resonate in your heart." Su Yuwan, distracted, glanced around the room. The earthen walls, the dark tiles, and several rickety beams supporting the roof. This was her room. A paint-chipped cabinet stood at the foot of the column, while a square wooden table held the embroidery she had collected from the village women, yet to be sold at the county market. In her quest to save every penny for Shun Su's studies, she had become so frugal that she scarcely dared to add anything to her own space. The room was dull, devoid of any feminine charm. Reflecting on her selfless contributions, she realized they had only served to drain the family of her vitality, only to turn back and demand both her life and that of her child. The resentment within her surged once more. Xu Yuan is preparing for his examinations and must move to the academy tomorrow. You must hurry, consummate the marriage tonight, so we can soon welcome a robust grandson for the Shun family. Shun Posey continued, her incessant murmurs filled with urgency. Xu Yuan achieved the highest score in the provincial examination during the Mid-Autumn Festival, becoming the renowned Shun Jin, a name well known throughout Baoping Prefecture. He is now aiming for the spring examinations in the capital. Shun Posey lamented, her desperation palpable. Although the family received some reward money, we cannot afford to host a proper wedding. For now, bear with it. Once Xuan establishes himself in the capital, I will ensure he holds a grand ceremony for you. Su Yuan curled her lips, a cold mockery glimmering in her eyes. Indeed, after Shun Shiyuan's stellar performance, his mother was eager for grandchildren, but unwilling to financially support a legitimate wedding. With only a red garment and a paper cutout to adorn the broken window, they expected her to continue to toil for their family. In her previous life, she had been too naive to detect the insincerity in their words. solely focused on Shun Shiyuan's success and anticipating his return to take her to the capital, bringing her thoughts back to the present. Su Yuan accepted the wedding dress from Shun Posey. Without waiting for Shun Posey to exit, she swiftly donned it. Suddenly, it dawned on her, and she exclaimed in frustration, "Wearing this dress makes me a bride, but I cannot go out or work. There are still clothes here that need washing, and my shoes are unclean. What kind of newlywed house is cluttered with dirty laundry?" She looked at Shun Posey with a conflicted heart. "Mother, what shall I do now? It would be inappropriate to ask Ning to help with this." Shun Posey's eyelids twitched. She had never noticed Su Yuan's penchant for fussiness before. If she were to wash clothes by the river while wearing this wedding dress, would the Shun family's reputation not be tarnished? "Stop your fussing. I will ask Ning to wash them," she said, taking the dirty clothes from Su Yuan's hands. Feeling guilty, Su Yuan pointed to the door behind her as Shun Posey was about to leave. "Mother, there's still a few pairs of shoes." With a stern expression, Shun Posey bent down to gather the shoes, a surge of irritation rising within her. Yet, at this critical juncture, she could not chastise Su Yuan. The well-being of her grandson took precedence. She could only take the clothing to Shin Ning's room and call for her to come out and wash them. Upon hearing that her mother wanted her to wash Su Yuan and Appo's clothes, Shin Ning erupted in fury. "Mother, are you out of your mind? Su Yuan has been doing the laundry for years. I haven't and Appo's washed anything myself in ages. Why should I serve her?" The Shun family courtyard was small, and sound carried easily. Shin Ning's words reached Su Yuan's ears without fail. From behind the door, Su Yuan replied, "Mother, it's all right. I can wash them myself later." Later, indeed, would be the time of consummation. If time was too short and she did not conceive, it would all be for naught. Shin Posey frowned, casting a disapproving glance at Shin Ning. "Today is your elder brother and sister-in-law and Appo's auspicious day. What harm would it do for you to wash one garment for her?" Having seldom seen her mother adopt such a stern demeanor, Shin Ning instinctively shrank back, grudgingly carrying a wooden basin toward the riverbank. Chapter 4. Deliberate provocation dinner was not prepared by Su Yuan. Shin Ning, who had never lifted a finger in the kitchen, was entirely incapable of cooking. Shun Posey, left with no choice, had to take it upon herself to prepare a meal and brought a serving into Su Yuan's room. The culinary skills were abysmal, and Su Yuan merely took a token bite or two before setting it aside. When the sky had fully darkened, Shun Su, urged by his mother, finally pushed open the door to Su Yuan's chamber. The room was illuminated by an oil lamp, casting a warm, yellow glow that transformed the bloody space where Su Yuan had once met her tragic end with her child into something cozy and inviting. Under the light, Su Yuan's beauty was accentuated. Her appearance was striking within Yunshi village, and with just a touch of embellishment today, she appeared exceptionally radiant. Shun Su gazed at her, momentarily lost in thought. Although he had been a child bride for many years in the Shun household, he had spent those years toiling away for money, often leaving early and returning late. Shun Su was entirely focused on his studies, only returning home during breaks from the county school. He and Su Yuan had truly experienced a relationship characterized by separation. In his memory, the frail little girl had seemingly blossomed into the graceful figure before him in the blink of an eye. His feelings for Su Yuan could not be categorized as romantic. Rather, they were rooted in familiarity. He had grown accustomed to returning home to the warmth of someone waiting to serve him meals, brew tea, and prepare foot baths. He was used to her anticipating his needs and arranging everything in advance, sparing him the burden of concern. He had also come to rely on her monthly contributions of silver, enabling him to maintain a respectable presence at the academy. However, the thought of the source of that silver caused Shun Su to frown subtly. He moved closer, sitting beside Su Yuan, and said, "Once I pass the imperial examination next spring, you must cease your business dealings." He wished to shield his colleagues from the knowledge that he had a wife engaged in petty trade, as it would tarnish his reputation. Su Yuan, upon hearing this, felt a cold amusement within her. Shun Su had uttered the same words in a previous life, but blinded by affection, she failed to grasp their deeper implications. She had assumed Shun Su was merely expressing concern for her, wishing to take her to the capital for a life of ease after he achieved success. Even when she occasionally traversed the county, intending to visit him at the academy. He had forbidden her, claiming it would hinder his studies. Now, she realized it was not her studies he cared for, but rather his reputation. He had never acknowledged the existence of his child bride to the outside world, nor would he allow anyone to discover that she was a lowly street vendor. Returning to the present, Yuwan smiled and nodded in acquiescence. Very well. I shall heed my husband's wishes. Just as Su was about to relax, she shifted the conversation. However, I have a considerable amount of stock on hand, and to withdraw completely and transfer, it would require a substantial sum of silver. She sighed, feigning reluctance to trouble him, yet feeling compelled to seek his assistance. You recently topped the imperial examination and received a reward of 100 taels. Could you spare a portion for me? Without funds for the aftermath, I fear disputes may arise, potentially damaging your reputation. Su felt immediate regret upon hearing that money was involved. He had not intended to bring this up at such a critical juncture. After all, there were still 6 months until the examination next spring, and he had his own expenses to consider. However, having already spoken, he could not retract his request without losing face. How much do you need? 50 taels. 50 taels? San Su Inyan Sapi. Yuwan explained, I have entered into a long-term contract. If I breach it, I must compensate the other party. Of course, if it is inconvenient for you, I can continue my work. 3 years is not an eternity, and it will pass in the blink of an eye. 3 years? The mere thought of her still wandering the streets, bartering for a few coins while he was preparing for his examinations, made him feel as if ants were crawling on him. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Yet, he had planned to request the money from her the following morning, fearing she might find it inauspicious to discuss finances so early. But you must leave home tomorrow. Yuwan regarded him with an expression of dilemma. Su furrowed his brow and said, Wait for me a moment, before turning and exiting the room. Watching his retreating figure, Yuwan smirked. Su prided himself on being a scholar and held her small business in disdain. Over the years, he had never inquired about her ventures, leaving him ignorant of the truth behind her contracts. In the main room, Shun Posey and Shun Ning had yet to retire for the night. Shun Ning, having washed a mountain of clothes before dinner, had her fingers soaked and white, and was currently grumbling to her mother. Upon seeing Shun Su enter, her complaints abruptly ceased. Shun Posey, puzzled, asked Su and Amp, Oppos, or what brings you out here? After a moment and Amp, Oppos, as contemplation, Shun Su spoke, Mother, could you please retrieve the 50 taels of silver I previously gave you? Why do you need silver all of a sudden? Sending interjected. Her expression sour. That money was meant for my dowry. With her eldest brother destined to become an official in the capital, her dowry could not be meager. Shun Su hesitated, unable to reveal his intention to have Yuwan cease her business. He replied vaguely, There are some issues with Yuwan and Oppos' business, and she urgently requires funds. Why should I? Shun Ning shot up from her seat, glaring at him. Shun Posey furrowed her brow. What problem could require 50 taels? I haven an Amp. Amp, Oppos. He heard Yuwan mention anything before now. As Shun Su spoke vaguely, his mother could not accept such ambiguity. While sewing Yuwan and Amp, Oppos' wedding gown during the day, she had heard no mention of urgent financial needs and wondered why it was suddenly so pressing. And why 50 taels right off the bat? Realizing his mother and Amp, Oppos' concerns, Shun Su pursed his lips and insisted, Just take it out for now. I will repay you when I have the means. Before Shun Posey could respond, Shun Ning jumped to her feet, adamantly refusing, No way. Don and Amp, Oppos', do you remember that 50 taels was promised to me for my dowry? Seeing her distressed expression, Shun Su chuckled. I haven't forgotten, sister. Rest assured, I will prepare an even more generous dowry for you in the future. But I'm already 16. All the girls my age in the village are getting married. Shun Ning exclaimed, both angry and aggrieved. Shun Su could only attempt to console her right now. Your sister-in-law and Amp, Oppos' business is in dire need of funds. You must understand. Shun Ning, incensed, retorted, So, you mean Yuwan and Amp, Oppos' business is more important than my marriage? This left Shun Su momentarily speechless. Sister Ning, today is your brother's wedding day. Must you raise your voice so? Shun Posey shot her a disapproving glance before turning to Shin Su. You cannot blame her for being upset. She is of marriageable age now, and without a proper dowry. How can she hope to find a suitable match? Shin Su and Oppos. S expression turned troubled, but I have already made promises to Yuwan. You made promises, but I did not agree. Shun Ning shot back before storming out of the main room, angrily heading toward the east wing. Shin Posey felt a headache coming on, fearing her daughter might act impulsively, and hastily urged Shun Su to follow after her. Chapter 5. A near catastrophe in the house in the east room. Su Yuwan sat quietly beside the Kong bed when the door was suddenly thrust open, and Shun Ning stormed in, seething with rage. You wretched woman, Su Yuwan, knowing that the 50 taels of silver are my dowry, you still dared to ask my brother for them. What is your intention? Su Yuwan remained unfazed, as if she had anticipated Shun Ning and Oppos' outburst. Over the years, the family and Oppos' finances have been strained to support Shin Su's studies, causing Shun Ning's marriage prospects to be continually delayed. Now, they relied on those 50 taels to secure a suitable match, if they were lost. Shin Ning and Oppos' tempestuous nature would undoubtedly lead to chaos. Su Yuwan and Oppos' request for the 50 taels from Shun Su was a calculated move intended to provoke Shin Ning. She slowly rose, her calm gaze fixed on Shun Ning. Do you not know what day it is today, Sister Ning? To enter with such foul language is rather uncouth. You, Shun Ning, inflamed with fury, raised her hand as if to strike Su Yuwan. Ning no OMP, opus, ar. At that moment, Shun Su entered and halted her. What are you doing? My brother, Shun Ning retracted her hand, glaring at Su Yuwan. I merely wish to warn her not to covet my dowry. A smirk played at the corners of Su Yuwan's lips as she replied, if I recall correctly, that 50 taels of silver was a reward from the government for my husband. How it is to be managed should be at his discretion. This statement sent Shun Ning into a fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Yuwan. What are you, Su Yuwan? Do you think you have a say here? You are merely a lowly child bride. Do not think that marrying my brother elevates your status. Lowly is lowly, and nothing can change that. With a resounding slap, Shin Ning's words were interrupted as Su Yuwan struck her across the face. Clutching her reddened cheek in shock, Shin Ning stared at Su Yuwan in disbelief. You dare to hit me? Shin Su looked equally astonished, having always seen Su Yuwan as gentle and mild, yet now she appeared transformed, her eyes gleaming with newfound intensity. Fixing her gaze on Shun Ning, Su Yuwan spoke with righteous authority. As your elder sister-in-law, it is my duty to guide you as a mother would. Your reckless behavior and disrespect towards your elder will only bring disgrace upon the Shin family. Not only will our mother be criticized, but your brother's reputation will suffer as well. Hearing this, Shun Su regarded Su Yuwan with a newfound respect. She had thought of him. Yet, Shin Ning was unconcerned with reputations, her anger boiling over as she attempted to retaliate, only to be stopped by Shin Su. Tears welling, she looked at him in frustration. Brother, am I to stand by and let her strike me? Our parents never laid a hand on me. How can she? Shin Ning's cries echoed in the room, demanding justice. Shin Su, though fond of his sister, recognized that Su Yuwan had acted to uphold his honor. He attempted to placate her. Enough now, do not cry. You were also in the wrong. I will bring you your favorite hibiscus cake another day, and we will consider this matter settled. No, Shin Ning protested, her swollen cheek throbbing. She hit me. How can I let this go? Brother, are you really going to side with this wretch against your own sister? Shin Su, growing weary of her complaints, retorted, have you finished your tantrum? Shin Ning froze, taken aback by her brother's stern tone, a first from him. Anger coursed through her veins as she glared at Su Yuwan, her pent-up rage finally erupting. Su Yuwan, you vile creature. In a fit of rage, she seized a cup from the nearby table and hurled it at Su Yuwan, but the cup missed and shattered against the oil lamp on the Kong table. With a loud crash, the lamp toppled onto the bedding, igniting the oil and erupting into flames. As the fire spread rapidly, Shin Ning stood frozen in terror. Su Yuwan furrowed her brow, realizing that the situation had escalated beyond her expectations, yet it had effectively disrupted the wedding night. Quickly outside, Shen Su Uget, grasping the panicking Shun Ning and extending a hand towards Su Yuan. Without a word, Su Yuan turned and stepped outside. Hearing the commotion, Granny Shun rushed over, alarmed to find both Shin Ning and Su Yuan in a state of shock in the courtyard. She peered into the room, where Shun Su had successfully extinguished the flames, leaving only the Kong bed charred while the rest of the room remained unscathed. What on earth happened? How did a fire start out of nowhere? Granny Shun asked, her heart racing as she turned to Su Yuan. Su Yuan glanced at Shun Ning before lowering her eyes in silence. Granny Shun's brow furrowed as she directed her gaze at Shun Ning. Ninger, explain this. Shun Ning stuttered, still shaken by the sudden fire. I didn't mean to. Granny Shun's expression darkened. You're being utterly reckless. Biting her lip, Shun Ning felt tears welling up, realizing that she had only intended to reprimand Su Yuan, never anticipating such a disaster. It was all Su Yuan and Amp Oppo's fault. Once Shin Su ensured that Granny Shun was unharmed, he sighed in relief before turning to Su Yuan. Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Feigning fear, Su Yuan shrank back slightly. I am fine, fortunately. My husband extinguished the flames in time. Otherwise, if the fire had spread, the entire Shun family would have been in peril. At her words, Granny Shun shot a fierce look at Shen Ning. What were you thinking on such a joyous day? Feeling chastened, Shen Ning no longer exuded her previous bravado. Granny Shun understood that her discontent over the 50 taels was at play, but had not anticipated such foolishness that ruined the wedding night for Shin Su. Now, her hopes of becoming a grandmother seemed further away than ever. Given the circumstances, it was clear that the East Room could not be occupied tonight, and with no spare rooms available, how to accommodate both of them remained a dilemma. As Granny Shun pondered this, Su Yuan suggested, why not let us stay in my former room for the night? That room, adjacent to the East Room, had once been used for storage, but after Su Yuan's arrival, Granny Shun had cleared it out and set up a simple wooden bed for her. The space was cramped, and the bed barely fit one person. Shin Su acknowledged this reality. I will sleep in the study. Granny Shun sighed deeply, resigned to the situation. It will have to do for tonight. I shall ensure the East Room is ready by tomorrow. Shin Su nodded. It is late. You should rest as well, mother. With that, Granny Shun led Shin Ning back inside, while Su Yuan, feeling weary, intended to return to her room but was called back by Shin Su. Yuan, I am sorry for the inconvenience tonight. He looked at her with a hint of regret. Su Yuan merely cast him a fleeting glance before turning to her room. Chapter 6. Enduring silence the following day. As the hour of Chun had already passed, Su Yuan still had not risen. Therefore, Madame Shun had no choice but to prepare breakfast herself. Shin Ning, still groggy from sleep, wandered to the kitchen door and was taken aback to find her own mother cooking. Mother, why are you the one making breakfast again? Where is Su Yuan? She inquired. She is yet to wake, replied Madame Shun, without lifting her gaze as she added another log to the fire. Upon hearing this, Shin Ning felt a surge of displeasure. It was already such a late hour, and she had not even risen after their wedding. This is truly unacceptable. Mother, you should not indulge her. She ought to be roused and taught some proper manners. Madame Shun shot her a sidelong glance and retorted, had it not been for the commotion you caused last night, I would not have to endure this. Shin Ning scoffed. The fire did not even reach her. She is clearly just being lazy. Enough. Haven Tea, we caused enough trouble yesterday. Go about your business. With her hopes of holding a grandchild dashed, Madame Shun wore a displeased expression towards Shin Ning, who huffed and turned away. After breakfast was prepared, Madame Shun stepped into the courtyard and caught sight of Shun Su emerging from the study. She greeted her son with a bright smile, saying, breakfast is ready. Go wash up quickly. Shun Su nodded, washed up, and entered the main hall. Seeing him, Shun Ning's expression turned awkward as she said, elder brother about last night. Sorry. She scrutinized her brother cautiously, fearing he might still be angry with her. Shin Su glanced at her and replied coolly, sit down and eat. Do not act so recklessly in the future. Delighted, Shun Ning knew her brother still cared for her, and she beamed with her usual smile. Observing the sibling exchange, Madame Shun felt a sense of relief. Shin Su, holding his bowl, suddenly realized he had not seen Su Yuan all morning and casually asked, where is Yuan? Madame Shin responded, She is yet to rise. Shen Su frowned slightly, pondering before he stood, and said, I shall go check on her. Sit and eat, Madam Shen called after him. She'll come out when she wakes. Do not delay yourself. You still need to go to the academy. Shen Su thought nothing of it and sat back down. After breakfast, Madam Shen packed Shen Su's belongings and admonished him earnestly. Suitor, take care of yourself at the academy. And remember, the county school is far. Hire a carriage in town. Do not be stingy with money and tire yourself out. I understand, mother. Do not worry, Shen Su replied dutifully. At that moment, Yuwan ambled out of the house. Mother, I truly apologize for waking late, she said, approaching with a hint of contrition. Madam Shen suppressed her dissatisfaction and forced a smile, saying, It is nothing. Shen Ning, unable to contain herself, scoffed, Oh, in all of Yinshi village, I have never seen a bride who sleeps until the sun is high. I truly cannot tell if we have married a wife or an ancestor. Yuwan smiled back at her, explaining, I ought to have risen early, but I did not sleep well last night, and my body feels weak, perhaps due to the fright from the fire. Shen Ning was momentarily silenced, her face shifting between colors. Madam Shen pulled Shen Ning aside and, adopting a concerned demeanor, said to Yuwan, If you are unwell, you should rest. Your health is paramount. Yuwan replied softly, My husband is leaving. Even if I feel unwell, I must rise to see him off. She then approached Shen Su and softly said, Husband, please take care on your journey. There were no further words exchanged. Shen Su furrowed his brow. In the past, Yuwan would offer him detailed reminders before he left, but today she had not expressed a single word of concern. He could not help but observe her again, noting she maintained her tranquil demeanor, yet her eyes seemed to possess a newfound depth. Yuwan smiled gently at him. Husband, is something the matter? Coming to his senses, Shen Su suppressed his thoughts and instructed her, Yuwan, after I leave, please take care of mother and Ning. Ning has a rather spoiled temperament. As the elder sister-in-law, I hope you can be more understanding. Why would you say such a thing? With mother in charge, I believe Ning Jia will not act as impulsively as she did last night. Right, mother? Yuwan smiled towards Madam Shen. Shen Ning, already seething with anger, gritted her teeth, while Madame Shen forced a smile. That is certainly the case. Only then did Shen Su feel at ease as he stepped out. He watched his brother leave the village before Madame Shen turned to head back inside. Yuwan, having rarely enjoyed a good night's rest, felt quite spirited. She went to the kitchen, poured herself a bowl of plain porridge, and took a bun. However, as she turned, she found Shen Ning blocking the kitchen door. Leaning against the frame, Shen Ning cast a sidelong glance at Yuwan and coldly remarked, Sleeping in late as a wife and then eating what is prepared for her, truly shameless. Yuwan looked at her and retorted, If we speak of eating what is prepared, over the years, every meal has been cooked by me. If I were you, I would be too embarrassed to say such a thing. You. Shen Ning was once again left speechless, her eyes wide with indignation. Yuwan ignored her and stepped out of the kitchen. What is wrong with you? Madam Shen entered and saw Shen Ning standing in the doorway, seething with rage, and approached her to inquire about the situation. Shen Ning gritted her teeth. What else could it be? It's all that Yuwan's fault. Ever since she married elder brother, she has become increasingly arrogant, disregarding even me. Hearing that Shen Ning was once again having trouble with Yuwan, Madam Shen felt an inexplicable irritation rise within her. Shen Ning continued, Look at her. She is so haughty after just getting married. What will it be like in the future? Mother, you cannot just stand by and do nothing. Madam Shen sighed, What can I do? Your father insisted on marrying her to your brother. Otherwise, with your brother's talents and looks, he could easily marry the daughter of a county magistrate. Can't she be divorced? Shen Ning asked tentatively. Madam Shen shot her a glare. It's easy for you to say. Yuwan has been a child bride in the Shen family. This is known throughout Yinshi village. If she were to be divorced, your brother would bear the shame of abandoning a wife, not only attracting criticism, but also affecting his future prospects. Shen Ning fumed. She is truly like a sticky plaster that cannot be removed. Madam Shen sighed deeply. Initially, she had been quite reluctant to have Yuwan as a daughter-in-law, for she was purchased from the hands of a human trafficker and was hardly worthy of After Shen Laozhong passed away, the Shen family lost its pillar overnight. and they were once in dire straits, struggling to make ends meet, let alone support Shen Su's studies. At that moment, Su Yuan produced 10 taels of silver, alleviating the family's predicament. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that those 10 taels were saved from her dealings in mountain goods and embroidery, for her ability to support the family. Madame Shun reluctantly agreed to keep her. Chapter 7 Finding Fault. Su Yuan leisurely savored her breakfast. In her previous life, she had risen before dawn each day to prepare meals for her family, only taking 2 steamed buns for herself. Hunger had been a frequent companion. She could scarcely recall the last time she had enjoyed a warm breakfast. The heavens, in their mercy, had granted her a second chance at life, and she vowed never to demean herself again. As she ate, she reflected on the events of her past life. According to her calculations, in 6 months, Shen Su would achieve the top rank in the imperial examination. If all went as before, he would be taken as a son-in-law on the day of the examination, followed by the delivery of a divorce letter. Sold into the Shun family as a child bride, she had lost all memory of her parents and kin, relying solely on herself to survive after leaving the Shun household. Thus, she needed to prepare thoroughly for her inevitable departure. The money she had earned over the years had supported Shen Su and contributed to the Shun family's expenses. Before seeking a divorce, she would ensure that the family returned her money with interest. After finishing her breakfast, Su Yuan returned to her room. Seeing her close the door, Shen Ning approached the hall and noticed the untidy table cluttered with unwashed dishes. Anger flared within her, and she summoned old Mistress Shun. "Mother, look at this." Su Yuan finishes her meal and leaves without even clearing the table. "Is this acceptable?" Old Mistress Shen glanced inside, her expression darkening, but she replied, "Let it be." She claimed to be unwell. You believe her just because she said she and Oppos as not feeling well? Shen Ning retorted, unwilling to let Su Yuan off the hook. What daughter-in-law doesn't have moments of discomfort? Yet, they still serve their in-laws, wash clothes, and cook. Why does she get to act so precious and shirk all responsibilities? Mother, if you don't assert your authority as a matriarch, today she may feign illness to avoid work, and tomorrow she will dare to trample all over you. Hearing Shen Ning's words, old Mistress Shun and Oppos' eyes darkened with contemplation. Shen Ning continued, "Moreover, she was bought from a human trafficker. She's not a legitimate wife brought in through proper channels. She needs to know her place." The more old Mistress Shen listened, the more she found merit in Shen Ning's arguments. After some thought, she turned and walked towards Su Yuan's room. Shen Ning smirked, quickly following behind. Inside, Su Yuan had just changed her clothes when she heard a loud knock on her door. She opened it to find old Mistress Shen standing there with a stern expression, while Shen Ning looked on with an amused demeanor. Su Yuan frowned slightly and asked, "Is there something you need?" Before old Mistress Shun could speak, Shen Ning chimed in mockingly, "Oh, big sister-in-law, your husband hasn't Oppos to even become the top scholar yet, so how come you're already enjoying the perks?" Feigning ignorance, Su Yuan replied, "Enjoying perks? What do you mean? Isn't it obvious? You lie in bed late, let mother make breakfast, and after eating, you simply leave without cleaning up. Where's the semblance of a dutiful daughter-in-law?" Shen Ning's face gleamed with satisfaction. Just yesterday, Su Yuan had used her recent marriage as an excuse to offload chores onto Shen Ning, even slapping her in the name of her brother and Oppos' reputation. It was unbearable not to teach that wretched woman a lesson today. Unbeknownst to Shen Ning, Su Yuan was well aware of her intentions. Calmly, she responded, "Sister Ning, your words lack conscience. For years, I have toiled to support our family and fund your brother and Oppos' education. And yet, today, because I didn't do any work, you accuse me of enjoying life? If that is the case, then surely you, Sister Ning, are the one living in luxury. Since childhood, your hand have only known the comfort of holding a bowl. You've never lifted a finger for any real work." Shen Ning, furious, snapped, "Su Yuan, don't twist the truth. I am Mother's biological daughter. What is wrong with her sparing me from chores? You, on the other hand, are merely a child bride bought by the Shun family. You should fulfill your duties." At that moment, old Mistress Shun, who had been silent, shot Shen Ning a warning glance to silence her. Turning to Su Yuan, she said sternly, "Yuan, those Sister Ning and Oppose. S words may be harsh, she speaks some truth. As a legitimate daughter-in-law of the Shun family, you must manage household affairs, support your husband, and raise children. It is your duty. Yuwan scoffed inwardly. In her previous life, she had devoted herself to the Shun family out of gratitude for their saving grace, working tirelessly from dawn till dusk, only to meet a tragic end. In this new life, would they still expect her to be a beast of burden? Absolutely not. With a placid smile, Yuwan replied, "It is precisely because I am a rightful daughter-in-law of the Shun family that I should focus all my energies on crucial matters, such as earning money. Business has been challenging these past 2 years. If I waste my time on menial tasks like washing clothes and dishes, I will earn even less. We may manage with less, but when my husband enters the capital, he will face influential figures, and we will need funds to navigate those waters. Surely, you wouldn't want him to arrive in that bustling city only to hold his head low in embarrassment over a lack of resources, would you?" Old Mistress Shun's expression shifted as she reflected on Yuwan's words. The capital was a place of wealth and status. Without money, one could not stand tall. Though the family had received 100 taels as a reward for Su, after setting aside 50 taels for Shun Ning's dowry and purchasing books and supplies for Su, they had little left. The expenses for entering the capital would need to rely on Yuwan. Considering this, old Mistress Shun's demeanor softened. "Yuwan, you make a valid point. Earning money is paramount. From now on, concentrate on your business affairs, and let Sister Ning handle the household chores." Shun Ning, hearing this, was incensed. Not only had she failed to reprimand Yuwan, but now the chores would fall to her. Fuming, she shot a glare at Yuwan and approached old Mistress Shun, pleading, "Mother, I don't want to do those rough chores. What if I injure my hands? How can I marry then? I refuse." Her hands were her pride. If they became rough from labor, how would she secure a good match? Washing clothes and dishes are light tasks. Yuwan and Oppose. "T harm your hands," old Mistress Shun reassured her. But, Shun Ning stammered. Yuwan, with a knowing smile, interjected, "Sister Ning, if you're so reluctant, does that mean your hands are more valuable than your brother and Oppose? As future?" Furious, Shun Ning felt like she could explode, wanting nothing more than to silence Yuwan. "What nonsense! Of course, my brother's future is what matters. Then, since I happen to have some clothes that need washing, Sister Ning, be sure to clean them well," Yuwan said with a smirk. Shun Ning gritted her teeth. "Fine. I will wash them thoroughly." Chapter 8. The shop after the mother and daughter departed. Yuwan closed the door. The basket on the table was brimming with the embroidered items she had previously collected, which were intended for sale in the town. However, she only took an empty bundle and a small amount of silver, originally set aside to make garments for Su, from beneath her pillow. As she stepped outside, she made her way towards the village entrance. At the village gate, Uncle Li happened to be about to leave in his ox cart. Yuwan paid 2 coins for the fare and climbed aboard, heading towards the town of Qingshui. Qingshui town was not particularly large, yet its shops lined the streets, bustling with crowds, and vendors' cries echoed vibrantly in the air. A glance around revealed a dazzling array of goods on display at the stalls. The shouts of the street vendors reminded her of her past life. In her previous existence, she too had traversed the streets, calling out loudly, all in an effort to earn a little extra to ensure Su's comfort at the academy. In retrospect, it seemed utterly vain. As she strolled along, passing by a pharmacy, she recalled how, during her previous pregnancy, Shun Posey had summoned a doctor for her. The doctor had informed her that she suffered greatly from long-term deficiencies in both qi and blood. Yet Shun Posey had refrained from providing her with the necessary medicine to restore her health. As her pregnancy progressed, her body weakened, which ultimately led to the complications during childbirth. "Miss, are you here to see a doctor or to buy medicine?" A young apprentice hurried to greet her as she entered the pharmacy. "To see a doctor. In this life, I shall not bear children with Su, but I must still take care of my health," she thought, resolving to tend to her body first. "Please follow me." The apprentice led her to the consultation area, where an elderly physician with graying hair awaited her. After taking her pulse and examining her complexion, the old doctor finally spoke. "In my opinion, young lady, your condition stems from long-term malnutrition, leading to a deficiency in both qi and blood. Indeed, Su Yuan replied. Is there any way to remedy this? The old doctor smiled. The simplest remedy is to consume more nutritious food. I will prescribe some herbal remedies to invigorate your qi and blood. Brew them and drink them morning and night. Thank you, doctor. After paying for the medicine, Su Yuan exited the pharmacy. Upon reaching the corner, she noticed a vacant shop across the street with a for rent sign hanging outside. She paused, then walked over. The door was ajar, and a slightly plump woman clad in silk emerged. Su Yuan approached her with a smile and inquired, May I ask if you're the owner of this shop? The woman scrutinized her for a moment, her demeanor quite frosty. I am. What do you want? I noticed your shop is for rent, and I would like to take a look. Realizing she was merely interested in renting, the woman scanned Su Yuan from head to toe, concluding that this girl was too poorly dressed to afford the rent. She retorted coldly, My rent is not cheap. What is the rent? Su Yuan asked. It's 10 taels of silver per year, the woman replied. 10 taels was indeed exorbitant. In the past, Su Yuan would have never considered renting it. Now, however, she needed a plan for herself. May I enter and take a look? Do you intend to rent? The woman, believing Su Yuan could not afford it, was reluctant to waste more time. Su Yuan smiled. I must see the suitability of the place before deciding. Wouldn't you agree? The woman hesitated, initially intending to refuse, but then thought that since the shop had been empty for so long, it wouldn't hurt to let her take a look. Very well, you may enter. I will give you a TS worth of time. The woman's attitude was quite harsh, but having encountered many such individuals during her years in business, Su Yuan paid it no mind. Upon entering, she found the shop, though not vast, to be reasonably spacious, albeit somewhat aged and worn in places. To her delight, it was a combined shop and residence, with a small courtyard and 2 side rooms behind it. This layout suited her perfectly. After exiting, the woman asked, Well, what do you think? Do you want to rent? Yes. Upon hearing this, the woman's cold demeanor transformed into a welcoming smile. That has settled then. Prepare 10 taels of silver, and I can rent it to you today. However, Su Yuan paused. I currently do not have the rent on hand. What? The woman's smile faded instantly, her impatience evident. You waste my time if you lack the rent. Leave at once. She made a gesture to dismiss Su Yuan, who, unhurried, pulled out the 500 when she had left after buying the medicine and placed it in the woman's hand. Might you allow a few days' grace? I assure you I will bring the rent within 3 days. The originally fierce woman's expression softened as she weighed the coins in her hand. It was a considerable amount. Given your cleverness, I shall reserve the shop for you for a few days, but you must bring the rent within 3 days. If not, I will rent it to someone else. Thank you, esteemed owner. I will return in 3 days without fail. After expressing her gratitude profusely, Su Yuan turned to leave. As she walked through the bustling street, her thoughts were tumultuous. All the earnings from previous years had gone towards supporting Shin Su and the Shun family, leaving her with no surplus funds. She needed to devise a plan to extract the rent from the Shun family. Jade Skin Beauty Balm. Enhance your appearance and complexion. Come and take a look. Our ancestral Jade Skin Beauty Balm, with its unique formula, guarantees to make you look 10 years younger. As she reached an alleyway, Su Yuan was captivated by a woman selling cosmetics. She stood before the stall for quite some time, and the woman, mistaking her lingering gaze for interest, redoubled her efforts to promote her wares. Miss, look here. This is our family's ancestral Jade Skin Beauty Balm. Perfect for nourishing the skin and enhancing beauty. Use it, and you'll surely look 10 years younger. Su Yuan's eyes fell upon the porcelain box in the woman's hands. The Jade Skin Beauty Balm. What a coincidence to find it here. She had seen this product in her past life when Shen Ning, trusting a vendor's claims, spent 30 taels of silver on 3 boxes. While it did indeed lighten her complexion, after using all 3 boxes, her face erupted in rashes overnight, leading to severe sores and pus. And that woman vanished after making her profit. Miss, why not purchase a box to try? Our exclusive formula is truly effective for beauty. How much is it per box? Su Yuan inquired. The woman cheerfully responded, 10 taels per box. Absolutely effective. If it doesn't work, you can always come back for me. Su Yuan leaned closer to the woman, raising an eyebrow. And if it causes rashes and disfigurement, where would I find you? The woman's expression changed instantly to one of alarm. She scanned Su Yuan, struggling to recall when she had sold her the beauty balm. After all, she changed locations each time she sold a box. Sensing trouble, the woman's eyes darted as she turned to flee. Luo Sanyang, where do you think you're going? The woman abruptly halted, turning around in shock. How do you know my name? Chapter 9. Luring the fish, Su Yuwan gazed at Luo Sanyang with a faint smile. I not only know your name, but also that you reside in Shuiyang village, where you have a pair of children, a daughter named Wu Zhenju and a son named Wu Guibao. Luo Sanyang was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of alarm and wariness as she scrutinized Su Yuwan. Who are you and what do you want? This woman not only knew her name, but had also inquired about her children with such precision. What could her intentions be? Su Yuwan's eyes fell upon the jade skin cream in Luo Sanyang's hands, and she scoffed lightly. You must have anticipated that one day someone would come looking for you, given that you sell this harmful product. In her previous life, Shining had nearly been disfigured by this very cream, leading her to a desperate state that forced Shin Su, due to his position, to report the matter to the authorities. As a result of Shun Su's status, the officials swiftly apprehended Luo Sanyang. Originally from Shifeng village in Songyang County, Luo Sanyang had been cast out by her mother-in-law after her husband's death 2 years prior, taking her 2 children back to her natal home in Shuiyang village. Since then, she had resorted to deceit and the sale of jade skin cream to support her children. During the trial against Luo Sanyang, Su Yuwan had accompanied Shen Ning to the authorities to identify her, which is why she possessed such detailed knowledge about her. I don't understand what you mean. This jade skin cream is a century-old brand, made from various precious herbs. Everyone who uses it sings its praises. Where's the talk of victims? Luo Sanyang insisted. Su Yuwan raised an eyebrow. Aside from precious herbs, have you forgotten that it contains a substance called mercury? Mercury is toxic. Luo Sanyang's heart raced. How did this woman know that her cream contained mercury, a substance that even most doctors could not detect? You are slandering me. How could I not know the ingredients in my own product? Luo Sanyang vehemently denied it. Su Yuwan replied, whether I am slandering you or not can be clarified by the county magistrate. At the mere mention of the magistrate, a flicker of panic crossed Luo Sanyang's face. If it came to that, her life would be in jeopardy. After much contemplation, she shifted to a tone of desperation. Please, miss, spare me this once. I will refund your money. I'm just trying to make a living. It is not easy. Su Yuwan met her gaze firmly. I ask you, how many boxes of this cream have you sold? 3. Just 3 boxes. You aren't lying? Really, just 3 boxes. I only started selling last month. But since the price is high, not many people buy it. Besides, this is my first time in Qingshui town. I've been selling in other towns until now. Luo Sanyang changed her stall location with each sale, fearful that customers would come back if they encountered issues. Su Yuwan's eyes glimmered. This meant that in this life, she had encountered Luo Sanyang before Shen Ning. I truly realize my mistake. Please, spare me this once. I have 2 children to support, Luo Sanyang pleaded fervently. Su Yuwan raised an eyebrow. Whether or not I spare you is up to the magistrate, but whether or not I report you is my decision. Luo Sanyang, being a shrewd businesswoman, recognized that Su Yuwan was negotiating and replied, as long as you are willing to let me go this time, I will comply with any conditions you propose. Su Yuwan pointed towards an alley, indicating that they should discuss matters in a more secluded location. Be sensible. You wouldn't want your children to spend their lives visiting you in prison, would you? Upon hearing this, any thought of escape vanished from Luo Sanyang's mind. Her children were her lifeline, and Su Yuwan's words had undoubtedly struck at her core. She closed her stall and obediently followed her into the alley. Miss, can we talk now? What are your conditions? Luo Sanyang asked. Seeing that she had Luo Sanyang in her grasp, Su Yuwan began, It is quite simple. I need you to assist me with a task. Luo Sanyang paused momentarily, then nodded repeatedly. All right, as long as you do not report me, I will do as you say. By the time Su Yuwan returned to Yunxi village, the sun had begun to set. Before entering the village, she deliberately took out a box of jade skin cream that Luo Sanyang had given her and applied some of her face. Although excessive use could damage the skin, an occasional application did indeed render the skin radiant and fair. After neatly storing the box, she strolled into the village, bypassing the Shin residence and heading towards the village's edge. Isn't that Su Yuwan? Suddenly, Lu Jia's wife, Feng Xiua, who was seated at the gate shelling green beans, spotted a beauty approaching. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Su Yuwan. "It's me, Sister Xiua." Su Yuwan paused, smiling as she greeted her. Feng Xiua stared at her for a good while before exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, Su Yuwan, how did you become so beautiful all of a sudden?" At that moment, Xin Ning happened to return from visiting a neighbor and, upon passing Lu's house, noticed Su Yuwan animatedly conversing with Feng Xiua. Her countenance darkened instantly, and she muttered a curse under her breath as she continued on her way. As she walked past Su Yuwan, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of her face and was momentarily taken aback. "Su Yuwan, you must tell me what you used to achieve such a fair and lovely complexion. I want to be pretty too." Feng Xiua complimented Su Yuwan's appearance, her face betraying envy. Xin Ning, puzzled by Su Yuwan's sudden transformation, deliberately slowed her pace, straining to eavesdrop. "Sister Xiua, please don't tease me. What good products could I possibly use? I merely encountered a merchant selling a miraculous cream in town today. She claimed it could enhance beauty, so I shamelessly asked for a sample, and the results were astonishing. It truly made me look better. Is there really such a miraculous product?" Feng Xiua's face lit up with fascination, and Xin Ning was similarly captivated, unable to move. Su Yuan nodded. "Indeed, just look at my face. This is merely a trial application, and the effects are so pronounced." The merchant said that with continued use, one would become even more beautiful. "Unfortunately, it is exorbitantly priced at 10 taels of silver per box, which I cannot afford." "10 taels? Such a high price?" Feng Xiua exclaimed. Su Yuan sighed. The merchant explained that this miraculous cream is a family heirloom, once reserved for the royal consorts of the western regions. Had it not been for the turmoil in the west that forced her ancestors to flee to the great Jing dynasty, it would be impossible to acquire this cream for even 10 taels. "Now it makes sense," Feng Xiua remarked. "No wonder people say that beauty abounds in the western regions. It must be due to this miraculous cream." Xin Ning's curiosity intensified. Could this cream truly be that extraordinary? "Ah, I've been so engrossed in talking. When did you arrive, Sister Ning?" Su Yuan turned her head, noticing Xin Ning standing not far away. Caught eavesdropping, Xin Ning felt a pang of embarrassment and turned away. Yet again, she beheld Su Yuan's face, which indeed appeared significantly more beautiful than before. A vague sense of displeasure welled up within Xin Ning, and she chose not to engage with Su Yuan, walking away briskly. Feng Xiua scoffed. "That Xin Ning is quite willful. You, as her sister-in-law, engage her in conversation. Yet she ignores you." Su Yuan merely smiled in silence, unconcerned with Xin Ning and Appo's disregard. What mattered was that the fish had taken the bait. Chapter 10. The fish takes the bait. Upon returning to the Shun residence, twilight had begun to envelop the sky. The walls of the eastern room, once charred, had been freshly painted by the matron of the Shun family, and 2 new quilts adorned the heated bed. Su Yuan decided to move back into the eastern room. The evening meal was rather modest, consisting of a pot of brown rice porridge, a dish of stir-fried mountain bamboo shoots, and several coarse wheat buns. Xin Ning, preoccupied with thoughts of the mystical ointment, was somewhat distracted during dinner. The matron sighed as she ate. "Alas, ever since Su Guer left, my heart feels so empty. I wonder how he is faring at the academy. Will he be able to take care of himself?" "Mother, he is quite grown now and can manage himself. So you want offer timely comfort. If you're truly worried, I happen to be going to the county tomorrow to buy silk thread. I could check on him for you." The matron's eyes lit up. "That would be good. I forgot to remind him to take the shoe soles I prepared for him this morning. Please remember to bring them, and with the weather turning cooler, take him a few extra garments as well. I will accompany you." Xin Ning interjected unexpectedly. The matron frowned in inquiry. "What do you need to go for?" "I wish to see my elder brother," Xin Ning replied, glancing at Su Yuan. "Sister-in-law, what time do we depart tomorrow?" Su Yuan raised an eyebrow lightly. "At the hour of the rabbit." "Very well." After Su Yuan finished her meal and left the main hall, Xin Ning turned to her mother. "Mother, please give me 20 taels of silver for my dowry." The matron paused, bewildered. "What do you suddenly need 20 taels for?" Xin Ning contemplated briefly before responding. "I wish to purchase some cosmetics and jewelry for myself." "That much is unnecessary. 2 taels would suffice, her mother countered. Oh, mother. Cosmetics and jewelry purchased with just 2 taels will hardly be of good quality. I am now of the age for marriage negotiations. If I do not present myself well, how can I attract a suitable match? Though her words were somewhat evasive, they conveyed Shun Ning's true desires. She was determined to marry into a wealthy family and enjoy a life of luxury. Unfortunately, lacking extraordinary beauty, she felt compelled to plan for herself. If that mystical ointment could indeed enhance her appearance, marrying into a prominent family would be within her grasp. Ultimately, the matron relented, returning with the 20 taels, cautioning, aside from purchasing cosmetics and jewelry, do not squander the rest. Shun Ning beamed, I understand, mother. The following day, Shun Ning rose early. Yuwan packed the items the matron wished to send, and after breakfast, the two boarded Uncle Li's ox cart bound for the county. Alongside them sat a shabby-dressed woman named Jean Shui Lan, who was also headed to the market. Upon seeing them, Jean Shui Lan smiled and greeted, Ah, you are the daughters of the Shun family. How fortunate to meet you both on your way to the market. Shun Ning cast her a disdainful glance and turned her head away. Ever since her elder brother had achieved academic success, it seemed everyone wished to curry favor, which she found quite tiresome. Noticing this, Jean Shui Lan's smile faltered slightly. Oh, we're going to the county to deliver some clothing to my husband. Yuwan interjected smoothly, alleviating the awkwardness. Jean Shui Lan replied, You are truly kind-hearted, Madam Shun. Your husband is fortunate to have you. Yuwan smiled modestly. You flatter me. There's a saying that good news brightens the spirit. Since your husband has succeeded, it seems you, too, have grown more beautiful. With a bit more adornment, you could rival even the wealthy young ladies of the town. Shun Ning, overhearing, scoffed inwardly. To her, Jean Shui Lan was merely a childhood betrothed. How could she ever compare to a genuine young lady? It was laughable. Jean Shui Lan ignored Shun Ning's disdain and continued to shower compliments on Yuwan. Shun Ning huffed in contempt, thinking that once Yuwan became truly beautiful, such flattery would no longer be available to these people. As the ox cart rattled along, they reached the edge of the town where Jean Shui Lan disembarked. Uncle Li cracked the whip, urging the oxen toward the county. Wait, I need to get off here as well, Shun Ning called to Uncle Li. Yuwan queried, Aren't you going to visit your brother? Shun Ning hesitated. I suddenly remembered a matter to attend to. I will visit him another time. Very well. Complete your business and return early, Yuwan feigned concern. I can manage without your advice, Shun Ning retorted coldly, turning away. Yuwan's lips curled into a cold smile. Uncle Li, let us proceed to the county. Of course. The ox cart continued its journey until they arrived in the county. Yuwan went to Wen Xin Academy, entrusting the young servant at the door to deliver her package to Shinsu. Yuwan, as she turned to leave, Shinsu emerged from the academy just in time. The servant handed the items to him. It was break time, and many students cast curious glances in their direction. Yuwan was aware that Shinsu preferred to keep her existence as a childhood betrothed a secret from his peers. Were it not for her desire to lure the fish, she wouldn't have made this trip. Now that she had delivered the items, she intended to leave quickly. Unexpectedly, Shinsu hurried after her. Yuwan, wait. Yuwan frowned and halted. Shinsu approached her, and upon seeing her face, he was momentarily startled. Accustomed to her natural appearance, he found her lightly adorned visage strikingly beautiful. You look lovely, he murmured, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. Yuwan maintained her composure and replied, I have matters to attend to. I must be on my way. With that, she continued forward. Watching her retreating figure, an inexplicable sense of melancholy washed over Shinsu. He stood there for a long time, only returning to the academy when someone called his name. Yuwan made her way back to the town on Uncle Li's ox cart. After disembarking, she headed directly to the alley at the end of West Street. There, she found a young woman in a blue gown, Luo Sanyang. Upon seeing her, Luo Sanyang beamed. Miss, you have finally arrived. You are quite punctual. Have you succeeded? Indeed, I have, Luo Sanyang replied, pulling out 20 taels of silver with intricate snowflake designs. A full 20 taels, not a single coin missing. Yuwan accepted the silver and glanced at her. You didn't expose yourself, did you? Rest assured, I wore a veil and covered myself completely, Luo Sanyang assured her. Well done, Yuwan said, but remember, you must not sell that item again. Luo Sanyang nodded vigorously. Miss, I assure you, I will never sell again. Chapter 11. Nourishing the body. When Yuwan returned to the Shun family, Shen Ning had already come back. Currently hiding in her room, trying out the divine ointment she had purchased at great expense. Shen Posey had just returned from washing clothes by the river. Upon entering the courtyard, she slammed the basin down with a heavy thud, her expression far from pleasant. During dinner that evening, noticing her mother's gloomy countenance, Shen Ning inquired, Mother, are you unwell? Your face looks rather pallid. This prompted Shen Posey to vent her frustrations. It was all because of that Wang Posey from the village. Her daughter-in-law had just given birth to a son, and today, while washing clothes by the river, she couldn't stop flaunting it. Let her flaunt, Shen Posey retorted. But she even had the audacity to ask me when I would hold my grandchild. Isn't she just trying to irritate me? Wang Posey's son, Wang Sheng, had been a classmate of Shun Su for 3 years, both having been scholars of the same year, so it was inevitable that comparisons would be drawn between their families. Later, during the provincial examination, while Shun Su achieved the rank of a successful scholar, Wang Sheng unfortunately failed. Such a disparity rendered any comparison between the two families moot. The competitive Wang Posey had secretly harbored resentment towards the Shun family ever since. Now that she had the upper hand with the grandson, it was only natural for her to flaunt it in front of Shun Posey, attempting to reclaim some pride. Upon discerning the source of her mother's discontent, Shen Ning offered consolation. Mother, why stoop to her level? If elder brother were to become the top scholar, he could be appointed directly to an official position. How can her son, Wang Sheng, compare to him? This sentiment eased Shen Posey's heart considerably. In this village, who wouldn't he pay her compliments? Primarily because Shun Su was far more capable than that Wang family boy. Regardless of how Wang Posey boasted about her grandson, her son could only find work as a schoolteacher in town. What future could he possibly have? However, another thought nagged at her. Shen Su had already achieved the rank of successful scholar, yet the newlywed couple had yet to consummate their marriage. How could she not feel anxious about that? She turned her gaze towards Yuwan, saying, Yuwan, you must take this to heart. When Su Gu returns next, make sure to consummate the marriage so I can hold my grandchild sooner. Yuwan smiled gently. Mother, it's not that I'm indifferent. Had it not been for the unfortunate incident on our wedding night, my husband and I would have already consummated our marriage. At this, Shen Ning's expression faltered, and she turned her head away. Shen Posey awkwardly replied, Mother understands. The previous incident was not your fault. It was Ning Jia's impulsiveness that caused the trouble, and I have already spoken to her about it. I have tidied up the East Room for you. It is just waiting for you to conceive a child for the Shun family, so I can finally put Wang Posey in her place. Sighing, Yuwan replied, How I wish to give birth to a child for the Shun family, to bring you honor. Yet, even if we consummate, it may not guarantee your wish. Shen Posey was taken aback by this remark. Yuwan, with a look of guilt, continued, I visited the doctor recently, and he informed me that my body is too frail. Conceiving a child may not be so easy. Since coming to the Shun family, she had been burdened with endless chores, rising before dawn and sleeping well after dusk, rarely partaking in the household's meat or eggs. Day in and day out, it was no wonder her body had weakened. How can it be that you cannot conceive? Your primary duty after marrying Su Gu is to carry on the Shun lineage, Shen Posey declared sternly. If you are weak, simply purchase some herbs to nourish your body. Yuwan hesitantly replied. The doctor also mentioned that I need to properly nourish myself, but the medicinal herbs for this are exceedingly expensive. All the money I have earned these years has gone to you, Mother, and I truly have nothing left. At this point, Shen Posey understood her daughter-in-law's intentions. She was clearly asking for money. How much do you need? She inquired. 10 taels of silver. 10 taels. Shen Posey nearly rolled her eyes in disbelief. Shen Ning, wide-eyed, exclaimed, 10 taels? Do you think you're made of gold? How can it cost so much to nourish your body? Once she regained her composure, Shen Posey questioned, Which doctor did you see? You weren't deceived, were you? How can merely nourishing your body cost so much? Yuwan explained. The doctor said, I suffer from long-term deficiency in both qi and blood and need to procure some nourishing herbs for proper treatment, which is why the costs are higher. Rest assured, I went to the most reputable clinic in the county, Baohetang. Dr. Huang there has ancestral ties to the royal court and has received accolades from the emperor for his miraculous healing skills. He is absolutely trustworthy. Dr. Huang of Baohetang was indeed well known, and Shun Posey had heard of him. She also knew that his consultation fees were not cheap. Patients who sought his care were either wealthy or of noble birth. No wonder it required 10 taels. Yuwan had forsaken the cheaper local pharmacies to consult a renowned physician. How she had grown audacious. Shun Posey was greatly agitated, her chest heaving. Shen Ning chastised Yuwan for her ignorance, arguing that it was merely about nourishing her body. Why did she have to choose such expensive herbs? Yuwan looked at Shen Ning and replied, "The doctor said my condition is quite serious. If I do not use quality herbs, it will be difficult to treat, and if treatment fails, conceiving will also be a challenge. Do you not wish for me to bear your brother's child soon?" Of course I don't mean that," Shun Ning retorted, her gaze directed at her. "That is good to hear." Yuwan smiled again at Shun Posey, saying, "Mother, I only wish to restore my health quickly so I can conceive and bring you joy. Besides, have you not always longed to hold your grandchild? Surely 10 taels for your grandchild is a price you would not begrudge?" Shun Posey's lips twitched, her teeth gritting audibly. Yuwan had made her point. If she did not give Yuwan the silver, it would seem she was unwilling to spend for her grandchild. Yet, 10 taels was no trifling sum. It felt like a heavy burden on her heart. Shun Posey opened her mouth to voice her thoughts, but Yuwan interjected, "Of course. If you truly cannot bear to part with the silver, I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. We can postpone the matter of having children for a few years." These words sent Shun Posey into a fit of rage. Shun Su was already 20 years old, and boys his age were already fathers. If Yuwan remained childless, how would others view the Shun family? She would struggle to hold her head high in front of Wang Posey. Ultimately, Shun Posey clenched her teeth, relenting, and returned to her room to retrieve 10 taels of silver. It pained her deeply, but for the sake of her grandchild, she decided to go through with it. After all, Yuwan's future earnings would still come to her. This thought provided her with some solace. Yuwan beamed as she accepted the silver, thanking her mother with heartfelt sincerity before retreating to the east room. Once she left, Shen Ning seethed with anger, biting her teeth in frustration. This Yuwan, it's just for nourishing her body, yet she demands such an exorbitant sum. "Mother, how could you agree to this?" Shun Posey's face was ashen. "What choice did I have? Should I simply abandon the idea of having a grandchild?" Shen Ning rolled her eyes. "Mother, that is not what I meant. I just think giving her 10 taels is far too generous. Enough. It is not your dowry money. Why are you so concerned?" Shun Posey snapped, her appetite lost, as she turned to retreat to her room. Chapter 12. Illness with the 10 taels received from the old lady Shun. A total of 30 taels of silver was in Yuwan's possession. The following day, she ventured into town to secure a shop lease. The plump woman, upon receiving the 10 taels, underwent a remarkable transformation in her demeanor towards Yuwan. Her previously disdainful attitude softened into one of warmth, as she cheerfully guided Yuwan in signing the lease agreement. "Congratulations, Miss Su. You are now the proprietor of this shop. I reside in Qinghua Alley at the southern end of the street. Feel free to come to me for any assistance you may need," she said with a smile. "Thank you, boss," Yuwan replied. "Just call me Sister Sun from now on," the woman said, handing over 2 keys to Yuwan. Curious about craftsmen for renovations in town, Yuwan inquired, and Sister Sun generously shared all the information she had. After Sister Sun departed, Yuwan unlocked the shop and stepped inside, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of joy in her new space. Having spent 10 taels on the lease, she still had 20 taels remaining, which she needed to carefully plan how to utilize for the shop's refurbishment. Although the current state of the shop was barely acceptable, its dilapidated condition would leave a poor impression on potential customers, which was a crucial factor not to be underestimated. Sister Sun had recommended a carpenter's workshop for the renovations, and Yuwan followed the directions to find it. The owner, a gray-haired elder named Lu, greeted her with warmth and hospitality. Upon learning of her intention to renovate, he promptly invited her into his office and offered her a cup of hot tea. "Master Lu, I have heard that you manage shop renovations. May I inquire about the estimated cost for a complete refurbishing? Su Yuan asked directly. Lu stroked his gray beard and replied with a smile. If there are no specific requirements for materials or style, the cost would start at 40 taels. Su Yuan inhaled sharply at this revelation. The minimum cost was already 40 taels, while she only possessed 20, far from sufficient. However, with the shop leased, delaying renovations would only postpone her opening. After further discussion, she learned that the renovation would take approximately 2 months, requiring 2 or 3 carpenters and painters. A portion of the fee would need to be paid up front, with the remainder settled upon completion. This meant she could begin the work now and gather the necessary funds over the next 2 months. Let us commence then, she decided, paying Lu a deposit of 15 taels as requested. He accepted the money with a grin, saying, "Excellent. You are a straightforward person. I will prepare a receipt for you, and we can start work tomorrow." With the renovation plans confirmed, Su Yuan now needed to devise a way to gather the remaining funds. This money would have to come from the Shun family. A month passed swiftly, and a subtle chill began to permeate the air. After a month of medication, Su Yuan appeared significantly improved. Her complexion, once sallow and dull, now gleamed with clarity. After getting out of bed, she tidied herself and prepared to head to town. At the entrance of the courtyard, she was intercepted by Shenning. "Sister-in-law, have you not seen that mother has fallen ill? How can you still consider going out?" Previously, Su Yuan had persuaded the old lady Shun to part with 10 taels under the pretense of needing to recuperate, which had left the old lady distressed for quite some time. Now, after a couple of days of illness, all household duties had fallen upon Shenning, who was accustomed to a life of leisure. With mother ill for 2 days, she had only delivered water once and had not offered any further care, which was quite shameful. Since mother is unwell, is it not your duty as her daughter to tend to her? Su Yuan retorted. Shenning glared at her, teeth clenched. It is the obligation of a daughter-in-law to serve her mother-in-law. How can you shift this responsibility onto me? So, you're unwilling to assist? Su Yuan smirked. Do not speak nonsense. I will certainly care for my mother, but you must also stay home to help. Otherwise, who will manage all these tasks? Su Yuan's expression revealed her dilemma. I could remain at home to care for her, but I just received a shipment that I must finalize payment for. If I delay the business now, how will I manage to pay the debts? Shenning was furious. You just took 10 taels from mother. How could you possibly be unable to pay? You are clearly making excuses. That 10 taels was for my medical expenses, which I have already used entirely. I have no intention of making excuses, Su Yuan replied. What? You spent 10 taels in just 1 month? Shenning's eyes widened in disbelief, her anger nearly boiling over. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. How about this? If you help me settle the payment, I can stay home and care for mother. What say you? Fuming with indignation, Shenning pointed an accusing finger at her. Su Yuan, let me warn you not to scheme against me. You must resolve your own matters, and you are still required to serve mother. Otherwise, I will ensure everyone knows of your neglect, and the consequences will be dire. With no choice left, Su Yuan reluctantly conceded. Very well, since you insist, I shall stay home to tend to mother. However, if I cannot settle the payment, it may lead to legal trouble, which could adversely affect your elder brother. Shenning fell silent, her expression darkening. From behind the slightly ajar door, the voice of the old lady Shan emerged. Sister Ning, do not trouble your sister-in-law. Let her go. The exchange between the two was overheard by the old lady. The Shun family, known for their scholarly pursuits, had produced a successful candidate for the highest imperial examination, and the family name was crucial for the future of Shunge, who aspired to a career in the government. They could not afford any legal troubles. With the old lady's words, Shenning dared not protest further. Su Yuan smiled. Then I shall leave the care of mother in your capable hands. With that, she turned and exited coldly. Frustrated, Shenning stormed into the old lady's room. The old lady lay in bed, looking frail. Seeing her daughter's anger, she patiently advised, Sister Ning, do not be upset. Your elder brother is preparing for examinations, and we cannot let family matters distract him. As for your sister-in-law, we rely on her for income. It is only temporary. Rest assured, once your brother succeeds, mother will make it up to you. Sitting beside the bed, Shenning propped up a pillow behind her mother's head and offered her the now cool medicine. Mother, you are right. It is my duty to care for you without complaint. I am simply frustrated that Su Yuwan shows so little concern for you. She has only visited once since you fell ill. The old lady sighed. I only hope for your brother's swift success. It would bring honor to our family. Chapter 13. A sudden enlightenment. Su Yuwan arrived in town and first stopped by a bun shop to purchase 2 buns to satisfy her hunger. Upon entering the establishment, she found the craftsmen already hard at work. Among them, the lead craftsman, Uncle Huang, an older gentleman, would always report to her on the daily progress whenever she visited the shop. Uncle Huang informed her that the renovation of the storefront was nearly complete, with only the painting left to be done. He estimated that it would take another half-month to finalize. To her surprise, the construction period was shorter than anticipated, prompting her to hasten her preparations for the labor costs. At noon, when the workers returned for their meal, Su Yuwan exited the shop and walked over to a wonton stall for a bowl of wontons. As she lifted her gaze, she spotted Luo Sanyin at a nearby goods stand. Unlike her previous encounter, this time, Luo Sanyin was selling embroidery. Su Yuwan furrowed her brows and approached her directly. Luo Sanyin was busy promoting her embroidered items to passers-by and felt a pang of trepidation upon seeing Su Yuwan. As she drew near, Luo Sanyin quickly explained, "My lady, rest assured, I am now selling embroidery, not the jade skin cream anymore." While speaking, she displayed the embroidered pieces on her stand to Su Yuwan. After surveying the items, Su Yuwan expressed her surprise. "You can embroider?" Luo Sanyin, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, "Yes, I used to sell these many years ago, but embroidery takes time and doesn't yield much profit. Eventually, I turned my attention to the jade skin cream. However, you need not worry. I shall not sell that again." Su Yuwan smiled gently at her. "I believe in you." Luo Sanyin returned her smile, sincerely expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. In truth, selling that item left me on edge every day until I met you. Your words made me realize that it is better to earn modestly and securely than to risk everything for a fortune." Since reverting to selling embroidery, though her earnings were meager, they were stable. She no longer lived in fear of being pursued or needing to change locations constantly. Su Yuwan recognized Luo Sanyin's keen insight. She grasped the situation quickly. In a way, Luo Sanyin had saved herself. Had she ignored Su Yuwan's advice and continued selling the jade skin cream, she would have inevitably faced dire consequences. However, having listened, her fate had been rewritten. "How much do you earn selling these embroideries in a day?" Su Yuwan inquired. Luo Sanyin replied honestly, "In this day and age, embroidery does not sell well. I barely make a few dozen coins each day to fill my stomach." "Do you wish to earn more?" Su Yuwan asked her. Luo Sanyin hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Of course, I would like that." Su Yuwan instructed. "At this time tomorrow, wait for me in this spot. I will provide you with several designs. If your embroidery is good, I will purchase them at market price." Market price? Luo Sanyin was taken aback. For vendors like her, selling embroidery meant drastically lowering prices just to sell a few pieces. Yet, Su Yuwan assured her that she could offer market rates. Luo Sanyin felt as though she had encountered a benefactor and eagerly agreed. "All right, I will be here on time tomorrow." The following day, Su Yuwan returned to the town entrance, and indeed, Luo Sanyin was waiting as promised. "You've come, my lady." Luo Sanyin greeted, her face lighting up with a charming smile. If not for the fine lines at the corners of her eyes, one would hardly guess she was a mother of 2. Su Yuwan retrieved several design sketches from her sleeve and handed them to her. "Take a look. Can you embroider these?" Upon examining the designs, Luo Sanyin's brows furrowed slightly, as they appeared quite intricate. Su Yuwan explained, "These designs are my own creations. Most embroidery in the market consists of common patterns, lacking originality, which is why they cannot fetch high prices." She often designed patterns for the village women skilled in embroidery, purchasing their work at a low price and selling it to embroidery shops at a higher price. Luo Sanyin was astonished. She hadn't expected this young woman to possess such an exceptional business acumen. She nodded in agreement. "I would like to give it a try." Su Yuwan admired her willingness to take risks and replied with a smile, "Excellent. Please deliver the finished pieces to the second shop on Nanlin Road in 3 days." Luo Sanyin nodded, understood. "By the way, may I ask your name?" "Su Yuwan." "Miss Su, it is settled then. I shall bring the embroidery on time in 3 days," Luo Sanyin said confidently. After concluding her dealings with Luo Sanyan, Su Yuan returned to Yunqi village. Upon entering the Shun family courtyard, she sensed an unusual atmosphere. Faint voices could be heard from Granny Shin's room. Has Shin Su returned? Seeing her come back through the window, Granny Shin called out, Yuan. Reluctantly, Su Yuan entered Granny Shun's room. Both Shin Ning and Shun Su were present, and Granny Shun appeared to be feeling much better, reclining against the edge of the bed. She called Su Yuan to her side, taking her hand and placing it in Shun Su's, saying with a smile, perfect timing. Su has returned today. Now that you are nearly recovered, why not consummate the marriage tonight? Having not seen each other for a month, Shin Su was taken aback by Su Yuan's transformation. Feeling her hand was slightly warm in his grasp, Su Yuan withdrew her hand and said, Mother is still unwell. Let us not concern ourselves with such matters for now. It is more important to focus on her recovery. Mother, please listen to Yuan. Your health is paramount. There is no rush for this, Shin Su added. Granny Shin looked at him. Now that you have returned, Mother's condition has improved significantly. I only wish for the two of you to consummate your marriage soon, so I may hold my grandchild. Shin Su glanced at Su Yuan, who was staring down, lost in thought. After leaving Granny Shin's room, they returned to the east room one after the other. Su Yuan remained silent, and Shin Su felt a sense of discomfort. He asked, How have you been lately? Quite well, Su Yuan replied, her tone flat. As the atmosphere grew awkward again, Shin Su pulled out a small box from his pocket and handed it to her. This is something I specifically chose for you. Open it and take a look. Su Yuan opened it to find a pair of exquisite earrings. Do you like them? Shin Su inquired softly. Su Yuan merely glanced at them before closing the box and returning it to him. The earrings were indeed beautiful, but she felt they were not suitable for her daily work. Shin Su frowned. This was his first gift to her, and her refusal left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Keep them. We are husband and wife. It is only right that you should accept my gift. Yet, Su Yuan genuinely did not want them. Not wishing to throw them away in front of him, she suggested, Why not give them to Ning Jia? She has always liked such things. Shin Su's expression darkened slightly. Did she truly dislike his gift so much? He felt a tumult of emotions within, inexplicably vexed. Su Yuan had not anticipated Shun Su's return today, and she felt troubled. Last time, she had used Shun Ning to disrupt their consummation. Now, how could she evade it again? Chapter 14. Inquiry to avoid a repeat of past events. Granny Shun specifically instructed Shin Ning to remain in her room. This time, it was imperative for the two of them to consummate their marriage. In the east room, Su Yuan and Shun Su sat silently on the Kong bed, exchanging no words. The oil lamp on the table had been replaced with a red candle, presumably done in advance by Granny Shun. Before Su Yuan's return, Granny Shun had already urged Shun Su to ensure that he consummated the marriage with Su Yuan this time. Shin Su had always placed great importance on filial piety. Even though his father had forced Su Yuan into a betrothal as a child bride, he had complied, despite his reluctance. Now, with Granny Shun insisting on the consummation, he would obey, regardless of whether he felt affection for the woman before him. The candlelight flickered gently, illuminating Su Yuan's face, which had regained some color after taking medicine. Shin Su felt a stir of emotion as he gazed at her rosy complexion. Hesitating for a moment, he slowly extended his hand. Just as he was about to touch Su Yuan's hand, she suddenly stood up. I need to get some water. Shin Su's expression shifted, a subtle flush creeping onto his face. Su Yuan entered the kitchen, her brow knitted in worry. Glancing at a few cloves of garlic on the stove, she quickly decided to take one. Gritting her teeth, she bit into it. The pungent, sharp flavor nearly overwhelmed her senses, filling her nostrils with an intense garlic aroma. Once she chewed it sufficiently, she spat out the remnants and exhaled into her palm, grimacing at the lingering scent. After leaving the kitchen, she made her way to the outhouse, pinching her nose as she squatted there for a good quarter of an hour. When she finally emerged, an indescribable odor clung to her. Returning to the room, Shun Su was still seated, seemingly waiting for her. Upon closing the door, she slowly approached the Kong bed. The overwhelming clash of scents hit Shun Su the moment she entered, prompting him to frown. As Su Yuan stepped closer, she reached out, feigning an intention to help him undress. It's getting late. You should rest early. As she spoke, The strong odor wafted toward Shun Su, causing him to furrow his brows even more. Disbelief etched across his face. Su Yuwan leaned in closer, asking playfully, "What's the matter, my husband?" The scent intensified, and just as her hand was about to reach his waist, he seized her wrist. "You, want to wash again?" Unfazed, Su Yuwan replied, "I already washed. Are you saying you find me unappealing?" Shin Su fixated on her words, particularly already washed, his brows knitted tighter, a forced smile tugging at his lips. "No, not at all." "Then let us rest early," Su Yuan said with a smile before tossing off her shoes and lying down on the bed. Her casual posture seemed quite unseemly in Shin Su's eyes, leaving him in a complex daze for a while. "Husband, are you not going to sleep?" Noticing his lack of movement, Su Yuan deliberately called out to him. After a moment of hesitation, Shun Su stammered, I remembered I need to memorize a passage today. You go ahead and sleep." With that, he exited the room. The next morning, Granny Shun rose early to busy herself in the kitchen, even sending Shun Ning to the village to purchase some fresh meat, preparing a pot of lean meat porridge. Observing that Shun Su had become quite thin, she assumed the academy's meals must have been poor, and since he had returned, it was essential to nourish him well. After the porridge was ready, she also made a few pancakes and prepared 2 dishes of vegetables along with a plate of pickled vegetables. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, Shin Ning rushed in, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the porridge. "Wow, what a feast today. What's the occasion?" Granny Shun, having recovered from her illness, was finally able to get out of bed and replied, "What do you mean by occasion? Shouldn't we eat, well, every day?" Shin Ning pouted, knowing full well that the meals were only this good when her elder brother returned. "Enough standing around. Go call your brother and sister-in-law for breakfast," Granny Shun instructed her. "Yes." Shin Ning reluctantly left the kitchen. As she stepped into the courtyard, she caught sight of Shun Su emerging from the study. She nearly thought she was mistaken and rubbed her eyes. No mistake, her brother had indeed come out of the study. Could it be? They didn't sleep in the same room last night. Feeling she had stumbled upon a major revelation, Shun Ning hurried back to the kitchen. "Mother, it's terrible." Seeing her flustered entrance, Granny Shin frowned and remarked, "Why do you look as if you've seen a ghost? I told you to call them, not to panic." Shin Ning leaned closer to Granny Shin and whispered, "Mother, I just saw my brother come out of the study." "What?" Granny Shin's expression changed immediately. "Are you sure you didn't see wrong?" "I absolutely did not see wrong. By the look of him, he must have slept in the study last night." Grasping this detail, Shun Ning added fuel to the fire. "Isn't Su Yuan being a bit too much? It's rare for my brother to come back. Yet she made him sleep in the study." At her words, Granny Shun's face darkened. During breakfast, Su Yuan was the last to enter the main room, sitting down beside Shin Su. Recalling the scene from the previous night, Shin Su found it hard to calm his emotions. He had no appetite for the porridge before him. Across from him, Shun Ning's eyes darted between them, observing the spectacle with apparent delight as she cast glances at Su Yuan. Ignoring her gaze, Su Yuan continued to eat her porridge. Since Su Yuan entered, Granny Shun had maintained a stern expression, likely aware that they had not consummated their marriage. After a moment, Shin Su stood up and addressed Granny Shun. "Mother, I am preparing to return to the academy now." Granny Shun's brows knitted together. "Why the rush to leave? You should stay at home for at least another day after returning. I noticed you were unwell yesterday, and I intended to stay longer to accompany you. However, seeing you in better spirits today, I feel reassured and wish to return early to avoid missing any lessons," Shun Su explained. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow at his words. Granny Shun regarded him thoughtfully. "That makes sense. Your studies are important. But you should at least have breakfast before you leave." "No, I'm not very hungry," Shun Su replied, turning to leave. "You can't leave without eating." Granny Shun attempted to offer him some pancakes for the road. But in the blink of an eye, Shun Su had already gone far away. Having finished her porridge, Su Yuan was about to leave when Granny Shin called out to her. "Wait a moment. I have something to ask you." Su Yuan paused and stayed behind. Granny Shun sat down, her expression serious as she coldly questioned, "Tell me, did you and Shin Su consummate your marriage last night?" Chapter 15. Suspicion. Su Yuan replied lightly, "No." Upon hearing this, Aunt Shun's face darkened with anger. "Then explain, why has there been no consummation?" Su Yuan bit her lip, appearing hesitant to speak. Observing her discomfort, Aunt Shun sent Shen Ning out of the room. Shen Ning, initially eager to witness the unfolding drama, stormed out in frustration. Why has there been no consummation when my son finally returned? What kind of wife are you? Aunt Shun's gaze bore into her tone as frigid as ice. The last time, there had been valid reasons for the lack of consummation, but this time Shen Ning had not caused any disturbance. And Yuwan had also spent a month recuperating. It was utterly unacceptable that they had still not consummated their marriage. The Shen family had married her to continue their lineage. If she could not fulfill even this basic duty, what use was she? After a prolonged silence, Yuwan finally spoke the reason. It is not that I do not wish to consummate, but rather, it is my husband who does not. Aunt Shen frowned. Shen Su does not wish for it. How can that be? Although Shen Su had always been indifferent towards Yuwan, it had never reached the point of aversion. How could he possibly refuse to consummate their marriage? Yuwan's voice was filled with grievance as she replied, if my husband did not choose to sleep in the study, would I have the audacity to chase him away? Aunt Shun was even more perplexed. When she had instructed Shen Su the previous night, he had shown no sign of reluctance. Why then did he retreat to the study to sleep? Could it be that you are not serving him well? Aunt Shen scrutinized her suspiciously. Yuwan responded, if I were to serve poorly, at most my husband would scold me. But he did not even allow me to help him undress. It seems that is not the reason. I fear that my husband has someone outside, which is why he is unwilling to consummate. Upon saying this, Yuwan displayed an expression of sorrow that nearly brought her to tears. Aunt Shen choked on her words and hastily retorted, nonsense. Shen Su is at the academy every day. How could there be someone outside? As his wife, you should reflect on your own shortcomings instead of doubting your husband. Yuwan was resolute. If it were not so, I could find no other explanation for his unwillingness to consummate. Aunt Shun was momentarily silenced as a flicker of doubt ignited within her. Could it be that Shen Su truly had someone else in mind? Recalling Shen Su's cold demeanor towards Yuwan that morning, Aunt Shun's expression darkened. Yuwan continued, since coming to the Shun family, I have devoted myself to serving my husband in his studies. Over the years, I have tirelessly worked for the family's livelihood. If my husband were to abandon me for someone else, it would be a true act of ingratitude. Aunt Shun was taken aback and swiftly moved to silence her. Do not speak such nonsense. Perhaps Shen Su is merely tired from studying during the day. It cannot possibly be that he has someone else. Scholars value their reputation, especially someone like Shen Su, who is an exceptional talent. Aunt Shun pointed out his academic achievements, emphasizing that if he were to be labeled as one who abandons his wife, his future would be ruined. Yet Yuwan remained unyielding. If he were merely tired from studying, he could rest. Why must he hide from me in the study? Mother, you question me yet defend my husband. It leaves me feeling aggrieved. That is not my intention, Aunt Shun said, changing her tone to one of gentleness. I mean to say that there may be some misunderstanding. Yuwan replied, I do not wish to believe my husband is that kind of person. After all, the tale of abandoning one's wife would surely draw the ire of the world. This statement sent a chill down Aunt Shun's spine. She resolved to question Shen Su thoroughly upon his next return to ensure he did not recklessly jeopardize his future. Aunt Shun forced a smile. Shen Su would never be so foolish. As his wife, you must trust him. Having previously displayed skepticism, Aunt Shen now wore a beaming smile, soothing Yuwan with kind words. Shen Su is my son. I know what kind of person he is. You must refrain from speaking such words. If outsiders were to hear, it would tarnish his reputation. Yuwan remained silent. Aunt Shun continued, certainly, you were wrong by last night's events. When Shen Su returns, I will ensure you receive justice. Regardless of the truth, Aunt Shun needed to placate Yuwan and prevent her from harboring further doubts. Is there anything else you wish to ask, Mother? Yuwan inquired, looking at Aunt Shun. Aunt Shun quickly replied, no, nothing more. Then I shall return to my room. Aunt Shun, fearing Yuwan might think her bias towards Shen Su, pretended to be concerned and asked, I will be going to town shortly. Is there anything you wish to eat? I will bring it back to prepare for you. This was the first time in 2 lifetimes that Yuwan had heard such concern from Aunt Shun, which was merely an attempt to silence her. Yuwan pointed to an old hen in the chicken coop in the corner of the yard, saying, there is no need for such trouble. The doctor said that chicken soup is nourishing. Why not just stew a chicken? Aunt Shun's smile faltered, her lips twitching in annoyance. Fine, just a chicken. If it can silence you, then so be it. As Su Yuan exited the main room, Shen Ning, who had been eavesdropping around the corner, quickly rushed in. Mother, did Su Yuan just say that brother has someone outside? Is that true? Shen Ning, who had always viewed Su Yuan with disdain, felt a surge of excitement at this revelation. Aunt Shin shot her a glance, having just managed to dismiss her. Do not stir up trouble here. Shen Ning clung to Aunt Shin's arm. Oh, mother, I was merely asking. If brother has found a woman of better standing outside, could we not rid ourselves of that bothersome Su Yuan? Do you want your brother to bear the stigma of abandoning his wife? Aunt Shin retorted, exasperated. Shen Ning quickly explained, Mother, you misunderstand. I would never wish harm upon brother. If he truly has someone else in mind, there are ways to marry without resorting to divorce. Aunt Shun, taken aback, asked, What methods are you speaking of? Shen Ning leaned closer and whispered something only they could hear. What? Aunt Shun's eyes widened in shock after hearing it. Mother, keep your voice down. Shen Ning glanced nervously towards the east room. Once Aunt Shun regained her composure, she spoke sternly. You must keep this to yourself. Do not mention it again. Regardless of whether your brother has someone outside, merely entertaining such thoughts places him in danger. Should this ever be exposed, our entire family would suffer the consequences. Unaware of the perilous implications of her casual remarks, Shen Ning nodded in agreement. I will not speak of it again. Chapter 16 Anticipation during lunchtime. Old Madam Shun indeed stewed a chicken. The mother and daughter watched as Su Yuan savored her meal, their hearts aching as if bleeding. Particularly Shen Ning, whose eyes seemed to glint with daggers. The family's chickens were meant for laying eggs to sell, even on the day her elder brother became the top scholar. They had only boiled a few eggs. Yet, due to Su Yuan's few casual words, their mother had slaughtered the whole chicken. This Su Yuan was increasingly irksome. After the meal, Su Yuan once again rode Uncle Li's ox cart to the town. Upon arriving at the shop, she noticed Luo Sanyang standing at her entrance from a distance. Luo Sanyang also spotted her. Initially, when Su Yuan chose this location, Luo Sanyang had been quite puzzled, until she saw Su Yuan pull out her key to unlock the shop door. Suddenly, it dawned on her. This shop, Su Miss, actually belongs to you? Su Yuan nodded, saying, You've been waiting for a long time. Please come in. At this moment, all the craftsmen had returned for lunch, and after the two entered, Su Yuan shut the shop door behind them. Luo Sanyang looked up at the splendid new furnishings inside and exclaimed, This shop has been beautifully renovated. Su Yuan smiled and invited her to sit at a nearby table. The shop had yet to open, and lacking hot tea to offer, she asked for Sanyang's understanding. You're too polite, Su Mississippi. By the way, I've finished embroidering the patterns you gave me last time. Please take a look. Luo Sanyang pulled out 6 embroidered handkerchiefs from her bundle, each adorned with a unique design. Su Yuan was pleasantly surprised that she had completed them in less than 3 days. Upon closer inspection, she noted they were embroidered with gold thread. Wonderful. The craftsmanship is exquisite, Su Yuan praised without reservation. Luo Sanyang beamed, replying, I'm glad to have pleased you, Mississippi. After reviewing the handkerchiefs, Su Yuan said, As we agreed before, I will give you 201 for these. Hearing this, Luo Sanyang was overjoyed. Thank you, Su Miss. 6 handkerchiefs for 200 when mint each was worth over 31, which was significantly more than she earned from her stall. Gratitude swelled in her heart for Su Yuan. Su Yuan took out her coin pouch and counted out 201. As Luo Sanyang accepted the money, her eyes glistened with emotion. This money brought her an unprecedented sense of security. She then asked Su Yuan, Do you have any other work for me? I can embroider many more things, like sachets or belly bands. Su Yuan smiled. There will certainly be more work. Come back in a couple of days. All right. Luo Sanyang replied eagerly and prepared to leave. Just then, Su Yuan called her back. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you something. What is it, Su Miss? The girl who bought 2 boxes of the jade skin nourishing balm from you last time might come to find you again in the next few days. Upon hearing this, Luo Sanyang felt a pang of panic. Come to find me? Last time, she had feared that Su Yuan would report her to the authorities, so she had agreed to help her with the task. The next day, she set up her stall not far from the town's entrance, calling out her wares as instructed. As Su Yuan had predicted, A girl in pink with a beauty mark on her nose came to inquire about the price. Following Su Yuan's instructions, Luo Sanyong exaggerated the bomb's effects, leading the girl to spend 20 taels of silver on 2 boxes. "Su Miss, may I ask, do you know that girl?" Luo Sanyong inquired, knowing that Su Yuan had used her to earn the girl's money, yet unaware of why Su Yuan was so certain that the girl would return. Su Yuan smirked. "Yes, she is my sister-in-law." "Ah." Luo Sanyong was momentarily taken aback. So, Su Yuan was already married. She looked nothing like it. Surprised on the outside, she pondered internally why Su Yuan would scheme against her sister-in-law. Did they have a feud? Su Yuan did not elaborate, merely assuring her, "Rest assured, I have seen that the 2 boxes she bought are nearly used up, and her skin hasn't shown any problems yet. She will likely come back to buy more." "Should I continue selling to her?" Luo Sanyong asked. Su Yuan inquired, "How much stock do you have left?" Luo Sanyong thought for a moment. "I didn't dare to make too much. I only have 3 boxes left at home." 3 boxes, Su Yuan instructed. "She might come looking for you again in the next few days. Find a way to sell her all 3 boxes this time, charging 15 taels of silver each." This Luo Sanyong was now certain that Su Yuan indeed held a grudge against her sister-in-law. After all, what kind of sister-in-law would so ruthlessly exploit her own? However, whatever their animosity, Luo Sanyong chose not to pry further. "All right, I will do as you say, Mississippi." Su Yuan added, "Remember to wear a veil." "Rest assured." Luo Sanyong nodded with a smile. Once their business was concluded, Luo Sanyong left the shop. Su Yuan unpacked the embroidered items from her bundle, carefully arranging them on the display counter. These pieces were collected from the hands of the young wives in Yunshi village before her rebirth. A collection of silk handkerchiefs, sachets, purses, and shoe insoles. In the past, she had hesitated to rent a shop, relying instead on selling these trinkets to save money little by little. Now that she had a shop, she intended to expand her business. As Su Yuan had foreseen, 2 days later, Shen Ning returned to the town. Relying on her memory, she found Luo Sanyong's stall. Luo Sanyong had been watching the town entrance intently and began calling out as soon as she spotted Shen Ning. "Jade Skin Nourishing Balm, an ancestral secret formula for beauty and revitalization." As Shen Ning approached, Luo Sanyong feigned surprise. "Oh dear, it's been a month since I last saw you, and you've grown even more beautiful. How could I deceive you? This balm is truly effective. Use it, and you will become even more lovely. If you buy a few more boxes, your skin will be even softer and smoother." With such flattery, Shen Ning felt a bit bashful, yet she secretly enjoyed the praise. "This balm truly works wonders. I would like to buy a few more boxes." Luo Sanyong shook her head. "Oh, that is unfortunate. I only have 3 boxes left, and they're already reserved. You will have to wait until the next shipment." "When will you have more?" Shen Ning inquired. Luo Sanyong explained. "The production process for this balm is quite intricate. It will take at least 1 or 2 months before I have more in stock." "What?" Upon hearing this, Shen Ning's displeasure surfaced, and pointing at the 3 boxes of jade skin nourishing balm on the stall, she insisted, "Then sell me those 3 boxes first." Chapter 17. The thief Luo Sanyong hesitantly stated, "These 3 boxes have already been reserved and cannot be sold to you, my lady." Shen Ning, with a haughty demeanor, retorted, "Since you have already mentioned they are reserved, let them wait for the next batch of goods. It is of no consequence." However, Luo Sanyong still appeared hesitant. Growing impatient, Shen Ning proposed, "I can offer you more money." With that, she produced 30 taels of silver and a single coin. Luo Sanyong shook her head, expressing her reluctance. "I truly cannot, my lady. These 3 boxes have been reserved by someone at the price of 14 taels each. However, if you can offer a higher price, I shall sell them to you first." 14 taels each? Shen Ning was taken aback, momentarily faltering. That 30 taels was her dowry, tightly guarded by the old woman Shun. She had secretly taken it out. The additional coin was her savings accumulated over a long time, totaling merely 31 taels, which was insufficient. "What do you say, my lady? Have you made your decision?" Luo Sanyong inquired at the opportune moment. Such an opportunity is rare. If missed, you will have to wait 2 months. 2 months was too long for Shen Ning to endure. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "I will pay 15 taels for each box. Hold them for me while I fetch the money." Luo Sanyong smiled warmly, Very well. I shall reserve them for you, but do hurry. Shen Ning then took a carriage back to the Shun residence, fortuitously finding the old woman out washing clothes. She stealthily entered the old woman's room, closed the door, and skillfully unlocked the wooden chest at the foot of the bed with a key she had retrieved from beneath the bed. At the bottom of the chest, she discovered a money pouch. Upon opening it, she found a 10-tael silver note along with some loose silver coins. Shen Ning's face lit up with surprise, yet anxiety gnawed at her heart. If her mother discovered this, she would surely face severe repercussions. It was imperative that her mother never learns of her actions. After stuffing the pouch's contents into her own purse, she cautiously glanced out the window, confirming that the old woman had not yet returned, and swiftly exited to the east room. Shen Ning hurriedly searched the room and ultimately found a silk handkerchief embroidered with orchids in a basket on the table. She paused, recognizing it. It resembled one given to her by Su Yuwan, which had been accidentally washed away recently. Taking the handkerchief, she quietly returned to the old woman's room and deliberately placed it in a conspicuous spot beside the chest. Half an hour later, she arrived back in town. Luo Sanyong greeted her with a smile. "Ah, my lady, you have finally returned. After you left, many offered high prices for these 3 boxes of beauty cream, but I reserved them for you." Shen Ning expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. I have brought the money. Please see if it suffices." She presented all her money, and after a brief count, Luo Sanyong exclaimed, "Perfect, exactly 45 taels. That is wonderful." Shen Ning sighed with relief. After selling the last 3 boxes of beauty cream to Shen Ning, Luo Sanyong closed her stall and departed. With her purchase secured, Shen Ning felt a swell of pride. Though she regretted spending her dowry, she believed that once she achieved beauty, she could marry into wealth, making the expense worthwhile. After Luo Sanyong left, she made her way to Su Yuwan's shop. "Miss Su, it is done. A total of 45 taels." Upon seeing Su Yuwan, Luo Sanyong handed over the money entirely. As her gaze fell upon the 10-tael note, Su Yuwan's eyes darkened. Indeed, Shen Ning had pilfered from the old woman, unable to suppress her curiosity any longer. Luo Sanyong cautiously inquired, "Miss Su, please do not take offense, but is there animosity between you and your sister-in-law?" Regretting her question almost immediately, she realized it was rather intrusive. Su Yuwan, gazing at the silver, felt a chill within her. There was indeed enmity. "This is merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to me." In her past life, they had drained her of her vitality, exploiting her until she lay in ruins alongside her children. In this lifetime, she would not allow them to attain their desires. Luo Sanyong, bewildered by Su Yuwan's icy demeanor, wisely refrained from further inquiries. After a prolonged silence, Su Yuwan regained her composure and expressed, "Thank you for your assistance." Luo Sanyong smiled sincerely. "No need for formality, Miss Su. I have resolved to follow you in pursuit of profit. Should you require anything, simply call upon me." She felt that Su Yuwan's presence had serendipitously guided her back from the brink, offering her a chance to prosper, indeed a benefactor. Transitioning to business matters, Su Yuwan announced, "By the way, I have a large task for you." Luo Sanyong's eyes brightened, following her to the counter. Su Yuwan produced several patterns for shoe insoles, a length of white cotton fabric, and several packets of embroidery thread. "For the shop's opening, I need as many embroidered insoles as you can manage." "Embroidering insoles is my forte," Luo Sanyong replied eagerly. "How soon do you need them? Is there a deadline?" "No deadline. Bring them whenever they are finished." "Very well. I shall exert my utmost effort to ensure your satisfaction." After Luo Sanyong departed with her supplies, Su Yuwan closed the shop, converted her silver into notes at the bank, stowed them securely, and returned to Yunshi village. Upon her return to the Shen residence, the courtyard was eerily quiet. As Su Yuwan entered the east room, she found the old woman seated angrily on the Kong bed, while Shen Ning stood nearby, both exuding a sense of grievance. Feigning ignorance, Su Yuwan approached and asked Mother, "What has transpired?" The old woman scoffed, "Indeed, something has happened. Our home has been robbed." Her gaze fixed intensely on Su Yuwan, as if she had already deemed her the culprit. "Robbed? How could this be?" Su Yuwan feigned surprise. Has something been stolen from our home? Oh, what was stolen? Does the elder sister not know? Must she feign ignorance here? Shen Ning chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Su Yuwan turned her gaze toward her, perplexed. Sister Ning. What do you mean by that? With a scoff, Shen Ning produced the orchid-embroidered handkerchief, stating, the thief made off with our mother's silver and inadvertently left behind this handkerchief, which looks remarkably like the one from elder sister's room. Chapter 18. The reversal. Su Yuwan took the handkerchief and examined it for a long time before declaring, this handkerchief does not belong to me. Upon hearing this, old lady Shun turned to Shen Ning. Ning, didn't you say this handkerchief belonged to your sister-in-law? Shen Ning had anticipated Su Yuwan's denial and replied, Mother, I did not mistake it. This handkerchief is indeed sister-in-law's. You should remember that a few months ago, sister-in-law gifted me an identical handkerchief. Mine was accidentally washed away by the river not long ago, so this one must belong to her. Old lady Shun was aware of this matter, and it was evident that the thief was undoubtedly Su Yuwan. How outrageous! Our Shun family took you in and raised you, only to nurture a thief. Old lady Shun was furious. Shen Ning smiled with satisfaction and feigned a look of grievance before her mother. Mother, this woman is truly despicable. She even stole the last 30 taels of my dowry. You must not let her off so easily this time. Old lady Shun was equally enraged. Initially, she had agreed to let Su Yuwan stay in the Shun family as a wife for Su Gur, believing her to be diligent and honest, never imagining she would covet the family's wealth. This is indeed inviting a wolf into the house. Old lady Shin slammed her palm on the Kong table and shouted, Su Yuwan, do you have anything to say for yourself now? Su Yuwan maintained her calm demeanor, stating, the money is not mine. Are you still trying to argue? Shen Ning glared at her and continued, you had your eyes on my dowry the very day you wed my brother, and now there is solid evidence. Who else could this thief be but you? Turning to old lady Shun, she urged, Mother, this woman has stolen so much from our family and refuses to admit it. We must report this to the authorities and have my brother divorce this dishonest woman. Shen Ning felt a surge of triumph within. This way, she could frame Su Yuwan for the theft while ensuring her complete expulsion from the Shin family. It was truly a double victory. Old lady Shun glared coldly at Su Yuwan, declaring, you have committed the crime of theft according to the 7 reasons for divorce. The Shin family shall not keep you. Considering your marriage with Su Gur, I may choose not to report this to the authorities, but I will inform Su Gur, and he can write a letter of divorce. You may take the letter and leave the Shun family to fend for yourself. Mother is right. A woman with such unscrupulous hands will only tarnish my brother's reputation. She must be driven out of our home. Just as Shen Ning felt elated at the prospect of the Shun family ridding themselves of the troublesome Su Yuwan, the latter approached the bed and retrieved another handkerchief embroidered with orchids from beneath the pillow. She walked to old lady Shun and unfolded the handkerchief, stating, this is my handkerchief. Both old lady Shun and Shen Ning were taken aback. What is happening? Old lady Shun turned to Shen Ning. Ning, didn't you say that the handkerchief just now belonged to Su Yuwan? How can there be another identical one now? Shen Ning's expression turned anxious as she snatched the handkerchief from Su Yuwan's hands, scrutinizing it closely. Her face shifted as she pointed at Su Yuwan. This is clearly the handkerchief that was washed away by the water. How could it be in your possession? Su Yuwan reclaimed the handkerchief and flipped it over. Look closely. My name is embroidered on the back. How could it possibly be yours? Hearing this, Shen Ning looked at the handkerchief and saw a small character, one embroidered in one corner. Old lady Shen also noticed it and cast a disapproving glance at Shen Ning, whose face turned pale. Su Yuwan chuckled lightly. Earlier, Ning insisted that the thief left behind a handkerchief resembling mine, and now that I present my own, shouldn't you explain whose handkerchief this is? You. Shen Ning quickly turned to old lady Shun, denying, Mother, this handkerchief is not mine. The one I had was washed away some time ago. Ning claims it was washed away, but did anyone witness it? If no one saw it, how can Ning's word alone prove anything? Su Yuwan looked directly at Shen Ning, her gaze piercingly insightful, causing Shen Ning to shudder involuntarily. Old lady Shun's anger flared even more as she questioned Shen Ning. Ning, tell me, is this handkerchief truly yours? It is not mine, Mother. I swear it is not. Shen Ning vehemently denied. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Ning, the evidence is irrefutable. You cannot deny it. This handkerchief is undoubtedly the one I gifted you. No, Shen Ning retorted angrily. Su Yuan, do not attempt to frame me. My handkerchief was indeed washed away. This handkerchief clearly belongs to... Oh, to whom? Su Yuan's gaze bore into her. It is. Shen Ning stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. If she admitted that the handkerchief was taken from Su Yuan's room, it would expose her scheme to frame Su Yuan. Yet, if she remained silent, Su Yuan would assert that the handkerchief was hers without a doubt. But there were two identical handkerchiefs in Su Yuan's room. She suddenly looked at Su Yuan and realized that she had fallen into Su Yuan's trap. This wretched woman. Old Lady Shan's face darkened as she pressed Shen Ning again. What is it? Speak clearly. Shen Ning glared at Su Yuan, but had no choice but to change her narrative. Perhaps the thief is someone from the village. The handkerchief that was washed away happened to be picked up by them, which is why they targeted our home, later deliberately placing the handkerchief beside the box to frame sister-in-law and me. Su Yuan chuckled softly. So, Ning, you no longer suspect that I stole the money? Shen Ning gritted her teeth. Since sister-in-law's handkerchief is here, the thief could not possibly be sister-in-law. Oh, then does this mean, Ning, that you owe me an apology? You. Shen Ning ground her teeth and reluctantly said, I apologize, sister-in-law. I was mistaken and wrongfully accused you. However, in her heart, she wished to see Su Yuan suffer 1,000 deaths. Su Yuan then looked at old Lady Shan. Mother, now that my innocence has been proven, what do you think about the divorce matter? Old Lady Shan's expression was extremely grim. Since it has been established that you were wronged, I retract my earlier statement. After saying this, she shot a fierce glare at Shen Ning, thinking that if it weren't for this foolish girl insisting that the handkerchief belonged to Su Yuan, she would not be in such a humiliating position now. Shen Ning, at that moment, shrank back like a quail, too afraid to speak. By the way, Ning, didn't you suspect this matter was the doing of someone from the village? Mother, do you think we should still report this to the authorities? Su Yuan inquired of the two. Chapter 19. Grand opening. Madam Shun closed her eyes briefly, as if contemplating deeply, before she spoke. The loss of such a significant sum of silver is no trivial matter. It ought to be reported to the authorities. However, with Shuga preparing to enter the capital for his examinations, alerting the officials now may adversely affect him. It would be prudent to postpone this until after the spring examinations. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. Shen Ning, on the other hand, felt a quiet relief wash over her. Well then, it is getting late. We should rest, Madam Shen declared as she stood and made her way to the door. Shen Ning hurriedly followed her. Once the door was shut, Su Yuan gazed at the handkerchief in her hand, a cold smile creeping across her face. Madam Shen was not a fool. She would not be so easily convinced by Shen Ning's words that the thief was a villager. It was clear that she had already formed her own conclusions. As expected, the moment they exited the east room, Madame Shen summoned Shen Ning into her own chamber. Once the door was closed, she coldly interrogated her. Ning girl, tell me honestly, did you take the silver from my room? Shen Ning was taken aback, uncertain why Madame Shen suddenly suspected her, and vehemently denied it. Mother, it was not me. How could I steal your money? Oof. You are my daughter. Your intentions cannot be concealed from me. Despite Shen Ning's efforts to mask her panic, Madame Shen discerned the cracks in her facade. The key to the chest in my room is known only to you and Shuga. Moreover, if a thief truly stole from us, they would have ransacked the place. Yet, apart from the missing money bag, everything else remains in its rightful place. This implies that the person who took the silver knew precisely where my money was stored. Shen Ning trembled, her back drenched in cold sweat, yet she clenched her teeth, unwilling to confess. What if the thief had already scouted our home? Madame Shen regarded her with cold eyes, recalling how Shen Ning had definitively claimed the handkerchief belonged to Su Yuan. Madame Shen mused that if she could use this opportunity to dismiss Su Yuan with justification, it would indeed serve her well. Thus, she refrained from exposing Shen Ning. Unexpectedly, Su Yuan produced evidence. Mother, Shen Ning, feeling the weight of Madame Shen's gaze, finally relented. Yes, it was me. Madame Shen's finger jabbed sharply at her forehead. You foolish girl. How dare you steal from your own mother? Where's the money? It's all been spent. Shen Ning replied sheepishly, casting a glance at Madame Shen. Upon hearing this, Madame Shun nearly fainted from rage, gritting her teeth as she demanded, "You spent all 45 taels, including your dowry. Where's all that money gone?" Seeing her mother's fury, Shun Ning hastily explained, "Mother, I didn't spend it frivolously. I bought a beauty cream that would enhance my appearance." "What nonsense! What kind of cream costs 45 taels? You must have been swindled." Madame Shun's face twisted in anger. "Mother, it's not like that. The beauty cream truly works. Look, my skin has become remarkably smooth and fair after using just 2 boxes." Shun Ning leaned closer, attempting to showcase her face to Madame Shun. Madame Shun felt her insides roiling with frustration, wishing she could slap her daughter. How could she have given birth to such a simpleton? Since the previous incident, Shun Ning had been relatively well-behaved, respectfully addressing Yuwan as sister-in-law and refraining from causing trouble. She no longer complained about washing and cooking. Madame Shun, too, treated Yuwan with utmost courtesy, accommodating her in every matter. After all, their family was now impoverished, relying solely on Yuwan's meager income for sustenance, making it unwise to provoke her. Yuwan, in turn, enjoyed a period of peace. Since that last encounter, Shun Shui had not returned, leaving Yuwan free to focus on her endeavors. Over the past 2 months, she had not procured any new inventory, as the embroidered items created by the village women had piled up considerably, with hundreds of pairs of insoles crafted under her prior instruction. Now with some funds available, Yuwan settled the outstanding payments in one go, totaling 18 taels of silver. With the remaining funds, she paid 25 taels for the repair of her shop, purchased several merchandise cabinets, commissioned a signboard, and acquired silk, thread, paper, and other necessary supplies. By the end of the day, she was left with less than 2 taels of silver. Observing her nearly empty purse, Yuwan could not help but lament how swiftly money could vanish. Thankfully, all preparations for the grand opening were complete, and she could soon embark on a profitable venture. As the year drew to a close, traffic to the town increased. Yuwan chose an auspicious day to officially launch her shop on the first day of the 12th month. Luo Sanyang, aware of her grand opening, made a special visit to present a congratulatory gift. "Miss Su, congratulations. Wishing you great success in your new venture." Yuwan received the gift with a beaming smile, sincerely expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Luo. You are too kind. Now that I am the shopkeeper, I look forward to earning alongside you." "Absolutely," came the reply. After a series of firecrackers, Yuwan unveiled her shop sign, revealing the elegant characters Yushio Pavilion inscribed on a rosewood plaque. This was the name she had chosen for her establishment. "Dear villagers, our shop is now open. We welcome everyone to browse and purchase. For the first 3 days, we are offering a promotional event. Any purchase over 50 will earn a complimentary pair of exquisite insoles. Over 100 will earn 2 pairs, and so forth. The more you buy, the more you receive." "Such an offer! I've never heard of anything like it before," exclaimed a villager. "Is this true, shopkeeper?" "Indeed, it is true. How wonderful! Let's go inside and take a look." A crowd gathered outside Yushio Pavilion, intrigued by the announcement. Initially, many came merely to browse. Yet they were pleasantly surprised to discover the exquisite and unique embroidered items on display. Some patterns were entirely new to them, sparking their curiosity. "How much for this sachet?" a young woman inquired, pointing at a pouch embroidered with intertwined lotus flowers. Yuwan smiled. "You have a keen eye. This sachet, symbolizing everlasting love and companionship, is priced at 65 won. 65 won? That's about the same as other shops. I see nothing special," the woman replied, unimpressed. Yuwan quickly added, "However, if you purchase the sachet, you will receive a complimentary pair of exquisite insoles." She produced several pairs of insoles, showcasing them before the woman. Upon seeing the insoles, the woman's eyes lit up. The patterns and craftsmanship were superior to what she had seen elsewhere. Feeling as though she had stumbled upon a fantastic bargain, she promptly declared, "I'll take the sachet for 65 won. Excellent choice. You may select any pair of insoles." Others, witnessing the quality of the complimentary insoles, enthusiastically joined in, eager to explore the embroidered wares. Chapter 20. A loss. I have spent 200 coins. How many pairs of insoles can I claim? You may claim 3 pairs. Ah, then what about me? I have spent 500 coins. How many can I receive? You can claim 6 pairs. Indeed, the more one spends, the more one receives. Those who were previously hesitant began to feel a stirring desire as they witnessed the crowd claiming their insoles. A single pair of insoles would typically cost 20 coins outside. Yet here, they were being given away for free with a purchase, making it hard for anyone to resist. Consequently, an increasing number of people began to join the throng for insoles. Yuwan found herself overwhelmed and had to enlist Luo Sanyang's assistance. Luo Sanyang, having experience in small business, was more than willing to help. The promotional event initiated by Yuwan attracted a considerable crowd, and the store was primarily filled with customers lining up for their insoles after making purchases. Yuwan managed the cash register while Luo Sanyang distributed the insoles. It was only now that she understood why Yuwan had encouraged her to embroider more insoles. It was not for sale, but rather to give away for free. Seeing such fine insoles being given away for free pained Luo Sanyang's heart. Meanwhile, the line for insoles extended outside the shop, drawing the curiosity of passers-by. Upon learning about the promotion, even more people flocked into the store. Throughout the day, Yuwan and Luo Sanyang's hands never ceased moving, one counting coins, the other handing out insoles. They were so busy that they missed lunch, and it wasn't until evening that the crowd began to thin. After distributing the last pair, Luo Sanyang collapsed into a chair, her fatigue evident, while Yuwan's hands ached from the work. Looking at the once abundant stock of embroidered goods, now significantly diminished, Luo Sanyang could hardly believe it. "Miss Su, won't you incur a loss by selling like this?" Having roamed the streets for years, she had seen many new shops offer free items, but they were typically trivial trinkets. This was the first time she had seen a promotion involving insoles, especially one that rewarded more purchases with more gifts. Yuwan smiled lightly. "Indeed, it is a loss." Luo Sanyang was perplexed. Most businesses aim for profit. Yet here was Yuwan, seemingly embracing a loss. With a patient demeanor, Yuwan explained, "There are many embroidery shops in this town, and the prices for similar items are quite comparable. Therefore, if my new shop does not employ some marketing strategies, I will struggle to attract customers." Luo Sanyang remained baffled. There are countless ways to attract customers, so why choose a method that involved loss? Yuwan continued, "There are several shops in town offering similar promotions, but the items I provide are of superior quality and practicality. Naturally, customers will prefer to shop here. Furthermore, with the psychology of the more you buy, the more you receive, they are likely to purchase more. Though I may incur a loss, it significantly boosts sales. Most importantly, once they feel they have gained an advantage here, they will think of Yushi Pavilion first when they wish to buy embroidery in the future. To succeed in business, one must first retain customers. Retaining customers leads to retaining profits." While her reasoning was sound, Luo Sanyang questioned, "But does that mean you will continue to incur losses to keep customers?" She still struggled to grasp Yuwan's business strategy. "Of course not," Yuwan clarified. "Currently, I aim to attract new customers and use their patronage to promote Yushi Pavilion. Once I have established a loyal customer base, I can begin to turn a profit." "Ah, I see. Miss Su, you are truly remarkable for devising such a strategy." Luo Sanyang responded, her admiration evident. It was undeniable that Yuwan possessed not only a keen business acumen, but also remarkable courage. Had it been Luo Sanyang in her position, she would never have dared to take such a risk. With a modest smile, Yuwan remarked, "It is merely the experience I have gained over the years. By the way, I owe you a great deal of thanks for your help today. Otherwise, I would have been overwhelmed. Come, let me treat you to a meal." Luo Sanyang, who had been starving, happily accepted the invitation. After locking the shop door, they headed to a nearby restaurant called Food for Heaven. Yuwan ordered an array of dishes to express her gratitude to Luo Sanyang while also celebrating the successful opening of her new shop. At the dining table, Luo Sanyang was all smiles, having seen that nearly half of the insoles had been given away, which meant she would need to restock significantly. Yuwan entrusted this task to her, allowing Luo Sanyang to earn a little extra. After their meal, the two emerged from the restaurant. A limping beggar approached them, holding a chipped clay bowl, and pleaded, "Kind ladies, please spare some coins." Seeing this, Luo Sanyang tossed a few copper coins into the beggar's bowl. Thank you, kind lady. Thank you. The beggar expressed his gratitude and limped away. Miss Su, what troubles you? Luo Sanyang inquired, noticing Su Yuwan staring intently at the beggar's retreating figure. Su Yuwan did not respond immediately. Once she collected her thoughts, she hurriedly pursued the direction the beggar had gone. Luo Sanyang followed suit. But the beggar had already vanished from sight. Seeing the usually composed Su Yuwan suddenly appear flustered, Luo Sanyang quietly asked, Miss Su, do you know that beggar? After a moment of silence, Su Yuwan replied, her gaze distant. The scar on his right hand resembles that of the man who abducted me all those years ago. Earlier, she had caught a glimpse of a deep scar on the beggar's right hand. In her hazy memories, she faintly recalled that the person who sold her also bore a similar scar. It had been over a decade since her abduction, and while she could no longer recall the man's face, that scar remained etched in her mind. Unfortunately, the beggar had disappeared too far away for her to verify whether he was indeed the one who had sold her. Luo Sanyang, astonished, had not expected Su Yuwan to have endured such a fate in her youth. If that beggar truly is the one who abducted me, perhaps I could uncover the truth about my origins through him. Having been sold at a young age and later bought by the Shun family as a child bride for Shinsu, she could not remember her family at all. The only lead she had was the man who had sold her. Upon hearing her words, Luo Sanyang promptly said, if that is the case, I will keep an eye out for you. Qingshui town is not large, and the beggars often gather near the dilapidated shanties in Mati Alley. We could go there and search. Perhaps we might find him. Chapter 21. The recruitment noticed Luo Sanyang's words reminded Su Yuwan, and the following day, upon arriving in town, she made her way to Mati Alley. Inside a dilapidated shed sat 5 or 6 ragged, disheveled beggars. Su Yuwan dared not approach too closely, instead observing them discreetly from a distance. However, among this group of beggars, she did not spot the limping beggar from the day before. Feeling uneasy alone, she returned to her shop. Today marked the second day of opening, and after yesterday's promotion of embroidered goods with complimentary shoe pads garnered attention, the number of customers had noticeably increased. Luo Sanyang was busy hurrying to produce shoe pads and could not assist, leaving Su Yuwan to manage alone in a state of fluster. By the morning's end, she had sold around 20 to 30 pieces of embroidery and given away approximately 40 to 50 pairs of shoe pads. As lunchtime approached and the crowd gradually thinned, she finally found a moment to rest, slumping into a chair. Rubbing her sore wrists, Su Yuwan pondered how selling goods on the street had never been this exhausting. How could managing the shop, which required less running about, be even more tiring? She had not anticipated such a turnout for the promotion. Had she known, she would have certainly hired an assistant. Taking out the account book and money pouch, Su Yuwan calculated her sales. Over 30 pieces of embroidery sold yesterday, totaling 3 taels and 8 coins. Today, up to that point, she had sold 23 pieces, earning 2 taels of silver just in the morning. Judging by this trend, it seemed she would earn even more today than yesterday. Thus, she speculated that perhaps tomorrow would bring an even larger crowd, making it even busier. After lunch, Su Yuwan decisively pinned a recruitment notice to hang outside. Managing the shop alone was proving too overwhelming, especially with the approaching new year and the increasing number of townsfolk, which meant even more work for her shop. Not long after the notice was posted, a crowd gathered to glance at it, but they merely observed before dispersing. Confused, Su Yuwan wondered if perhaps the offered monthly wage was too low to attract anyone. Yet, 2 taels of silver per month was not an insignificant sum. Just as she was contemplating whether to raise the wage, a resonant voice called from behind, "Shopkeeper, are you hiring here? Am I suitable?" The moment she heard the voice, Su Yuwan felt a sense of foreboding. Turning around, she was taken aback to find a towering figure standing before her. A girl? Su Yuwan, who considered herself tall, found this girl to be a head taller and robust, akin to a man. Stunned, Su Yuwan hesitated. This girl looked formidable, not the type she envisioned for an assistant. "Shopkeeper, are you indeed hiring?" The girl pressed on, noticing Su Yuwan's silence. Su Yuwan nodded, "Yes, we are." Without even glancing at the notice, the girl inquired directly, "Does it come with meals?" Su Yuwan blinked, then nodded again, "Yes, 2 meals a day." Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up and she cheerfully declared, "That's wonderful. I'll work here from now on. With that, she boldly stepped into the shop. This young lady. Su Yuwan hurried after her, only to find the girl glaring at her. You're not backing out, are you? Su Yuwan stammered. No, but don't you want to know the wage first? Perhaps the girl was illiterate. If she asked about the pay, Su Yuwan could mention a lesser amount to dissuade her. The girl, however, shook her head. The wage doesn't matter. Meals are sufficient. I'm not picky. Su Yuwan was momentarily taken aback. Such a peculiar person, willing to forego wages for meals alone. Realizing that she could not refuse her, Su Yuwan reluctantly accepted. Shopkeeper, just let me know what needs doing. I can handle anything. Before Su Yuwan could assign her tasks, the girl had already rolled up her sleeves, eager to start. A look of concern crossed Su Yuwan's face. Would this girl's demeanor frighten away customers? Approaching her, Su Yuwan asked, by the way, what is your name? The girl hesitated, then somewhat shyly replied, I'm called Chuanmian. Su Yuwan's eyes widened in disbelief at such a robust girl having such a delicate name. The stark contrast left her momentarily astonished. Shopkeeper, what with that expression? Are you mocking my name? Chuanmian clearly perceived the effort Su Yuwan made to suppress a laugh. Clearing her throat, Su Yuwan replied earnestly, of course not. What is your surname? I don't have one, Chuanmian said, appearing reluctant to elaborate. Seeing her discomfort, Su Yuwan did not press further. After a brief introduction, she assigned Chuanmian simple tasks, aiding in the shop and greeting customers. Su Yuwan even taught her a few phrases for welcoming patrons while advising her to maintain a gentle demeanor in conversation. Chuanmian nodded, don't worry, I'll remember. Just then, 2 customers entered, and Chuanmian, recalling Su Yuwan's instructions, enthusiastically welcomed them. Welcome, esteemed guests. Our shop has a wide variety of embroidered goods. Please take your time to browse. The newcomers were taken aback by Chuanmian's imposing stature. Noticing their reaction, Chuanmian deliberately softened her voice, esteemed guests. However, this attempt only frightened them away. Watching from behind the counter, Su Yuwan felt a sense of helplessness. She called Chuanmian over and suggested, perhaps you should just be yourself. Chuanmian laughed heartily. Shopkeeper, why didn't you say so earlier? I've strained my voice, trying to be gentle for the customers. From that point on, Chuanmian fully embraced her true self, greeting incoming customers with a hearty, hey there, brothers and sisters. Come take a look. We have embroidered goods and complimentary shoe pads, affordable and worthwhile. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, don't miss out. Buying means earning. The customers responded positively to her approach, and, to Su Yuwan's delight, more and more people flocked into the shop, with those leaving empty-handed becoming a rarity. As Chuanmian busily managed the influx of customers, she looked back at Su Yuwan, beaming with pride. So, shopkeeper, how's my skill at drawing in customers? Su Yuwan gave her a thumbs up. Well done. You'll receive an extra meal tonight. Chapter 22. From now on, I will follow you upon hearing the words extra meal. Chuanmian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you, shopkeeper, she exclaimed, and thereafter, her shouts grew even more enthusiastic. Remarkably, although Chuanmian had only been there for an afternoon, sales had surged impressively. By evening, Su Yuwan calculated the day's earnings and found that they had made 3 silver coins during lunch alone. Adding the 2 taels earned in the morning, the total for the day amounted to 5 taels of silver. It was indeed the most profitable day she had experienced in her business endeavors. Shopkeeper, I have swept the floor and cleaned the shelves. Let us indulge in an extra meal, Chuanmian declared. While Su Yuwan was tallying the accounts, Chuanmian had efficiently tidied up the shop, which left Su Yuwan astonished and delighted. Acknowledging Chuanmian's significant contribution to their earnings, Su Yuwan resolved to reward her generously. After locking the shop, Su Yuwan led Chuanmian to the nearby restaurant Shiwishan. Having previously visited with Luo Sanyong, she knew the food was decent and the prices reasonable. Once they ascended to the 2nd floor and settled at a table, the waiter promptly brought the menu and began to recommend the house specialties. Chuanmian, already ravenous, nearly drooled at the mention of roasted chicken and braised fish. Su Yuwan glanced at her and instructed the waiter, we shall have 1 roasted chicken, 1 portion of braised fish, 2 bowls of rice, and a soup. Certainly. Please wait a moment, replied the waiter. As the 2 enjoyed their tea, the dishes soon arrived. The roasted chicken and succulent fish exuding a tantalizing aroma. Chun Mi-an could no longer restrain herself. Rolling up her sleeves, she eagerly tore off a chicken leg. Just as she was about to take a bite, she remembered the shopkeeper seated across from her. With a cheeky grin, she offered the chicken leg to Yuwan, saying, "Please, shopkeeper, you go first." Yuwan chuckled. "Go ahead and eat. There's plenty more." Encouraged by her words, Chun Mi-an took a hearty bite. The chicken was crispy on the outside and tender within, bursting with flavor. In no time, she had devoured the entire leg. Shortly after, the waiter brought each of them a bowl of rice. Chun Mi-an, wiping her greasy fingers, shyly confessed, "Shopkeeper, I have always had a large appetite. This bowl of rice might not suffice for me. Should you find it insufficient, we can always order more." Yuwan replied nonchalantly. "I fear not the cost. I promised you an extra meal, so eat to your heart's content." She thought to herself that no matter how much Chun Mi-an could eat, it would only require the addition of another bowl of rice. However, what transpired next left her utterly astonished. The waiter returned with an astounding 5 bowls of rice. 5 bowls. Patrons at nearby tables stared in disbelief. Yuwan's expression mirrored their astonishment, realizing she had underestimated Chun Mi-an's voracious appetite. Amidst the astonished gazes, Chun Mi-an polished off 3 bowls of rice before she noticed the sneers from other tables. Angered, she glared defiantly at them. "What are you staring at?" The onlookers quickly averted their eyes. Turning back to Yuwan, she resumed her cheerful demeanor. "Shopkeeper, you do not mind my hearty appetite, do you?" "Not at all," Yuwan replied with a smile. "Hee, you are truly kind, shopkeeper. From now on, I will stick with you," Chun Mi-an declared, shoveling another large mouthful of rice. After their meal, the bill amounted to 2 taels of silver. Yuwan suddenly understood Chun Mi-an's earlier remark that her monthly wages were of little importance as long as she was provided for. This meal alone equated to what would cover her monthly salary. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chun Mi-an poked at her hands and asked, "Shopkeeper, did I eat too much?" "Not all," Yuwan reassured her. "I promised you an extra meal, and I can certainly afford it." Hearing this, Chun Mi-an chuckled. "You are quite generous, shopkeeper." As they left the restaurant, Yuwan noted that night was approaching. "It's getting late. We should head back. By the way, where do you live? Is it far?" Chun Mi-an scratched her head. I don't have a home." "What?" Yuwan was taken aback, frowning as she asked, "Are you an orphan?" "No." Chun Mi-an shook her head. "I was driven out by my family." "Your parents cast you out?" Yuwan was further astonished. The girl, though sturdy, appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years old. How could her family have cast her aside? At the mention of her family, Chun Mi-an clenched her fists tightly. "My parents passed away long ago. It was my sister-in-law who said she could not afford to feed me and sent me away." "What, your elder brother? Does he allow your sister-in-law to mistreat you?" Chun Mi-an bitterly replied. "My brother has always feared my sister-in-law and does not intervene at all." Sighing, Yuwan felt a pang of sympathy. This girl truly had a hard lot in life. Suddenly, she recalled Chun Mi-an's earlier comment about sticking with her. What she had thought was a jest now weighed heavily on her mind. After a moment's contemplation, Yuwan said, "Let us return to the shop." Chun Mi-an looked puzzled but followed Yuwan back to the store. Once inside, they proceeded to the courtyard. Yuwan pointed to one of the rooms. "These 2 rooms have new bedding. Choose one to stay in for now." "Shopkeeper." Chun Mi-an's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Overwhelmed with gratitude and momentarily at a loss for words, Yuwan attempted to pat her shoulder in comfort, but awkwardly found she could not reach. Feeling embarrassed, she withdrew her hand and said, "Since you are working for me, it is only right that I provide you with accommodation. Please make yourself at home." "Thank you, shopkeeper. I will work even harder from now on," Chun Mi-an replied earnestly. Yuwan handed her the key to one of the rooms and left her 5 coins, saying, "If you wake up hungry in the morning, buy some buns to tide you over." At the mention of food, Chun Mi-an's face lit up with a smile. "I understand." Once all instructions were given, Yuwan asked Chun Mi-an to secure the shop door from the inside before she made her way toward the town's entrance. Arriving back at Yunshi village, the night had fully fallen. She entered the courtyard and went straight to the east room, having dined in town for some time now, thus leaving old Madame Shun without a meal to prepare for her. After a long day, she felt grimy and went to the kitchen to fetch a bucket of hot water to wash herself before finally lying down in bed. exhausted. All she desired was a restful sleep. Ah, just as she closed her eyes, a piercing scream echoed from the courtyard. It sounded like Shen Ning. What happened, Ning? Old Madame Shun rushed to the west room. Upon entering, she was startled by Shun Ning's face, which was covered in red rashes. Ning, what happened to your face? Mom, my face. It's disfigured. Shen Ning cried out, her voice filled with anguish. Chapter 23. Disfigurement. Su Yuwan donned her garments once more and followed into the western chamber. Upon entering, she beheld Shen Ning's face, marred by a profusion of red rashes, and an expression of shock appeared on Su Yuwan's countenance. Shen Ning hastily averted her gaze, not wishing for Su Yuwan to witness her wretched state. The disfigurement of her visage would surely invite ridicule from Su Yuwan. What has happened to you, Ning? How could you suddenly be covered in rashes? Su Yuwan inquired, stepping closer to Shen Ning. Shen Ning remained silent, equally perplexed. She had been perfectly fine until the sudden emergence of the red spots. Shen Posey, seemingly struck by a thought, urgently questioned Shen Ning. Did you not mention purchasing some jade skin cream in town? Is it not that very product that has caused your face to transform in such a manner? At this question, Shen Ning suddenly recalled that she had been applying the jade skin cream almost daily. Mother, it must be that. I have used only the jade skin cream and no other cosmetics. You foolish girl. I warned you that you were being deceived while you thought you were getting a bargain. Shun Posey glared at her, exasperated. And now look at the trouble you've brought upon yourself, disfigured and having squandered so much money. Not wishing to disclose that Shun Ning had pilfered money from their household to purchase the jade skin cream in front of Su Yuwan, Shun Posey held her tongue. Shen Ning began to weep softly. It's that vile merchant. She dared to sell counterfeit goods that harmed me. Mother, you must help me report her to the authorities. At that moment, Su Yuwan asked, do you remember what the merchant looked like? Shen Ning bit her lip and shook her head. She wore a veil, claiming she had caught a cold and feared spreading it to her customers. I couldn't see her face clearly. Su Yuwan pressed further. Do you know her surname? Her name, or where she resides? Again, Shen Ning shook her head. Shun Posey, growing increasingly frustrated, exclaimed, how can you expect to report her when you do not even know her appearance or name? Shen Ning bit her lip and suggested, perhaps my elder brother could report her on my behalf. He has just achieved the highest rank in the imperial examination, and everyone in the neighborhood is eager to curry favor with him. Even the county magistrate of Sonyang sent congratulatory gifts. With my brother's prestige, the authorities would surely unearth her, even if they had to turn the entire town of Qingshui upside down. Su Yuwan interjected, if your brother were to intervene, it would indeed be much easier. However, she paused, shifting her tone. With the spring examination approaching, your brother must be diligently studying day and night. If we call him back now, it may disrupt his preparations. Upon hearing this, Shun Ning coldly retorted, Su Yuwan, do not think I cannot discern your intentions. You are merely trying to prevent my brother from assisting me. How can your heart be so cruel? Su Yuwan fell silent, casting a discreet glance at Shen Posey. Ning, your sister-in-law speaks truthfully. Your brother will soon be heading to the capital, and at this critical juncture, we cannot allow him to be distracted. Shen Posey deliberated before addressing Shen Ning. Mother? Shen Ning gazed at Shen Posey in disbelief. Are you truly willing to disregard my plight for my brother's future? Am I not your flesh and blood? This is simply too biased. With her face covered in unbearably itchy rashes, Shen Ning's agitation escalated. Shen Posey shot her a stern look. You call me biased now? Yet when you spent money on that cream, did you not use your brain? Rendered speechless by her mother's reprimand, Shen Ning had not suspected the merchant's deceit. Her sole desire had been to enhance her beauty. Mother, I realize my mistake now. Please, think of a solution. I cannot bear the thought of disfigurement. I do not want to be ugly. She sobbed. If she were to become disfigured, her life would be irrevocably altered. No one would dare to marry her, and she would be too ashamed to face the world. After a moment of anger, Shen Posey comforted her. Enough of the tears. It is late now. I shall summon a doctor at dawn to examine your condition. Shen Ning nodded, tears glistening in her eyes. The itchiness of her face was maddening, and she could not help but scratch, which only intensified the irritation. Shen Posey resolved to stay in her room that night to prevent her from harming her face further. Now, you should return to your room and rest. Shin Posey advised before turning to Su Yuwan. Su Yuwan exited the western chamber and returned to her own quarters. That night, she found little peace, as Shin Ning's cries echoed from the western room. The following morning, Shin Posey knocked on Su Yuwan's door. Just as Su Yuwan finished her morning routine and prepared to head into town, she opened the door to find Shin Posey, her face a picture of distress. Yuwan, doctor. Chung from the village is not at home. Ning's condition has worsened. You must hurry to town and fetch a doctor. It is one night. Shin Ning's face had swollen grotesquely, oozing pus, prompting her to leap from bed and rush to find Dr. Chung. To her dismay, he was indeed absent. Very well, I shall seek out a physician in town, Su Yuwan replied, as cries and the sound of things being thrown echoed from the western room. Shin Posey urged Su Yuwan to return swiftly before heading back to Shin Ning. Mother, my face is ruined. Shin Ning wailed, frantically smashing items in her despair. Shin Posey approached and gently took away the object from her hands, offering patient comfort. Ning, do not act this way. Your mother has sent your sister-in-law to fetch a doctor. Once he arrives, your face will surely be saved. Having cried throughout the night, Shin Ning's voice was hoarse, and she gazed up at Shin Posey with swollen eyes. Mother, is it true? Will my face really return to its former state? Certainly. Just bear with it a little longer. The doctor will arrive and restore your face, Shin Posey reassured her, enveloping her in a comforting embrace, showering her with soothing words to distract her from her distress. After a long night of turmoil, Shin Ning eventually fell asleep in her mother's arms. Once she was covered with a blanket, Shin Posey settled by the bedside, having been unable to sleep the previous night due to Shin Ning's cries. As she began to doze off, a sudden shriek pierced the air. Shin Posey jolted awake, her eyes wide with alarm. What is it, Ning? Ah, your face. Shin Ning screamed, her visage a horrifying sight, bloodied and torn, the skin completely ravaged. My face, mother, it's all ruined. Shin Ning cried out in terror. In her slumber, she had felt an unbearable itch on her face and had instinctively scratched it, unaware of the calamity she would unleash. Chapter 24. Provocation upon arriving in town. Su Yuwan went directly to the shop. Chuanmian had already begun her work, tidying the shelves and sweeping the floor. Su Yuwan knocked on the shop door, and Chuanmian promptly set down her broom and opened it. Good morning, shopkeeper, she greeted. Su Yuwan nodded and inquired, Have you had breakfast yet? Chuanmian replied with a smile. Yes, I had 5 buns. That's good. Please tidy up. Customers will be arriving shortly. Of course. Today marked the 3rd day of their grand opening, and indeed, the number of customers was greater than the previous 2 days combined. Having had a hearty breakfast, Chuanmian was even more enthusiastic in attending to the patrons. Come in. It's the last day of our promotion. Don't miss out. Her voice rang out, loud enough to attract a crowd. Soon, a number of people gathered, some first-time visitors, others returning for a 2nd or 3rd time. The complimentary insoles provided by Yushi Pavilion had been a hit. Everyone at home adored them, resulting in a substantial number of repeat customers. Given that it was the final day of the promotion, the spending power of the patrons was significantly higher than in the first 2 days. By midday, over 40 embroidered items had been sold, yielding more than 5 taels of silver. Su Yuwan, upon calculating the accounts, could hardly believe her eyes. It seemed they had executed the promotion flawlessly. On the surface, it appeared she was incurring a loss by giving away insoles, but in reality, it had vastly increased their sales. In just 3 short days, they had sold what would typically take a month to move. Su Yuwan's face brightened as she carefully placed the silver into the drawer and secured it. Who is the proprietor of this establishment? Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced through from outside. Su Yuwan looked up to see 3 or 4 women storming in, exuding an intimidating presence. The leader, a stout woman with a round face full of fierce expression, was clearly not someone to be trifled with. She was flanked by several equally unfriendly-looking women. Seeing the commotion, Chuanmian abandoned her tasks and moved beside Su Yuwan, confronting the newcomers. What do you want? The leading woman scanned the room before fixing her gaze on Su Yuwan. You must be the owner of this shop. With calm composure, Su Yuwan replied, That would be me. How may I assist you? Assist? Humph. You wretched girl. You've taken all our business. The woman fumed, her fury palpable. The group, all proprietors of embroidery shops, had seen their sales plummet due to Su Yuan's promotional event, which drew customers away from their establishments. Su Yuan regarded the woman with a smile. "Dear shopkeeper, your accusation lacks merit. We are all in the business of serving customers. It is their choice to patronize whomever they please. How can I be said to have stolen your business?" One of the irate women interjected. "Other shops offer small trinkets during their openings, but you give away insoles and promote buy more get more. Is that not stealing business?" Another chimed in, "Indeed. There is no precedent for such practices. You are disrupting the market." In the face of their confrontational tone, Su Yuan maintained her poise. "Your claims are misguided. I simply offer complimentary insoles, without deliberately undercutting prices. How can that be considered market disruption? But your excessive giveaways, doesn't that violate trade customs?" Su Yuan chuckled softly. "As far as I am aware, the Great Jing Dynasty has no laws prohibiting merchants from providing additional gifts to customers." "You!" The woman blushed with anger, at a loss for words. Seeing the young woman's quick wit, the leader scowled. "You intend to provoke us further, do you?" Another woman echoed, "Sister, we must teach this insolent girl a lesson today, or she will monopolize the business, leaving us with no means to earn. Let us go. Smash her shop." With a command from the leader, the women rolled up their sleeves, preparing to wreak havoc. "Who dares?" Chunyan stepped in front of Su Yuan, fists raised, glaring fiercely at the group. "If anyone dares to touch anything in this shop, they shall not go unpunished." The women hesitated, intimidated by Chunyan's imposing presence. The leader, frustrated, barked, "Are you all afraid of just one girl?" Exchanging glances, they resumed their advance towards the counter, intent on causing destruction. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. Chunyan had swiftly seized one woman's wrist, applying pressure until a bone-crunching sound echoed. The woman howled in pain. "Let go. It hurts." Seeing this, another woman charged in to help, only to be swiftly kicked to the ground by Chunyan, who delivered a powerful strike that left the woman clutching her stomach in agony. The remaining women, now thoroughly intimidated by Chunyan's strength, retreated behind their leader. The leader's body trembled slightly, cursing under her breath, "Useless bunch." Chunyan glared at the woman before her, her eyes fierce. "So, do you still wish to cause trouble?" The woman trembled. No, we don't dare. Please spare us." Chunyan turned to Su Yuan. "Shopkeeper, should we let her go?" Su Yuan looked at the leader. "That depends on your intentions. We seek your forgiveness." The woman quaked under Chunyan's fierce gaze. "It was all a misunderstanding. We will leave at once." With a cold smile, Su Yuan exchanged glances with Chunyan, who released the woman, warning, "Should you dare return, I will not hesitate to break your arm." "Please no, we won't come back." The woman clutched her wrist, fear evident in her eyes as she stumbled backward, fleeing the shop in haste. The others, equally terrified of Chunyan's formidable prowess, hurriedly followed suit. The tumultuous confrontation ended as swiftly as it began. Chunyan dusted off her hands, looking at Su Yuan with a light-hearted demeanor. "Do not fear with me here. They will not dare to return." Surprised by Chunyan's remarkable skills, Su Yuan remarked, "I didn't realize you possessed such formidable capabilities." Chunyan chuckled. "My grandfather served in the army. I learned a few tricks from him when I was young." Su Yuan smiled back. "You performed splendidly today. I am truly grateful for your assistance. Without you, I would have struggled to manage the situation." In that moment, Su Yuan felt as though she had stumbled upon a true treasure. Chapter 25. Healing in the Evening. Su Yuan returned to the Shun residence accompanied by a doctor. As they entered the courtyard, the heart-wrenching cries of Shun Ning emanated from the west chamber. Dr. Zhang, who accompanied her, could not help but furrow his brow at the sorrowful wails. Shun Posey emerged from the west chamber, glaring at Su Yuan, and angrily questioned, "Why did it take you an entire day to summon a doctor? I clearly instructed you to go and return swiftly. Have you deliberately allowed Ning to suffer?" Unfazed, Su Yuan replied, "The doctors at the pharmacy in town were preoccupied today, making it exceedingly difficult to secure a visiting physician. I had to implore Dr. Zhang persistently to come." Given the urgency of the situation, Shan Posey refrained from further reproaches and, after softening her demeanor, urged Dr. Zhang to hasten inside and examine Shen Ning. The previously tumultuous Shen Ning finally quieted down, gazing at them with a glimmer of hope. As Dr. Zhang approached her bedside, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Aside from her eyes, which remained relatively normal, her face had become a grotesque visage. Having practiced medicine for many years, he had never encountered a case quite like this, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Noticing Dr. Zhang and Appo's uncertainty, Shen Ning impatiently questioned, "Are you even capable of helping me?" At her remark, Dr. Zhang's expression darkened slightly. Shen Pozi quickly interjected, "I apologize, Dr. Zhang. My daughter has endured pain throughout the day, and her temperament has understandably soured. She means no offense." She then cast a glance at Shen Ning, silently urging her to temper her demeanor. Shen Ning, begrudgingly, fell silent. Dr. Zhang proceeded to examine Shen Ning's face. "What could possibly have caused my daughter's face to become like this?" Shen Pozi inquired anxiously. "Have there been any recent applications on her skin?" Dr. Zhang asked. Shen Pozi hurried to the dressing table and retrieved the last half-box of the jade skin nourishing cream Shen Ning had used recently. Dr. Zhang took the cream, first sniffing it, then testing it with a silver needle, which showed no discoloration. "There appears to be nothing amiss with this product." "How can that be?" Shen Pozi was momentarily taken aback. "If this cream is harmless, what then has caused my daughter's face to be in such a state?" Dr. Zhang reiterated, "I have examined it thoroughly. There are indeed no issues." Now, Shen Ning was perplexed. How could there be no problem when she had only been in contact with that particular cream? If it weren't for that, why had her face suddenly erupted in red rashes? Yuwan had remained silent, knowing that the mercury content in the cream could not be tested with a silver needle. In her past life, it was only after Luo Sanyang was captured by the authorities that the truth was revealed. "Dr. Zhang, based on your assessment, how should we treat my daughter's face?" Shen Pozi asked. Dr. Zhang candidly replied, "There are numerous pockets of pus accumulated on her face, and we must drain them completely before applying any medication." "Then please, doctor, attend to my daughter swiftly," Shen Pozi said, her expression brightening, her tone softening. Dr. Zhang requested hot water, and Shen Pozi instructed Yuwan to boil some. Yuwan complied without protest and headed to the kitchen. Subsequently, Dr. Zhang retrieved a remarkably sharp small knife from his medical kit. Upon seeing the knife, Shen Ning trembled in fear and quaked, asking Dr. Zhang, "Doctor, what do you intend to do with that knife?" Dr. Zhang explained, "I need to incise the abscesses on your face to allow the pus to drain." "Use a knife on my face?" Shen Ning shrank back in terror, gazing at Dr. Zhang with fright. "I refuse. I will not allow you to cut my face. Stay away." Dr. Zhang glanced helplessly at Shen Pozi, who was equally alarmed. She couldn't and Appo's help but ask Dr. Zhang if her face is already disfigured. Will cutting it further leave any chance for it to heal? Shen Pozi knew her daughter well. Shen Ning had always been exceptionally concerned about her appearance. The thought of having her face cut open was unbearable. Dr. Zhang hesitated for a moment before stating, "The abscesses on your daughter and Appo's face are quite severe. If we do not drain the pus promptly, it could penetrate to the bone, posing a serious risk to her life." Upon hearing the potential severity of the situation, Shen Pozi's complexion changed instantly, and she grasped Shen Ning's hand, reassuring her, "Ning, do not fear. Listen to Dr. Zhang. Preserving your life is paramount." Shen Ning could hardly believe that the jade skin nourishing cream could lead to such dire consequences. She was filled with dread, but her greater fear was that her face would be marred by incisions. Was this not more terrifying than disfigurement itself? She would rather perish than endure that. "No, I refuse. Mother, make him go away. I don't want this." Shen Ning vehemently shook her head. After bringing in the hot water, Yuwan found Shen Ning huddled in the corner of the bed, repeatedly protesting against the use of the knife. Regardless of Shen Pozi's attempts to persuade her, she remained unyielding. Dr. Zhang wore a look of resignation. After placing the basin on the table, Yuwan quietly stood to the side. "Yuwan, do not just stand there. Please try to persuade Ning," Shen Pozi urged her. Responding to her mother's request, Yuwan approached the bedside and, observing Shen Ning's swollen face, said gently, "Ning, you should heed Dr. Zhang and Appo's advice. Otherwise, you will have to live with a face that is bleeding and festering, and it will be impossible for you to show yourself to anyone." Shinpozi winced at Su Yuan and Oppo's words, casting her a harsh glance. For such remarks only served to deepen Shun Ning's distress. However, Shun Ning, who had been resisting fervently, gradually calmed down upon hearing Su Yuan's words. The thought of becoming a laughingstock was unbearable, especially in front of Su Yuan. After much coaxing from Shinpozi, Shun Ning finally relented and agreed to cooperate with Dr. Zhang's treatment. Su Yuan stepped aside and exchanged a knowing glance with Dr. Zhang, who then proceeded to make incisions on the areas of pus accumulation on Shun Ning's face. Shinpozi could not bear to watch and turned her head away. After about an hour, Shun Ning's face was treated with medication and wrapped in thick gauze, leaving only her eyes, nose, and mouth exposed. Throughout the entire procedure, she had not uttered a single sound, leaving Shinpozi somewhat astonished. In truth, Shun Ning was suppressing her cries, for the village was small, and any commotion would certainly draw attention to her disfigurement. She could not bear the thought of facing the world in such a state. Afterward, Dr. Zhang provided a bottle of medicine and instructed Shinpozi. This medicine has hemostatic and anti-bruise properties. Be sure to apply it to the wounds 3 times daily. Thank you, Dr. Zhang, for your hard work. Allow me to see you out, Shinpozi said gratefully. Su Yuan interjected, Mother, please stay with Ning. I will escort Dr. Zhang. Very well, Shinpozi agreed. Thus, Su Yuan accompanied Dr. Zhang outside, retrieving the previously agreed-upon 2 taels of silver to give to him. Dr. Zhang cast her a meaningful glance and smiled. You are too kind, Mississippi. After accepting the silver, Dr. Zhang took his leave. Chapter 26. A box of peach crisp. As the year-end approached, the weather grew increasingly frigid, and more townsfolk ventured out to procure their New Year's goods. The Yushio Pavilion had garnered a considerable number of repeat customers during its initial days of opening. Now that the promotional event had concluded, business remained steady. The shop had a brazier burning, and during the quiet moments, Su Yuan called upon Chunmian to sit by the warmth of the fire together. With the warmth enveloping her, Chunmian soon found herself feeling hungry, her stomach audibly rumbling. Su Yuan chuckled softly, rising to retrieve a box of peach crisps she had bought a couple of days prior. She opened the lid and offered Chunmian 2 pieces. Here, enjoy this. Chunmian accepted with a smile and began to savor the treat, her face lighting up with delight. This is truly delicious. Seeing Chunmian and Oppo's joy, Su Yuan handed her the entire box. If you find it so delightful, do not hesitate to indulge. Chunmian paused, a hint of surprise crossing her features. What is it, Chunmian? Su Yuan inquired with curiosity. Chunmian lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and murmured, Shopkeeper, you are the first person to show me such kindness. Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, having been startled by Chunmian's earlier demeanor. You have expressed this sentiment many times. As the proprietor, it is my duty to treat my staff well. Chunmian looked at her with tear-filled eyes, recalling a time in her past when her elder brother had brought home a box of peach crisps. Everyone received a share, except for her. Her sister-in-law had cruelly remarked that with her appearance, she would never find a husband, and that giving her such treats was a waste. When her nephew learned of her craving, he had callously tossed his own peach crisp on the ground, trampling it underfoot for her to pick up and eat. In those moments, she vowed to one day escape that detestable household, earn her own living, and buy herself a grand box of peach crisps. Noticing Chunmian's somber expression, Su Yuan surmised she was reminiscing about her past. Chunmian, do you miss home? Chunmian shook her head. No, that place is no longer my home. She gazed earnestly at Su Yuan. Shopkeeper, I wish to follow you. Su Yuan smiled. Of course. If you perform well, once we earn enough money, I shall introduce you to a suitable match. Chunmian's face flushed at this teasing. Shopkeeper, please do not jest. With my appearance, men flee in terror. Who would dare to marry me? Who says that? Su Yuan replied with a laugh. I find you delightful. It is those men who are unworthy of you. One day, you shall surely find someone who cherishes you. Chunmian listened intently to her words, suddenly asking, Shopkeeper, does your husband treat you poorly? Su Yuan was taken aback. Why do you ask that? Chunmian pondered for a moment before responding. It is because I feel you are not truly happy when you smile. Is that so? Su Yuan was astonished by Chunmian's perceptiveness. Indeed, Since her rebirth, she had not genuinely smiled in joy. The painful memories of her past life weighed heavily upon her. The betrayal of her husband and the ruthless behavior of her mother-in-law and sister-in-law felt like thorns piercing her heart. Each recollection brought waves of anguish. Chumian pressed further. Shopkeeper, will you divorce your husband? You little girl, how old are you to be speaking of divorce? Yuwan shot her a teasing glance. Chumian replied earnestly, I truly hope you find someone who will treat you with sincerity. Yuwan couldn't help but chuckle. She planned to divorce Shun Su soon. After the new year, he would enter the capital, and on the day he achieved fame, she had a grand gift prepared for him. Once divorced, she would manage the shop and live independently. As for other matters, she had not given them much thought. What you two discussing? Luo Sanyang entered, carrying a large bundle, her eyes sparkling with delight as she observed the two. Sanyang is here. Chumian's face lit up with excitement at the sight of Luo Sanyang. As Yushio Pavilion's designated embroiderer, most of the shop's goods came from her. She frequently delivered her finely crafted embroidery to the shop and had long since become acquainted with Chumian. I knew you little glutton would be waiting for something to eat. Here, freshly made scallion pancakes from this morning, still warm. Luo Sanyang smiled as she pulled a small cloth bag from her bundle and handed it to Chumian. Chumian received it with a beaming grin. Thank you, Sanyang. She opened the bag and immediately offered one to Yuwan. You eat first, shopkeeper. Yuwan shook her head with a smile. You go ahead, I'm not hungry. She then moved to the counter, while Luo Sanyang unveiled her bundle, revealing over 50 exquisite embroidered items, including children's tiger hats, tiger shoes, and belly wraps. After counting the items, Yuwan settled the agreed price of 15 taels of silver with her. Thank you, Miss Su. Oh, how fortunate I am to be working with you. Luo Sanyang exclaimed, her face radiant with happiness as she accepted the silver. Yuwan smiled faintly and then retrieved a piece of plain cotton fabric from the counter. By the way, Sanyang, I noticed your embroidery skills are quite impressive. With winter upon us, I would like to request your assistance in making a couple of winter garments. Of course, that is no problem. Luo Sanyang inquired. Shall I take your measurements? Yuwan indicated towards Chumian, who was enjoying her scallion pancake. Make them for Chumian. After being cast out by her family, Chumian had only brought one set of clothes, which were tattered beyond repair. With the cold weather setting in, Yuwan wished to make her a couple of warm outfits. Since Chumian was still growing, the garments would be slightly loose to allow for ease of movement. Luo Sanyang smiled. All right, leave it to me. She approached Chumian to take her measurements. Upon hearing that Yuwan intended to make her new clothes, Chumian was overjoyed and asked Luo Sanyang if she could embroider a couple of flowers onto them. Having always worn her sister-in-law's cast-offs, she had never donned new garments before. Luo Sanyang felt a pang of sympathy and affection, replying, Of course, I will make them beautiful for you, so you can have a wonderful new year. Yes, thank you. Sanyang, Chumian exclaimed. Silly child, there is no need to be polite. For lunch, Yuwan invited Luo Sanyang to stay and eat with them. A few days prior, she had arranged for a small kitchen to be set up in the backyard, acquiring pots, pans, and all the necessary utensils to cook meals herself. Chumian had a hearty appetite, and dining out every meal was quite costly. By preparing meals at home, they could save a significant sum, allowing for more meals. With Luo Sanyang present, she took charge of the cooking, as her dishes were delectable, while Chumian assisted her. In no time, a feast of fragrant and visually appealing dishes was laid out on the table. The three of them gathered around, laughing and chatting as they enjoyed their meal, filling the small courtyard with warmth and cheer. Chapter 27. Tantrum on the eve of the new year. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky, blanketing the eaves in a pristine white. Every household was busy slaughtering chickens and sheep, hanging red lanterns, while children frolicked in the snow, engaged in playful snowball fights. The entire Yunshi village was enveloped in a festive atmosphere, except for the Shun family, which seemed isolated from the merriment. The courtyard was eerily quiet, devoid of red lanterns or couplets. Since Shun Ning had removed the bandages, her demeanor had transformed entirely. She now secluded herself indoors, rarely speaking. Although Dr. Zhang had treated her festering wounds, her face bore several shocking scars, plunging the once beauty into despair. in the stillness of the night. Her sobs often echoed through the house. Every day, Granny Shun brought her meals, but Shen Ning would not respond. Seeing her in such a despondent state, Granny Shun felt a deep pang of sorrow. She wished to console her, but did not know how. Shun Ning had not only lost her beauty, but her very essence. And mere words of comfort could not heal her profound wounds. After placing the food down, Granny Shun cast a weary glance at Shen Ning before leaving the room. "Ninger, are you still unwilling to come out for dinner?" Shen Su stood outside the west room, worry etched on his face. He had returned only yesterday and discovered that Shun Ning's face had been disfigured. He had attempted to offer her some words of solace, but she had driven him away, refusing to see even him. Granny Shun sighed deeply. Nothing had changed. Shen Ning still refused to step outside or engage in conversation. Shen Su contemplated entering to offer comfort, but Granny Shun shook her head, suggesting it would be better to let her be alone for a while. In recent days, Granny Shun had already offered all the comfort she could muster, yet Shen Ning remained unresponsive, silently weeping. Shen Su understood how crucial appearance was for a young woman. He turned to Granny Shun and proclaimed, "I will diligently prepare for my examinations. Once I am successful, I shall invite the finest physicians from the capital to treat Ninger." Granny Shun smiled with gratitude. "Your determination will surely bring joy to Ninger." Afterward, she called Shen Su into the main room. Last night, he had again slept in the study. It was rare for him to return home, yet he always chose the study for rest. Granny Shun could not help but recall the words of Su Yuwan from their previous encounter and asked, "Sir, please tell me truthfully, have you taken a liking to another woman outside?" Shen Su was taken aback and frowned. "Mother, why would you ask such a thing?" "I have not." This only perplexed Granny Shun further. "If that is so, why do you always sleep in the study and delay consummating your marriage with Yuwan?" Upon hearing this, Shen Su's gaze flickered momentarily. He deflected. "I merely wish to concentrate on my studies and prepare thoroughly for the upcoming examinations." Satisfied with his explanation, Granny Shun ceased her inquiries but advised, "I know you are diligent, but do take care of your health and avoid overexertion." "Understood," Shen Su replied before returning to his studies. Granny Shun glanced towards the west room with a quiet sigh before bustling off to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Su Yuan went about her routine at the shop. Mian Mian had already donned her new attire and was admiring herself with delight when she spotted Su Yuan and eagerly approached her, exclaiming, "Shopkeeper, this new dress is beautiful." "Thank you." Su Yuan smiled back. "It suits you wonderfully." Mian Mian, flattered by the compliment, felt a surge of happiness. "Spring Mian, you little scoundrel. So this is where you've been hiding." A brash woman stormed in, pointing an accusatory finger at Spring Mian, causing her smile to falter instantly. Noticing the commotion while organizing accounts, Su Yuan stepped out from behind the counter. She assessed the woman and observed Spring Mian's fearful demeanor. Surmising this must be the sister-in-law who had cast Spring Mian out of her home. "Excuse me, ma'am, Spring Mian is an employee of this establishment. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Su Yuan addressed the woman with an indifferent tone. Upon hearing that Spring Mian worked here, the woman's demeanor shifted, and she smiled. "Ah, you must be the shopkeeper. I am Yang Ho Hot, Spring Mian's sister-in-law. Since today is New Year's Eve, I have come to ask her to return home for the celebrations." Pausing, she inquired, "By the way, how much does Spring Mian earn here?" Realizing Yang Ho Hot's true intentions, Su Yuan understood she was fishing for information regarding Spring Mian's wages. At this moment, Spring Mian stepped forward, glaring at Yang Ho Hot. "Why do you want to know my wages? I have severed ties with the Zhao family, and you should no longer concern yourself with my earnings." "How dare you?" Yang Ho Hot seethed, her anger evident. Noticing the quality of Spring Mian's attire, she suspected that Spring Mian must be earning a fair amount here. Thus, she shifted her tone, attempting to placate her. "Spring Mian, I was merely joking before. I never expected you would take it so seriously. I have been searching for you everywhere and am relieved to finally find you. It is New Year's Eve. Come home with me and stop being so stubborn." With that, she reached out to grasp Spring Mian's hand. Spring Mian stepped back, firmly rejecting her. "I have no ties to the Zhao family any longer. That place is not my home, and I will not return." Yang Ho Hot's face darkened. "Why must you be so obstinate? Besides, you are not married. Where else will you spend the new year if not at home? Come back with me." She then turned to Su Yuan, smiling sweetly. "Shopkeeper, Might I trouble you to settle Springmian's wages? We need to buy supplies for the new year at home. Raising an eyebrow, Yuwan replied, I will certainly settle her wages, so you needn't concern yourself with that. Young Hohat's expression soured as she looked at Springmian. Springmian, you cannot forsake your family during such an important holiday. Come back with me. Springmian scoffed. Weren't you the one who said I consumed too much and ordered me to leave the Zhao home? Why now do you wish for me to return? Are you not afraid I will burden the Zhao family? Young Hohat was taken aback, astonished at how much Springmian had changed during her time away. Forced to adopt a conciliatory tone, she said, I admit that I was wrong before. Please do not hold it against me. Come home with me. I will not return. Springmian insisted resolutely. I have made it clear that is no longer my home. Frustrated by her refusal, Young Hohat's face turned a sickly shade of green. Fine. If you refuse to go home, you must hand over all your earnings to me. On what grounds? Springmian retorted. Those are my earnings. You have no right. Young Hohat shot back. Your brother's earnings are my earnings as well. We have raised you, and you must contribute to the family. Chapter 28. New Year's Eve following Young Hohat's commotion, a considerable crowd gathered outside the shop, concerned about the impact on Yuxiagang's business. Chumian sternly urged Young Hohat to leave promptly. In defiance, Young Hohat threw herself onto the ground, declaring, I don't care. If you don't hand over the money today, I shall remain here. The onlookers exchanged words. Some criticized Young Hohat for her outrageous behavior, while others accused Chumian of being unfilial. Infuriated, Chumian rolled up her sleeves, preparing to confront the woman. Unexpectedly, Young Hohat began to wail, exclaiming, Oh, look at this! My sister-in-law has made money but refuses to repay our family's kindness. Now she even intends to strike me. How can this be justified? Chumian clenched her fists tightly in anger. Yuwan cast a sidelong glance at her, signaling her to remain calm. Then, addressing the seated Young Hohat with a smile, she remarked, Sister Zhao, your words are not entirely accurate. In front of everyone, you ought to recount how at home you made Chumian eat leftovers and sleep in the woodshed. Upon hearing this, those who had previously condemned Chumian shifted their blame towards Young Hohat, denouncing her for her cruelty in mistreating her sister-in-law, which explained why the young girl had taken to working as a servant at such a tender age. Young Hohat, realizing the tide had turned against her, hastily denied the accusations, insisting, Everyone, do not listen to her nonsense. I have never mistreated my sister-in-law. At home, she always eats the best food, wears fine clothes, and resides in the finest room. She shot a resentful glance at Yuwan, grumbling about the store manager's heartlessness, claiming, When I asked to take my sister-in-law home for the new year, not only did she refuse, but she also wooed and teased settle the wages. As the crowd exchanged bewildered looks, Chumian stepped forward, clenching her teeth as she rolled up her sleeves to reveal her arms, marked with numerous bruises. Look here. These bruises were inflicted by this woman a month ago. Because I didn't chop enough firewood, she punished me by withholding food for an entire day. When I was starving and ate half a leftover bun from the table, she beat me with a rattan stick. Gasps of shock echoed from the crowd. Even Yuwan was taken aback. She had heard Chumian mention being fed leftovers, yet she had no idea of the extent of the abuse she had endured. Indeed, how cruel you are. This young girl presents evidence of your maltreatment, yet you dare to shift the blame. Yes, how can such a vile woman exist in this world? It's truly detestable. And she has the audacity to demand money. How shameless. Faced with the crowd's accusations, Young Hohat panicked completely. She shot Chumian a furious glare before scrambling away. Subsequently, the crowd dispersed. Yuwan then pulled Chumian aside, her heart aching as she examined the bruises on her arms. Silly girl, why didn't you tell me earlier that your sister-in-law had hit you? Chumian smiled. It's nothing. It doesn't hurt anymore. Still smiling? Yuwan chided gently, having witnessed her fierce demeanor towards the troublemaker. Why don't you show that same spirit when it comes to your own troubles? I was afraid of causing my brother trouble, but from now on, I won't be afraid of anything. If she dares to come again, I will certainly drive her away, Chumian declared with an unyielding expression. Yuwan chuckled. After this incident, she likely won't dare to return. As they conversed, Luo Sanyang approached. I was at the market buying New Year's goods, and heard that there was trouble at Yuxi Gang. Miss Su, Chunmian, are you both all right? Su Yuan reassured her. We're fine. That person has already left. Luo Sanyang sighed in relief. That's good. But what was the reason for the commotion? Chunmian explained. She's my sister-in-law. Seeing me working here, she aimed to claim my wages and caused a ruckus. Luo Sanyang appeared astonished. Having known of Chunmian's unfortunate plight of being driven from home, but not realizing her sister-in-law would audaciously disturb her at work. Chunmian, since it's New Year's Eve, why don't you come home with me to celebrate? Chunmian's eyes brightened, but she hesitated, perhaps not. It wouldn't be proper for an outsider like me to intrude on your family's New Year. Luo Sanyang laughed. Silly girl, what outsider? We are well acquainted now. Come to my home for a reunion dinner and stay the night. I bought plenty of food today. She then turned to Su Yuan. It's a pity that Miss Su has a family. Otherwise, I would have loved to invite you as well. Su Yuan smiled. I'll pass. I was worried Chunmian would feel lonely in the shop, so going to your place sounds good. Although Su Yuan had wished to bring her back for the new year, the Shin family was not her own. With Su Yuan's agreement, Chunmian was overjoyed, having feared she would be alone in the shop during the festivities. Understanding Chunmian's feelings, Su Yuan encouraged her to gather her things and accompany Luo Sanyang. After they left, Su Yuan remained in the shop to settle accounts and tidy up before returning to the Shin residence. The custom in Yunchi village dictates that the family gathers for a New Year's Eve dinner, so Mrs. Shun and Shun Su had been waiting for Su Yuan to return. Upon her arrival, Mrs. Shun spoke with a hint of displeasure. Yuan, today is New Year's Eve. Knowing the family is waiting for you, why didn't you return earlier? Su Yuan replied calmly. I was busy with work and returned late. Shun Su interjected. It's not too late. We usually eat dinner around this time. Please take a seat. Su Yuan sat beside Shin Su. Shin Ning still refused to join them for dinner, leading Mrs. Shun to forego firecrackers, fearing the noise would distress her. During the meal, Mrs. Shun inquired, Yuan, how is business these days? Tomorrow, Su will be departing for the capital, and regarding the travel expenses, Su Yuan set down her utensils, feigning surprise as she looked at Shin Su. Ah, you're leaving for the capital so soon? Shin Su nodded. The journey is long, and we must set off early. Oh dear, what shall we do? I just leased a shop a few months ago, and it has only recently opened. I haven't even recouped my initial investment. Su Yuan lamented. I may not have the money for your expenses right now. What? Mrs. Shun slammed down her utensils. When did you lease a shop? Why didn't you mention it to me? Su Yuan replied. You've been so busy taking care of Ning that I couldn't find the right moment to tell you. Why didn't you consult the family about this? How will Su manage his travel expenses now? Mrs. Shun's face turned pale with anger. Shin Su, too, furrowed his brow deeply. Chapter 29. No money, Madam Shun glared at Su Yuan, her heart ablaze with anger. Yuan, it is not my intention to chastise you. But how could you fail to discuss such a significant matter as renting a shop with the family beforehand? Now, with Su Guer about to journey to the capital, what are you going to do when he lacks the means for his travels? Previously, she had taken on all the household chores to allow Yuan to earn more money for Su Guer's journey to the capital. Now, learning that there were no funds available, how could she not be incensed? Shin Su tried to placate Madam Shun. Mother, do not worry. The government provides food and lodging, as well as transportation. I will simply apply for assistance at the official office tomorrow. Madam Shun cast him a skeptical glance. How much can the government subsidy possibly cover? It is hardly sufficient. Out there on the road, should you fall ill and require money, what will you do then? Shin Su was momentarily at a loss for words. His mother's words held undeniable truth. Su Yuan spoke softly. I did not anticipate that my husband would advance his departure. I had hoped to earn back some capital from his shop to provide him with more funds. Pausing, she continued. How about this? My husband should take along more provisions for the journey, and as soon as I have some money, I shall send it to you at the relay station. That sounds reasonable, Shun Su replied, his tone subdued, his expression darkening. He had failed to deliver on the 50 taels he had promised her on their wedding day, and now he could not voice his grievances about traveling without funds. And what do you think, mother? Su Yuan turned her gaze toward Madam Shun. Madam Shun opened her mouth, then closed it again. The family's funds had been squandered by Shun Ning, and she herself could not produce any money. What else could she do but acquiesce? Early the next morning, Shun Su rose, and Madame Shun had prepared his belongings, packing a large bundle of provisions and water, along with more than 10 boiled eggs. Carrying the heavy load, Shun Su felt a pang of sorrow. Mother, I am leaving now. Please take care of your health, and look after Ninger. Very well, Mother understands. You must also take care of yourself. Each time you reach a relay station, send a letter home to assure us of your safety. Madame Shun gazed at her son with a mixture of tenderness and concern. It is cold outside. You should return inside, he urged her. Madame Shun stood at the gate, offering countless reminders, watching as her son gradually disappeared from view, wiping away her tears only after he was out of sight. At that moment, Yuwan had just risen. Upon seeing her, Madame Shun's frustration boiled over. Su Ger is departing today, and, as his wife, you did not even think to send him off? Yuwan replied impassively. There was much to attend to at the shop yesterday, and I simply needed to rest a little longer. Seeing her indifferent demeanor, Madame Shun's anger surged. Just look at you now, completely neglecting your husband. Where's the semblance of a dutiful wife? Madame Shun regretted allowing Su Ger to marry her. She had hoped that by becoming a proper daughter-in-law of the Shun family, she would contribute more to the household. Instead, not only had they failed to earn money, but Yuwan's temper had also grown increasingly volatile. She spoke to her mother-in-law with little respect. Upon hearing this, Yuwan's expression hardened, and she fixed her gaze on Madame Shun. What, in your view, should a daughter-in-law be like? Madame Shun was momentarily taken aback, her face turning pale with fury. Yuwan dismissed her and turned to leave. Upon arriving in town, the shop was already open, and Chun Mian was shoveling snow at the entrance. A substantial snowfall had blanketed the ground in the past couple of nights, creating a thick layer of snow. She had cleared a pathway to facilitate the movement of Yuwan and the customers to the Yushio Pavilion. Welcome, madam. Chun Mian greeted her with a smile upon seeing Yuwan. Yuwan returned her smile. Be careful, the ground is slippery. Do not fall. Chun Mian patted her chest confidently. Do not worry, I am quite steady in my work. Yuwan nodded reassuringly and entered the shop. Misu. As soon as she stepped to the counter, she heard Luo Sanyang's urgent voice from outside. Moments later, she rushed in, flustered and breathless. Seeing her pale face, Chun Mian, who had been shoveling snow at the entrance, sensed that something was amiss and followed her inside. Sanyang, what is wrong? Speak slowly, Yuwan said, pouring a cup of hot tea for her to help calm her down. Luo Sanyang, disregarding the tea, caught her breath and said, Miss Su, just now, I was taking Chun Mian to town, and on the way back, I spotted that limping beggar near Shijing Alley. I was afraid I might be mistaken, so I observed him from a distance for quite a while, and I noticed he has a scar on the back of his right hand that is identical to the one you described. Yuwan's expression tightened at this revelation. Quickly, take me to him. After a moment's thought, she added, Chun Mian, close the shop and come with us. Chun Mian, seeing her urgency, did not ask further questions. She locked the door and followed the two women to Shijing Alley. At the end of the alley stood a dilapidated house. The three of them made their way to the crumbling structure. Through the broken wooden door, they could see a filthy beggar lying inside. Yuwan recognized the beggar's clothing as the same she had seen on the day they encountered him. She turned to Chun Mian and whispered something. Chun Mian nodded, then slowly pushed open the decrepit door and quietly approached the sleeping beggar. The beggar, jolted from his slumber by the sudden grip on his arm, was startled and confused. Let go of me. What do you want? Chun Mian tightened her grip. Be still. Our shopkeeper wishes to ask you some questions. Let me go. What do you want from me? The beggar struggled in vain against Chun Mian's hold. Just then, two women entered, and the beggar looked up to see them observing him from a higher vantage point. He struggled again, demanding, Let me go. What do you want from me? Yuwan remained silent, reaching to pull up the sleeve of his right arm. Sure enough, a scar was visible there. Who are you, and what do you want? The beggar shouted, unable to move under Chun Mian's firm grip. Yuwan confirmed that the scar on his hand was identical to that of the man who had abducted her years ago. Fixing her gaze on the beggar, she asked, Answer me truthfully, and I shall release you. The beggar nodded repeatedly. I ask you, over 10 years ago, did you not abduct a 7 or 8-year-old girl? The girl. The beggar's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yuwan. Could it be? Could you be? Yuwan met his gaze. Indeed, I am that girl you abducted all those years ago. The beggar's filthy face revealed a clear panic as he hastily lowered his head. Chun Mian tightened her grip, causing the beggar to yelp in pain before lifting his head once more. Su Yuan coldly regarded him. I ask you again, where did you abduct me? And what is the name of my family? Chapter 30. Heritage confronted with Su Yuan's relentless inquiries, the beggar faltered, struggling to articulate a response. Beside him, Luo Sanyang delivered a fierce kick to his leg, her voice laced with fury. Speak quickly, or I shall break your other leg. Chumian also intensified her grip, and a sharp crack echoed from the beggaress' arm, causing him to cry out in pain. Ouch! It hurts, I'll talk. Under Su Yuan's scrutinizing gaze, the beggar slowly confessed. I did not know where your home is, miss. Luo Sanyang, seeing his reluctance, kicked him again, demanding, if you do not speak the truth. The beggar, contorted in agony, insisted, I swear, I am telling the truth. Su Yuan furrowed her brow and exchanged a glance with Luo Sanyang before continuing her questioning. Then where did you abduct me? Yes, it was on the official road passing through Baoping Prefecture. At that time, I was fleeing to Baoping Prefecture and saw a lavish carriage stopped on the road. A noblewoman was distributing food to the refugees, so I approached her to ask for some. But when it was my turn, she said the food was all gone. I was famished, so I rushed onto the carriage, hoping to find something to eat inside. The noblewoman misunderstood my intentions and summoned her guards to seize me. In desperation, I saw a little girl inside the carriage and took her hostage. And then, Luo Sanyang pressed further. The beggar stole a glance at Su Yuan before continuing. Afterward, I escaped with the little girl, fleeing for a day and a night. Along the way, she fell ill, burning with fever and on the brink of death. I was terrified, so I found a broker and sold her. Upon hearing this, all three were filled with a sense of melancholy, especially Su Yuan, who stood frozen in place. When she was brought back by the Shun family, she too had been burning with fever, nearly losing her life. It seemed to align perfectly. Regaining her composure, a glimmer of joy appeared on Su Yuan's face. At last, she had uncovered a fragment of information regarding her origins. Could the noblewoman mentioned by the beggar be her mother? Su Yuan turned to the beggar and inquired, Do you remember what that woman looked like? The beggar pondered earnestly before exclaiming in surprise, I recall now. The noblewoman bore a striking resemblance to you, miss. Hearing this, Su Yuan's heart raced. This meant the woman was undoubtedly her mother. Finally, she asked the beggar, Do you know where that carriage originated and where it was headed? The beggar carefully recollected, but ultimately shook his head, confessing, I do not know. He then quickly apologized. Miss, I'm truly sorry. It was my fault for taking you back then. Please, in light of my honesty, spare me. Luo Sanyang and Chunmian exchanged glances, both looking expectantly at Su Yuan, awaiting her decision. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yuan resolutely instructed Chunmian, Take him to the magistrate. The three hurried to the county office, where under the magistrate's interrogation, the beggar admitted to the crime of abducting Su Yuan and was subsequently detained. Upon returning to the shop, Su Yuan found herself lost in thought, reflecting on the beggar's words. The lavish carriage, the noblewoman, and the guards. These hints suggested her original family was not of ordinary status. Luo Sanyang, seizing upon these crucial details, glanced at Su Yuan with a smile, saying, Miss Su, if what the beggar said is true, perhaps you were once a daughter of a prominent family. Chunmian's eyes sparkled as she looked at Su Yuan, exclaiming, So, you truly are a lady of a wealthy household. Yet Su Yuan replied, All of this remains mere speculation. Moreover, so many years have passed, who knows what changes may have occurred. Besides, she paused, adding, The beggar abducted me on the road. I still do not know where my home is. Those few pieces of information he provided yield no useful leads. Luo Sanyang patted her shoulder, offering comfort. Those specifics elude us. At least we know you are not an orphan, correct? Finally, a smile returned to Su Yuan's face. Indeed, knowing she was not an orphan and that she had family and parents was the greatest solace. Whether she could find them was left to fate. Chunmian chimed in, You will find them. I believe our mistress will reunite with her family. Su Yuan looked at both of them gratefully, saying, Thank you. Had it not been for their support, she would never have uncovered the truth of her origins. Luo Sanyang laughed heartily, What are you thanking us for? You bring us along to earn money. We merely did our best to assist you. It is no trouble at all. Indeed, Chumian agreed, nodding. Our mistress treats us so well, so we must return the favor. Their banter brought joy to Su Yuwan, and she felt deeply grateful to have encountered them. For they had given her the opportunity to confront the one who had sold her and to learn about her heritage. As they conversed, a plump woman entered the shop. "Excuse me, who is the proprietor here?" she inquired amiably. Su Yuwan composed herself and stood to greet the woman with a smile. "I am." The woman assessed Su Yuwan and then surveyed the shop before stating, "I have heard that your embroiderers possess exceptional skills, particularly in gold embroidery. I would like to inquire if you accept custom embroidery orders?" "Certainly, we do," Su Yuwan replied promptly, gesturing for Chumian to fetch tea. She then invited the woman to a nearby table. With utmost politeness, Su Yuwan asked, "What type of embroidery would you like to customize?" The woman explained, "My daughter is to be married next month, and I wish to commission a unique wedding gown for her. Would that be possible?" Upon hearing this, Su Yuwan frowned slightly, discreetly glancing at Luo Sanyang. A month was hardly sufficient time to create a wedding gown unless several embroiderers worked together. Among the embroiderers she knew, only Luo Sanyang seemed capable of gold embroidery. Thus, she needed to consult Luo Sanyang's opinion before proceeding. Luo Sanyang subtly nodded in response. Su Yuwan then replied to the woman, "We can take on the task." The woman beamed, saying, "That's wonderful. Our Lu family has promised that if the gown meets my daughter's satisfaction, there will be generous rewards in addition to the payment." Chapter 31. The proposal. Su Yuwan inquired of the plump woman, "Would you kindly provide your esteemed residence address? I shall send someone tomorrow to measure your young lady's dimensions." "Our Lu residence is located within Tunghua Lane on Beiping Road," the woman replied. Following this, she produced 10 taels of silver, saying, "Here is the deposit." Su Yuwan accepted the silver with a smile, responding, "Very well." Once the woman departed, Luo Sanyang approached with a look of astonishment. "A deposit of 10 taels. My, what a generous household the Lu family must be." Su Yuwan smiled back, explaining, "The Lu Yuan mentioned by that woman is the wealthiest man in town. Several grain and oil shops here belong to him." "Ah, I see," Luo Sanyang exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. No wonder she mentioned that in addition to the labor costs for the wedding gown, her master would offer a substantial reward. "It appears we have encountered a significant patron. Thus, you must be fully prepared to pour your utmost effort into crafting this wedding gown," Su Yuwan urged earnestly. "Completing this order not only promises a handsome profit, but will also expand our business at Yuxioch." Upon hearing this, Luo Sanyang felt a weighty responsibility settle upon her shoulders. Nodding earnestly, she pledged, "Since Miss Su has said so, I shall most certainly embroider diligently and will not disappoint you." Su Yuan nodded, adding, "By the way, you have memorized the address the woman provided, correct? Tomorrow morning, you must go to the Lu residence to take the measurements for Miss Lu." "Yes, I understand," Luo Sanyang replied, nodding in agreement. The snow ceased after a few days, and with the festive season concluded, families resumed their daily labors. Granny Shun continued her routine of delivering meals thrice daily to the West Room, though most dishes were returned untouched. Upon entering the room with the meals, Granny Shun noticed that the porridge and egg she had brought in the morning remained on the table, untouched. With a sigh, she set down the food and gently patted the bed where Shen Ning lay. "Ning Jian Appos. Please rise and eat something," she coaxed. "Your mother knows you are still troubled by the scars on your face. Your elder brother has promised that once he passes the imperial examination, he will hire the most renowned doctor in the capital to treat you. Please listen to your mother and eat something." Despite Granny Shun's soothing words, Shen Ning remained unresponsive. She appeared gaunt, her cheeks hollowed, and her eyes vacant, devoid of vitality. Seeing her in such a state caused Granny Shun immense pain, and she sighed deeply once more. "Ningjier, I implore you, eat something. If you continue like this, do you wish to leave your mother with white hair while you remain young?" Tears welled in Granny Shun's eyes as she spoke, having watched her daughter refuse food and conversation for nearly half a month. She was genuinely worried that, if this continued, Shen Ning would soon lose her life. "Mother." Shen Ning's lifeless eyes met Granny Shun's. "Do you think this is my retribution?" Granny Shun was taken aback and quickly replied, Nonsense, what are you saying? This is not retribution. If it were not, why would heaven take away my most cherished possession? Shun Ning retorted, her hand touching the scars on her face. As her fingers brushed over the raised marks, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Seeing this, Granny Shun grasped her hand and comforted her. No, Ning Jie, do not think such thoughts. Once your elder brother achieves success, he will bring a famous doctor from the capital to heal you, and your face will return to its former beauty. Really? A flicker of hope ignited in Shun Ning's vacant eyes. Will my face truly return to what it was? Indeed, Granny Shun assured her, joy illuminating her features. It will certainly happen. Under her mother's gentle encouragement, Shun Ning finally displayed a glimmer of life and managed to eat a small portion of rice. Meanwhile, Luo Sanyang set off early to the Lu residence to measure Miss Lu. She returned to Yuxioj around noon, looking rather dejected. Su Yuwan, noticing her disheartened demeanor, asked, "What troubles you? Is there an issue?" With a sigh, Luo Sanyang lamented, "Oh, Miss Su, you cannot imagine how difficult that Miss Lu is. Though she is round and plump, she insists on altering the wedding gown's dimensions to make it appear slimmer. Isn't she deliberately making things difficult?" Su Yuan was taken aback. Typically, wedding gowns are custom-fitted. If the dimensions were reduced, what if Miss Lu could not wear it on the wedding day? Luo Sanyang shared her concern, explaining, "When Miss Lu insisted on the smaller size, I immediately cautioned her about the potential risks. However, she was quite willful, stating that since the Lu family paid a deposit, everything must conform to her wishes. Left with no choice, Luo Sanyang had to comply. Had I known Miss Lu was so unreasonable, we should not have accepted this order," she lamented. "Now that we have accepted it, it is futile to dwell on that. We must devise a strategy to meet Miss Lu's requests while ensuring the gown fits properly," Su Yuan suggested. They deliberated late into the night, but as darkness fell, they had yet to reach a satisfactory resolution. "Let us rest for now and reconsider in the morning," Su Yuan finally proposed, and Luo Sanyang departed. After sorting the accounts, Su Yuan returned to Yunqi village. Upon entering her courtyard, she overheard voices in the main hall. "Sister-in-law of the Shun family. My son has cherished your Ning Jie since childhood. They are indeed childhood sweethearts. If you agree to this marriage, I will treat Ning Jie as my own daughter," came the voice, which sounded like that of Granny Zhou from the neighboring village. Granny Zhou and Appo's son, Zhou Tao, had long harbored affections for Shun Ning. 2 years prior, the Zhou family had sent a matchmaker to propose, but Shun Ning, with her lofty aspirations, dismissed Zhou Tao, who came from a modest background. Later, upon learning that Shun Su was heading to the capital for examinations, Granny Zhou approached the Shun family once more, but the outcome was the same. Shun Ning had firmly rejected the proposal. Now that Shun Ning's beauty had been marred, it remained uncertain how she might regard this marriage proposal. Preoccupied with thoughts of the wedding gown, Su Yuan chose not to visit the main hall and headed straight to her own room. However, upon noticing her return, Granny Zhou was quick to greet her. "Ah, Su Guer's wife has returned." Thus, Su Yuan felt compelled to enter the main hall. "Granny Zhou," she greeted with a smile as she stepped inside. Granny Zhou, clad in coarse linen garments, with drooping brows and slanted eyes, smiled at Su Yuan, saying, "Oh, it has been years since we last met. Su Guer's wife has blossomed into such a beauty. I assume Ning Jie has also become a graceful young lady." Chapter 32. Arrogant. Upon hearing those words, the expression on Madame Shun's face changed instantly. Su Yuan remained silent, merely sitting quietly to the side. Unaware that Zhou Ning had been disfigured, old Mrs. Zhou continued to lavish praise upon Madame Shun, exclaiming, "I remember that Ning girl has always been sprightly since childhood. Forgive me for saying so, but my son, who is rather unremarkable, still insists that he will only marry Ning. It is out of desperation that I have come to propose marriage once again." Su Yuan discreetly cast a glance at Madame Shun. Though her countenance was grim, she did not exhibit any intention of sending old Mrs. Zhou away. 2 years prior, when old Mrs. Zhou had come to propose, Madame Shun had outright rejected the offer. However, today, she engaged in conversation for quite some time, indicating that she did not intend to refuse this marriage proposal. After all, with Zhou Ning's disfigurement, Aspirations of marrying into a wealthy family were no longer feasible, and it was uncertain whether a common family would even consider her now. The young Zhou Tao remained infatuated with Zhou Ning. If she were willing to accept, it could indeed be a suitable match. Reflecting on this, Madame Shun donned a smile and said to old Mrs. Zhou, "Your Zhou Tao is quite handsome and hardworking. I do find him appealing. However, the final decision rests with Ning." Upon hearing hope, old Mrs. Zhou nodded fervently. Indeed, marriage is a significant matter that requires careful consideration. In that case, please accept this dowry of 60 taels of silver, and I hope you can speak favorably on our behalf. Madame Shun's expression turned to one of astonishment upon hearing the amount of the dowry. As far as she knew, the Zhou family was of modest means. How could they afford 60 taels? Perhaps sensing her surprise, old Mrs. Zhou explained with a smile. 2 years ago, my son Zhou Tao opened a carpentry shop in town, and his business has been flourishing. Understanding now, Madame Shun's smile deepened. Old Mrs. Zhou humbly added, "He cannot be compared to your Su Ge, but he can at least support a family." As she spoke, old Mrs. Zhou cautiously glanced at Madame Shun, perhaps hoping that should they become in-laws, they might rely on Su Ji's assistance in the future. Though Madame Shun concealed her thoughts, inwardly she scoffed, realizing their desire to leverage this marriage to elevate their status with the Shun family. In the past, she would have promptly rejected such a proposal without a second thought. However, given Zhou Ning and Appo's current state, it was not so easy to dismiss the matter outright. Even if she felt disdain, Madame Shun refrained from openly refusing. "Well then, it's getting late. I shall take my leave." As old Mrs. Zhou stood to depart, she did not forget to remind Madame Shun, "Sister, you must speak kindly to Ning." Madame Shun smiled faintly and replied, "Rest assured, I will persuade her." Only then did old Mrs. Zhou leave with a cheerful demeanor. Just as Su Yuwan prepared to return to her room, Madame Shun called out, "Yuwan, wait a moment." Hearing this, Su Yuwan paused, casting a puzzled glance at Madame Shun. Madame Shun inquired, "It has been over half a month since Su Ge left. How is business at your shop?" Su Yuan's gaze shifted slightly as she replied, "It is gradually improving. In a month or two, I should be able to break even." Upon hearing this, Madame Shun's smile began to fade. When Su Ge departed, he took with him only a small sum of money. How could they endure for another month or two? Furrowing her brow, her gaze fell upon the 60 taels of dowry on the table. After today's comforting words from Madame Shun, Zhou Ning finally exhibited a glimmer of vitality. At that moment, she lay on her bed embroidering. Despite the disarray of her stitching, it was the only activity that allowed her to calm her mind and pass the time. When Madame Shun entered, Zhou Ning unexpectedly smiled. "Mother, why are you still awake at this hour?" Seeing her practicing embroidery, Madame Shun felt a sense of relief, as if the old Zhou Ning had returned. Sitting at the edge of the bed, she took her daughter's hand and said with a smile, "Today someone came to propose marriage." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ning and Appo's smile vanished instantly, and the tranquility she had so painstakingly achieved began to dissipate. "Mother, I have already made it clear that I will not marry. No matter who comes to propose, I will not wed." Noticing her agitation, Madame Shun hastily explained, "Ning, please do not be upset. Hear me out. The proposal is from a Zhou family, the same one that approached us 2 years ago." "The Zhou family?" Zhou Ning recalled a faint impression, but still insisted. "You should turn them away. I cannot even bear to step outside in my current state. If I am seen, who knows what ridicule I would face? Who would still dare to marry me?" She was aware of Zhou Tao's affections for her. Initially, she had rejected his proposal due to his family's poverty. Now, despite her current condition, she had no intention of marrying a carpenter. Madame Shun recognized her daughter as prideful nature and gently urged, "Ning, you are not getting any younger. It is time to consider marriage. I can see that Zhou Tao has liked you since childhood. He would not despise your current appearance. As for old Mrs. Zhou, she wishes to connect with your elder brother and would want to help Zhou Tao. Even if she knows your situation, she would still afford you some regard due to your brother's reputation. If you were to marry into the Zhou family, life would not be excessively difficult." After hearing this, Zhou Ning tossed aside her embroidery hoop, her tone laced with displeasure. "So even you believe that I am now disfigured and only worthy of marrying a mere carpenter, relying on my brother's name to secure a place in the family? Madame Shun frowned and quickly replied, "That is not my intention, Ning. Do not misunderstand. I only wish to secure a good match for you. Regardless, you will have to marry eventually. Rather than delaying, it is better to consider suitable families while they are available." Before she could finish, Zhou Ning interjected. "Is it that you believe my current appearance will hinder my brother? Or are you embarrassed by me and eager to marry me off?" "No, that is not it at all." Madame Shun waved her hands in denial. "Then you think I am a burden to my brother? That is not the case. Do not jump to conclusions." Zhou Ning let out a cold laugh. "If it is not, then you need not concern yourself. I will never marry. If you insist on forcing me, I will simply take my own life." Seeing her daughter's resolute determination, Madame Shun sighed helplessly. "Very well. If you do not wish to marry, then so be it. Tomorrow, I shall return the dowry to the Zhou family." Zhou Ning clenched her hands tightly. Though she was disfigured, the thought of marrying a man she despised from the depths of her being was utterly unacceptable to her. Chapter 33. A tricky matter. Upon returning to the eastern room, Yuwan retrieved a wooden box from beside her bed. Inside lay an array of various patterns she had observed and sketched over the past few years. She selected several designs that would be suitable for embroidery on a wedding gown and meticulously copied them onto another sheet of paper. The following day, Yuwan instructed Luo Sanyang to take the designs to the Lu residence. 2 hours later, Luo Sanyang returned, her head hanging low. "What happened? Did Miss Lu not like the designs?" Yuwan inquired as she approached. Luo Sanyang shook her head, explaining. Miss Lu expressed that she desires a pattern that is unique and previously unused. The peony, mandarin ducks, and pomegranate flower designs have been used by many, lacking any novelty. At this, Yuwan furrowed her brows. Luo Sanyang, feeling somewhat frustrated, suggested, "Why don't we return the deposit to the Lu family? Miss Lu's demands seem excessively stringent. She wants the patterns to be unique and the gown to flatter her figure, which is a tall order in itself." After a brief pause, Luo Sanyang added, "I also heard that the Lu family had approached several embroidery shops before us to customize a wedding gown, but upon hearing Miss Lu's requirements, they all withdrew their deposits, stating it was unfeasible." Listening to Luo Sanyang's words, Yuwan fell into deep contemplation. The embroidery patterns available in the market are quite limited. She had already made alterations to her designs to stand out. If even that was insufficient, she felt somewhat powerless. Luo Sanyang sighed, saying, "I thought we had encountered a lucrative client, but it turns out we've stumbled upon a troublesome situation." Yuwan picked up the floral patterns and scrutinized them closely. Suddenly, fragmented images flashed in her mind. She quickly took out paper and pen, sketching the patterns that had emerged in her thoughts. Seeing this, both Luo Sanyang and Chumin approached. Yuwan finished drawing the fleeting design from her mind. It was still a peony, but this time it was arranged in a cluster rather than scattered. Large blooms of peonies surrounded by circular patterns filled the empty spaces with supplementary motifs, achieving a rich and vivid visual effect. "Wow, shopkeeper, what is this new design?" "In amp, Oppos, that's truly beautiful," Chumin exclaimed, her face alight with wonder, having never seen such a pattern before. Luo Sanyang and amp, Oppos, eyes brightened as well. The clustered floral design appeared far more elegant and luxurious than the usual patterns. Shikuden and Oppos, T helped but asked Yuwan, "How did you conceive this? Such a pattern has never been seen in the market." Yuwan set down her pen, gazing at the sketch in disbelief. "I merely captured some fragmented images that appeared in my mind and sketched them out. I never anticipated it would turn into such a lovely design." Then, turning to Luo Sanyang, she suggested, "Why don't you take this design back to the Lu residence?" Luo Sanyang nodded. "Indeed, this design looks novel and opulent. Surely Miss Lu will adore it." Half an hour later, Luo Sanyang returned with a joyful expression. "Yuwan, it worked." Miss Lu was very pleased with the design and said to proceed with the embroidery. Upon hearing this, Yuwan let out a long sigh of relief, a smile gracing her face. As long as she liked it, this first hurdle had been cleared. Now, the next step was to design the wedding gown. According to the measurements Luo Sanyang brought back, Miss Lu had a relatively stout waist, but insisted that the gown must create a slimming effect. This was indeed a challenging predicament. Luo Sanyang asked, "Do you have any ideas, Yuwan?" Su Yuwan replied, given Miss Lu's measurements, it will be impossible to accentuate her waist and silhouette in the gown. We must find a way to create an overall appearance that does not accentuate her size. Once the design was confirmed, Su Yuwan personally went to the fabric shop to select a bolt of bright red silk, a roll of red gauze, and a pack of gold and silver threads, to ensure the wedding gown for Miss Lu was impeccably embroidered. Su Yuwan specifically cleared out another room in the back courtyard for Luo Sanyang to reside in. She busied herself at the shop during the day and assisted in the back courtyard whenever she had time at night. For several consecutive days, she returned to the Shun residence only after the hour of the dog. One morning, Su Yuwan, still enveloped in slumber, was abruptly awakened by a startled scream. Dressing hastily, she stepped into the courtyard and saw Shun Ning, her face veiled, rushing towards the main house. Inside, Granny Shin sat on the Kong bed, looking utterly flustered. "Mother, what happened? Is there something wrong?" Shin Ning asked anxiously as she approached her mother. This was the first time Su Yuwan had witnessed Granny Shun in such a state of panic, leading her to believe something serious had transpired. After a long moment, Granny Shun regained her composure, her expression filled with guilt as she looked at Shin Ning. "Ningqian, I'm sorry, my dear." Confused by her mother's disjointed words, Shin Ning pressed for clarity. "Mother, what are you saying? What has happened?" Granny Shun pointed to the box at the head of her bed, her lips trembling. "The 60 taels of silver I kept inside are gone." "What?" Shin Ning's eyes widened in shock. "How could that be? That 60 taels were the betrothal gifts from the Zhou family. If they were lost, she would have no choice but to marry Zhou Tao." Panic-stricken, Shin Ning repeatedly asked her mother if she had misplaced the silver elsewhere. Granny Shun shook her head in resignation. "It couldn't have been left anywhere else. I locked it in that box. This morning, when I opened the box to return the silver to the Zhou family, I found it missing." As she recounted the incident, Granny Shun was equally perplexed. Ever since the last time Shin Ning had taken her silver, she had kept the box in damp, Oppo's key close at hand. The lock was intact, yet the silver had vanished without a trace. Could it be that something supernatural was afoot? Su Yuwan stood silently to the side, quietly observing the situation. Given the stakes concerning Shin Ning's marriage, it seemed unlikely that Granny Shun would lie. The silver could only have been stolen. At that moment, a familiar voice called from outside, "Sister, are you home?" The three turned to the window and saw that it was Granny Zhou, who had come to propose marriage. "Mother, what do we do? It's the Zhou family." Shin Ning's voice trembled with anxiety. Granny Shun furrowed her brow. She had intended to return the betrothal gifts to the Zhou family today, but it seemed Granny Zhou had arrived first, with the silver missing. How could they explain the situation to the Zhou family? "Mother, I don't want to marry Zhou Tao. Please think of a way." Shin Ning's voice quivered with desperation. Granny Shun patted her hand reassuringly. "Do not worry. I will find a way." She then turned to Su Yuwan. "Yuwan, come with me to greet our guest." Su Yuwan followed her out and invited Granny Zhou into the hall. "Sister, how has your daughter Ning considered the proposal?" Granny Zhou, dressed in a rust-red coat and brimming with confidence, seemed intent on securing the match. Chapter 34. Reluctance to agree, Mrs. Shun gazed at Mrs. Zhou with a troubled expression, uncertain of how to explain the sudden disappearance of the betrothal gifts. If she were to voice this, it would likely not be believed. Instead, the Zhou family would simply assume that the Shun family had embezzled the gifts and concocted an excuse. Mrs. Zhou had never been easy to deal with. Should she spread the news, the reputation of Su Gu'er would be tarnished. "What's the matter, sister?" Mrs. Zhou smiled, looking at Mrs. Shun. "Have you spoken to Ning Jie about the marriage proposal?" Mrs. Shun forced a smile, replying, "I have." "And what did Ning Jie say?" At that moment, Mrs. Shun was at a loss for words. If she claimed Ning Jie was unwilling, the Zhou family would undoubtedly demand the return of the betrothal gifts, which were now missing. Mrs. Shun was overwhelmed, never anticipating such a peculiar predicament. "What's wrong, sister? You don't look well." Mrs. Zhou raised an eyebrow at Mrs. Shun. "Is it that Ning Jie is unwilling? If she is unwilling, it's no matter. I understand that my son is unworthy of Ning Jie, so I would ask you to return the betrothal gifts." Mrs. Zhou's gaze fixated on Mrs. Shun, unyielding. Sitting quietly nearby, Su Yuwan observed Mrs. Zhou intently. It was too coincidental that Mrs. Zhou arrived just after Mrs. Shun discovered the gifts were missing. Especially now, when Mrs. Shun had not yet made a definitive statement, Mrs. Zhou was hastily demanding the return of the gifts. This hinted at a probing nature. Could it be that Mrs. Zhou already knew about the lost gifts? Upon hearing Mrs. Zhou's insistence on retrieving the gifts, Mrs. Shin panicked and quickly responded, Ning Jie, she didn't say she was unwilling. So that means Ning Jie has agreed to the marriage? Mrs. Zhou's eyes sparkled with delight. With no other options, Mrs. Shin realized she could not disclose the disappearance of the gifts at this critical moment. She must stall the Zhou family. Once she managed to gather the funds, she would devise a plan to cancel the engagement. Seizing the opportunity, Mrs. Zhou declared, since Ning Jie has agreed, let's choose an auspicious day to formalize the engagement. I believe the first day of the second month is a splendid choice. This, Mrs. Shun hesitated, isn't that a bit too rushed? Only 6 days remain. How can we possibly gather 60 tales in such a short time? Mrs. Zhou chuckled, not at all. I have everything prepared on my end. We are merely waiting for Ning Jie's approval to bring her into our family. Hearing Mrs. Zhou, Mrs. Shun wore a forced smile. Who said I'm getting married? At that moment, Shun Ning, veiled, entered the room. She had been eavesdropping outside, curious about how her mother would handle the situation, and was taken aback by what she overheard. Upon her entrance, both Mrs. Zhou and Mrs. Shin paused, surprised. Mrs. Zhou smiled warmly. Ah, this must be Ning Jie. You've grown so tall in the 2 years since we last met. Mrs. Shun, however, averted her gaze, unable to meet her eyes. Shin Ning shot Mrs. Zhou with a fierce glare and coldly retorted, Aunt Zhou, my mother misspoke. I have not agreed to this marriage. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhou's face froze, and she turned to Mrs. Shun, Sister, what is going on? Did you not say Ning Jian oppose, or had agreed? Mrs. Shun glanced at Shun Ning and smiled at Mrs. Zhou. Sister Zhou, please take a seat. I need to discuss a few things with Ning Jie. With that, she pulled Shin Ning into her own room. Only Mrs. Zhou and Su Yuwan remained in the main room. Mrs. Zhou looked at Su Yuwan and inquired, Sister Su, I noticed that Ning Jie is wearing a veil. What is wrong with her face? At the mention of this, Su Yuwan raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. Oh, she may have developed a rash. A rash? Mrs. Zhou frowned. Just 1 or 2 rashes wouldn't necessitate a veil, would it? Surely it's not a full-blown outbreak? Su Yuwan remained silent, which only deepened Mrs. Zhou's suspicions. In the adjacent room, Shun Ning angrily confronted Mrs. Shun about her agreement to the marriage. Mrs. Shun, feeling helpless, explained, Ning Jie, I truly had no choice. If I were to tell her you were unwilling, she would demand the return of the betrothal gifts. But now, they have vanished without a trace. What am I to say? Is there truly no other way? Shin Ning insisted, adamant that she would not marry into the Zhou family. Mrs. Shin glanced toward the main room and whispered, Rest assured, the reason I initially agreed to this marriage was solely to buy time for Mrs. Zhou, allowing me to gather the silver and find a suitable reason to call off the engagement. Shin Ning frowned, but what if you cannot gather the silver in 6 days? Would that mean I must marry into the Zhou family? Mrs. Shin assured her, that will not happen. I will find a way to secure the funds. Her gaze grew distant. Even if I cannot gather the silver, your sister-in-law's shop is worth something, is it not? Shin Ning felt a pang of worry. Would she even agree to that? Mrs. Shun chuckled coldly. That shop is part of the Shun family. It's not up to her to refuse. After their discussion, the mother and daughter exited the room. Noticing Mrs. Zhou poised to leave, Mrs. Shun approached her with a smile. Sister Zhou, why are you not staying in the main room? Mrs. Zhou replied coolly, since Ning Jie has stated she has not agreed to this marriage. I shall not waste any more time. I request the return of the betrothal gifts and shall take my leave. Mrs. Shin felt a jolt of anxiety and exchanged glances with Shin Ning. Shin Ning stepped forward, her tone softening. Aunt Zhou, please stay a while longer. I have yet to brew tea for you. The once furious Shun Ning now appeared gentle and demure. Mrs. Zhou narrowed her eyes, surveying the mother and daughter. Aunt Zhou, please, Shin Ning urged again. Mrs. Shun added, Sister Zhou, do come back in. We were having such a pleasant conversation. Finally, Mrs. Zhou relented and returned to the main room. Mrs. Shun and Shun Ning exchanged a knowing glance before following her inside. Once seated again, Mrs. Zhou inquired, "Sister, how did your discussion with Ning Jie go? Is the marriage still on?" Mrs. Shun smiled, "Since I have accepted your family's betrothal gifts, the marriage is certainly still valid." Mrs. Zhou's face broke into a smile once more. "That is good. If all is well, then according to my proposed date, the Zhou family will arrive to escort her on the first day of the second month." Mrs. Shun gave a dry laugh. "Very well, as you say." With the engagement settled, Mrs. Zhou rose to take her leave, and Mrs. Shun accompanied her to the door. Before departing, Mrs. Zhou asked, "Sister, what exactly is wrong with Ning Jie's face? Why is she still wearing a veil?" Mrs. Shun's expression tightened as she deflected with the excuse of a rash. While Mrs. Zhou feigned concern, she secretly harbored doubts about the strange expressions on both Mrs. Shun's and Suger's faces whenever Ning's appearance was mentioned. Chapter 35. The idea of opening a shop not long after old lady Zhou departed. Su Yuwan also left the Shin household. Today, Uncle Li did not drive the carriage, so Su Yuwan had no choice but to walk to the town. Upon exiting Yinshi village and rounding the riverbank, she noticed two figures standing not far ahead. Upon closer inspection, she recognized one of them to be old lady Zhou, who had just left. Su Yuwan quickly concealed herself behind a nearby tree, peeking out to observe. Before her stood a gaunt man, who handed a package to old lady Zhou, smiling as he said, "Second aunt, I have managed to take care of your matter. You see, my gambling debts." Old lady Zhou opened the money pouch, producing 10 taels of silver for him, and sternly commanded, "Take this, and keep your mouth tightly shut. If you dare to reveal a single word, be wary that I will inform your parents about your gambling debts." The man accepted the silver with a grin, replying, "Rest assured, second aunt, I promise not to utter a single word. Once my second brother marries that girl, he will become the brother-in-law of Shun Jiwen. From then on, my little nephew will surely have to rely on you, second aunt. So do not turn your back on me when the time comes. Once this is accomplished, you will not be sure of benefits." Old lady Zhou, evidently impatient, shot him a glance and urged, "Hurry and leave. We must not be discovered." After they departed, Su Yuwan cautiously emerged from her hiding spot. She had overheard their conversation word for word. It turned out that the 60 taels of betrothal money that old lady Shun had locked away had mysteriously vanished, having been stolen by old lady Zhou. This woman was indeed resorting to extreme measures to facilitate the marriage. With such tactics, it seemed that Shun Ning would have no choice but to wed. However, one could only wonder if Shun Ning would lead a good life under the governance of such a cunning mother-in-law. As the end of the month approached, Shun Ning stood in old lady Shun's room, incessantly inquiring whether she had managed to gather the money. Old lady Shun, feeling overwhelmed by her daughter's persistence, responded, "Ning girl, do not fret. Your mother will think of a way." How could Shun Ning remain calm? Tomorrow was the day the Zhou family would come to propose. And if her mother could not produce 60 taels of silver, what was she to do? Rest assured, mother will find a way to cancel the engagement. You should return to your room while I step out for a moment. Old lady Shun reassured her daughter before changing her clothes and heading out towards the town. An hour later, old lady Shun arrived at Su Yuwan's shop. Chun Mian, assuming she was there to purchase goods, approached her warmly, saying, "Aunt, come in and take a look. Our shop has all the latest embroidered products, with a variety of styles for you to choose from." Upon observing the shop's decor, old lady Shun was taken aback. Previously, when Su Yuwan mentioned renting a shop, she had assumed it would be a small establishment, but she was astonished to find it so spacious. "Aunt, what are you looking for? I can recommend something for you," Chun Mian said kindly, noticing old lady Shun's dazed expression. Coming to her senses, old lady Shun glanced at her and coldly replied, "Where is Yuwan? I am looking for her." Realizing she was seeking the shopkeeper, Chun Mian did not delay, inviting old lady Shun to sit while she went to the back courtyard. Su Yuwan emerged from the back, and upon seeing old lady Shun gazing around the shop, she greeted her blandly, "Mother, you have come?" Redirecting her gaze, old lady Shun questioned Su Yuwan. "This shop must have cost a considerable sum to renovate. Where did you obtain such funds?" The shop was situated in a prime location, and with its renovations, the furnishings and fittings were all new. Surely it would cost at least 50 or 60 taels to acquire. All the silver Su Yuwan had earned over the years had been given to her. How could she amass such a fortune? I borrowed it, Su Yuwan replied. Borrowed? From whom? Old Lady Shun asked suspiciously. As customers flowed in and out, Su Yuwan instructed Chunyin to oversee the shop and led Old Lady Shun to the back courtyard. Mother, you did not come here just to inquire about whom I borrowed money from, did you? Old Lady Shun paused momentarily before responding. I came to discuss canceling Ning Girl's engagement. Canceling the engagement? Su Yuwan asked, perplexed. Isn't this a matter to be discussed with the Zhou family? Sighing, Old Lady Shun furrowed her brow. It's just that the betrothal money has yet to be settled. Su Yuan's expression grew serious. Then what do you mean? Old Lady Shun looked at her, a smile creeping onto her face. Ning Girl is adamant about not marrying into the Zhou family, and I cannot produce that much silver at the moment. How about this? We transfer the shop first, and once Ning Girl's matter is resolved, we can reopen it later when we have more funds. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan maintained her composure as she responded, that may not be feasible. Why not? Old Lady Shun shot her a sidelong glance. Are you, as a sister-in-law, unwilling to help your sister-in-law? Su Yuan did not reply. Instead, she turned and walked to the front hall, returning with a letter in hand. She handed it to Old Lady Shun, saying, This is a letter from my husband sent back a few days ago. Please have a look. Upon hearing this, Old Lady Shun quickly opened the letter. Recognizing the handwriting as that of her son, Su-gur, after reading it, her complexion turned pale. Su-gur has contracted an epidemic? Su Yuan nodded. He is currently staying at the Pingnan post station and has already consulted a doctor. The remaining funds he has are only enough to buy a dose of medicine. He urged me to find a way to send him money, and if you allow me to transfer the shop at this time, he may not survive. What? Old Lady Shun nearly fainted upon hearing this. Su Yuan assisted her to a nearby stone bench, and after a long moment, she regained her composure. How could he have contracted an epidemic out of nowhere? My son, he is all alone, without money or anyone to care for him. What are we to do? Su Yuan reassured her. He has already consulted a doctor. Do not worry. In the coming days, I will think of ways to sell more goods and send money to him as soon as possible. Yes, Yuan, you must quickly send the money. Do not let Su-gur's illness worsen, Old Lady Shin said, tears streaming down her face, no longer mentioning the idea of transferring the shop. Given the circumstances, saving Su-gur's life was of utmost importance. After Old Lady Shun departed, Luo Sanyang emerged from the house, her face filled with concern. Miss Su, I just overheard your conversation with your mother-in-law. Your husband has contracted an epidemic on the road. Is he in serious trouble? I know of a post station that sends items and money particularly quickly. Would you like me to accompany you? To her surprise, Su Yuan simply shook her head. No need. What? Luo Sanyang was taken aback. Did not Su Yuan just say her husband was gravely ill? Su Yuan did not elaborate. Indeed, Shin Su had contracted an epidemic during his journey, but that had occurred half a month ago. The letter had arrived days ago, but she had chosen to remain silent until now, especially since Old Lady Shun had set her sights on her shop. Chapter 36. Newlywed trials on the first day of February. The Zhou family arrived early at the Shun household with a wedding procession. Still lost in slumber, Shin Ning was abruptly awakened by the cacophony of firecrackers and drums. She hurriedly rose from her bed and approached the window, only to find the Zhou family's wedding party gathered outside the courtyard. Shin Posey opened the gate, and upon witnessing this, Shin Ning clenched her fists tightly. Glancing around, she seized a pair of scissors from the table and fixed her gaze determinately on the scene below. With a creak, the door swung open, and Shun Posey entered. Ning girl, what are you doing? Put down the scissors, she exclaimed, startled by the sight of Shun Ning gripping the blades. Shin Ning pointed the scissors toward her neck and coldly questioned Shun Posey. Is this the solution you devised for me, mother? A flicker of guilt crossed Shun Posey's face. Ning girl, please put the scissors down. Listen to me, I refuse to hear it. Shin Ning's eyes were reddened, her expression filled with disappointment. I thought you would truly find a way to annul the marriage, but I was naive. Ning girl Shin Posey, fearing for her daughter's safety, approached cautiously. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Posey swiftly snatched the scissors from Shun Ning and Appo's grasp. In response, Shin Ning turned away and lay back on her bed, coldly declaring, In any case, I will not marry. As more villagers gathered outside the courtyard, the Shun family would soon face scrutiny if the bride did not make an appearance. Shinpozi sat beside the bed, earnestly urging her, "Ning girl, I understand your grievances, but what woman does not endure hardships? Is it truly wise to confine yourself within these walls? I hope you can find someone to share your life with. Your mother is still young. While you are here, it may be bearable, but what will you do if I am no longer around? You cannot remain with your elder brother and sister-in-law for eternity." The drums and gongs continued outside as the matchmaker urged, "Sister Shun, the auspicious hour approaches. Has the bride prepared?" "Almost ready," Shinpozi replied to the call from outside. At that moment, Ning turned to Shinpozi and said, "Ultimately, I assent it that you are ashamed of me bringing disgrace to my elder brother. Fine, I shall marry." With that, she rose and donned the red garment Shinpozi had brought, placing a veil over her head, hastily adjusting her hair before stepping out. Zhou Tao, leading the wedding party, beamed upon seeing Ning. "Ninger, I have come to take you as my bride." His honest and simple nature radiated joy as he finally married the woman he had long desired. Unable to contain his affection, he sought to express his feelings. Ning cast a cold glance his way, choosing not to respond. Zhou Tao, undeterred, maintained his cheerful demeanor. Shinpozi stepped outside, wishing to impart further advice to Ning, but she was no longer inclined to listen. As the auspicious hour arrived, the bride emerged. Zhou Tao, summoning his courage, lifted Ning into his arms and placed her upon the donkey cart. Firecrackers erupted once more, and the wedding procession began its return journey. Ning girl Shinpozi could no longer hold back her tears and rushed to the courtyard and damp Oppo's entrance. However, Ning remained despondent, not once looking back. Yuwan stood at the entrance of the east wing, observing the scene with an indifferent gaze. Ning's dream of marrying into wealth and prestige had, in this moment, been extinguished entirely. On the day of the return visit after the wedding, Shinpozi had prepared a lavish spread of food and drink, but waited in vain for Ning and her husband to arrive. Standing at the gate until dusk, her mind began to spiral with anxious thoughts. Could it be that Ning girl encountered some misfortune at the Zhou household? In the Zhou family's main hall, Ning knelt on the floor, her complexion pale. Shinpozi sat rigidly in a chair, glaring coldly at Ning. "What a fine family the Shuns are. I paid 60 taels as a dowry only to receive such a disfigured wretch." Zhou Tao sat silently beside her, his head bowed. On their wedding night, he had been horrified by Ning's scarred face and had fled the room in panic. Shinpozi, upon witnessing her son's reaction, entered the eastern room to investigate. What she found was Ning's pockmarked visage, shocking her deeply and clarifying why Yuwan and Shinpozi had previously reacted with such discomfort when mentioning Ning's appearance. Evidently, the Shin family had taken her for a fool, attempting to deceive the Zhou family by presenting them with a disfigured girl unworthy of respect. Enraged, Shinpozi ordered Ning to kneel as punishment for the deceit. Having been spoiled at home, Ning was unaccustomed to such treatment and immediately began to argue with Shinpozi, even resorting to harsh words. Shinpozi, not one to be trifled with, swiftly retaliated with punishment, wielding a whip for her insolence. Ning shrieked in pain, the lashes drawing blood before Shinpozi finally relented. The following day, unable to stand due to her injuries, Ning was punished again for failing to serve her mother-in-law, forced to kneel without food. Compliant, she remained silent, knowing that defiance would only lead to more punishment. Today was meant to be a return visit, yet Shinpozi deliberately barred her from leaving, citing the absence of consummation as justification for further punishment. The intent was clear, to prevent Ning from returning to report her grievances. Having knelt for 2 days and nights without a morsel of food or a drop of water, Ning felt faint from hunger. She looked pleadingly at Shinpozi and said, I understand my error. I shall never defy you again. Please, may I have something to eat? I am so hungry." Shinpozi scoffed, tossing a leftover bun onto the ground. "Once you enter the Zhou family, all must adhere to our rules. Should you dare to defy your mother-in-law, you must face the consequences. I will not dare again. I promise." Ning, in a pitiful state, crawled to pick up the bun, brushing off the dirt before devouring it. Starvation had driven her to desperation. Zhou Posey laughed derisively, throwing another bun onto the floor. Shen Ning, ravenously consuming the first, scrambled to retrieve the second. Zhou Tao watched the scene unfold, feeling a pang of sympathy. He contemplated pleading with his mother on Shen Ning's behalf, but faltered under the weight of Zhou Posey's piercing gaze. Chapter 37. Visiting the family. Jade Embroidery Pavilion. After a month of diligent effort, Luo Sanyang finally completed Miss Lu's wedding gown. With the wedding only a day away, the Lu family promptly retrieved the garment. Luo Sanyang, finally at leisure, stretched languidly and went to the front hall. Noticing the bustling clientele, she assisted Chunmian in attending to the customers. "Where is your proprietress?" Chunmian looked up to see the same matron who had previously visited the shop. She greeted her with a smile. "Madam, our proprietress is out at the moment. Would you care to wait?" The matron, glancing at Chunmian, approached the counter. Spotting the ledger, she reached out to examine the accounts. With swift reflexes, Luo Sanyang gently grasped the matron's hand, saying with a smile, "Madam, you must be Miss Su's mother-in-law. You look so youthful. Please have a seat. I'll prepare some tea for you." Turning, she subtly signaled to Chunmian, who immediately understood. Chunmian promptly placed the ledger in a drawer and secured it with a lock, pocketing the key. The proprietress had instructed that her mother-in-law should not see the shop's financial records. Luo Sanyang led the matron to the back courtyard, where she served her tea. Gazing at Luo Sanyang, the matron adopted an air of authority and inquired, "Are you also an employee that Yuwan hired to work in the shop?" Luo Sanyang replied with a smile, "Yes, I'm also an employee here." The matron's expression hardened slightly, inwardly thinking that Su Yuwan was truly something. The shop had only recently opened, and she had already hired 2 employees. She wondered how much their wages would amount to each month. As they were conversing, Su Yuwan returned from her errand. Upon entering the shop, she learned from Chunmian that her mother-in-law had arrived. Su Yuwan went to the back courtyard. "Mother, what brings you here?" With tact, Luo Sanyang excused herself. Seeing her, the matron immediately asked, "Did you send the money for Su Jier as we discussed last time?" "Yes, I did," Su Yuwan replied truthfully. "The shop has only just opened, and I didn't have much money on hand. I sent 5 taels of silver first." Upon hearing this, the matron frowned. 5 taels of silver? That's far too little. Couldn't you have found a way to send more?" Su Yuwan responded, "That was the most silver I could gather in the last 2 days. In an Appos, that's better than nothing." The matron found herself unable to refute this. She sighed deeply, hoping that Su Jier would receive the money and purchase medicine to recover quickly. Then, she recalled that Ningjier had not returned to her maiden home after her wedding. Anxious, she asked Su Yuwan if she was available to accompany her to the Zhou family to visit Shenning. Su Yuwan agreed. She instructed Chunmian and Luo Sanyang before leaving the shop with her mother-in-law. Along the way, the matron lamented that Ningjia and Appos' marriage had been rushed, and she hadn't prepared anything for her. It was her first time visiting the Zhou family, and she wanted to bring some gifts. Su Yuwan understood that the matron had asked her along to pay for the gifts. Therefore, under the matron's watchful eye, she retrieved 20 copper coins from her purse and handed them to her. "Having sent silver to my husband, I don and Appos, to have much money left. Please use this money as you see fit, mother." Looking at the few coins she had been given, the matron's face darkened considerably. What could she buy with so little? Su Yuwan feigned helplessness. The matron had no choice but to accept the money and purchase a box of pastries. The Zhou family resided in Zhufeng village, a few miles from Yunqi village. Although the 2 villages were close, a wide river separated them. The bridge over the river had collapsed years ago during a flood, and they had to take a detour, adding half an hour to their journey. They finally arrived at the Zhou residence, where Zhou Tao's sister, Zhou Shu, answered the door. "Shuer, who is it?" Zhou's mother's voice called from inside. Zhou Shu, not recognizing the matron and Su Yuwan, hesitated to answer. "I am Shen Ning's mother," the matron explained. Hearing that the visitors were from the Shun family, a look of panic flashed across Zhou Shu's face. She said to her mother, "The Shun family is here." After a moment, Zhou's mother approached and calmly invited them inside. Once they were seated in the main room, Zhou's mother smiled knowingly at Zhou Shu and said, "Sure, quickly prepare some tea. Zhou Shu nodded in understanding and left. Mother-in-law, what brings you here today? Zhou and Appo's mother asked the matron, smiling politely. I was passing by and thought I would come to see Ningjie and Appo's. The matron replied with a smile, then asked is Ningjie and Appo's are not at home? She had not seen Shen Ning since entering the house and couldn't and Appo's help but feel a bit puzzled. Zhou and Appo's mother said calmly. Ningjie hasn't been feeling well these past few days, so I've asked her to rest in her room. Not feeling well? The matron's face immediately showed concern. Did she eat something bad, or did she catch a cold? Which room is she in? I and Appo's go see her. As she spoke, Shen Ning and Zhou Shu entered the room together. Sister-in-law, you're not feeling well. Let me help you sit down, Zhou Shu said, placing the teapot down and carefully assisting Shen Ning to sit. She surreptitiously pinched Shen Ning and Appo's arm, warning her not to say anything out of line. Shen Ning winced in pain, biting her lip to suppress a cry. Ningjie and Appo's, are you all right? What an Appo's is wrong. Have you seen a doctor? The matron asked, her face filled with concern as she looked at Shen Ning's haggard appearance. Seeing her mother, Shen Ning felt a wave of grievances surge within her, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. She opened her mouth, ready to speak, but saw Zhou's mother's sharp gaze fixed upon her. Helpless, she changed her words and said, Mother, I'm fine. The matron then asked, by the way, why didn't you bring your husband with you when you returned home after the wedding? Under Zhou's mother's coercion, Shen Ning bit her lip and simply said, that day, I wasn't in Appo's feeling well, so I didn't in Appo's go back. Have you taken any medicine? Your face is so pale. The matron, preoccupied with her concern for Shen Ning, didn't notice anything else. However, Yuwan noticed a bruise on the back of Shen Ning's neck, which she had inadvertently revealed. It looked like she had been struck. Discreetly, she glanced at Zhou's mother, whose eyes were fixed on Shen Ning, her gaze filled with a veiled threat. It seemed that Shen Ning's condition was more than just a simple illness. Yuwan saw through the charade, but kept her thoughts to herself and continued to drink her tea. Under Zhou's mother's watchful eye, Shen Ning dared not say much. She simply answered the matron's questions. The matron assumed that Shen Ning was still angry with her about the previous incident and didn't think too much of it. After a while, Zhou's mother smiled at the matron and said, Mother-in-law, why don't you stay for lunch today? It's rare for you to visit, and I should treat you properly. The matron returned a polite smile and said, There's no need for such trouble, mother-in-law. I'm relieved to see that Ningjie is fine. I have some matters to attend to at home, so I won't bother you any longer. With that, she rose to bid farewell to Zhou's mother. Yuwan also stood up, and the two of them left the Zhou residence. After walking for a short while, the matron suddenly said, Oh, dear, I think I left my bundle at the Zhou's house. Chapter 38. A Trip with Me Ultimately. Yuwan returned to the Zhou residence to retrieve the package for Granny Shun. As she approached the courtyard gate, she was met with the sounds of curses and weeping from within. You wretched girl. Do not think I cannot see through your intentions to complain to your mother just now. I did not. You had better not. Let me tell you, once you enter the Zhou family's door, you must die here. Do not even think about returning to the Shun family. After a considerable time, Yuwan raised her hand and knocked on the courtyard door. Who is it? The door opened, and upon seeing Yuwan return, Granny Zhou's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. Is it possible that you have forgotten something, daughter-in-law of Su? Yuwan smiled faintly indeed. I have forgotten my mother's package. All right, wait a moment, I will fetch it for you, Granny Zhou said, turning to head into the main room. Peering into the courtyard, Yuwan noticed Shen Ning being punished by kneeling on the ground. When their eyes met, Shen Ning initially lowered her head in shame, but then lifted it, looking at Yuwan with a pleading gaze. At that moment, Granny Zhou stepped in, blocking Shen Ning's view, and handed the package to Yuwan, explaining, Do not misunderstand, daughter-in-law of Su. This is a tradition passed down in the Zhou family. For the first month after a new bride enters, she must kneel before the ancestors daily to show filial piety. Upon hearing this, Yuwan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Since it is a tradition of the Zhou family, there is no misunderstanding on my part. Granny Zhou did not expect Su Yuan to be so easily deceived and chuckled. Ah, truly worthy of being a talented woman. You possess such understanding. Ning is far from your equal. Taking the package, Su Yuan did not wish to linger any longer, saying, "Then I shall take my leave." "All right. Take care. Do come visit when you have time." After watching Su Yuan walk away, Granny Zhou slammed the courtyard door shut. Turning back, the smile on her face vanished instantly, replaced with a cold glare. Ning trembled in fear as she watched her. Granny Zhou approached her, looking down with disdain. "Did you see? Now that you have married, you belong to your husband's family. Even if your family sees you punished, they will not care." Ning's knees ached and went numb from kneeling, tears streaming down her face. She saw clearly that Su Yuan had noticed her plea for help, yet she had turned a blind eye. Granny Zhou was right. Su Yuan would not help her. "I advise you not to waste your efforts in the future. If you are obedient, you might still be rewarded with a meal. Otherwise, you know the consequences." "I will listen. I will listen." Granny Zhou smiled triumphantly. "That's more like it. Remember, you are reliant on your husband's family now. Always think of them." Ning shivered and nodded. "I understand." The next day, someone from the Liu family arrived at Yushi Pavilion. The plump woman from before cheerfully presented a box to Su Yuan. "Congratulations, Su Zhuangjiao. Our Miss Liu greatly appreciates the wedding dress you designed. Inside is 60 taels, 50 are for your labor, and another 10 are a gift from our Liu Yuan Y." Su Yuan accepted the box with gratitude and handed over 5 taels of silver to the plump woman. "Please use this money to buy some wine. If your family has further embroidery needs, I hope you will recommend us." The woman, seeing her graciousness, accepted the money with a smile. "You are too polite. Just call me Mama Yuan. The style of that wedding dress is unique and innovative. Our Miss stunned many when she wore it. Your shop's business will surely thrive. Of course, if we need any more embroidery, I will recommend Yushi Pavilion." "Thank you, Mama Yuan." Su Yuan smiled as she sent her off. Upon returning, she found Chunmian and Luo Sanyang standing by the counter, their faces filled with disbelief. 60 taels. I have never seen so much silver in my life. Zhuangjiao, you are truly remarkable." Chunmian gazed at Su Yuan with admiration, her eyes sparkling with respect. Luo Sanyang stared at the box, incredulous. Heavens. Earning 60 taels for a single wedding dress. This cannot be real. Su Yuan chuckled. Of course it is not a dream. She took out 20 taels from the box and handed it to Luo Sanyang. "You contributed significantly to the completion of this wedding dress. This is your rightful payment." "Mine?" Luo Sanyang hesitated to accept it, feeling unworthy since Su Yuan had designed the dress entirely on her own, and she merely followed the pattern to embroider. "Take it." Su Yuan insisted. "Making a wedding dress is a grand undertaking. I cannot calculate your labor as if it were a minor task." Hearing this, Luo Sanyang ceased her refusal and accepted the silver, sincerely saying, "Thank you, Miss Su." Holding the silver in her hands, Luo Sanyang and Appo's determination to follow Su Yuan grew stronger. Chunmian felt the same. Her beautiful boss could earn money and often treated her to extra meals. She resolved to stick with her boss for a lifetime. While they were conversing, a tall man dressed as a guard strode into the shop. "Who is the owner here?" he demanded, exuding an air of chilling authority. Many patrons were intimidated by his presence and hurriedly exited the shop. Seeing the man's demeanor, Chunmian stepped in front of Su Yuan and Luo Sanyang, asking, "What business do you have with our owner?" Behind her, Luo Sanyang whispered to Su Yuan, "Miss Su, he has a sword at his waist." Su Yuan noticed the sword and Appo's ornate scabbard, which hinted at his extraordinary status. Such prominent figures rarely visited Qing Shui town, and now he sought her out. What could this mean? The man surveyed the room before coldly repeating, "I will ask again, who is the owner here?" Just as Chunmian was about to speak, Su Yuan stepped forward. "I am. May I inquire what brings you here?" The man scanned her with a frigid gaze before asking, "Did you personally design the pattern on the wedding dress for Miss Liu?" The mention of the wedding dress caused the 3 women to pause in surprise. The dress had just been picked up yesterday, and today Miss Liu was getting married. The Liu family had only just left after settling the remaining payment. Now, someone else had come knocking. Could there be an issue with the dress? Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan cautiously replied, "Yes, I designed it myself. But is there something wrong with the pattern? The man remained silent, staring at her for a moment before saying, "Please come with me." Chapter 39. The second miss of the Prime Minister's mansion. What? Yuwan stood protectively in front of Yuwan, confronting the man. "What do you intend to take our shopkeeper?" Luo Sanyang also stepped forward, shielding Yuwan. "I participated in the embroidery of that wedding gown. If there is an issue, I shall face it alongside Miss Su. You cannot take her away alone." The man's cold gaze swept over the two. "This does not concern you. Step aside." "Hey, you think you're so tough." Yuwan rolled up her sleeves, preparing for a confrontation. "Yuwan," Yuwan shook her head at her, then turned to the man. "I will go with you." The man, armed with a sword, appeared skilled in martial arts. They could not confront him head-on. "Shopkeeper, you mustn't go." Yuwan expressed her deep concern. Luo Sanyang was equally anxious. What could possibly be wrong with the wedding gown that requires taking Miss Su away? "Sanyang, Yuwan, please take care of the shop and do not worry." Yuwan reassured them with those words before following the man out of the shop. "Shopkeeper." Yuwan rushed to the door, but was halted by the man's outstretched hand. Yuwan gazed at the opulent carriage waiting outside, slightly bewildered. The luxury of this carriage seemed beyond the reach of the Liu family. Who exactly was this man? "Please." The man approached the carriage, lifting a corner of the curtain and gesturing for Yuwan to enter. Before boarding, Yuwan exchanged a knowing glance with Luo Sanyang, who immediately understood her intent and nodded slightly. Subsequently, Yuwan stepped into the carriage. As it began to move slowly, her heart grew increasingly anxious. Earlier in the shop, the man had mentioned the design on Miss Lu's wedding gown. That design was drawn from fleeting fragments of memory, a troubling thought. What could be amiss? After about 15 minutes, the carriage came to a halt. "We have arrived, miss. Please alight." The man's unyielding voice rang out from outside. Yuwan lifted the curtain and stepped down, discovering they had arrived at the largest inn in town, the Hongfu Inn. Curiously, she looked at the man. Wasn't there an issue with Miss Lu's wedding gown? Why have we come to an inn? Shouldn't we go to the Liu residence? The man maintained his impassive demeanor, replying coldly, "You shall know once you go inside." After a moment's hesitation, Yuwan followed the man into the inn and ascended to the third floor. The man knocked on the door of room 1, which was promptly opened by a woman clad in a satin robe. "Madam Ning, I have brought her," the man reported before stepping back outside. Upon seeing Yuwan, Madam Ning's pupils dilated, her face displaying palpable excitement. "She looks just like." Yuwan, puzzled, observed Madam Ning, who then snapped back to reality and invited her inside. After closing the door, Madam Ning gestured for her to sit at the table and poured her a cup of tea. During this time, Yuwan keenly examined her surroundings. There was no one else in the room besides Madam Ning. Disinterested in the tea, she directly inquired, "Madam Ning, the man outside brought me here because of the design on Miss Lu's wedding gown. Is there an issue with that pattern?" Madam Ning stared at her intently, and after a prolonged silence, suddenly fell to her knees before Yuwan, tears brimming in her eyes. "Miss, I have finally found you." "Miss." Yuwan was taken aback, quickly rising to assist Madam Ning. "Madam Ning, you must be mistaken." After standing, Madam Ning eagerly clasped Yuwan's hands, assuring her, "There is no mistake. I cannot be wrong. Your face is a perfect likeness of the Madam S. You must be our young miss." "The Madam? Young miss?" Yuwan began to piece things together, tentatively asking Madam Ning, "Are you referring to my mother?" Madam Ning nodded through her tears. "Yes. The head matriarch of the Prime Minister's mansion in the capital. Your biological mother." The Prime Minister's mansion? Yuwan's complexion changed, leaving her momentarily speechless. Her mother was actually the Prime Minister's wife. What did that mean for her? Madam Ning, noticing her shock, smiled and said, "You are the second miss of the Prime Minister's mansion." With that, Madam Ning pressed her palms together, bowing to the air, murmuring Amitabha. "Thank the heavens for guiding me to find the young miss." Stunned by this sudden revelation, Yuwan remained frozen, grappling with the truth that the noble woman spoken of by the beggar was indeed her mother. After regaining her composure, Yuwan asked, "Madam Ning, if my family is so far away in the capital, how did you manage to find me?" She still struggled to believe she could be the daughter of the Prime Minister. At this, Madam Ning sighed deeply and produced a handkerchief from her sleeve to show her. Yuwan took the handkerchief, and upon seeing its intricate design, fragmented memories began to coalesce in her mind. The handkerchief displayed a nest-like pattern with a vividly embroidered deer at its center. This handkerchief, Miss. This handkerchief was personally embroidered by the madam over 10 years ago. After you were abducted, the madam fell gravely ill and has since remained unwell, weeping over this handkerchief daily. The Prime Minister, aware of the madam's sorrow, had dispatched people to search for her ever since the day she was taken, a search that had lasted a decade. However, nearly every corner of the Baoping prefecture had been scoured, yet no news of the young miss had surfaced. Recently, the madam and Appo's health had deteriorated further. Fearing she might not survive to see her daughter again, she sent me to assist in the search. Fortunately, after several days in Qingshui town, I fortuitously recognized the wedding gown and Appo's as pattern worn by Miss Liu, prompting me to send a night watchman to investigate, which ultimately led me to you. With tears streaming down her face, Madame Ning recounted this tale. Yuwan felt a profound shock wash over her, her nose tingling with emotion. Her parents had been searching for her all these years. Madame Ning wiped her tears with her own handkerchief. Noticing Yuwan clad in coarse garments, her hands rough and cracked, "Miss, you have suffered greatly these past years." The thought that their young miss, born into privilege, had endured so much hardship during her abduction was heart-wrenching. Indeed, Yuwan had faced considerable suffering in the years spent as a child bride in the Shun household, burdened daily with labor. After coming of age, to support Shun Su's education, she had to venture into the streets to sell goods. At just 18, her face bore the marks of hardship. Yet, the most painful aspect was that in her previous life, she had failed to find her parents and lacked an identity, leading the Shun family to ruthlessly eliminate her and her child in their pursuit of status. "Miss, please return to the capital with me." Madame Ning grasped her hands. Filled with hope, the Prime Minister and his wife have searched for you for so long. They will be overjoyed to see you. Chapter 40. The imperative to safeguard the young lady returning to the capital. Yuwan was entirely unprepared. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say she had unfinished matters to attend to. Noticing her prolonged silence, Ning Momo inquired, "What troubles you, miss?" With a smile, Yuwan replied, "It is nothing, Ning Momo. I still have some affairs to settle, and I fear I cannot accompany you just yet." Understanding dawned on Ning Momo's face. "If that is the case, do not worry. If there is anything you require, you may have a night guard attend to it. He is the chief protector of the residence, and you can trust him implicitly." Yuwan realized that the night guard was indeed the protector of the residence, which explained his decisive demeanor. "Ning Momo, this matter must be resolved by me personally. In a month in Appo's time, Shinsu will send back the divorce papers. In my previous life, the Shun family, to avoid the disgrace of abandoning a faithful wife, caused my death during childbirth, allowing Shun Su to marry the daughter of the Minister of Personnel without impediment. This time around, I shall not grant him his wish. I intend to unmask his vile nature on the very day he returns the divorce documents." Ning Momo, unaware of these intricacies but sensing Yuwan's resolute attitude, opted not to press further. She turned to retrieve a pouch of coins from her belongings and handed it to Yuwan. "Since you have unresolved matters, allow me to take a letter to your esteemed family. Once you have concluded your affairs, we shall return to the capital together. Take this money for your needs. Should it prove insufficient, simply inform me." Yuwan hesitated, insisting she had funds of her own. However, Ning Momo firmly grasped her hand and placed the pouch into her palm. "You are the esteemed second daughter of our Prime Minister's household. Utilizing our own resources is only fitting." Unable to refuse further, Yuwan accepted the pouch. Reflecting on the time she had spent away, she expressed her desire to return to the shop, concerned for San Yang and Chun Mian. Upon hearing this, Ning Momo smiled. "It is rare to have such devoted individuals by your side. If you are worried, I shall have the night guard escort you home to ease their concerns." "No need, Ning Momo. I can return by myself," Yuwan replied, feeling anxious. The night guard's imposing appearance might frighten the patrons at her shop. Ning Momo paused, then summoned Yi Feng. After a brief exchange, Yi Feng's expression shifted to one of surprise upon glancing at Yuwan. He bowed respectfully to Ning Momo and exited. When he returned, Yi Feng had changed into ordinary attire, having removed his sword. Ning Momo assured Su Yuan, I have arranged for the night guard to remain by your side until we return to the capital. Yi Feng respectfully declared, Miss, I am Yi Feng, and I shall safeguard you henceforth. Su Yuan nodded lightly. Although she did not particularly require a guard, she recognized Ning Momo's concern for her safety and did not decline the offer. Before departing, Ning Momo reiterated, Miss, I shall remain at the Hongfu Inn until you have resolved your matters. Should you need anything, you may always find me here. I understand, Ning Momo, Su Yuan affirmed. Upon exiting the inn, a servant brought forth a carriage. Su Yuan instructed Yi Feng, There is no need for a carriage. We shall walk back. Yi Feng was taken aback, but complied, instructing the servant to take the carriage away. Also, Su Yuan said, glancing at him, Do not call me miss in front of others. Simply refer to me as young lady. Though Yi Feng was puzzled, he nodded in agreement. Thus, he escorted Su Yuan back to Yushi Pavilion. Despite his ordinary attire, Yi Feng's tall and robust figure drew considerable attention from passers-by. The shopkeeper has returned, Chun Mian exclaimed, having waited at the entrance. She rushed forward upon seeing Su Yuan, her face lighting up with joy. Noticing the imposing figure behind Su Yuan, Chun Mian shot Yi Feng a fierce glare. Then, turning her concern back to Su Yuan, she asked, Are you all right, shopkeeper? Seeing Chun Mian's worried expression, Su Yuan smiled reassuringly. I am fine. Look, I have returned safe and sound. Luo Sanyang approached, her relief palpable upon seeing Su Yuan unharmed. Once inside the shop, both women eagerly inquired about the issues surrounding the wedding gown. Su Yuan stationed Yi Feng at the door to keep watch before explaining, There is no problem with the wedding gown. Ah, no problem? Then why were people sent to apprehend you? Chun Mian and Damp. Appo's eyes widened in confusion. Luo Sanyang shot her a disapproving glance, exclaiming, What do you mean and amp? Appo's. Apprehend and amp. Appo's. They merely asked Miss Su to answer a few questions. She then turned to Su Yuan. Thank goodness you have returned safely, or I would have been compelled to report this to the authorities. When Su Yuan was taken away, she had given a subtle signal to Luo Sanyang, who quickly memorized the man's appearance and the color of the carriage. Had the sun set without Su Yuan's return, she would have taken action. Fortunately, Su Yuan was safe, alleviating the weight on her heart. Su Yuan expressed her gratitude for their concern during such a trying time, explaining that it was her family who had sought her out. Luo Sanyang and Chun Mian exchanged incredulous glances. Chun Mian whispered, Shopkeeper, did your parents come looking for you? It was my nanny who found me first. As for my parents, they likely remain unaware, Su Yuan replied candidly. Nanny? Chun Mian was unfamiliar with the term. Her curiosity piqued. Su Yuan clarified. She's akin to a stewardess. Having grasped the concept, Chun Mian nodded, while Luo Sanyang silently mused that Su Yuan must indeed hail from an extraordinary background, given that she had a stewardess at her home. As the shop closed for the night, Su Yuan finished her tasks, locked up, and prepared to head home. Yi Feng followed closely behind. Furrowing her brow, Su Yuan instructed him, Yi Feng, you need not accompany me tonight. Yi Feng appeared troubled, recalling Ning Momo's directive to ensure the young lady's safety. However, Su Yuan was concerned that if the villagers or the old matriarch saw him, it would inevitably lead to complications. She did not wish to reveal her identity before severing ties with Shinsu. Really, it is unnecessary. You can protect me during the day. I can manage alone at night, she assured him. Yet, Yi Feng remained steadfast behind her. After all, this second miss was the cherished jewel of the Prime Minister's family, and failing to protect her could cost him dearly. Seeing his unwavering stance, Su Yuan added, Rest assured, I reside in the village ahead. Hiring a carriage back poses no danger. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Feng replied, I shall follow discreetly, ensuring I do not disrupt you. Discreetly? She was puzzled when suddenly, Yi Feng vanished into the nearby thicket, completely out of sight. Chapter 41. The Gratitude at Lingyun Temple in mid-February. News arrived that Shun Su had topped the imperial examination, bringing immense joy to his mother, who the next day took Su Yuan to the temple to burn incense in gratitude. By now, Shun Su had achieved remarkable success, having passed 2 examinations. a feat unheard of in generations of the Shun family. His triumph meant he was qualified to participate in the palace examination, and should he succeed there, the Shin family would truly bask in glory. Lingyun Temple, an ancient shrine perched atop Lingyun Peak on the western side of Sanyang County, is renowned for its miraculous blessings, attracting countless devotees. In her previous life, Yuwan had been 6 months pregnant at this time, and thus had not come. Instead, it was Shin Pozi and Shun Ning who visited. Now that Shun Ning was married, Shun Pozi invited Yuwan to accompany her, hoping that she could pay homage to the goddess of fertility and soon conceive a child to continue the Shin lineage. Kneeling fervently before the statue of the goddess, Shun Pozi prayed earnestly, while Yuwan observed her with a sense of irony. In her past life, her child had nearly reached term, only to become a mere pawn for the Shun family's aspirations for power. Yuwan, why aren't you praying? Shin Pozi inquired upon noticing her stillness. I've heard that the goddess here is quite effective. Yuwan replied coolly, I've already prayed. With that, Shin Pozi relaxed her brow and resumed her prayers before rising from the hall. As they walked, she remarked to Yuwan, now that Su has topped the examination, he will soon participate in the palace tests. Once he becomes a successful graduate, you must strive to give us a grandson to further our family and Appo's legacy. Yuwan remained silent, thinking that when Shun Su achieved the title of the top scholar, it would be the day she regained her freedom. The duty of continuing the family line would fall to others. Noticing her lack of response, Shun Pozi halted, her tone tinged with displeasure. What is the matter with you today? Why do you not respond when I speak? Just then, she spotted Zhou Pozi entering the temple with Zhou Shu and Shun Ning. Oh, if at ISNT, my esteemed in-law. What a coincidence to see you here. Are you here to pray as well? Zhou Pozi greeted Shin Pozi with a warm smile. Shin Pozi turned to see her daughter had also arrived at the temple, filling her with joy, and she responded amiably. Yes, my son has achieved great success, and as his mother, I thought to come here to express my gratitude to the Buddha. Zhou Pozi and Appo's smile broadened. Ah, then congratulations. Esteemed in-law, your son is truly promising. With his talent, it won't be long before he tops the list of scholars. Oh, that may be premature. There are many candidates who will take the palace exam. My son may not necessarily claim the top spot, Shin Pozi humbly replied, though her pride was unmistakable. Zhou Pozi continued to flatter, why be so modest? Your son is destined for greatness, and as his mother, your contributions are significant. When he becomes the top scholar, you shall be a revered matron. I might even have to bow to you. Such words warmed Shun Pozi's heart. Her son's success reflected positively on her, earning her respect in society. The feeling of being lauded was indeed delightful. Amid their conversation, Shun Pozi noticed her daughter, with her face veiled, trailing behind Zhou Pozi, silent and seemingly distressed. Her smile faded slightly. Dear in-law, what brings you to Lingyun Temple today? Were you seeking? Zhou Pozi tenderly took Shin Ning's hand, gazing at her with affection. Since Ning has been married to the Shun family for some time now, I thought to bring her to pray to the Bodhisattva for an early conception. Upon meeting Zhou Pozi's gaze, Shin Ning trembled with fear but managed a forced smile. Yes, mother-in-law is right. Yet, Zhou Pozi had also learned of Shun Su's success and had intentionally brought Zhou Shu and Shun Ning to the temple. Hearing Zhou Pozi's intention to pray for Shin Ning to conceive, Shun Pozi felt a flicker of joy. If Ning were to become pregnant, it would bring hope for the future. However, it pained her to see Shun Ning still veiled, afraid to reveal her face. She wondered if her son-in-law had treated her poorly because of her scars. Shun Pozi had longed for an opportunity to inquire about Shun Ning's well-being, and now, seeing her in the temple, she took her hand, hoping for a private conversation. Shin Ning, however, wished to speak with her mother, but Zhou Pozi kept a close watch, preventing any private moments. She could only decline, saying, Mother, my mother-in-law has not been well lately. I must attend to her. Shin Pozi's face soured at this excuse. Zhou Pozi was clearly in good health. There was no need for such service. After finally encountering her daughter, how could Zhou Pozi deny them a moment to converse? Seeing Shun Pozi's discontent, Zhou Pozi quickly interjected, Oh, it's just that Ning is overly dutiful. I told her that a slight headache doesn't require such attention. Since you two have met here, Ning, you should spend some time talking with your mother. She smiled at Shen Ning, though her eyes betrayed a hint of threat. Afterward, Zhou Posey led Zhou Shu into the hall. Shun Posey turned to Shen Ning. Ning, the last time I visited the Zhou family, I rushed off and didn't have a chance to ask. How are you treated in your new home? How does your husband treat you? Su Yuwan also cast a glance at Shen Ning. Faced with their scrutiny, Shen Ning hesitated, uncertain of how to respond. Shen Posey frowned. Are you being mistreated in your marital home? Just as Shen Ning opened her mouth to speak, she noticed Zhou Posey re-emerging from the hall, standing at the entrance and watching her closely. She quickly shook her head. No, not at all. With that reassurance, Shen Posey felt relieved. Initially, she had been reluctant about this marriage. Shen Ning's disfigurement and the loss of the betrothal gift had forced their hand. Now, all she could do was ensure her daughter did not face hardship in her new life. With Shen Su's recent triumph, she believed the Zhou family would be cautious in their treatment of Shen Ning. As Zhou Posey approached, Shen Ning's heart raced. She had endured enough of Zhou Posey's cruelty and no longer wished to return to the Zhou household. Gathering her courage, she addressed Shen Posey. Mother, Mother, it's getting late. We should head down the mountain. The shop must be busy by now, Su Yuwan interjected. Shen Posey nodded in agreement and turned to Shen Ning. Ning, what were you about to say? As Shen Ning opened her mouth again, Zhou Posey was already leading Zhou Shu back towards them. Ning, it's time to pay your respects to the goddess. Chapter 42. Store expansion. Shen Ning's words were abruptly silenced as she glared at Su Yuwan, her teeth clenched in frustration. Sister Ning? Aunt Zhou, noticing her daze, called out again. Oh, I'm coming right away, Shen Ning responded, flustered. Aunt Zhou turned to Mother Shun, smiling. In-laws, we shall proceed ahead. Mother Shun nodded. We also need to descend the mountain. After bidding farewell at the temple, Mother Shun and Su Yuwan began their descent. By the way, it seemed like Sister Ning had something to say to me earlier, Mother Shun recollected during their walk. Su Yuwan replied calmly. She has just married. Surely there are many intimate matters she wishes to discuss with you. Mother Shun sighed lightly. It must be difficult for her, marrying so suddenly. Thankfully, Aunt Zhou seems to treat her well, so I feel somewhat reassured. Su Yuwan raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. What Mother Shun perceived was precisely what Aunt Zhou intended for her to see. The true nature of Shen Ning's situation remained known only to her. After walking a short distance, Mother Shun paused again. She turned her head and glanced around, puzzled. It's strange. I can't shake the feeling that someone is following us. Su Yuwan shifted her gaze and suggested, perhaps you are overthinking it. Maybe, Mother Shun murmured, shaking her head discreetly as they continued on. Su Yuwan felt a slight sense of relief, casting her eyes towards the nearby thicket, which lay silent. Yet she could sense the presence of a night breeze. Inside Lingyun Temple, after Shen Ning had finished her prayers to the Guanyin of childbirth, Aunt Zhou pulled her aside into a corner. She demanded angrily what Shen Ning had spoken about with Mother Shun. Shen Ning replied truthfully, nothing, I said nothing. Nearby, Zhou Shu shot her a cold glance, mockingly stating, oh, elder sister-in-law, I distinctly saw you looking as if you wished to weep to your mother. How can you now claim otherwise? Aunt Zhou's voice turned stern. So you are still restless? With that, she struck Shen Ning across the face, causing her veil to fall and leaving a bright red mark on her cheek. Shen Ning winced in pain, covering her face, unable to voice her fury. Observing her scarred visage only fueled Aunt Zhou's rage. Had it not been for the necessity of securing a promising future for her son Zhou Tao through this marriage, an arrangement made under the pretense of stolen betrothal gifts, she would deem Shen Ning unworthy even to serve as a servant in her household. Elder sister-in-law, you have been married to my elder brother for quite some time. Why do you still entertain such unrealistic notions? Do you think that leaving the Zhou family would lead the Shun family to keep you? Zhou Shu sneered. Your mother values your brother in Appo's reputation too highly to allow a discarded woman like you to stay at home and tarnish his name. You. Shen Ning glared at Zhou Shu in anger. Zhou Shu glared back fiercely. What are you glaring at? With your appearance. Being able to marry into our family is already a blessing you have accumulated over 3 lifetimes. Otherwise, even a beggar would not want you. Shen Ning, covering her face, swallowed her grievances in silence. Upon returning to town, Su Yuan went to the shop while Mother Shun headed to the market for supplies. Once Mother Shun was out of sight, the night wind approached Su Yuan from the crowd. Su Yuan inquired, "What became of the veiled woman after we left?" Night Wind reported, "Miss, the woman was harshly scolded by her in-laws and even slapped." During his time following Su Yuan, Night Wind had come to understand those around her thoroughly. He had noticed that the veiled woman seemed to harbor hostility towards his mistress, which prompted his vigilance. "Understood. Just keep a watchful eye and do not reveal yourself," he instructed. "Your subordinate will be careful." Upon returning to the shop, Su Yuan resumed her role as the manager of Yushio Pavilion, fully dedicating herself to the business. Night Wind continued to sit in the tea house across the street, always alert to the happenings at Yushio Pavilion. Since the launch of the wedding dress embroidered by Lu Miss, Yushio Pavilion had created quite a stir in the entire Qingshui town. Numerous brides-to-be flocked to Yushio Pavilion to order their wedding garments. Despite being a shop for embroidery, it had effectively transformed into an embroidery workshop. With the influx of custom orders, Luo Sanyang found herself overwhelmed, prompting Su Yuan to consider hiring additional embroiderers. She quickly drafted recruitment notices that resulted in several women visiting the shop the following day. All these women were skilled in embroidery, yet creating wedding garments demanded exceptional craftsmanship. Su Yuan set several rounds of tests for selection, ultimately admitting only 2 women, Tang Jing and Xiao Yan. Both had previously embroidered clothing but had never crafted wedding dresses. So Su Yuan arranged for them to learn under Luo Sanyang, offering them a monthly wage of 1 or 2 taels of silver. Over the past 3 months, Su Yuan had earned a total of 130 taels of silver, and now, with plans to expand operations, it was necessary to enlarge the shop as well. She rented the adjacent grocery store, which was on the verge of closing, to convert it into an embroidery workshop for the 3 embroiderers' use. With the shop's expansion, the volume of custom orders at Yushio Pavilion increased, leaving Su Yuan busier than ever. Yet, despite her hectic schedule, she remained steadfast in her personal goals. In early April, the weather fluctuated between warmth and chill. A month had passed since the spring examination results were announced, and it was now time for Shun Su's palace examination. During lunchtime, the shop was empty, and Chun Mian was napping in the courtyard. Su Yuan beckoned Night Wind from the tea house across the street. "Miss, what do you require?" Night Wind, unable to shake his habit of addressing her as an oppose, Miss and oppose, inquired. Su Yuan quietly instructed him on several matters. Night Wind listened without question, replying, "Rest assured, miss. I will handle it properly." "Very well, you may go," she responded. As Night Wind turned to leave, a lavishly dressed woman entered, accompanied by 2 maidservants. The woman in yellow, upon entering the shop, arrogantly demanded to know who the manager was. Night Wind frowned and, instead of returning to the tea house, stood guard outside, keeping an ear on the happenings within. Su Yuan composed herself and approached. "That would be me. How may I assist you, miss?" The woman in yellow glanced at her and inquired, "I have heard that the wedding dresses here are exquisitely crafted. I would like to order 2 sets of dresses." "Of course. What style do you have in mind?" "This way. Please. I will take your measurements," Su Yuan warmly invited her. The woman followed Su Yuan to a small partition, where she provided her specifications and design preferences after being measured. Su Yuan noted everything down. "Very well, miss. Please return in a month to collect your dresses." "What? A month's wait?" The woman's displeasure was evident upon hearing the timeline. Su Yuan explained, "I sincerely apologize, miss. There are currently many orders in queue, and yours has been scheduled for a month later." "Then you shall prioritize mine." The woman in yellow glared haughtily at her. We must adhere to the order of request to ensure fairness to all clients." Su Yuan stood firm, refusing to yield. At that moment, one of the maidservants stepped forward, indignantly declaring, "How dare you? Open your eyes and recognize who this is. She is the daughter of our county magistrate. You would do well to be accommodating." Chapter 43, A Request for a Word. As soon as the young maid's words fell, a robust hand seized her throat with great force. Night Wind glared at her fiercely. "Are you seeking death?" The young maid, her throat grasped tightly, turned red in the face and looked at him in terror. The woman in yellow was startled by the scene, and another maid stepped protectively in front of her, trembling as she admonished, "Who are you to lay hands on our Miss Huang's personal maid?" Miss Huang, whose full name was Huang Qianqian, was the only daughter of Huang Huai, the current magistrate of Songyang County. Seeing that the man did not release his grip and that her maid and Appo's face was turning purple, Huang Qianqian was furious. She pointed at Su Yuwan and demanded, "You better make him let go of my maid, or I'll have my father shut down your shop." Night Wind remained silent. Su Yuwan interjected, urging Night Wind to cease his actions. The young maid was roughly thrown aside, stumbling to the ground, gasping and trembling. Huang Qianqian glared at Night Wind with indignation. "How dare you touch my people? You are the one courting death." Turning Su Yuwan again, she spat, "You insolent girl. Your thug has provoked my wrath. If you do not wish to die, kneel and apologize." Her words were brazen in the extreme. Night Wind clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. A mere daughter of a 7th-rank official dared to act so arrogantly. It seemed the magistrate of Songyang County was willing to sacrifice his own reputation. Just as he was about to speak, Su Yuan stated calmly, "Miss Huang, your maid insulted someone first. My subordinate merely taught her a lesson. That seems reasonable, does it not?" Huang Qianqian shot her an angry glare. "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to reason with me? I tell you, in Songyang County, I, Huang Qianqian, am the law." "Oh." Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. "So you and your father, the magistrate, control everything in Songyang County?" Huang Qianqian, oblivious to Su Yuan and Appo's attempt to provoke her, arrogantly retorted, "Indeed, my father is the magistrate, a position far beyond someone like you, a lowly commoner. You have offended his daughter. Prepare for your shop to close for good." Night Wind watched her coldly, committing her words to memory. Upon returning to the capital, he would report this to the Prime Minister. No, he ought to compose a letter immediately. Huang Qianqian smirked at Su Yuan. "So, are you afraid? If you are, kneel and apologize to me right now." "Miss, trouble often arises from careless words. You should contemplate how to protect your father and Appo's official position," Su Yuan calmly advised. However, her words only further enraged Huang Qianqian. In a fit of rage, she raised her hand to strike Su Yuan. But as her hand was lifted, a powerful force seized her wrist. Turning back, she discovered it was the same man from before preventing her. Furiously, she exclaimed, "You filthy man, remove your disgusting hands." With a swift motion, Night Wind tightened his grip, producing a crack that echoed like a bone breaking. "Ah, it hurts. Let me go." Huang Qianqian cried out in agony, her features contorted in pain. The two young maids shrank back in fright, too terrified to approach. "Get lost." Night Wind exerted more force, throwing Huang Qianqian out the door. Mississippi. The two maids trembled as they hurried to assist their mistress. Outside the shop, numerous passers-by paused to witness the commotion. "Who is this? Why were they thrown out?" "I heard it's the magistrate's daughter causing a scene in Su's shop, and she was tossed out by Su's subordinate." "Ah, so it's the magistrate's daughter. No wonder she's so arrogant." The murmurs of the crowd stripped Huang Qianqian of her dignity, fueling her resentment towards Su Yuan. Once helped to her feet by her maids, she shot a venomous glare at the sign of Yushio Pavilion before turning away. "Do not be angered, Mississippi. She is just a lowly commoner. I shall inform Master, and he will surely seek justice for you," one of the maids consoled. "Seek justice?" Huang Qianqian scoffed, her eyes filled with malice. "Not only will I seek justice, but I will also make that Su shopkeeper taste the consequences of offending me." At the same time, a woman who brushed past Huang Qianqian halted upon hearing the name Su shopkeeper. The woman was none other than the veiled Shenning. After leaving Lingyun Temple, Shenning had been sent by Granny Zhou to the market for shopping. While walking, she overheard a conversation about Su Yuan. The venom in the speaker's tone upon mentioning Su shopkeeper was enough to reveal her deep-seated animosity. Without hesitation, Shenning pursued the woman in yellow. "Miss, please wait a moment," Shenning called out from behind. Huang Qianqian halted, turning with an expression of anger. "Who are you?" Faced with a veiled woman, Huang Qianqian's face momentarily showed confusion. Shenning stepped closer, whispering something only they could hear. Afterward, she asked, "May I request a moment of your time, miss?" Huang Qianqian scanned Shenning from head to toe and instructed her maids, find a tea house. Mississippi. The maid Payer hesitated, wary of the sudden appearance of this masked woman. Huang Qianqian shot her a glare. Hurry up. Do you think I cannot command you? The maid, not daring to defy her, quickly ran off to find tea house. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at a tea house named Mingxiang Pavilion. Upon entering the private room, the two maids sensibly closed the door and stood guard outside. Before even sitting down, Huang Qianqian eagerly asked Shenning, "Did you just say that Su Yuwan is Shun Yuan's wife?" Shenning nodded, "Yes." "How do you know this so well?" Huang Qianqian regarded her with suspicion. "Because I am her sister-in-law, Shun Yuan's sister," Shenning replied. Huang Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. "If you're her sister-in-law, why are you telling me this?" "Because." A flicker of hatred appeared in Shenning's eyes. "Like you, Miss Huang, I harbor a deep resentment toward Su Yuwan." "You hate her?" Huang Qianqian was taken aback again. Shenning sighed, looking at Huang Qianqian with a tone of regret. Su Yuwan was merely a lowly child bride raised in a Shun family. "In truth, my mother always desired a daughter-in-law of noble and beautiful stature like you. Unfortunately, our family fell into poverty, and thus that lowly woman became my sister-in-law." Upon hearing this, a blush crept onto Huang Qianqian's face. She recalled the year of the looming banquet when she attended with her father and laid eyes on the talented and handsome Shen Yuan. She had secretly harbored feelings for him, only to learn later that he was already married. Little did she expect that it was to that lowly maid. Chapter 44. Young Master Xiao. Upon hearing Shenning's words, Huang Qianqian's animosity towards Yuan deepened. This wretched woman not only incited her subordinates to harm her, but also obstructed her promising marriage. Noticing the evident change of emotion on Huang Qianqian's face, Shenning's lips curled slightly as she continued, "In truth, I have long been intolerant of her arrogant demeanor. She possesses not a single quality worthy of my elder brother." After a pause, she glanced at Huang Qianqian, adding, "Yet this woman clings to him like a stubborn plaster. If Miss Huang could persuade the county magistrate to expel her from the Shun family, it would indeed rescue my brother from his suffering." Huang Qianqian, puzzled, inquired, "Why do you say he is suffering? Does your elder brother not harbor feelings for her?" Shenning's lips curled into a cold smile beneath her veil as she replied, "If he truly cared for her, he would not have refrained from consummating their marriage since the day they wed." "Ah!" Huang Qianqian exclaimed in surprise. "Are you saying that your brother has never touched Su Yuwan?" Shenning nodded. "My brother has always treated her with great indifference, let alone any physical intimacy." Upon hearing this, Huang Qianqian felt a flicker of secret delight. She eagerly assured Shenning, "Rest assured, once I return to the county office, I shall ensure my father deals with that wretched woman." Her grip on the teacup tightened, and a glint of malice flashed in her eyes. Simultaneously, the long-buried feelings she harbored for Shun Su began to resurface. Had it not been for Shun Su's betrothal to Su Yuwan, she would have implored her father to allow her to marry him. Now that she learned he did not love his wife, Huang Qianqian felt that her opportunity had finally arrived. In the Yuxiu Pavilion, after dismissing the troublesome Huang Qianqian, Yifeng asked Su Yuwan, "Miss, why did you not deal with that arrogant woman on the spot? Given her temperament, she may return to cause trouble again." Su Yuwan pondered for a moment before responding, "I desire her to come back, preferably making a scene under her father's name. Only then can we gather evidence to uproot her completely." Yifeng, surprised, noted that despite Su Yuwan having been raised in a peasant household after being abducted, her demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of a high-ranking official. Just then, Nanny Ning arrived, having heard of the day's events at the Yuxiu Pavilion, and rushed over. "Miss, are you unharmed?" she inquired with genuine concern upon entering. Su Yuwan dismissed Yifeng and smiled at Nanny Ning. "Nanny, I am quite well." Relieved to see her safe, Nanny Ning then asked about the cause of Huang Qianqian's disturbance in the establishment. Su Yuwan recounted the incident truthfully. After listening, Nanny Ning's expression turned furious. How dare a mere county magistrate's daughter behave so outrageously? This reveals how much influence her father, Huangji County, wields in this area. Upon returning to the capital, I shall report this matter to the Prime Minister and ensure that he is held accountable." Su Yuwan nodded. "You speak wisely, Nanny. I was just discussing this matter with Yifeng. Nanny Ning suppressed her anger, took Su Yuan's hand, and spoke with tenderness. My dear, you have endured much. If only the master and mistress knew, they would be heartbroken. Unlike other young ladies who would have cried or thrown a tantrum over such grievances, Su Yuan had never revealed a hint of distress on her face. Instead, her eyes always glimmered with resilience. Nanny Ning felt both pained and gratified. After today's commotion, the number of customers in the shop diminished. For lunch, Nanny Ning took Su Yuan to a private room in a restaurant. Uncertain of Su Yuan's preferences, she ordered one of each of the restaurant's signature dishes. Nanny, this seems excessive. Can we possibly finish all this? Su Yuan expressed her astonishment. Having grown accustomed to frugality during her time at the Shun residence, she had never indulged in dining out. Nanny Ning chuckled. This is not too much, my dear. In our Prime Minister's household, the meals typically consist of at least 10 dishes. 10 dishes for a single meal? Su Yuan exclaimed. That seems rather extravagant. The Prime Minister's residence is indeed grand. For a moment, she felt somewhat out of place. Having been raised in a farming household where her experiences and knowledge paled in comparison to her relatives who had lived in the capital, she worried if she would be able to integrate into that family once she arrived in the capital. Sensing her unease, Nanny Ning served her a roasted pigeon leg and reassured her, the master, mistress, and eldest young master are all wonderful people. When you return to the Prime Minister's residence, they will be delighted to see you. Eldest young master? Su Yuan inquired. So, I have an older brother? Nanny Ning nodded. The eldest young master, Jin Huai, is your biological brother. Tell me more about him. Nanny, Su Yuan requested, having no recollection of her brother due to her abduction during childhood. As Nanny Ning served her, she began, Young Master Jin Huai is currently 19 years of age, resembling the Prime Minister in looks, possessing an imposing presence that exudes authority without anger. During the years the mistress has been bedridden, he has taken on many responsibilities within the household, earning the respect of the servants. Su Yuan listened intently. Her brother sounded not only handsome, but also quite capable. Indeed, Nanny Ning replied with a smile. Young Master Jin Huai is renowned as one of the most handsome young men in the capital, admired by noble ladies far and wide. In terms of beauty, only he could rival the young Marquis Xiao of the Wuhan residence. Young Marquis Xiao? Su Yuan asked, curiosity piqued. Is he even more handsome than my brother? Nanny Ning's expression shifted to one of ambiguity as she responded. That is indeed the case, but this young Marquis Xiao is notorious for his reckless behavior. It is perhaps best for you to remain uninformed about him. Once you are in the capital, if you happen to encounter him, it will be wise to keep your distance. Nanny Ning did not elaborate further, and Su Yuan chose not to press the matter. Instead, she inquired about her parents. Our mistress has a gentle disposition and treats the servants well. While the Prime Minister often appears stern and unsmiling, he is quite tender and considerate towards the mistress. Nanny Ning sighed softly, continuing, every day, the Prime Minister not only assists the Emperor with state affairs, but also tends to the mistress's needs, all while worrying about finding you. Over the years, he has developed many white hairs. We all hope that once you return to the capital, your mother's health will improve, relieving the Prime Minister of his burdens. Chapter 45. How could this be a divorce letter on April 16th? The news that Shen Su had achieved the highest score in the imperial examination spread through Yunshi village like wildfire. The entire village erupted in excitement, with many villagers flocking to the Shun household to offer their congratulations. Upon hearing the news, Granny Zhou hurriedly brought Shen Ning along to the Shun family. Congratulations, congratulations! Su has become the top scholar in the imperial examination. The Shun family truly shines now, exclaimed Wang, the village head, a spirited man in his 60s. Ah, the village head has come. Please, come in and take a seat. Su's success today is certainly thanks to your past kindness towards our family. Shen Pozi greeted him warmly, ushering him into the main room. After the passing of old man Shun, the family faced considerable hardships. Upon learning of their plight, the village head often sent rice and oil, and even gifted Shen Su 2 taels of silver, encouraging him to continue his studies. Grateful for the village head's support, Shen Su frequently visited him with gifts after achieving success. Once seated, Su Yuan personally poured a cup of hot tea for him. As the news of Shen Su's triumph spread, The Shun household became a hub of activity. Shun Posey insisted that Su Yuwan remain to help entertain the neighbors. Speaking of gratitude, Su should be most thankful to Yuwan. Over the years, she has worked tirelessly to support the family and provide for Su's education. It has not been easy. Now that Su has made something of himself, Yuwan deserves to enjoy the fruits of her labor, the village head said sincerely. Shun Posey nodded with a smile, acknowledging the village head's words. Indeed, Yuwan has worked hard for our family. Once Su is officially appointed, she won't have to endure such hardships anymore. Upon hearing the mention of an official appointment, Granny Zhou's eyes lit up. She quickly approached Shun Posey, beaming, "Congratulations. Dear mother-in-law, upon hearing that Su has become the top scholar, I rushed over with Ning to bring you some gifts. This is fine ginseng, reputed to replenish energy and blood." Seeing Granny Zhou approach with gifts, Shun Posey's smile waned slightly, and she politely replied, "You are too kind, dear mother-in-law. I truly cannot accept such a precious gift." Shun Posey was well aware of Granny Zhou's intentions. She rarely brought gifts to the Shun family, and now, upon hearing of Su's success, she was eager to present valuable items, clearly with ulterior motives. Granny Zhou insisted on placing the gift in Shun Posey's hands, saying cheerfully, "Oh, we are now in-laws. There's no need to stand on ceremony." However, Shun Posey promptly returned the gift to Granny Zhou, smiling as she said, "There's really no need for this gift. Your visit to congratulate me is already a source of great joy." Granny Zhou's smile faltered at Shun Posey's insistence on refusing the gift. She quickly signaled to Shin Ning beside her, not wanting to go against her mother. Shin Ning took the gift and smiled at Shun Posey. "Mother, please accept it. This is also a gesture of goodwill from your mother-in-law." With her daughter speaking in favor, Shun Posey felt she could not refuse and accepted the gift. Then inquired, "Ning, how did it go when you visited the goddess of fertility? Have you felt any signs yet?" Shin Ning lowered her head, a bitter smile creeping onto her face beneath her veil. "No signs at all. Since our marriage, Zhou Tao has not touched me." Though Zhou Tao often pretended to be a good husband, only she knew he still found her appearance distasteful. Noticing Shin Ning's unusual demeanor, Shun Posey assumed there might be discord between the couple and asked in a hushed tone, "What is the matter, Ning? Have you and your husband had a quarrel?" Shin Ning shook her head. "No, I'm fine, mother." Perhaps it was her imagination, but Shun Posey felt that her daughter had changed since the marriage. She spoke less and seemed more composed than before. As guests continued to arrive, Shun Posey instructed her to entertain Granny Zhou while she went out to greet the newcomers. In the kitchen, Su Yuwan was busy brewing tea when Shin Ning entered. "Yuwan, you must be feeling quite pleased with yourself," Shin Ning remarked. Su Yuwan turned, looking puzzled. "I don't quite understand what you mean, Ning. Stop pretending you don't know. That day at Lingyun Temple, you deliberately interrupted me. Your intentions are clear to you." Shin Ning retorted, "I'm not sure what you mean, Ning. If you have something to say, just say it." Su Yuwan replied, feigning innocence. With an exasperated scoff, Shin Ning declared, "You may be feeling triumphant now, but your position as the top scholaress wife won't be secure for long." Su Yuwan raised her eyebrows. Looking at Shin Ning, "Are you implying that your brother won't remain a top scholar for long?" Shin Ning's face turned pale with anger. "Su Yuwan, you remain as insufferable as ever." As Su Yuwan filled a teapot with hot water, she cast a glance back at Shin Ning. "Ning, if you have time to slander others, perhaps you should consider how to please your mother-in-law instead to avoid daily punishments." Shin Ning's eyes widened in surprise at Su Yuwan's words, feeling a surge of indignation. Entering the main room, she found Shun Posey engaged in conversation with a group of relatives and friends, all of whom were there to flatter and curry favor. After placing the teapot down, Su Yuwan poured another cup for the village head. "Thank you, daughter-in-law." The village head accepted the tea with a smile. Su Yuwan replied warmly, "You're too polite." "Village head, my husband has achieved his ambition, and the Shun family is grateful for your past kindness. When we move to the capital, we will rely on you to watch over the old residents." The village head paused. "To the capital?" Su Yuwan nodded. "My husband mentioned that once he succeeded, he would take mother and me to the capital." Hearing this, the village head smiled knowingly. "Rest assured, as neighbors, I will look after your old home while you are away." As they spoke, a man entered the doorway, walking directly to the main room, addressing Su Yuwan. Is this the Shun family? I have a letter for Shun Su. Yes, please give it to me. Su Yuan accepted the letter. After exchanging glances with her, the man departed. In the courtyard, Shun Posey, upon hearing that a letter from Shun Su had arrived, hurried into the main room. Yuan, is that a letter from Su? She asked excitedly. Previously, Shun Su had mentioned that after achieving success, he would send for them to come to the capital. Now that word of his triumph had just arrived, it seemed they would soon be on their way. Shun Posey gazed eagerly at the letter in Su Yuan's hands. Indeed, mother. It must be my husband's letter to bring us to the capital. Su Yuan replied with a smile, handing the letter to the village head. On such a joyous occasion, why not let the village head read the letter? The village head hesitated. Is that appropriate? Shun Posey smiled. There's nothing inappropriate about it. You have been kind to Su, and your reading will lend weight to the letter. With guests still present, having the village head read it aloud would also showcase Shun Su's filial piety. Standing proudly beside the village head, Shun Posey awaited his reading. However, once the village head opened the letter, the smile on his face froze in shock. How could this be a divorce letter? Chapter 46, Divorce. A divorce letter? Upon hearing the term divorce letter, everyone displayed expressions of shock. Old Lady Zhou, not expecting to witness such a spectacle during a congratulatory visit, pushed her way to the front with an eager demeanor. Just moments ago, the proud and hopeful Madame Shun stood frozen, utterly taken aback. She had never anticipated that the letter from her son would be a divorce notice, and that it would be read aloud by the village chief. What on earth was happening? At this moment, Madame Shun felt a buzzing in her head, a splitting headache, and struggled to remain upright. Meanwhile, Shenning was equally stunned by the news of the divorce. She glanced at the letter in the village chief's hands, where the words divorce letter were unmistakably inscribed. It was indeed a divorce letter. Her elder brother was abandoning Su Yuan. She also noticed that her brother intended to marry the daughter of a minister in the capital. Su Yuan, on the other hand, wore an expression of disbelief. Grandfather, you must have read it incorrectly. How can my husband send a divorce letter? She took the letter from the village chief and, after a moment, tremulously exclaimed, My husband, he truly intends to divorce me and remarry? Divorce and remarry? Who would have thought that Shinsu, having just achieved the highest honors in the imperial examinations, would cast aside his humble wife? Truly, it was a display of heartlessness. Indeed, I heard that the money Shun Su spent on his studies over the years was all earned through his wife's hard work. Now that he has gained wealth and status, he abandons her. How ungrateful, murmured the crowd, who were all discussing how unfairly Su Yuan was being treated. At this moment, Madame Shun was akin to an ant on a hot pan, anxiously pacing back and forth. What was wrong with her son? How could he so openly send a divorce letter? Now everyone was aware of his intention to abandon his humble wife. But how could one silence the whispers of the crowd? Mother, what is going on? Su Yuan clutched the letter, looking towards Madame Shun. At first, my husband refused to consummate our marriage, and you comforted me by saying there was no one else. Now he wishes to divorce me and marry another. How do you explain this? What? The newlyweds have been married for so long, and still haven't consummated their marriage? The crowd gasped, realizing that Shinsu must have had someone else outside. Madame Shin's brows were furrowed deeply, faced with the crowd's scrutiny and Su Yuan's inquiries. She could only sweat profusely, unable to utter a word. At that moment, Su Yuan, with red-rimmed eyes, turned to the village chief, saying, Grandfather, since you are here, please judge fairly. Since I joined the Shun family, I have devoted myself to serving Shinsu, working tirelessly to support his studies. Yet now, having achieved success, he wishes to divorce me to marry the daughter of a minister. Is this not profoundly unfair? The village chief's face darkened. He could hardly believe that Shun Su was such a person. His expression was filled with disappointment. Madame Shun, is what Yuan said true? Has your son truly been unfaithful? Madame Shun quickly shook her head. No, village chief, that is not the case. At this point, what else could Madame Shun do? Even if it were true, she would deny it to the end. Simultaneously, she felt immense regret. Had she known that the letter was a divorce notice, she would have intervened and prevented the village chief from reading it aloud. Now, how could she possibly salvage the situation? Noticing her mother's helplessness, Shinning approached her, and whispered some words of comfort. Afterward, the tension on Madame Shun's face eased somewhat as she turned to Su Yuan and said in a conciliatory tone, "Yuan, I know this is a grave injustice by Shin Su, and now that it has come to this, there is little we can do. If you are willing to be magnanimous, the Shun family will compensate you well." The village chief also looked at Su Yuan. "Yuan, what is your stance?" He had observed her character over the years. Considering how she had single-handedly supported the family, Shun Su's decision to divorce her was indeed an act of inhumanity, and compensation was warranted. With him present, she would not be wronged. Su Yuan took a deep breath and replied, 1,000 taels. If the Shun family wishes to compensate me, it must be 1,000 taels of silver. Upon hearing this sum, the crowd collectively gasped. Some felt that Su Yuan was being excessively demanding, while others supported her, believing that given Shun Su's newfound status, 1,000 taels was not an unreasonable request. Shin Ning pointed at Su Yuan angrily. 1,000 taels. Su Yuan, you are clearly taking advantage of the situation. The village chief coughed in annoyance and shot her a glance. Shin Ning reluctantly withdrew her hand. Nearby, old lady Zhou glared at Shin Ning, silently cursing, "This ungrateful wretch. What business does she have meddling in matters after being married off? Madam Shun, since you claim to want to compensate Yuan, can you fulfill her request?" The village chief asked Madam Shun. Madam Shun appeared troubled. "Village chief, I did say we would compensate her, but 1,000 taels is simply too much. Our Shun family has just begun to prosper. He has only recently topped the examinations. Where can we possibly find such an amount? 1,000 taels is a fortune." The village chief's expression grew stern. "Then you claim you wish to compensate, yet cannot provide the funds. How do you propose to resolve this?" Madam Shun was momentarily speechless. She thought to herself that the village chief was being particularly biased towards Su Yuan. 1,000 taels. Where was she to procure such a sum? It was evident that Su Yuan was attempting to extort money. At this moment, Su Yuan spoke again. "For all these years, how much money has Shin Su spent on his studies? The household expenses, every single expense, was earned through my hard work and sacrifice. Now that he has succeeded and is set to marry the daughter of a minister, he cannot even provide 1,000 taels? Or perhaps your promise of compensation is merely a facade to placate me." The village chief and Amp Oppo's expression darkened further. Madam Shun hastily interjected, "No, I am not being insincere. It is just that 1,000 taels is not a trivial sum. The Shun family truly cannot afford it." Su Yuan fixed her gaze upon Madam Shun. "Since the Shun family cannot provide the money now, then I shall not make it difficult for you." Upon hearing this, Madam Shun's face broke into a grateful smile. "Yuan, I always knew you were a kind-hearted child." Yet, to their astonishment, Su Yuan tore the divorce letter to shreds and began to write a new one herself. This time, however, it was she who was initiating the divorce. Once completed, she unfurled the divorce letter for all to see. "Since the Shun family cannot provide compensation, you have no right to divorce me. Instead, I will divorce Shin Su, this ungrateful scoundrel. I ask the village chief and all present to bear witness. Today, I sever all ties with Shin Su completely." "What? Divorce him?" Madam Shin nearly fainted from rage. The onlookers were equally dumbfounded, staring at the divorce letter in Su Yuan and Amp Oppo's hands. Divorce, indeed, was something they had never encountered before. Chapter 47. 3 accusations. The village head was utterly astonished by Su Yuan's written declaration of divorce. In the centuries-long history of the great Jing dynasty, there had never been a case of a woman initiating a divorce. Su Yuan's actions were nothing short of revolutionary. How can you speak such nonsense? Since ancient times, only men have divorced their wives. How can a woman divorce her husband?" The old woman, Shun, finally regained her composure, pointing at Su Yuan and gritting her teeth in indignation. This Su Yuan, who usually remained silent, had the audacity to utter such rebellious words. It was simply outrageous. Shin Ning supported her mother and echoed, "Indeed, Su Yuan, what audacity you possess. How dare you think of divorcing him? Who do you think you are?" With a sardonic smile, Su Yuan addressed the mother and daughter. "A woman can be divorced if her husband commits one of 7 offenses. If a man transgresses Why should a woman not have the right to divorce? You. The old woman, Shun, was so furious that she nearly spat blood. In front of the crowd, Yuwan continued, "Today, I write this divorce decree because Shun Su has committed 3 grave offenses: infidelity, ingratitude, and injustice. I ask all of you to be my witnesses. First, infidelity. This is a crime against our sovereign. Shun Su, despite having a family, has accepted the daughter of the Minister of Personnel and entered into an engagement, undoubtedly concealing the truth of his existing marriage. The laws of the Great Jing state that if a wife has not committed one of the 7 offenses, her husband cannot divorce her at will. Shun Su's actions are a blatant disregard for the law and an affront to our sovereign. This constitutes infidelity. Second, ingratitude. This is a crime of forgetfulness. Since the passing of old Master Shun, the burden of supporting Shun Su and maintaining the household has fallen upon me, a frail woman. For years, I have toiled tirelessly, day and night, so that Shun Su could achieve success. Now that he has succeeded, he looks down upon my humble origins as a merchant. This is ingratitude. Third, injustice. Upon achieving success, he has abandoned his lowly wife for the sake of wealth and glory. This is injustice. These accusations combined are sufficient to bring him before the Kaifeng court. At her words, the old woman Shun and Amp, Appo's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. "Mother, are you all right?" Shining quickly assisted her to a nearby chair. "How could I be all right?" the old woman exclaimed, nearly driven to madness by rage. She had never anticipated such a commotion today. Each of the charges Yuwan had enumerated could ruin Shun Su's future. If she truly took these accusations to the Kaifeng court, Shun Su's life would be over. The crowd held their breath, captivated by Yuwan's calm demeanor as she articulated the charges. They felt sympathy for the young girl who had grown up in the Shun household. A husband, whom she had raised with great effort, now turned to marry another. Any other woman would have already cried and caused a scene, yet Yuwan remained composed, methodically laying out Shun Su's transgressions. It was truly admirable. Among the crowd, some women voiced their support for Yuwan and Amp, Appo's divorce, rallying others to back her in seeking justice against Shun Su. The clamor grew louder, spiraling into a frenzy. The old woman Shun, drenched in sweat, sat in a state of agitation. Shining was equally surprised by Yuwan's eloquence, as she deftly shifted all blame onto her elder brother. As the crowd began to rally around Yuwan, the old woman, Zhou, furrowed her brow, regretting her earlier decision to present a box of ginseng. If Yuwan really took those accusations to the court, Shun Su's prospects would be in jeopardy, and her costly gift would be wasted. Consumed by anger, Zhou squeezed through the crowd to the table where the gifts were displayed, quietly pulling out her box of ginseng. Just as she intended to sneak away unnoticed, a group of officials entered the courtyard. Startled, she hastily set the box down and stepped aside. "Who is Yuwan?" the leading official called out, his voice booming over the crowd. Upon seeing the officials, the previously raucous crowd fell silent, parting to create a path. With puzzled expressions, the crowd watched as the officials strode into the main hall, scanning the room before repeating, "Who is Yuwan? What is happening? Why are there officials here?" The old woman Shun, already on edge from Yuwan's revelations, felt her heart race at the sight of the officials. Shin Ning, however, patted her hand and whispered, "Mother, just wait and see." "What?" The old woman looked at Shin Ning in confusion. A glint of coldness crossed Shin Ning and Appo's eyes, and a satisfied smile played at the corner of her mouth beneath her veil. At that moment, Yuwan stepped forward, saying, "I am she. May I ask why you are seeking me, esteemed officials?" Without further ado, the leading official commanded, "Take her away." "Yes." The 2 officials approached, ready to apprehend Yuwan. Observing this, the village head quickly stood up to shield Yuwan, asking the officials, "Esteemed sirs, may I inquire what crime this girl has committed that warrants her arrest?" The official replied coldly, "She incited violence against the county magistrate and Appo's daughter, and the magistrate has ordered her arrest for questioning." Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. How could she provoke the magistrate and Appo's daughter? They murmured. "I and Appo's heard the magistrate dotes on his daughter. If this is true, Yuwan is in grave danger." The village head insisted, Esteemed official, surely there is some misunderstanding. This girl has always been dutiful. How could she harm the magistrate's daughter? The official, growing impatient, retorted, "This is the magistrate's command. It is not for you to question." The village head was silenced, casting a worried glance at Su Yuwan, who remained serene. "Grandfather, do not worry. The magistrate, as the guardian of Sonyang County, will not act unjustly." The old woman Shun, sitting in her chair, glanced at Shun Ning, whispering, "Did you know about this all along?" Shun Ning subtly nodded, explaining that Miss Huang had held a grudge against Su Yuwan and had merely stoked the flames. She hadn't expected the authorities to come after Su Yuwan so swiftly. At the same time, she silently celebrated the official's timely arrival. Given Miss Huang's arrogant nature, she would certainly not let Su Yuwan off easily. Wasn't she just declaring her intention to divorce? Shin Ning was eager to see what ground Su Yuwan would have left to pursue that course of action. "Take her away," the lead official commanded, and the two officials produced shackles. Hidden in the crowd, Yi Feng quickly maneuvered to the forefront, poised to protect his beloved lady. Just then, a deep and resonant voice echoed from outside. "I dare anyone to lay a hand on my precious daughter." Chapter 48. Do not fear. No one will dare to bully you again at the sound. The crowd turned to see a formidable procession of armored guards entering, standing in two neat rows. Following them was a middle-aged man clad in a rich purplish-red brocade robe, adorned with a jade crown. The man, appearing to be in his 40s, possessed bright eyes resembling stars, a dignified nose, and a handsome, resolute countenance, exuding an innate aura of nobility. As the onlookers pondered the identity of this distinguished figure, someone stepped forward and knelt before him, respectfully proclaiming, "I am Night Wind, paying my respects to the Chancellor." The Chancellor? This man was indeed the Chancellor from the capital? Instantly, the courtyard erupted in astonished murmurs, and everyone began to kneel in reverence. Commoners paid their respects to the Chancellor. Even the several guards were taken aback and promptly followed suit. Madame Shun and Shun Ning widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the man before them, who had just referred to Su Yuwan as his daughter. In their daze, they felt the Chancellor's stern gaze sweep over them, causing the mother and daughter to hastily kneel. Trembling as they said, "We, humble women, pay our respects to the Chancellor." Su Sheng slowly approached Su Yuwan. His usually stern expression softened with a hint of red in his eyes, his lips trembling as he carefully called out, "Yuwan." Su Yuwan gazed at the man before her, her own eyes brimming with tears, perhaps due to the unbreakable bond of blood. Instantly recognizing him as her father, she felt a profound sense of familiarity and hesitantly uttered, "Father." The single word resonated deeply in Su Sheng's ears, so genuine and heartfelt. After searching for over a decade, he finally found his daughter standing before him. Not a dream nor an illusion, but a tangible reality. "My dear daughter," Su Sheng, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced Su Yuwan tightly, tears of bittersweet joy flowing from his eyes, hidden from view. For many years, he had envisioned this moment, yet he never imagined it would unfold in such circumstances. Had he not arrived today, his precious daughter would have endured countless hardships. After a long moment, he released Su Yuwan, smiling tenderly, "Do not fear, my dear. Father is here, and no one will dare to bully you again." Su Yuwan nodded with a smile, obediently following Su Sheng to a chair. "Who is it that sought to capture my daughter?" As Su Sheng turned around, his demeanor shifted back to the usual sternness. The three trembling guards on the ground stammered, "Chancellor, we were merely following the orders of the county magistrate. We dared not disobey." "Oh, the county magistrate?" Su Sheng's expression darkened as he replied, "Then let your magistrate come forth. I wish to inquire personally why he sought to capture my precious daughter." Hearing this, the guards trembled even more and hurriedly retreated in panic. Next, Su Sheng approached Madame Shun and her daughter, ordering everyone else to rise while allowing only them to remain kneeling. Madame Shun and Shin Ning were utterly shocked to learn that Su Yuwan was the daughter of the Chancellor. Under Su Sheng's piercing gaze, they trembled like leaves in a storm, their heads bowed. Among them, Shin Ning quaked the most. She recalled how she had often sought to provoke Su Yuwan, even inciting Huang Qianqian to persuade County Magistrate Huang to punish her. Now that Su Yuan had regained her father, she knew she would not escape retribution. You. Su Sheng pointed at Madame Shen, his voice icy. Is it your son who wishes to divorce my precious daughter? Identified, Madame Shen was struck with terror, stammering, Chancellor. Forgive me. My son was merely confused. Confused? Su Sheng scoffed. He is quite clear-headed. Knowing that marrying the daughter of the Minister of Personnel would elevate his status, disregarding the bond of marriage to Yuwan. His tone was chilling and intimidating. Madame Shen was filled with regret. Had she known Su Yuan had such an influential father, she would never have spoken as she did. Now, she had truly lost a sesame seed while discarding a watermelon, offending the daughter of the Chancellor for the sake of a mere minister's daughter. Grinding her teeth, Madame Shen crawled before Su Yuan, pleading, Yuan, I am sorry. It was Su Gur who was momentarily foolish. There must be some misunderstanding. He was perhaps forced into this. Please allow me to send him a letter, urging him to reject the minister's daughter and live happily with you. Su Yuan scoffed, Madame Shen, do you believe my father's position surpasses that of the Minister of Personnel, ensuring your son has benefit, hence altering your stance? Madame Shen was rendered speechless. Su Yuan's gaze seemed to pierce through her very soul, exposing her thoughts. Su Sheng snorted derisively, casting a sidelong glance at Madame Shen. My daughter, Su Yuan, would never deign to marry your opportunistic son. Since she has already written a letter of divorce, she shall henceforth have no ties to your Shen family. With that, he tossed the divorce letter in front of Madame Shen. As she picked up the document, regret flooded her heart. At that moment, County Magistrate Huang arrived. Having learned from the guards that they were after the daughter of the Chancellor, he was now exceedingly anxious. Upon entering, he knelt before Su Sheng, exclaiming, I greet you. My lord, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Enough with the pleasantries. Su Sheng interrupted coldly, fixing him with a steely glare. Huang Cheng'an, you have quite the audacity. Huang Cheng'an trembled, prostrating himself on the ground, repeatedly muttering, I know my crime. Chancellor, please forgive me. Forgive you? Su Sheng's icy gaze bore into him, radiating an aura of menace. Shall I forgive you for allowing your daughter to stir trouble, or for being a derelict official who cannot discern right from wrong and indulges in favoritism? I dare not. Huang Cheng'an quaked, bowing his head repeatedly, then added, Chancellor, I assure you, my daughter was also incited. I have already chastised her severely before coming. Su Sheng narrowed his eyes, incited by whom? Huang Cheng'an, unable to conceal the truth, relayed verbatim the information he extracted from his daughter, Huang Qianqian. Upon hearing this, Su Sheng's gaze shifted to the kneeling Shen Ning beside him. You are Shen Ning. Raise your head. Su Sheng's stern voice made Shen Ning flinch, but she slowly straightened up, stammering, Chancellor, I realize my wrongs. Chapter 49 Punishment. Su Sheng looked coldly at the kneeling and pleading Shen Ning, who was constantly bowing her head in supplication. In a previous letter sent back to the capital by Yi Feng, it was mentioned that Yuwan had often been bullied by this woman during her time at her in-laws. Now that she was married, Shen Ning had become even more unruly, colluding with the county magistrate's daughter to further torment Yuwan. Truly despicable. Su Sheng lifted his robes and took his seat at the head of the table, casting a cold glance at County Magistrate Huang and Huang Cheng'an. What do you think should be done with this woman? Huang Chen nervously wiped the sweat from his brow and respectfully replied, in response to the esteemed Chancellor. This woman harbors malicious intentions, daring to incite the young lady to use the authority of the office against Miss Su for revenge. According to the law, she should be punished with 30 strokes. He paused, cautiously raising his eyes to gauge Su Sheng's expression. Seeing that the Chancellor seemed dissatisfied with this outcome, he hastily added, and an additional 50 slaps. Su Sheng turned to his daughter, gently asking, Yuwan, what do you think of Magistrate Huang's proposed punishment? Upon hearing this, Shen Ning trembled all over. 30 strokes would surely leave her gravely injured, if not dead. She hurriedly crawled before Su Yuwan, repeatedly bowing her head in a desperate plea. Miss Su, I was wrong. I will never dare again. Please forgive me this once. I truly won't dare again. Old Madame Shen also crawled to Su Yuwan's feet, tears streaming down her face as she implored, Yuwan. But as soon as she uttered those words, she was met with a cold glare from Su Sheng. She quickly changed her words. Miss Su, Sister Ning has recognized her mistakes. Please show mercy. After all, she has called you sister-in-law for so many years. Just let her off this time. Sister Ning's frail frame cannot withstand 30 strokes, not to mention the 50 slaps. Both old Madame Shun and Shun Ning had bruised foreheads from bowing, yet Su Yuwan remained indifferent. Su Sheng turned his gaze to his daughter, a soft smile gracing his face. Awan, with your father here, you need not have any reservations in your decision. His words warmed Su Yuan's heart, reminding her how fortunate it was to have her father's support. She smiled gently at Su Sheng, declaring, Magistrate, I have no objections to your fair judgment. Upon hearing this, Su Sheng laughed heartily. Excellent. Truly, my daughter. This declaration caused Shin Ning and old Madame Shun to turn pale. Realizing their pleas were in vain, Shun Ning resigned herself. Slumping to the ground, old Madame Shun continued to bow and plead for mercy. Please, Miss Su, it is my fault as a mother for not guiding Sister Ning well. If punishment must be given, let it be upon me. Su Yuan raised her eyebrows. Very well, then you shall take Shun Ning's punishment. Old Madame Shun was taken aback, clearly not expecting Su Yuan to be so merciless. After all, the Shin family had once saved her from the jaws of despair. How could she be so heartless? Huang Cheng'an waved his hand decisively, instructing the officers, proceed with the punishment. Soon after, several officers brought forth a long bench, forcing Shun Ning to lie upon it, raising a long rod to strike down upon her. Shun Ning cried out in agony, her flesh torn and bloodied, wailing mournfully. The villagers fell silent, not daring to make a sound. After the 30 strokes, Shun Ning's back was a gruesome sight, blood and flesh in tatters, and she had long since fainted from the pain. Sister Ning, old Madame Shun, knelt beside her, watching her daughter drenched in blood, her heart breaking with sorrow. Su Yuan, however, remained impassive, her mind haunted by memories of her past life. She could not afford to show even a hint of compassion, for that would be a betrayal to her former self and her children. Huang Cheng'an cleared his throat and commanded the officers, douse her with water. There are still slaps to be administered. Yes. The officers dragged Shin Ning up, dousing her face with a bucket of cold water. Stirred from her stupor, Shin Ning struggled to open her eyes, the pain in her back contorting her features. Even breathing was painful. Before she could regain her composure, a resounding slap struck her face, knocking her veil to the ground, revealing her scarred visage. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. Heavens! How could the daughter of the Shun family look like this? It appears she has been disfigured. No wonder the Shun family hastily married her off. Serve her right for looking down on others. Many villagers felt a sense of vindication, especially since Shun Ning had previously flaunted her brother's academic success. Now, as she faced punishment, they silently cheered her downfall. In the corner, old Madame Zhou gritted her teeth in anger. Her hopes of elevating her son through Shun Ning's connection to the newly minted scholar, Shun Su, dashed. Who could have imagined that the situation would unravel in such a manner? The news of Su Yuan, the daughter of the chancellor, being the one Shin Su sought to divorce, only added fuel to the fire. Shun Ning's reckless actions would surely bring the chancellor's wrath upon the Shun family. As for Shin Ning, she had brought this fate upon herself, but if it implicated the Zhou family, it would be disastrous. She needed to act quickly, urging her son to draft a letter of divorce to sever ties with that wretched woman. With this thought, old Madame Zhou stealthily left the Shun household. Meanwhile, after enduring 50 slaps, Shin Ning's face had swollen to that of a pig's head. The scars on her face had burst, oozing blood, a ghastly sight. She was in so much pain that her entire body felt numb, lacking even the strength to open her eyes. Sister Ning, after the punishment, old Madame Shun rushed to embrace her daughter. Shin Ning longed to cry out, but her swollen mouth prevented her from making a sound. The dual agony of her body and face caused her to faint once more. Sister Ning, old Madame Shun's tears flowed freely. Yet she dared not weep aloud in front of Su Sheng, only able to stifle her sobs. Huang Cheng'an bent low before Su Sheng, addressing him, My lord, the punishment for this woman has been completed. Do you have any further instructions? Su Sheng coldly glanced at him and replied, She may have completed her punishment, but what of the magistrate's daughter, who caused a disturbance in public instigated by others, and broke the law. What should be her consequence? At this, Huang Chengyan fell to his knees, trembling. My lord, my daughter has already. Before he could finish, Su Sheng's icy voice interrupted him. Then let her receive an equal punishment. This. Huang Chengyan was taken aback, about to plead for leniency, when he heard Su Sheng continue. Or shall I assume that Magistrate Huang truly rules over Songyang County with an iron fist, disregarding the law and favoring his own daughter? Chapter 50. Farewell. Huang Chengyan was seized by a fit of trembling, desperate to preserve his official position. He stammered, Your Honor, I would never dare. My daughter bears some culpability in this matter and should be penalized accordingly. If Your Honor has no further directives, I shall return forthwith to carry out your orders. Su Sheng glanced at Yi Feng, who immediately understood and dispatched 2 guards to accompany Huang Chengyan back to the yamen. Once Huang Chengyan had departed, the villagers gradually dispersed. Su Yuwan halted the village elder. Grandfather, please wait a moment. The village elder paused and turned, offering Su Yuwan and Su Sheng a respectful bow, emulating the guard's earlier gesture. Your Excellency, Prime Minister, Miss Su. Grandfather, they're in damp. Oppose. No need for such formality. You may still call me Yuwan, Su Yuwan said, rising to assist the village elder. She then turned to Su Sheng with a smile. Father, this is the village elder of Yunxi Village, Grandpa Wang, who has always been kind to Yuwan. Su Sheng nodded, understanding his daughter and Oppo's intention. He inquired of the village elder, Who else resides in your household? The village elder replied truthfully, Your Excellency, I have only one Ini and Oppos, Erdo-Well's son, who makes his living by hunting. Hunting, you say? He must be robust. Would you be willing to have him serve under me? Su Sheng's countenance softened, replacing his earlier sternness with a placid demeanor. Upon hearing this, the village elder's face registered astonishment, followed by profound gratitude. I am deeply grateful to Your Excellency for considering my son, and to Miss Su. Yi Feng, Su Sheng instructed. Accompany the elder on his return. Yes, Yi Feng acknowledged. Then followed the village elder out of the Shun residence. Having resolved all matters, Su Sheng turned his attention to his daughter. And Oppos, one. I have dealt with those who wronged you. You shall return to the capital with me immediately. Since your mother learned of your discovery, she has been longing to see you. Were it not for my intervention, she would have ventured to Clearwater Town despite her ailing health. Upon hearing this, Su Yuwan and Oppos' face reflected concern. Father, is mother gravely ill? Su Sheng sighed. It has been over a decade. It is not a severe ailment, but since your abduction, she has been afflicted by grief and pent-up emotions, which have led to her illness. Eager to reunite with her mother, Su Yuwan nodded. Very well, but I have some unfinished business at my shop. Could Father grant me 2 more days? Whatever Awan desires, Father will grant, Su Sheng replied, gazing at his daughter with affection. Following her separation from her husband, Su Yuwan gathered her belongings and moved out of the Shun residence that very day. Before returning to the capital, Su Sheng arranged for her to stay at the Hongfu Inn. The following morning, Nanny Ning knocked on Su Yuwan's door. Su Yuwan arose and opened the door to find Nanny Ning entering with a tray. On the tray lay a set of exquisite new clothing and a valuable ruby jewelry set. Entering the room, Nanny Ning smiled at Su Yuwan. Miss, I am here to assist you with your toilette. Su Yuwan considered declining, but realizing that she would need to adapt upon her return to the Prime Minister's residence, she refrained and seated herself before the dressing table. After cleansing her face, Nanny Ning gently combed her hair with a comb dipped in osmanthus-scented hair oil and styled it into a fashionable capital updo. Miss, this jewelry set was personally selected for you by the master from the silversmith. Allow me to adorn you with it, Nanny Ning said, lifting a gold hairpin encrusted with rubies, poised to insert it into her updo. Su Yuwan gently shook her head, indicating a pair of ruby earrings. Just the earrings will suffice. Nanny Ning paused, somewhat perplexed but refraining from further inquiry, and complied with Su Yuwan's wishes, adorning her only with the earrings. Aware of her father and Oppos' affection, she felt the jewelry set was too precious and, not yet accustomed to her identity as the Prime Minister and Oppos' daughter, wished to avoid ostentation. Afterward, Nanny Ning assisted her in changing into the new attire. a water-red, silk-embroidered butterfly-patterned soft satin pomegranate skirt, with its impeccable tailoring, perfectly accentuated her slender figure. The simple pair of ruby earrings enhanced her elegance and grace. "Miss, you are truly beautiful," Nanny Ning remarked, adjusting her skirt and gazing at her, as if seeing the lady of the house before her marriage, unable to contain her admiration. Su Yuwan smiled faintly, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, equally astonished. As the saying goes, clothes make the person. With this transformation, she hardly recognized herself, were it not for the calluses on her hands, a testament to years of labor. She might have questioned whether the events of the past decade were merely a dream. Upon leaving the room, Nanny Ning led her to the suite across the hall. Su Yuan entered to find Su Shang seated at the table, laden with an array of exquisite breakfast dishes. "Awan, come and sit down to eat," Su Shang said, his face invariably adorned with a loving smile upon seeing her. Su Yuan smiled and approached the table. Noticing that she had only worn the earrings from the entire jewelry set he had gifted her, Su Shang frowned slightly. "Awan, do you not care for the ruby jewelry that father gifted you? If not, father will purchase something else for you." "No, father," Su Yuan replied, shaking her head. "I adore the jewelry you gave me. It is simply that I am not yet accustomed to wearing so many hair ornaments at once." Hearing this, Su Shang breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that his daughter did not appreciate his gifts. He then placed a plate of crystal shrimp dumplings before her. "Father remembers that and Appos. One loved crystal shrimp dumplings as a child. Please try them." "Very well," Su Yuan nodded, picking up a dumpling with her chopsticks and sampling it with deliberation. "Delicious. Good. Awan, try this bird's nest chicken congee as well," Su Shang said, personally serving her a bowl of steaming bird's nest chicken congee. Su Yuan accepted it, smiling. "Father, you should eat as well." Yes, father will eat," Su Shang replied, all the while pouring her a cup of freshly ground, steaming soy milk. Watching his daughter eat with relish, he felt a surge of joy and consumed 2 bowls of congee, enjoying an uncharacteristic appetite. After breakfast, Su Yuan expressed her intention to return to the shop to attend to some matters. Concerned for her safety, Su Shang suggested, now that Awan has reclaimed her identity, perhaps Yifeng could handle these minor affairs. Su Yuan smiled. "Father, you are unaware that I painstakingly established that shop, and I share a deep bond with the 2 employees there. Now that I am leaving, I must bid them farewell properly." Hearing this, Su Shang refrained from further objections, merely instructing Yifeng to accompany her and ensure her safety. Subsequently, Su Yuan traveled to the Jade Embroidery Pavilion in a carriage. Chunyan, who was sweeping the floor, was so astonished to see Su Yuan in such resplendent attire that she could scarcely speak. Shopkeeper, is that truly you?" Luo Sanyang, who was assisting with bookkeeping at the counter, looked up upon hearing the exclamation and was equally taken aback upon seeing Su Yuan. "Miss Su Yu, you look radiant today." Unaware of Su Yuan and Appo's true identity, the 2 were curious about her sudden transformation. Su Yuan instructed Yifeng to watch the shop and summoned the 2 women to the restaurant across the street. In the private room, Su Yuan ordered an extravagant meal and addressed the 2 women. "In truth, I have come today to bid you farewell." Chapter 51. The revelation. Chunyan and Luo Sanyang exchange a glance, both displaying expressions of astonishment. "Farewell? Master, where are you heading?" Chunyan gazed intently at her, her brows slightly furrowed. Luo Sanyang, filled with curiosity, observed that Su Yuan's attire today was markedly different from usual. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "Miss Su, has your family come to seek you?" Su Yuan nodded with a gentle smile. "Indeed, my family has come for me. Tomorrow, I shall return to the capital with my father." "Back to the capital?" Luo Sanyang and Chunyan's faces reflected surprise once more. "Master, your family resides in the capital?" Chunyan's eyes widened in astonishment, though she was unsure of the capital's location or distance from here. She had heard it was the most prosperous place in the entire Dying Dynasty. Luo Sanyang could hardly believe that Miss Su was actually a person of the capital. Su Yuan did not conceal her identity, revealing that she was the daughter of the Prime Minister. "You, Miss Su, you are indeed the daughter of the Prime Minister." Luo Sanyang stared at her in disbelief. Chunyan was equally stunned. While she did not grasp the full significance of being the Prime Minister's daughter, She could tell from Luo Sanyang's expression that it was a matter of great import. Su Yuan chuckled. In truth, I only discovered my own identity not long ago. Initially, I was just as surprised and somewhat incredulous as you. It was only yesterday, after meeting my father from the capital and confirming our relationship, that I could truly accept this identity. Luo Sanyang nodded in understanding and then asked, "What about the matter of your divorce, Miss Su? Has it been settled?" "It has been resolved. It is not a divorce, but rather I have chosen to dismiss my husband." Speaking of yesterday's events still sent a shiver down Su Yuan's spine. The news of Shun Shuzhong's success in the imperial examination should have reached them days ago, but she had instructed Yi Feng to suppress the news temporarily, dispatching someone to intercept the letters Shun Shuzhong had sent back home, only to release the news yesterday and have Yi Feng deliver the letter to the Shun family, allowing the village chief to announce her letter of dismissal in public. In her previous life, Shun Shuzhong had deliberately delayed sending the news of his success, anticipating that many relatives and neighbors would visit on that day. He never imagined that Su Yuan would publicly thwart his plans. The events in Yunqi village were not far from town, and the uproar surrounding Su Yuan and Appo's dismissal had become common knowledge in the entire Qingshui town. Luo Sanyang had certainly heard of it, and as she looked at Su Yuan now, admiration filled her eyes. "Miss Su, you are truly the bravest and most resolute woman I have ever known." She deeply respected Su Yuan's tenacity and courage to face such matters with such poise and serenity. Reflecting on her own past, when her husband had died in an accident at the mine, and her mother-in-law had falsely accused her of being a harbinger of death to drive her and her children from their home for the sake of compensation, she felt a pang of sorrow. If only she had possessed even half of Su Yuan's resolve, she would not have had to wander the streets with her children, struggling to find enough to eat. Thinking of these memories brought tears to Luo Sanyang's eyes. "Sanyang, what troubles you?" Su Yuan asked, noticing her distant and sorrowful expression. Snapping back to reality, Luo Sanyang smiled and shook her head. "I am well, Miss Su. I am merely reluctant to see you go." It had only been a little over half a year since they had met, yet Su Yuan had helped her earn more than she could have in an entire year. This bond was invaluable to her. Before she had even had the chance to repay Su Yuan properly, she was now announcing her return to the capital. While Luo Sanyang felt joy for her finding her family, she also experienced a twinge of sadness at the thought of parting. Chunmian, too, wore a sorrowful expression as she looked at Su Yuan. "Master, I shall miss you as well." Having faced relentless mockery and bullying throughout her life due to her boyish physique, it was only through Su Yuan that she had truly experienced respect. At home, she had always been relegated to eating leftovers, but besides Su Yuan, she not only had ample meals, but often enjoyed extra servings. To Chunmian, Su Yuan was not merely a friend, but someone akin to family. Upon hearing that Su Yuan was leaving, Chunmian felt her appetite vanish. She had not touched a single bite of food and hung her head low, despondent. Su Yuan, perceiving her feelings, smiled and said, "Chunmian, if you wish, I would like to take you back to the capital with me." "Really?" Chunmian's head shot up, her eyes sparkling. "Is that true, master? The matron in my household mentioned that upon returning to the capital, I would be assigned a maid, and I would like you to be by my side." Su Yuan explained. Chunmian nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes. I would love to serve you as a maid." "How delightful. Now you seem much happier." Luo Sanyang teased her with a smile. Chunmian beamed with joy. As long as she could accompany Su Yuan, she would gladly do anything. Su Yuan then turned to Luo Sanyang, saying with a smile, "Sanyang, after I leave, I would like you to manage the shop." Luo Sanyang was taken aback and quickly waved her hands. No, Miss Su, I'm only skilled in embroidery. I could not possibly manage a shop. The business of Yushio Pavilion is thriving. Although I have regained my identity, the shop must continue to operate. You have been with me for half a year and have learned quite a bit. This is a wonderful opportunity for you to gain experience as a shopkeeper." Su Yuan replied, producing a set of keys from her sleeve. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, Luo Sanyang ceased her objections and accepted the keys. "If you trust me, Miss Su, I shall do my utmost to manage the shop and ensure it flourishes." Su Yuan smiled gently. "I have faith in you." She then took out 20 taels of silver and handed them to Luo Sanyang. This amount is for your initial funds. After Chunmian accompanies me, you may hire another assistant for the shop. Should anything arise, just send me a letter. Luo Sanyong accepted the silver, nodding. I will remember everything you have said, Mississippi. Once all matters were settled, the three of them finally began to eat. Upon leaving the tavern, Luo Sanyong bid farewell and returned to Yushu Pavilion, while Chunmian followed Su Yuwan. Before long, Yifeng arrived to find Su Yuwan. Although the incident in which he had forcibly taken Su Yuwan away had been sufficiently clarified, Chunmian still felt a strong aversion to him. Master. I should call you Miss now. Miss, where are we headed next? Chunmian squeezed in front of Yifeng, her face beaming with joy as she looked at Su Yuwan. Su Yuwan took a deep breath and addressed both of them. There is nothing more to be done. Let's return to the inn. The following morning, 2 carriages, escorted by guards, departed from Qingshui town. Chapter 52. Returning to the capital, 2 carriages made their way back to the capital. The esteemed minister Su rode alone in one, while Su Yuwan shared the other with the diligent Ning Mama and the maid Chunmian. The carriage was spacious, adorned with a small table laden with an array of exquisite fruits and pastries. Su Yuwan admired the delicate treats, and after sampling one, she found it delightful and offered a piece to Chunmian. However, Chunmian declined, saying, Miss, I am now your maid, and as a maid, I must adhere to the rules and cannot share food with you. During the journey, Chunmian eagerly inquired about the rules governing maids in the minister's residence. Upon learning of the strict regulations, she refrained from her previous carefree demeanor in front of Su Yuwan. Amused, Su Yuwan remarked, I did not expect you to learn the rules so quickly. Chunmian, pursing her lips, replied, As your maid, it is my duty to follow these rules. Noticing her discomfort, Su Yuwan chuckled. While rules are important, there is no need to be so rigid. Ning Mama added with a smile, It is evident that you treat Chunmian very well. My lady, Chunmian, feel free to relax. Although our household is strict, the masters are always kind to their servants. Hearing this, Chunmian felt her tense nerves ease slightly. The trio engaged in light-hearted conversation throughout the journey, making the long trip enjoyable. Concerned for his daughter's well-being, Su Sheng had ordered frequent stops at inns along the way. Ultimately, after more than half a month, they arrived in the capital. The bustling city welcomed them. Upon entering the city gates, the sounds of lively chatter and vendors calling out filled the air. Passers-by, upon recognizing the minister's carriage, swiftly made way. As they turned a corner, a spirited steed charged towards them, nearly colliding with the carriage. The rider quickly reined in the horse, its front hooves rearing high, and after a loud neigh, it came to a halt. The young stableman driving the carriage also halted abruptly, causing a jolt. Miss, are you all right? During the sudden sway, Su Yuwan felt herself shaken, but Chunmian quickly extended a hand to steady her. I'm fine, Su Yuwan replied, regaining her composure. Ning Mama furrowed her brow and lifted the curtain to inquire with the stableman. What happened? The stableman responded, Mama, we encountered the young Lord Xiao who was galloping around the corner, and the horse got startled. Upon hearing the name of Lord Xiao, Ning Mama said nothing further and instructed the stableman to continue. As the carriage passed, the rider turned his gaze towards them. Just as the curtains fluttered, Su Yuwan happened to glance outside, and their eyes met for a brief moment. Master, oh my goodness, I finally caught up with you. The streets are crowded. Please be careful. A young servant, sweating profusely, hurried towards the rider. After a moment of distraction, the rider turned to his servant, Ague. Were those 2 carriages from the minister's residence? Panting, Ague looked back at the receding carriages and replied, Yes, master, they are from the minister's residence. The minister's residence, the young man mused, narrowing his eyes. Could be Jean Huai. Ague shook his head. I heard that the minister recently located his long-lost daughter and personally brought her back to the capital. I believe those carriages contain the minister and his daughter. The young man furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as he regarded the direction in which the carriages had disappeared. He recalled Jean Huai mentioning something about the minister's long-lost daughter. As the carriage entered Tongshun Alley in the southern part of the city, a crowd of maids and matrons awaited at the minister's gate, likely having received word of their arrival early that morning. Su Jinhuai supported the frail Su Madam. Both standing expectantly on the steps, their eyes fixed on the mouth of the alley. Upon seeing the carriage, Su Madam's excitement made her grip Su Jinhuai's hand tighter. She was about to speak when her emotions overwhelmed her, leading to a fit of coughing. Su Jinhuai quickly patted her back gently. "Mother, are you all right? Father has brought sister back. You should go inside to rest, lest you catch a chill." Waving her hand dismissively, Su Madam, her pale face breaking into a rare smile, responded, "It's nothing. My daughter is returning home today. How can I sit still?" For over a decade, Su Madam had longed for the day she would reunite with her daughter. Now that the moment had arrived, her heart swelled with joy. If not for her frail condition, she would have eagerly joined her husband in fetching their daughter from Baoping Manor. Standing at the door for a moment felt trivial. The day spent waiting for her daughter's return had filled her heart with sweetness. As the carriage halted at the entrance, Ning Mama was the first to alight, greeting Su Madam and Su Jinhuai with a respectful bow before lifting the curtain and assisting Su Yuwan down alongside Chunyan. "Awan." The instant Su Madam laid eyes on Su Yuwan, she recognized her daughter, unable to contain her emotions as she rushed forward to embrace her. "Mother, it's me, Awan. I'm home," Su Yuwan replied, reciprocating the embrace, her nose tingling as tears brimmed in her eyes from the warmth of her mother's hug. The maids and servants, witnessing the long-awaited reunion, couldn't help but shed tears of joy. After disembarking, Su Sheng approached the mother and daughter, gently patting Su Madam's shoulder. "My dear, you should rejoice that Awan is home, so do not weep." At his prompting, Su Madam released Su Yuwan, wiping her tears with a handkerchief, her eyes sparkling with joy. "You are right, my dear husband. With Awan back, I am indeed overjoyed. Come, Awan, greet your elder brother." Called upon, Su Jinhuai stepped forward, standing before Su Yuwan with a smile. "Awan." Su Yuwan returned the smile. "Elder brother." Though they had just met, the siblings were still somewhat unfamiliar with each other, merely exchanging pleasantries. Su Madam took Su Yuwan's hand, surveying her closely, her heart aching at the sight of her daughter's frailness. "My dear Yuwan, you have suffered so much these years." Su Yuwan supported her mother, smiling gently. "Mother, I have not suffered. Now that I've found you and father and elder brother, my days will no longer be filled with hardship." Su Madam felt a mix of comfort and pain, realizing her daughter had endured so much without revealing her struggles. Her heart swelled with guilt. Had she protected her daughter better back then, she would have been a cherished young lady of the minister's residence, doted upon by her parents. "Mother, you are unwell and should not stand in the wind for too long. We should go inside," Su Jinhuai reminded with concern. Hearing this, Su Yuwan echoed, "Mother, let us go inside." "Very well. Let us go in and talk," Su Madam replied, her spirit lifted upon seeing her daughter, her voice now filled with vigor. Chapter 53. A family reunion. Upon entering the residence, Su Sheng, having delayed numerous official matters during his recent trip to Qingshui town, promptly made his way to the study. Su Jinhuai accompanied Madame Su and Su Yuwan to the main hall, whereupon Madame Su immediately instructed the housekeeper to prepare some nourishing dishes to replenish her daughter's health. She also advised Nanny Ning to personally select a few clever maids to attend to Awan, and to ensure that Songshua Pavilion was thoroughly cleaned and all necessary items replenished. Nanny Ning complied, saying, "Yes, madam. Dear, your health is not well, so do not exert yourself too much. Please sit down and rest for a while," Su Yuan expressed, concerned for her mother who had busied herself since entering the residence for her sake. Madame Su smiled and patted her hand. "It is of no consequence. Now that Awan has returned, I feel rejuvenated and invigorated." Her illness had stemmed from prolonged melancholy, and now that her beloved daughter was back, her spirits naturally soared, bringing her renewed vitality. Before long, Nanny Ning brought in the medicine. "Madam, it is time for your medicine." Unlike in the past, when she would refuse it due to its bitterness, today Madame Su took the bowl without hesitation and drank it down without a frown. Nanny Ning's face lit up with joy, knowing it was surely due to the young lady's return that Madame Su was able to take her medicine so easily today. Su Jinhuai chuckled from the side. "It seems my sister is far more effective than any miraculous elixir. The moment you arrived, not only did Mother regain her spirit, but she also no longer grimaces at the thought of medicine." Madame Su shot a playful glance at her son. "Jinhuai, Do not speak nonsense in front of your sister. When have I ever grimaced at taking medicine? Su Jinhua could not help but laugh. All right, I misspoke. Su Yuwan joined in the laughter, feeling a lightness in her heart. Before coming to the capital, she had harbored many worries, but seeing her mother and elder brother dispelled all her concerns. The atmosphere in the main hall was filled with warmth and joy, and the servants shared in the happiness. Since the young lady had been abducted, they had not seen Madame Su smile, and the residents had remained eerily silent over the years, never before so lively. As the mother and daughter conversed, Su Jinhua presented a carefully prepared gift to Su Yuwan, saying, "Sister, this is a welcome gift from your elder brother. After decades apart, I know not what you might like, so do not disdain my taste." Su Yuwan accepted it with a smile. How could I possibly disdain a gift from my brother? Then, let us see what it is, he encouraged, his demeanor reminiscent of Su Sheng when he smiled. Upon opening the brocade box, she discovered a delicate white jade hairpin shaped like a ruby. "Do you like it, sister?" Su Jinhua asked, anxious for her opinion, as this was his first gift to her. "I do," Su Yuan replied, gently caressing the hairpin, which felt exquisite to the touch. Though she was no connoisseur of jewelry, she could tell that it was a valuable piece, undoubtedly chosen with care by her brother. She closed the lid and smiled at Su Jinhua. "Thank you, brother." Su Jinhua responded with a warm smile. "As long as you like it, there is no need for formality." No sooner had they settled down than Madame Su called Su Yuan over, removing a bracelet from her wrist and placing it on her daughter's hand. "Mother has something for Yuwan as well. This was a gift from your aunt, my sister, when I married." Su Yuan was taken aback. "Mother, this bracelet is far too precious. I cannot accept it." On the journey back to the capital, she had heard Nanny Ning mention that Madame Su's sister was the current empress. Madame Su grasped her hand gently, smiling tenderly. "This bracelet may be valuable, but my Yuwan is equally precious." For over a decade, Madame Su had lived with guilt, blaming herself for not protecting Yuwan, which led to her abduction. Upon finally receiving news of her daughter, she learned of the hardships she had endured in Qingshui town, which only deepened her pain. Now that her daughter had returned safely, she wished to compensate for the years of heartache in one fell swoop. Understanding her mother's enduring guilt, Su Yuan felt a surge of warmth at her mother's happiness and decided not to refuse the gift any longer. "Thank you, mother." "Foolish child, what is there to thank for?" Madame Su gazed lovingly at her daughter. Before long, the meal was served. Su Yuan assisted Madame Su as they made their way to the dining hall. In good spirits, Madame Su ate more than usual, much to Su Sheng's delight, for their family was finally reunited. After the meal, Madame Su took her medicine and retired for an afternoon rest. Su Yuan tended to her mother in Zhaohua Hall before following Nanny Ning to Songshua Pavilion. Located in the western courtyard of the residence, Songshua Pavilion was immaculately clean, adorned with an array of exquisite plants and flowers. Upon entering the courtyard, Su Yuan found 7 or 8 young maids, around 13 or 14 years of age, standing by, who greeted her in unison. "We have met the young lady." These maids have been handpicked by Nanny Ning from the household staff. "Young lady, these maids will attend to you in Songshua Pavilion. If any do not suit your liking, I shall replace them," Nanny Ning informed her. Su Yuan carefully scrutinized the maids before selecting just 2, stating, "2 will suffice, along with Chunyan. There is no need for more." "Understood, young lady." Nanny Ning waved the others away. She then introduced the 2 chosen maids. These 2 have just entered the household this year. The one on the left is called Ziyuan, and the one on the right is called Bailu. The 2 maids bowed respectfully. "We have met the young lady, Ziyuan and Bailu." Su Yuan nodded. Adhering to the household customs, she briefly instructed them before allowing them to attend to their tasks, keeping only Chunyan by her side. Upon entering her room, she found the furnishings arranged in perfect order. A redwood table was set with exquisite tea, where the gauze window adorned with beautiful floral and bird embroidery, and a newly made bedspread on the intricately carved redwood bed, with curtains of her favorite light blue color. On the nearby rosewood dressing table lay more than a dozen brocade boxes. Curiosity piqued, Su Yuan asked Nanny Ning, "Nanny, what are these?" Nanny Ning smiled as she explained, "Young lady, these are birthday gifts that Madam has prepared for you over the years. Each year on your birthday, she would select a piece of jewelry to place in Songshua Pavilion. Now that you have returned, these treasures can finally be unveiled. Yuwan was astonished, realizing that her mother had prepared birthday gifts for her every year. During her time in the Shen household, she had never celebrated a single birthday. Gazing at the brocade boxes, her eyes brimmed with tears. She had been loved by her family all along, though she had been blissfully unaware. Chapter 54. Selling off assets to seek refuge in the capital on the same day, at the Liang residence. Shen Su knelt in the study of the Chung residence, facing the infuriated Deputy Minister of Personnel, Liang Chung. Typically of a gentle disposition, Liang Chung now bore an expression of unrestrained anger, causing Shen Su to feel a pang of anxiety within him. Liang Chung hurled the divorce decree, penned by Yuwan, before Shen Su and bellowed, "Shen Su, how audacious you are! Why did you not disclose your existing marriage? Now, your abandonment of your first wife has become a scandal, and even the matter of your official appointment has been dismissed by the emperor. How do you intend to resolve this?" Earlier that day, Liang Chung had received an anonymous letter detailing the situation, which had incensed him greatly, prompting him to summon Shen Su immediately. Upon arriving in the capital, Shen Su found himself destitute after succumbing to a plague during his journey, having exhausted his funds and provisions, and was still awaiting the remittance from Yuwan. With no other recourse, he sought assistance from Liang Chung. During last year's provincial examination, Shen Su had performed admirably, catching Liang Cheng's attention, who subsequently wrote him a letter of recommendation. In the capital, Liang Chung was Shen Su's sole avenue for support. Upon learning of Shen Su's plight, Liang Chung welcomed him into his home, offering him shelter until the palace examination concluded. During this time, Liang Chung's daughter, Liang Yuru, had developed a fondness for Shen Su, and it was her insistence that prompted Liang Chung to make arrangements for their union. Liang Chung, ever doting on his daughter, complied. Prior to this, he had inquired whether Shen Su had a wife, to which Shen Su had responded negatively, allowing Liang Chung to proceed with the betrothal. They had only awaited Shen Su's official appointment to finalize the marriage. Now, however, it had come to light that not only did Shen Su have a wife, but he had also been the one abandoned, causing a scandal. Shen Su picked up the letter and, after reading it, was struck with disbelief. A divorce decree. He had never anticipated that in merely sending a letter of divorce, Yuwan would accuse him of 3 transgressions. What had transpired? He had indeed sent back 100 taels of silver and had explicitly instructed his mother to use the funds to persuade Yuwan to leave the Shen family amicably. Yet somehow, this matter had erupted into public knowledge. Liang Chung coldly regarded him and continued, "Are you aware that your first wife is the long-lost daughter of the Prime Minister's household?" Upon hearing this, Shen Su was utterly flabbergasted. "My lord, I had no knowledge of this." Years prior, Yuwan had been rescued from a wretched fate by his father, who, seeing her plight, had purchased her from a trafficker. Recognizing her diligence and virtue, he had taken her as a child bride. It was only upon their marriage that he learned of her true identity, and she had never spoken of it. How could it be? How could she be the daughter of the Prime Minister's household? Shen Su clutched the divorce decree, a myriad of emotions swirling on his face. Liang Chung let out a scoff. "I surmise that the Emperor's delay in appointing you is not merely due to the uproar surrounding your abandonment of your wife. I fear that the Prime Minister's family has a hand in this as well. They have sought their daughter for over a decade, and now that she has been found, they will not allow her to be wronged." Panic washed over Shen Su as he implored Liang Chung for guidance. Sighing deeply after his anger subsided, Liang Chung replied, "This matter involves the Su family. I too may face repercussions. Currently, you stand at the eye of the storm. Any request for official appointment must be postponed." With resignation, Shen Su acquiesced. Once outside the study, he wandered the corridor in a daze. Brother Shen, Liang Yuru, the deputy minister's daughter, approached him with a bright smile. Shen Su hurriedly concealed the letter in his sleeve. "Brother Shen, what news? Has my father agreed to assist you in petitioning the emperor for your appointment?" Liang Yuru affectionately linked her arm with his. Their engagement had been solidified, allowing her to express her affection without reservation. Once Shen Su secured his official position, she would finally be able to marry him. Shen Su felt a weight upon his heart and replied tersely, "Not yet." Noticing his troubled demeanor, Liang Yuru quickly inquired, "What is the matter? Did my father say something? You appear quite unwell." Shun Su shook his head. "It is not what Lord Liang said, but rather, it is my own issue." "What issue?" she pressed. "Just my own troubles." Liang Yuru, puzzled by his reticence, insisted, "Brother Shun, what has transpired?" Recalling the divorce decree and Su Yuwan's noble lineage, Shun Su could only sigh, uncertain of how to explain. "If you do not speak, I will ask my father," she declared, sensing his distress yet unwilling to relent. Having spent months together, she had never witnessed him in such a state, and, as his fiancé, she felt compelled to understand. Shun Su grasped her hand. "Please grant me a little more time. I shall be forthright with you." Upon hearing this, Liang Yuru refrained from further inquiries, recognizing Shun Su's aversion to probing questions. "Brother Shun, once we are wed, we shall be partners. You must share everything with me henceforth. All right?" "Agreed," Shun Su replied coolly, his expression neutral. Oblivious to the truth of Shun Su's prior marriage, Liang Yuru remained lost in the joy of their impending union. Unaware of the shadow cast upon Shun Su's prospects due to the scandal of his divorce. Upon returning to his quarters, Shun Su slumped into a chair. After a moment, he retrieved a handkerchief from his satchel. This handkerchief, embroidered by Su Yuwan herself before their marriage, bore the character for Su stitched in silver thread, and he furrowed his brow in contemplation. He never imagined that she would turn out to be the long-lost daughter of the Prime Minister's household. Yunshi Village, the Shen household. The day after Shen Ning received a beating, she was delivered a divorce decree from the Zhou family. Despite Shun Posey's desperate pleas for Zhou Tao not to abandon Shen Ning, Zhou Tao remained resolute, declaring Shen Ning's character unworthy of being a daughter-in-law in the Zhou family, vowing never to take her back. Thus, Shen Ning, now a discarded woman, was left to languish in the Shen household. During these days, Shun Posey dared not venture outside, fearing the scornful gazes of the villagers. The entire Qing Shui town buzzed with gossip about the ungrateful scholar from the Shun family, and following Su Yuan's uproar, Shun Su's reputation was irrevocably tarnished. In Yunshi Village, the Shun family had become pariahs, with Shun Posey never having faced such humiliation in her life, plagued by insomnia. Her only hope being that Shun Su would soon send for them to escape the villagers' contempt. However, the awaited letter from Shun Su never arrived. Unable to endure any longer, Shun Posey resolved to sell off all valuable possessions and their home to gather funds, hiring a carriage to take Shen Ning to the capital. Living in Yunshi Village had become untenable. She could only seek refuge with her son in the capital. Chapter 55. From now on, your parents will protect you a month after returning to the capital. Under the nourishing care of sumptuous delicacies, Su Yuan's complexion visibly transformed, becoming fair and smooth. Her formerly slender figure also began to reveal graceful curves. While sitting before the mirror, Chunmian cheerfully remarked, "Miss, I have noticed that you have become increasingly beautiful since coming to the capital." Su Yuan gazed at her reflection and reflected inwardly. No wonder the daughters of wealthy families are raised so delicately. Daily consumption of bird's nest and ginseng truly enhances one's beauty. Zun lifted the pearl curtain and entered. "Miss, you have received a letter." Su Yuan took the letter, opened it, and discovered it was sent by Luo Sanyang. In her letter, Luo Sanyang mentioned that Yushio Pavilion's business was flourishing, with orders significantly increasing compared to before, yielding a profit of 80 taels of silver just last month. Additionally, she had recruited several more embroiderers. In the letter, Luo Sanyang also mentioned the Shun family, stating that the entire Qing Shui town and even the entire Baoping prefecture were discussing them, as the mother and daughter seemed unable to withstand the pressure and had sold their residence to move to the capital. Closing the letter, a cold smile appeared at the corners of Su Yuan's mouth. Shun Su, now entangled in public opinion and yet to be appointed, surely did not dare to write home about bringing the two of them to the capital. They had eagerly come to the capital instead. She was curious to see how the Liang family would treat this mother-daughter duo upon learning of the situation. "Awan." Nanny Ning assisted Madame Su into the room. "Mother." Su Yuan quickly set the letter aside and rose to help. After both mother and daughter sat down, Madame Su said to Su Yuwan. Your father and I have discussed it and plan to host a banquet at the estate soon to formally introduce you to our friends and relatives in the capital. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's palms tightened slightly. Madame Su noticed and gently took her hand, asking tenderly, "What troubles you, Yuwan?" "Mother." Su Yuan hesitated. "Given my current status, attending the banquet may bring unfavorable repercussions for the Su family." Her divorce had already been scandalous, and it had spread rapidly in Baoping Prefecture. It was likely that the news had reached the capital, with her parents treating her so well. She did not wish for their reputation to be tarnished because of her. Understanding her concerns, Madame Su moved closer, enveloping her in an embrace, her tone tinged with compassion. "Awan, it was always my fault for not protecting you, allowing you to suffer so much in that Qingshui town. Now that you have severed ties with the Shun family, do not dwell on those unpleasant memories, nor worry about anything. It is that Shun lad who is blind to your worth. From now on, your father and I will do our utmost to protect you, ensuring you suffer no more grievances." Madame Su's words brought tears to Su Yuan's eyes, and she nestled against her mother's embrace, savoring the warmth of maternal love and care, feeling a profound sense of gratitude. Perhaps the heavens, seeing the tragic fate of her previous life, had blessed her with such wonderful parents and family in this life. After the morning court session, as the ministers departed from the Golden Lawn Hall, news spread that Prime Minister Su had recently reunited with his long-lost daughter, prompting his acquaintances to approach him with congratulations. "Minister Su, I hear you have found your long-lost daughter. Truly congratulations," said Lin Zhang, the Minister of Revenue. Accompanying him were the censor Zhang Heng and the prefect Zhou Jun. The two also clasped their hand in respect, congratulating Su Sheng. "Minister Su, congratulations." Su Sheng beamed with joy, thanking the three of them. "It is indeed a rare blessing to have my daughter returned. We shall host a banquet in 2 days. I hope you all will join us for a toast." "Minister Su's banquet, I would never dare to refuse," the others replied. While they conversed, Liang Cheng, the Deputy Minister of Personnel, and Sun Jian, the Director of the Imperial Medical Office, approached. Liang Cheng spotted Su Sheng from a distance, but hesitated to greet him as usual, opting to lower his head and pretend not to see him. However, Sun Jian spoke up. Minister Liang, I hear that Minister Su has recently found his daughter. How delightful. We should go offer our congratulations." With that, he pulled Liang Cheng forward. Liang Cheng frowned, realizing he was now standing before Su Sheng, and he looked visibly anxious under Su Sheng's gaze. "Oh, is that not Minister Liang? Recently, you brought home the most outstanding scholar from this year's examination. When will your daughter marry? We, your colleagues, are eagerly waiting to celebrate with you. However, it has been over 2 months since this Shun scholar achieved his title. His Majesty has praised him highly. Yet why has there been no appointment?" Listening to the minister's remarks, Liang Cheng's hands trembled slightly within his sleeves, and he broke into a cold sweat. He glanced at Su Sheng, who was staring directly at him, making him quickly lower his head in fear. Minister Liang has found a fine son-in-law. "I must congratulate you in advance," Su Sheng said, his smile masking an underlying chill that sent shivers down Liang Cheng and Appo's spine. His complexion paled, and he repeatedly clasped his hands, stammering, "Minister Su, you flatter me, I." He wished to express that he had never intended to offend the powerful Prime Minister Su, but the words failed to escape his lips. Regardless of his intentions, he had already offended him. "Minister Liang, what troubles you? Your face has turned quite pale in such a short time," Lin Zhang inquired, noticing Liang Cheng's cold sweat. Liang Cheng was at a loss for words, desperately trying to wipe away the sweat. It was only when someone else greeted Su Sheng that he seized the opportunity to excuse himself and hurriedly departed. Upon returning to the Liang residence, Liang Cheng finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "Father, you are back. Was there any mention of an appointment for Brother Shun during court today?" Liang Yuru, eager to hear about Shun Su, immediately questioned her father. Liang Cheng's face displayed annoyance as he coldly replied, "No." Surprised, Liang Yuru asked, "No? What is going on? Wasn't His Majesty praising Brother Shun's talents and capabilities for great responsibilities?" Faced with his daughter's inquiry, Liang Cheng merely sighed, offering no further explanation. He was uncertain how to articulate his thoughts. If Shinsu had merely concealed his marital status, it would hardly warrant such severity. Yet, it was precisely his former wife who was the daughter of Prime Minister Su. Furthermore, Prime Minister Su's wife was the biological sister of the current empress, with such connections. If Prime Minister Su were to bring this matter to the emperor's attention, it was entirely possible that the emperor might forsake the newly appointed scholar Shinsu to appease Prime Minister Su. At this moment, to even mention the matter before the emperor would be akin to courting disaster. The only prudent course was to remain silent and make no inquiries. Growing increasingly anxious from her father's silence, Liang Yuru was about to press him further when Shinsu staggered drunkenly into the courtyard. Upon seeing Liang Cheng, he straightened up and respectfully greeted Minister Liang, angered by Shinsu and Appo's as casual demeanor despite the troubles his concealment had caused him. Liang Cheng snorted coldly and turned to leave. Liang Yuru, filled with concern, rushed to support Shinsu. Brother Shun, why have you been drinking? She assisted him to the side room, instructing the servants to prepare a hangover remedy and hot water to cleanse him. In his daze, Shinsu mistook her for Su Yuwan, grasping her hand tightly, murmuring softly, Yuwan. Chapter 56. The banquet. Liang Yuro could not hear clearly, just as she leaned in to listen to what he had to say. A pair of strong arms enveloped her waist, and in the next moment, she tumbled into his embrace. Shun, brother Shun. Liang Yuro's face flushed with a burning crimson, and she shyly bit her lip. Suddenly recognizing the person in her arms, Shinsu subtly furrowed his brow. He loosened his hold, intending to apologize, only to be ensnared by the gentle clasp of her hands around his neck. In an instant, her cherry-red lips drew nearer. Days later, the Prime Minister's residence was abuzz with guests. Among those attending the banquet were relatives from various branches of the Su family, colleagues of Su Shang from the court, as well as numerous noblemen and royal kin, creating a lively atmosphere. Su Jinhui stood at the entrance, welcoming guests, when he spotted two familiar figures. Brother Jinhui. The newcomers greeted him with a cheerful call. With a smile, Su Jinhui replied, Lord Xiao, young Master Ning. The one referred to as Lord Xiao was the legitimate son of the Marquis of Yuwan, Xiao Linya. He stood tall and handsome, clad in a deep indigo satin robe, his raven hair elegantly tied up with a jade crown. His chiseled features were striking, with long brows that met at the temples, eyes that sparkled like stars, and lips that bore a playful smirk. Beside him was young Master Ning, the legitimate son of the Duke of Ning, Ning Ji, who donned a light blue long gown. His refined demeanor marked by the folding fan he held, exuding an air of elegance with every gesture. Brother Jinhui, I heard your long-lost sister has been found? Ning Ji remarked lightly, fanning himself. Su Jinhui smiled modestly. Yes, my sister was lost for over a decade, and we finally located her last month. Xiao Linya leaned closer to Su Jinhui, resting a hand on his shoulder, and grinned. With such a striking brother as you, your sister must surely be a celestial beauty as well. Both were among the most handsome young men in the capital, and their shared presence was indeed a sight to behold. However, many noble ladies cast furtive glances, for rumors of Lord Zhao's alleged preference for men were well known, suggesting he held little interest in women. Witnessing him so closely engaged with Su Jinhui only fueled their suspicions, leaving their hearts in disarray. Su Jinhui casually brushed away Xiao Linya's hand, maintaining a gentle smile. My sister is still young and modest. She cannot withstand your playful banter, Lord Xiao. Xiao Linya swiftly dropped his jesting demeanor, responding earnestly, all right, no more jokes. Ningji, shall we enter? Indeed. After handing their congratulatory gifts to a servant, they proceeded into the banquet hall. Most guests had taken their seats, and the banquet commenced. Maidservants moved gracefully between the tables, serving dishes as cups clinked and laughter filled the air. Seated at the same table were Xiao Linya, Ningji, and the young masters of various prestigious families. During the meal, they overheard discussions about the Prime Minister's daughter, who allegedly had been engaged prior to her return to the residence, but had severed ties with her fiancé for reasons unknown. Surely you are unaware. But I heard her husband sought to marry into a wealthy family, prompting her to cut ties with him. To everyone's surprise, this Miss Su is no pushover. She tore up the divorce papers and wrote her own, dismissing her husband. A divorce? How utterly absurd. Historically, only men have sought divorces. How can a woman initiate one? Indeed, but this Miss Sue has truly accomplished such a feat remarkable. It seems this Miss Sue is no ordinary woman. Upon hearing this, Shaolin paused, his hand halting midair with a wine glass. A divorce? Look, she arrives, someone exclaimed, pointing out a young woman who gracefully entered the hall, entwined with Madame Sue's arm. Su Yuwan, dressed in a pale lotus-colored embroidered gown, adorned with a simple white jade hairpin, looked radiant. Having been pampered with nourishing food since her return, her previously pallid complexion now glowed with vitality, her features refined and captivating, exuding an elegant yet noble demeanor. Didn't they say Miss Sue was previously married? How does she still appear so youthful? A voice whispered from the table. Shaolin followed the gazes of the guests, noting the striking resemblance between Miss Sue and Madame Sue, both exuding a delicate and gentle charm. What intrigued him, however, was whether such a seemingly fragile woman truly possessed the audacity to sever ties with her husband, as claimed. Noticing Shaolin's unwavering gaze fixed on Su Yuwan, Ning Ji teased, "Lord Xiao, aren't you usually uninterested in women? What has captivated your attention so long? Have you suddenly changed your mind upon seeing Miss Sue's beauty?" Shaolin withdrew his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at Ning Ji. When did I ever claim to be disinterested in women? He was aware of his poor reputation, yet he remained oblivious to the extent of the rumors circulating about him. Ning Ji raised an eyebrow. "If you're interested, why do you always flee to me whenever the Duchess mentions arranging a marriage for you?" At this, Shaolin wore a resigned expression. "Would you remain if you were to marry someone you did not favor?" Ning Ji simply shook his fan and smiled in silence. At that moment, Su Sheng rose from his seat and approached Madame Su and Su Yuwan. "Father," Su Yuwan greeted with a gentle smile and a slight bow. "My dear daughter," Su Sheng replied warmly, casting a fond glance at his daughter. He raised his cup and addressed the guests. "I am grateful to all of you for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend this banquet. As you may know, my youngest daughter, Yuwan, was unfortunately abducted over a decade ago, resulting in her separation from us for many years. Now that she has been safely returned, it is a joyous occasion for the Su family, and we invite you all to celebrate together." After a toast, several officials stood to offer their respects to Su Sheng. Whether intentional or not, during the toast, one of the young masters suddenly inquired, "Lord Su, I have heard that Miss Su is already betrothed." Upon hearing this, Su Sheng did not exhibit anger. Instead, he responded solemnly, "While my daughter was indeed promised to someone during her time away, she suffered greatly at the hands of that man, which led to their severance. Now that she has returned to the Su residence, she remains our cherished jewel." His words not only silenced those who had been gossiping, but also declared that despite her previous engagement, Miss Su was still treasured by the Su family, and any further slander would be met with his disapproval. Consequently, those young masters who had previously whispered amongst themselves fell silent. Chapter 57. Gift-Giving Afterward. Prime Minister Su took his wife's hand and settled into the main seat, with Su Yuwan sitting beside Mrs. Su. The wife of Duke Ning raised her glass towards the couple, smiling as she spoke. The affection and harmony between the Prime Minister and his wife truly evoke envy in others. I dare say, within the entirety of the capital, it is nearly impossible to find a couple as exemplary as you. In a place like the capital, where men of influence often have several concubines, the Prime Minister's household stands apart, having only Mrs. Su as his legitimate wife, without any concubines. It is said that over a decade ago, after the Su family daughter went missing, Mrs. Su fell gravely ill, finding it difficult even to rise from her bed. During that time, Prime Minister Su devotedly cared for her by her bedside for over a month. In the entire capital, who else could exhibit such dedication? Su Cheng glanced at his wife and smiled at the Duchess, saying, "In my youth, Shurong made many sacrifices for me. Thus, my only obligation is to not let her down." Once a humble scholar from a poor family, Su Cheng had no means to purchase books until a fortuitous encounter introduced him to the now Mrs. Su, Qin Shurong. Recognizing his talent, she sponsored him through the imperial examinations, leading him to become the top scholar. Upon achieving this honor, Su Cheng promptly sought her hand in marriage. The Qin family, a prominent lineage in the capital, had already made arrangements for her marriage. However, Su Cheng knelt at their door for 3 days and nights to plead for her hand. His earnestness and gratitude resonated with the Qin family, especially since Mrs. Su harbored feelings for him as well, and they ultimately consented to the union. Su Cheng assured the Qin family that he would cherish and protect his wife, a promise he has upheld for decades, showering Mrs. Su with affection. These sentiments did not escape Su Yuwan's notice upon returning home. She observed that her father, though seemingly aloof, was warm-hearted, never quarreling with her mother or bringing negativity into their home, always prioritizing her mother above all. In her previous life, she yearned for a marriage like that of her parents. Yet, while the world is filled with top scholars, what is scarce are those, like her father, who are truly grateful and devoted. Meeting her husband's gaze, Mrs. Su smiled shyly, saying, "I am unable to drink alcohol, so I asked my husband to return the toast to Lady Ning on my behalf." Su Cheng gently patted her hand and raised his glass in return to the Duchess. Observing this scene, the Duchess felt a pang of envy and recalled her own husband, her heart heavy with sorrow. The Duke's household was filled with numerous concubines and illegitimate children, and he favored his concubines over her, making such occasions difficult for her. Lady Ning glanced at Ning Ji from a distance and sighed deeply. "Miss Su, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Jiang Yuan from the minister's household." The legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rights, Jiang Ruhai, Jiang Yuan approached Su Yuan with a smile. Her father, a close friend of Su Cheng, had sent her to greet Su Yuan. As Su Yuan hesitated to lift her glass, she was reassured when Yuwan brought over a jug of fruit wine, pouring her a glass while softly saying, "Miss, this is fruit wine. It is not intoxicating." With that, Su Yuan raised her glass and smiled at Jiang Yuan, saying, "Miss Jiang, it is a pleasure to meet you." Noticing that she was drinking fruit wine, Jiang Yuan responded with a smile, "I also enjoy fruit wine. My mother brews plenty at home. If you like it, I shall bring you a jar of grape wine to taste on another day." Unlike other noble ladies, Jiang Yuan was bright and vivacious, her crescent moon eyes sparkling with warmth, endearing her to those around her. Su Yuan returned her smile, saying, "Thank you, Miss Jiang." In addition to Jiang Yuan, many other noble ladies approached to greet Su Yuan, among them Liang Yuro. "Miss Su, I am Liang Yuro." Holding a glass, Liang Yuro stood before Su Yuan with a friendly expression. She had come uninvited, wishing to present a gift to Mrs. Su and seeking her assistance in speaking favorably of Shun Su before the Empress. Shun Su, troubled by his lack of official appointment, had taken to drinking heavily, and she was determined to help him in any way she could. Liang Yuro. Su Yuan's gaze fell upon her fair face. Recognizing her as the daughter of the Deputy Minister of Personnel and the woman Shin Su was to marry, she seemed unaware of the events that had transpired in Yunxi village of Qingshui town. Su Yuan smiled faintly, saying, "Miss Liang, it is a pleasure." Seizing the opportunity, Liang Yuro signaled her maid to bring forth the gift, approaching Mrs. Su with a sweet smile. "Mrs. Su, it has been a long time. How is your health?" Upon seeing her, Mrs. Su's earlier smile faded slightly, realizing she was the daughter of the deputy minister. "How thoughtful of you to remember. I am quite well now," she replied, noting that since Su Yuan returned home, she had diligently followed the physician's advice, and her health had swiftly improved. Hearing this, Liang Yuro continued with a smile. "Mrs. Su, I have heard that you have a particular fondness for jade. By coincidence, we have acquired a fine jade bracelet at home. Given your elegance, I thought this bracelet would truly reflect its value on your wrist." With that, she gestured for her maid to present the item. Mrs. Su opened the box to reveal a stunning icy green jade bracelet, its quality unmistakable. It was known that Liang Yuro's fiancé, the newly minted top scholar Shin Su, had caused harm to Mrs. Su's daughter, and now, due to his disgraceful abandonment of his first wife for power, he had yet to receive an official title. Inciting the emperor's wrath, Mrs. Su understood Liang Yuro's intentions, recognizing that her present was a means to curry favor. However, she gently closed the box and returned it to Liang Yuro, stating in a measured tone, "It is indeed a fine piece, and, in my youth, I had a penchant for jade. However, I have grown older and find my tastes have changed. Miss Liang, you may keep it. Upon hearing this, Liang Yuro's smile faltered visibly. She noted that Mrs. Su adorned herself with jade jewelry, indicating a clear preference for jade, yet her refusal was unmistakable. Confused, Liang Yuro hesitated to bring up her request regarding Shin Su, only to find Mrs. Su engrossed in conversation with the Duchess. Feeling out of place, she awkwardly took her leave, carrying her gift with her. As she departed, Mrs. Su took Su Yuan's hand, her eyes filled with tenderness, silently reassuring her daughter, "Do not worry, I am here." Chapter 58. The Queen's gift. On that day, numerous noble ladies graced the banquet at the mansion, each seeking to cultivate familiarity by toasting Su Yuan. Though the beverage was merely fruit wine, a few cups in it already imparted a slight intoxication. Feeling somewhat stifled, Su Yuan excused herself from the banquet hall after informing Madame Su. Chuanmian, Ziyuan, and Bailu followed closely behind her. "Miss, are you all right?" Chuanmian supported her, noticing the flush on her face with concern. Su Yuan touched her slightly heated cheeks and replied, "I feel a bit warm. Please help me to the pavilion to rest." Of course, Mississippi. The group made their way to the pavilion by the lotus pond. Once seated, a gentle breeze wafted through, and she leaned against the pavilion's pillar, savoring the moment of tranquility. Miss Su, Liang Yuru, having failed to win over Madame Su, turned her attention to Su Yuan. She had been observing Su Yuan and Appo's every move in the banquet hall and followed her into the garden upon her departure. Su Yuan opened her eyes and saw Liang Yuru approaching the pavilion, furrowing her brow slightly. "Miss Liang, is there something you need?" Having been preoccupied with winning over Madame Su, Liang Yuru now truly beheld Su Yuan and Appo's face for the first time. She bore a striking resemblance to Madame Su, both being gentle beauties. Previously, she had heard other ladies gossip that Su Yuan was fetched from a remote farming household, presumed to be a coarse village girl. Yet, she was astonished to find that Su Yuan was not only fair and beautiful, but also exuded an air of nobility in her every gesture. Particularly after learning of her bold act of divorce following her husband's betrayal, Liang Yuru felt a newfound admiration for her. Taking 2 steps closer, she smiled and said, "I was strolling in the garden and noticed you had left the banquet hall, so I thought to come over and greet you." With that, she sat beside Su Yuan and observed her furrowed brow and flushed complexion, concernedly asking, "Miss Su, are you feeling dizzy and unwell?" Su Yuan and Appo's gaze shifted slightly as she regarded her. "How do you know, Miss Liang?" Liang Yuru took the initiative to grasp her hand and began massaging the Higu acupoint, explaining, "Please forgive me, Miss Su. I know this acupoint can alleviate dizziness, so I thought I'd give it a try." "You possess medical knowledge?" Su Yuan looked at her with surprise. "Just a little bit," Liang Yuru replied modestly, smiling. "My mother often suffers from mild headaches, so I learned some massage techniques. It is commendable that you are so filial." After Liang Yuru's massage, Su Yuan indeed felt her dizziness subside considerably. This is merely what a child ought to do. A few years ago, when I visited Madame Su, she was also troubled by headaches. I massaged her once, and she praised my technique despite my clumsiness. Since then, I've often come to the mansion to help relieve her discomfort, Liang Yuru explained as she continued her ministrations. "You are quite thoughtful," Su Yuan replied, raising an eyebrow and withdrawing her hand. Liang Yuru smiled gently, but soon wore a troubled expression. "However, I cannot fathom why Madame Su seems so distant toward me today." Su Yuan replied in a calm tone, "Perhaps Miss Liang is overthinking it." "Let's hope that is the case." Liang Yuru, finding Su Yuan still amiable, spoke candidly. "Actually, I have a matter I would like to ask Madame Su for assistance with." "Oh, what is it?" Su Yuan anticipated that Liang Yuru's overtures were inevitably related to Shin Su, and she was curious to hear how Liang Yuru intended to assist him. "It concerns." Just as Liang Yuru was about to speak, Su Jinhui approached through the crescent moon gate. "Sister, I saw you hastily leave the table. Are you unwell?" Su Jinhui expressed concern for his sister, entirely oblivious to Liang Yuru's presence. Su Yuan smiled at him, saying, "Brother, I am fine. I merely drank a bit too much fruit wine and needed some fresh air. That is a relief." The worry faded from Su Jinhui's face, and he spoke softly. Aunt has arrived. She wishes to see you. The queen has come? Su Yuan was slightly taken aback, and, not wanting to delay, quickly adjusted her appearance before following Su Jinwei back to the banquet hall. Hearing news of the queen's arrival, Liang Yuru's face brightened, and she hastily followed in the direction of the banquet hall. Inside the banquet hall, everyone was prostrated on the ground, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to Her Majesty the Queen." Queen Qin, adorned in a resplendent red phoenix robe, her head adorned with a headdress of 5 phoenixes, radiated grandeur as she took her seat at the head of the hall. With a slight gesture, she commanded, "Be at ease." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Once everyone was seated, the queen beckoned to Su Yuan, who was beside Su Jinwei, saying, "This must be Abin. Come here so I can have a good look at you." Su Yuan approached slowly, bowing respectfully before the queen. This humble daughter, Su Yuan, pays her respects to Her Majesty. "Rise," the queen said kindly, her gaze warm. "You are truly remarkable. Your appearance is strikingly similar to that of your mother in her youth." It is known that Madame Su was once the most beautiful woman in the capital. Had Su Sheng not pursued her relentlessly, she might have been the one to enter the palace. Su Yuan smiled softly. "Thank you for your kind words, Your Majesty." The queen then turned her attention to Madame Su, who sat upright in her chair, full of vitality, a stark contrast to her previous frail demeanor. The queen smiled at Su Yuan, saying, "It is fortunate that we have found you. Your mother seems to have regained her spirit. Otherwise, I would have truly worried for her health." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan felt a pang of guilt, lamenting that she had not returned to her parents sooner, causing her mother to suffer from longing. The queen sighed slightly. "This cannot be blamed on you. The wicked abductors who took you are at fault, causing you and your family to be separated for so many years. Fortunately, you have returned safely to the Su family, which has alleviated your mother's worries." Su Yuan nodded gently, acknowledging the queen and Appo's words. Noticing the bracelet adorning Su Yuan and Appo's wrist, the queen understood how dearly her sister cherished this daughter. Had Madame Su not relinquished her opportunity to enter the palace, it was uncertain whether the queen would have ascended to her position. Therefore, when Madame Su married, the queen gifted her this bracelet, telling her that she could come to the palace for assistance in times of difficulty. Now that Madame Su had passed this bracelet to Su Yuan, its privilege naturally fell to her. The queen summoned Su Yuan to her side, removing a white jade bracelet from her wrist and presenting it to her. "This bracelet shall serve as a gift from your aunt." Su Yuan, taken aback by the honor, knelt immediately. "Your Majesty, this item is precious. I cannot accept it." Yet the queen insisted, "You are my niece. This gift is yours to accept." "Thank you, Your Majesty." After rising, Su Yuan was pulled by the queen, who personally adorned her wrist with the bracelet. This scene filled all the noble ladies present with envy. To receive a gift from the queen was indeed a remarkable honor. Chapter 59. What is her name? After expressing her gratitude, Su Yuan returned to her seat. From a distance, Liang Yuru noticed the empress was in high spirits and approached her, kneeling down. "This humble daughter, Liang Yuru, pays her respects to Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live 1,000 years." Empress Qin paused, her phoenix eyes narrowing slightly, and replied with a faint smile, "Ah, it is Miss Liang. Please rise." Yet, Liang Yuru did not stand up. Instead, she took a deep breath and said, "Your Majesty, today is a banquet held by the Xiong family. I should not have intruded, but I have a matter to request. My fiancé, the newly appointed top scholar Shin Su, has yet to receive his title since being named a first-class scholar by His Majesty." Impudence. The empress's expression darkened, her voice laced with anger. The banquet hall fell silent, all eyes fixed on Liang Yuru. Those aware of the situation secretly felt anxious for her. How could she dare to plead for Shin Su in front of the empress after such a scandal? Liang Yuru, bewildered by the empress's fury, trembled and quickly prostrated herself, stammering, "Your Majesty, please quell your anger. Your Majesty, please calm down." The empress coldly regarded her. "Your fiancé has committed the heinous act of abandoning his wife for you. Yet you dare to come before me seeking mercy." "What? Abandoning his wife?" Liang Yuru stood frozen, struck as if by lightning. The empress implied that Sun Tzu had forsaken his wife for her, but Brother Shun had claimed he had no spouse. What was happening? Seeing Liang Yuru's reaction, the onlookers realized she was oblivious to the truth. It was evident that Sun Tzu had concealed this from her as well. Su Yuwan silently observed her, feeling pity. If Sun Tzu had deceived her, it was clear that she was merely a pawn in his quest for power. Although the Jing dynasty did not explicitly forbid men from abandoning their wives, it required that the wife committed severe transgressions. Otherwise, it would be considered abandonment. In the Jing, forsaking a wife was universally condemned, even among the most powerful in the capital, who would not dare to disturb the position of their legitimate wives, regardless of the number of concubines. Sun Tzu's rise to fame through the imperial examination, coupled with the abandonment of his first wife for the sake of power, undoubtedly provoked the wrath of Emperor Ming Sheng. The ministers of the previous dynasty all knew that Emperor Ming Sheng's biological mother, consort Min, had been discarded by Emperor Ming Kong. At that time, the competition among the princes for the throne was fierce, and in pursuit of the support of the former Duke Su Guangping, Emperor Ming Kong resolutely cast aside consort Min to marry the legitimate daughter of the Su family. Emperor Ming Sheng, only 8 years old at the time, was forced apart from his mother, and the disgrace of his father's actions left an indelible mark on his young heart. Therefore, upon ascending the throne, Emperor Ming Sheng decreed that no man in the Jing dynasty could casually abandon his wife unless she committed severe transgressions. When Liang Yuru regained her senses, she found herself outside the banquet hall, clutching her handkerchief tightly. Her expression darkened as she exited the prime minister's residence. On her way back to the Liang residence, Liang Yuru repeatedly recalled the empress's words, her complexion pale as she pondered the implications. Brother Shun had a wife, but had deceived her into believing otherwise. Was he truly, as the rumors suggested, merely seeking to align himself with her father's power through their engagement? As the carriage halted at the Liang residence, Liang Yuru heard cries and commotion outside. She frowned, lifting the curtain of the carriage to investigate. What is happening? The doorman replied helplessly, Miss. These two beggars insist they are related to Scholar Shun and refuse to leave, no matter how hard I try to send them away. Liang Yuru glanced over and saw two dirty, disheveled women sitting at the entrance. She covered her nose with her handkerchief and instructed her maid, give them some coins to make them leave. The maid, Payer, complied and approached the two women, tossing them about 10 coins and urging them to depart quickly. To her surprise, the women did not pick up the coins but instead inquired if the lady present was indeed the young lady of the Liang family. Upon hearing Pei and Apos, confirmed this, one of the women identified as Shun Posey stumbled forward with weak steps, exclaiming, Miss Liang, I am Su Guer's mother. Taken aback, Liang Yuru scoffed and coldly retorted, how dare a beggar impersonate Brother Shin's mother? You two, leave immediately. I have already given you coins. Do not push your luck. Two young servants approached menacingly to drive them away. Miss, I truly am Su Guer's mother. Shun Posey, in a panic, reached out to grasp Liang Yuru's garment, but the foul odor emanating from her made Liang Yuru nauseous. Shun Posey and Shun Ning had little money and, unwilling to stay at an inn during their journey, had gone over half a month without bathing, resulting in a repugnant stench. The young servant, seeing this, kicked her to the ground, yelling, Get lost. If you don't leave, I'll take you to the authorities. Seeing her mother treated so harshly, Shun Ning, despite her injured leg, limped over to assist Shun Posey. Mother, are you all right? Shun Posey shook her head. I am fine. After suppressing her nausea, Liang Yuru was about to return home to change out of the clothes that had been touched by beggars when she heard Shin Ning call out to her from behind. Sister-in-law. Forcing herself to hold back her disgust, Liang Yuru turned to glare at the woman who had addressed her as sister-in-law. Shin Ning quickly clarified, Sister-in-law, I am Shin Su's sister, Shin Ning, and this is my mother. We're truly not deceiving you. Shin Ning? That name sounded familiar. Shin Su had mentioned it before. Liang Yuru softened her stance and glanced at them. Come inside. Overjoyed, Shun Ning hurriedly helped Shun Posey as they followed Liang Yuru into the residence. After passing the decorative screen, Liang Yuru instructed her servants to take the two women to bathe first. Then she inquired of Payer, Where's Brother Shun? Payer replied, "Miss, young Master Shun has gone to the drunken, immortal pavilion again, ever since realizing his hopes for an official position were dashed. Shinsu had been spending his days at the establishment, often returning inebriated." Liang Yuru's tone turned sharp. "Go find him and bring him back." "Yes." While she waited in the main hall, it wasn't long before Shun Posey and Shun Ning, freshly cleaned and dressed in clean clothes, were brought in. Both mother and daughter, having arrived in the capital for the first time, were awestruck by the grandeur of the Liang residence. Entering the main hall, they faced the elegantly dressed Liang Yuru, who exuded an air of nobility, which made them somewhat nervous and uneasy. "Please, have a seat," Liang Yuru said coolly. As Shun Posey and Shun Ning settled onto the guest chairs, Liang Yuru asked, "What is the name of Brother Shun's former wife?" Both women were taken aback. Previously, in the letter Shun Su had sent back, he had instructed them to conceal his marital history upon arriving in the capital. But circumstances had changed, and that Su Yuwan had transformed into the daughter of the prime minister upon her return. Given Liang Yuru's tone, it was evident she was already aware of the truth. Shun Posey replied honestly, "Her name is Su Yuwan." "What? Su Yuwan?" Chapter 60. A meeting of eyes in the Chancellor's residence. After angrily reprimanding Liang Yuro, Empress Qin's mood was evidently poor, and she returned to the palace shortly after sitting for a brief moment. Thus, the banquet came to an end. Guests gradually departed from the Su residence, and as Xiao Linya and Ning Ji approached Su Jinhui to bid farewell, Su Yuan happened to walk over as well. Su Jinhui introduced her, saying, "Abin, this is the young Lord Xiao of the Marquis of Wuan's household, and this is Master Ning from the Duke of Ning's residence." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's gaze first fell upon Ning Ji, to whom she offered a slight bow. "Young Master Ning." "Ning Shiji," he replied, returning her courtesy with a graceful demeanor that exuded scholarly charm, embodying the essence of a refined gentleman. She then turned her attention to the young Lord Xiao beside him. Indeed, as the old maid Ning had described, this young Lord Xiao was a strikingly handsome man, with features so exquisitely sculpted that even Su Yuan, having lived 2 lifetimes, had never encountered such celestial beauty. However, unlike her own elder brother, who was reserved and composed, this young Lord Xiao radiated a certain flamboyance and unruliness. His aura was markedly different from that of the typical elite sons of noble families. He bore the palpable intensity of one who had weathered the trials of battle and conflict. As their eyes met, a mutual curiosity and inquiry shimmered within their gazes. Su Yuan pondered why the old maid Ning had advised her to steer clear of this young Lord Xiao. To her, aside from his exceptional appearance, he seemed no different from the usual signs of aristocracy. Was there something peculiar about him? Conversely, Xiao Linya was intrigued by the simultaneous emergence of rumors in the capital. Whispers of Miss Su's divorce and the newly minted scholar's abandonment of his wife to remarry. Considering the attitudes displayed by Chancellor Su and Madame Su towards Miss Liang today, could it be that Miss Su's divorce was indeed from this esteemed scholarship? "Young Lord Xiao," Ning Ji interjected, "is it not a bit impolite to gaze so intently at the young lady?" Realizing he had been staring for quite some time, Su Yuan quickly averted her gaze, bowing to him before turning to leave. Xiao Linya raised an eyebrow, a carefree smile playing on his lips. "Miss Su has also been staring at me for quite a while. I suppose that balances it out." Su Jinhui's expression darkened as he cast an unfriendly glance at Xiao Linya. Noticing Su Jinhui's stare, Xiao Linya waved his hand. "Brother Jinhui, my thanks for today's hospitality. I shall invite you over for drinks another day." As they exited the residence, a carriage awaited them outside, Ning Ji's carriage. With a sigh, he invited Xiao Linya to ride with him, and without hesitation, Xiao Linya climbed aboard. Recently, the Marquis of Yuwan and Apos, S. wife had hosted a banquet for the noble ladies of the capital, urging Xiao Linya to select one for marriage. To her surprise, he had neither attended nor participated, opting instead to drink with Ning Ji at the Zue Xian building, leaving the noble ladies waiting at the Marquis's residence for an entire day. Upon learning this, the Marquis's wife was understandably furious and confined him at home for reflection. Today, he had snuck out once more. Inside the carriage, Ning Ji expressed his concern. "Young lord, your escapade will surely incur the wrath of the Marquis's wife." Have you devised a plan to address it? Xiao Linya, feeling somewhat inebriated from a banquet, replied nonchalantly, Fear not. I have never been one to cower. At this, Ningji couldn't help but chuckle. That's good to hear. We've arrived. What? Xiao Linya's eyes widened in surprise. Have we arrived so soon? After disembarking, Xiao Linya hesitated at the entrance of the Marquis and Appo's residence, ultimately approaching the guard station there. Did my mother become enraged after I left today? The guard, mechanically shaking his head, replied, I am unaware, my lord. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Linya turned to sneak in through the side entrance. But as he took a few steps, the main gate swung open, revealing a Gue peeking out. Young lord, the madam has been waiting for you for quite some time. You have finally returned. As expected, Xiao Linya turned back to see a Gue's eyes swollen to the size of dumplings. What happened to your eyes, Gue? Who did this? A Gue looked up at him with a pitiful expression. Who else could it be? The madam said I did not keep a proper watch over you, and threatened to ruin my eyes. Hearing this, Xiao Linya sighed and patted a Gue and Appo's shoulder. Dear Gue, you have suffered injustice. I shall increase your monthly wages next month. Upon hearing this, a Gue's barely visible eyes sparkled with excitement. The increase in wages is not important, but it is an honor for a Gue to alleviate the young lord and Appo's troubles. Xiao Linya. Then, as he stepped through the main door, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura of sword energy rushing toward him. He halted abruptly and swiftly evaded the wooden sword that the Marquis's wife swung in his direction. Mother, you are at it again. You wretched boy. You finally know to return. With a swift turn, the Marquis's wife aimed the wooden sword at her son once more. Xiao Linya smiled slightly, shifting from defense to offense as he met his mother's strikes with his bare hands. The two were evenly matched, and after several exchanges, neither could claim victory. Thus, they continued their sparring. The servants instinctively stepped aside, accustomed to such scenes. The Marquis's wife, a legitimate daughter of a general's family, had trained in martial arts since childhood. Even after marrying Marquis Xiao Hong and becoming the lady of the house, her innate martial spirit remained unchanged. Every so often, she would engage in a bout with her son. Though over 40, her movements were still as agile as in her youth. As she swung her right wrist and unleashed the wooden sword toward Xiao Linya without mercy. Xiao Linya focused on defense, moving with the swiftness of lightning, easily dodging his mother's attacks. Each time this occurred, it was a spectacle for the household staff. A Gue, nursing his swollen eyes, silently cheered for his master. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. In the end, Xiao Linya would invariably concede. Mother, your martial prowess is unparalleled. I admit defeat, he jested, pleading for mercy. The Marquis's wife retracted her sword and shot him a sidelong glance. Wretched boy, weren't you supposed to reflect at home? Why did you sneak out again? Xiao Linya stepped forward and began to massage her shoulders. Dear mother, do not be angry. Today, there was a banquet at the Su residence, and, as Jin Hui's close friend, how could I not attend to show my support? She scoffed, poking his forehead with her finger. You run away from the banquet I prepared for you, but never miss others. At 20 years old, you still do not think of marrying and settling down. You loiter about without care. I truly wonder whom you inherited this temperament from. Xiao Linya chuckled. I am your son, so naturally, I take after you. Chapter 61. Plum Wine in June. The Dejing dynasty entered the sweltering heat of summer. The scorching sun baked the earth, causing the leaves to wilt under its relentless rays. Yuwan reclined on a noblewoman's couch, indulging in chilled grapes. When Yuwan and Bailu parted the curtains, and Spring Mian entered with a brocade box in her arms. Miss, it's a letter from third sister, Spring Mian announced. Yuwan lifted her eyelids and accepted the letter from Spring Mian and Appo's hands. The letter contained a summary of the accounts from the Yushio Pavilion over the past 3 months, revealing a trend of increasing profits. The brocade box contained the earnings from these months, 230 taels of silver in total. Please store it in the treasury, she instructed. Yes, Mississippi. Her parents were aware of her business endeavors in Qingshui town, and rather than feeling ashamed, they encouraged her to pursue her ambitions boldly, asserting that their daughter should have lofty aspirations. Su Shang had amassed a considerable fortune over his lifetime, sufficient to ensure a life of comfort for his children. However, he felt a deep sense of pride and support for his daughter's entrepreneurial spirit. The silver she earned was kept for her personal use, and her parents did not take any of it. In the Prime Minister's residence, Su Yuwan enjoyed the finest of comforts, receiving a monthly allowance of 50 taels of silver for her discretionary spending. Given her ability to earn, she found little need to spend it all, and thus saved the entirety in her private treasury. Mississippi Ning Mama entered from outside. Su Yuwan smiled and asked Ning Mama, "What brings you here? Is Mother looking for me?" Ning Mama replied with a smile, "Miss, the madam just finished her nap, and the second daughter of the Minister of Rights has arrived. She is currently in the front hall." The second daughter of the Minister of Rights, Jiang Yuwan? Su Yuwan recalled meeting her at a previous banquet, where she was the charming Jiang girl whose crescent moon smile captivated all. "Understood, Mama. I shall change my attire and go to the front hall," she said, after donning a delicate light yellow silk dress embroidered with butterflies. Su Yuwan made her way to the front hall. Jiang Yuan was dressed in a soft pink gown, adorned with a white jade hairpin inlaid with red coral beads, exuding a playful yet elegant aura. As Su Yuwan entered, a gentle smile graced her lips. "Miss Jiang, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting." Jiang Yuan returned the smile. "Not all. I have only just arrived." Once seated, Ziyuan and Bailu served tea and pastries. Jiang Yuan cheerfully offered Su Yuwan some fruit wine she had brought. "Su Miss, this is the fruit wine my mother brewed 3 months ago. I thought to share it with you today." "How thoughtful of you, Miss Jiang." Su Yuwan was pleasantly surprised. She had merely made a polite remark at the banquet, yet Jiang Yuan had taken it to heart and brought her wine. "This fruit wine has a low alcohol content, so you can enjoy a few sips without worry. Would you care to try it?" Jiang Yuan had noticed Su Yuwan's rosy cheeks after she had her first taste of fruit wine at the banquet and had thoughtfully brought this plum wine for her. Su Yuwan accepted with a smile. "Certainly. Xin, please fetch 2 cups." "Yes." Mrs. Yuwan brought 2 cups and poured the plum wine, presenting them to the young ladies. "Let us drink together, Miss Jiang," Su Yuwan said, lifting her cup and smiling at Jiang Yuan. "Indeed," Jiang Yuan echoed as she raised her cup in response. Su Yuwan took a sip, savoring the sweet and tangy flavor, refreshing and smooth, devoid of any harshness, with only the delicate fragrance of rice wine. It left her pleasantly tipsy, yet not intoxicated. "What do you think, Miss Su? Do you enjoy it?" Jiang Yuan inquired softly, her gaze fixed on her. Su Yuwan nodded with a smile. "It's delightful, far superior to the fruit wine I purchase at home. Lady Jiang is truly skilled to brew such exquisite plum wine." Hearing her praise, Jiang Yuan beamed with joy. "My maternal grandparents run a winery, so my mother brews some simple fruit wines. We have many flavors at home. If you like, I can bring you some different varieties next time." Su Yuwan felt warmth in her heart. Jiang Yuan was not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted. Since arriving in the capital, apart from her parents and elder brother, Jiang Yuan was the first person to treat her so well. "What is it, Miss Su?" Jiang Yuan noticed her lingering gaze and felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks. Su Yuwan came back to herself and smiled. "I was just thinking that since you brought me fruit wine, I should show my appreciation as well." With that, she instructed Spring Mian to fetch a pouch she had recently embroidered, a double lotus sachet. She handed the sachet to Jiang Yuan. "Miss Jiang, I did an appos to prepare a proper gift, but this is a recent creation of mine. I hope you won't find it lacking." Jiang Yuan accepted the sachet with delight, exclaiming, "How could I possibly dislike it? This sachet is exquisitely embroidered and exudes a subtle lotus fragrance. I adore it. I'm glad you like it." Su Yuwan regarded Jiang Yuan, genuinely feeling that she was far more amiable than other noble ladies. As they conversed, Su Jinhui entered, clad in official robes. Having achieved the second highest rank in the last imperial examination, he was now employed as an editor in the Hanlin Academy. Today was his day off, and after finishing his official duties, he returned home. "Brother, you're back," Su Yuan exclaimed, quickly standing to introduce, "This is Miss Jiang, the second daughter of the Minister of Rights. She has come to bring me plum wine." Su Jinhui smiled and nodded at Jiang Yuan. "Miss Jiang." Jiang Yuan rose from her seat and returned the gesture. "Young Master Su, please continue your conversation. I shall take my leave to Minglan Pavilion," Su Jinhui said, Turning to depart, Jiang Yuan called out softly, "Young Master Su, this plum wine is rich yet not overpowering. Why not join us for a cup?" Her straightforward nature took Su Jinhui by surprise. Su Yuan added, "Yes, brother, do try a cup. The plum wine Miss Jiang brought is truly delightful." With that, Su Jinhui accepted and took a seat beside them. Bai Lu poured him a cup of plum wine. After taking a sip, he praised, "Indeed, it is excellent. The flavor combines the delicate essence of plums with the rich aroma of rice wine." Hearing this, Jiang Yuan smiled, her hands clasping a handkerchief. "I'm glad you enjoy it, young Master Su." Then, Su Jinhui's gaze fell upon the exquisite sachet on the table. "This sachet is quite fine." Jiang Yuan glanced at Su Yuan. "I brought the plum wine for Miss Su, and this sachet is her thoughtful return gift to me." Understanding, Su Jinhui smiled and remarked, "Awan has just returned to the estate and has few acquaintances in the capital. Since you are of similar age and seem to get along well, Miss Jiang, please feel free to visit often. It would be advantageous for Awan to have a companion." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan's eyes sparkled like crescent moons. "Of course. I truly enjoy conversing with Miss Su." Chapter 62. Expecting his child in the Liang residence. The arrival of Shun Pozi and Shun Ning seeking refuge sparked discontent in Liang Cheng. He summoned Shun Su to his study, presenting him with a letter of annulment that he demanded be signed. Initially, Liang Cheng had kept Shun Su in the household for two reasons. His daughter was betrothed to him, and he valued Shun Su's talents. He had anticipated that this imperial scholar, favored by the emperor, would rise to prominence with the support of the Liang family. However, due to Shun Su's concealment of his divorce, his future was now in jeopardy, and the emperor had yet to mention any official appointment. Despite Liang Cheng's desperate attempts to gain the emperor's favor, he was thwarted by Su Sheng and the whispers of Empress Qin, who ensured that the emperor would not meet him. Both figures were ones he could not afford to offend. Weighing his options, Liang Cheng concluded that he must terminate his daughter's engagement with Shun Su. He would never allow his daughter to marry a man with no prospects. As he received the annulment letter, Shun Su's face reflected despair, devoid of any emotion. He expressed his gratitude for Liang Cheng's care during his stay, stating he would leave the residence with his family immediately. Just as he prepared to sign, the door swung open, and Liang Yuru rushed in, seizing the annulment letter and tearing it to shreds. "I cannot allow this. I refuse." "Ruer, what are you doing?" Liang Cheng furrowed his brows, glaring at her in anger. Liang Yuru knelt beside Shun Su, raising her chin defiantly as she declared, "I say, I do not agree to the annulment." "You." Liang Cheng was infuriated. He had instructed the servants to keep a close watch on Ruer's quarters. How was she aware of the annulment? His gaze darted towards the door, where he caught a fleeting glimpse of Shun Ning, Shun Su's sister, hiding behind it. His ire only intensified as he glared at Liang Yuru. "This matter does not hinge on your consent. It is imperative that you annul the engagement." "I will not agree, father. I love Brother Shun, and regardless of whether he can secure a position, I will only recognize him as my husband." Liang Yuru's face was resolute as she stared at Liang Cheng. Shun Su, with his head bowed, had become the subject of ridicule in the capital, possessing the title of a top scholar, yet unable to secure any official post. Even Yuan Jua, who had shared the same examination, had been appointed as an editor in the Hamlin Academy. Looking at his own fate, Shun Su could not help but let out a self-deprecating smile. Was this what they called retribution? A punishment for abandoning his first wife in pursuit of power and wealth? Seeing his daughter's obstinacy, Liang Cheng pointed an accusing finger at Shun Su, exclaiming, "He has offended Su Sheng, the Chancellor's daughter. Do you think he can enter the Hamlin Academy? He cannot even secure a minor official position. Are you prepared to marry him and live in poverty, or let him become a dependent in the Liang family?" Liang Yuru clenched her teeth and looked at Shun Su. "Even if it means living in poverty, I accept it." Liang Cheng's face turned ashen with fury, and he raised his hand as if to strike her. However, Liang Yuru held her head high, meeting his gaze with defiance. "Go ahead, strike me. You might as well kill the child within me." At the mention of the child, Shun Su abruptly turned his head, disbelief etched across his features, as if questioning the impossibility of her words. Suddenly, he recalled that fateful night half a month ago when he had drunkenly mistaken her for Su Yuwan. Was it that night? Liang Cheng could hardly believe her declaration. His complexion paled, and his fingers trembled in rage. You! How could I, Liang Cheng, have produced such a shameless daughter? He turned and violently kicked Shen Su to the ground. You beast! How dare you commit such a vile act in my household? I will kill you. Liang Cheng attempted to strike again. But Liang Yuru stepped in front of Shen Su, her eyes red with tears. Father, do you wish for the child in my womb to be born without a father? As she cried, she began to retch and then fainted. Ruer. When Liang Yuru regained consciousness, she found herself in her room, with Shen Posey vigilantly watching over her. Upon seeing her awake, Shen Posey's face lit up with joy. Miss Liang, you've finally awakened. How do you feel? Is there anywhere you are uncomfortable? The previous night, Shen Ning had rushed back to inform her that Miss Liang was expecting the child of her elder brother, sending Shen Posey into a frenzy of happiness. After much anticipation, she had finally awaited the arrival of her grandchild. Liang Yuru displayed little emotion, simply inquiring, "Where is Brother Shen?" "Brother Su has been summoned by Master Liang," Shen Posey replied. At this, Liang Yuru's expression tensed. Did her father still intend to separate her from Brother Shen? No, she had to see him. Just as she attempted to rise, a pang of pain shot through her abdomen, causing her to clutch her belly. Seeing this, Shen Posey hurried to support her. "Oh dear, Miss Su, please be careful. A woman in her first 3 months of pregnancy must be cautious. The Shen family has finally welcomed a child. I must keep a close watch on you. With your impulsive nature, what if something were to happen to my grandchild?" Just as Liang Yuru had barely gotten to her feet, Liang Cheng strode in from the doorway. "If you're unwell, lie down." His face remained stern, yet there was a hint of concern in his voice. Shen Posey quietly withdrew. Liang Yuru, not seeing Shen Su, felt uneasy. "Father, where is Brother Shen? Have you sent him away?" Seeing her distress, Liang Cheng sighed deeply. "I truly do not know what that boy has said to charm you so. Rest assured, I have not sent him away. He has been called to the study to discuss your marriage." "Is that true?" Liang Yuru's eyes widened with excitement. "Now that you are carrying his child, do you think I would deceive you?" Liang Cheng tucked the blanket around her. Although he had been furious the previous night, witnessing his daughter faint and hearing from the doctor that her pregnancy was unstable and could not withstand any stress, he felt a deep sense of compassion and helplessness, leading him to change his mind. She was his only daughter, despite his disappointment in Shen Su. It could not alter the fact that he was the father of the child. Meanwhile, Shen Su, having lost all hope for a career, had wandered aimlessly for over 2 months, often drowning his sorrows in drink, unwilling to face reality. However, upon hearing Liang Yuru's revelation that she was expecting his child, a flicker of clarity emerged in his mind. After leaving Liang Cheng's study, Shen Posey pulled him aside. "Brother Su, I understand that Su Yuan's incident has greatly affected you. Yet, no one could have anticipated her remarkable background as the Chancellor's daughter. Now that Yuru carries your child, you must not continue in this state of despair. Master Liang has agreed to your marriage. You must find the strength to rise for the sake of your child." "Child," Shen Su murmured, and a glimmer of hope began to illuminate the shadows in his eyes. Chapter 63. A visit on this day. Su Yuan was seated by the window, meticulously sketching floral patterns when she learned from Chunmian about Shen Su's impending marriage. She was somewhat taken aback. She had thought that Shen Su's prospects were dim, and that Liang Cheng would never allow his daughter to wed him. It was truly unexpected. Chunmian leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "Miss, I heard that Lord Liang had originally intended to call off the engagement, but it seems Liang Miss has already conceived Shen Su's child, which prompted the arrangements for their wedding." "Pregnant? That would certainly explain a great deal." Without pausing in her work, Su Yuan inquired further, "Have there been any recent developments concerning the mother and daughter?" Chunmian replied, "Night Wind has dispatched someone to keep watch. The mother and daughter have remained at Liang Manor to care for Liang Miss, but there has been little else of note. Have Night Wind continue to observe them." Su Yuan instructed. "Yes." Mississippi completing the final stroke of her drawing, Su Yuan held the pattern up and asked Chunmian, "What do you think? Is this design pleasing to the eye?" Chunmian's face lit up, and she nodded enthusiastically. "It's beautiful, Mississippi." Your skills are truly remarkable. Having spent many years in trade during her previous life, Su Yuan had encountered numerous daughters of affluent families in Sanyang, gaining insight into their tastes for fashionable designs and patterns. During her idle moments, she would often study new styles. Send this to Qingshui Town for third miss, she instructed. Yes, Mississippi. With the shop's business thriving at present, we should also introduce some trendy designs to boost sales. At that moment, Yuwan entered with a basin. And after Su Yuan washed her hands, Bailu brought in a freshly prepared ginseng soup from the kitchen. Just as Su Yuan took a sip, she saw Madame Su enter the room. "Mother," she exclaimed, setting down her spoon and hastily rising to assist her. Madame Su smiled and patted her hand, saying, "I had the kitchen prepare some pastries for us to enjoy together." "That sounds wonderful. I was just feeling hungry," Su Yuan replied, helping her mother settle onto the soft couch. She then asked Yuwan to fetch the plum wine that Miss Jiang had brought a few days prior and poured a glass for her mother. Upon catching the scent of the plum wine, Madame Su recognized it as coming from the Jiang residence. Su Yuan was astonished. "Mother, how did you know?" "I've been close friends with Madame Jiang since childhood. In our younger days, she often invited me to her home to enjoy this plum wine. However, after my health declined, I haven't had the pleasure of tasting her brew since." As Madame Su recounted this memory, a hint of regret crossed her face. She and Madame Jiang had maintained a close friendship, frequently gathering even after their marriages. However, after Su Yuan was abducted in her youth, and with no leads to find her, Madame Su had isolated herself, refusing to see anyone. During that time, Madame Jiang had visited several times, bringing her daughter, the young Jiang Yuan, who was quite attached to her mother, to see Madame Su. Yet, Madame Su, still traumatized by the loss of her daughter, would weep uncontrollably at the sight of Jiang Yuan, reminding her of her own child. To spare her feelings, Madame Jiang had refrained from bringing Jiang Yuan around, although she continued to inquire about Madame Su's well-being. It was then that Su Yuan realized the extent of her mother's suffering after her abduction. She grasped Madame Su's hand, offering comfort. "Now that I have returned, Mother, it is time to ease your heart and focus on regaining your health, so that I may honor you properly." Madame Su smiled gently. "Very well, I shall heed your advice, Sabin." Su Yuan continued. "Since you mentioned it has been a long time since you enjoyed this plum wine, why not have a taste today?" "Yes, you. The alcohol content is quite low and poses no harm." "Agreed," Madame Su replied, lifting her glass and taking a delicate sip. The plum wine brewed by Madame Jiang was still as delightful as ever. Su Yuan chuckled. "Miss Jiang brought 2 jars last time, and I have been contemplating a visit to return the gesture. Since you are here, perhaps you could assist me in deciding what to bring." At the mention of Jiang Yuan, Madame Su's expression brightened. She recalled that when young Jiang Yuan visited their home, she would often weep upon seeing her, prompting her to ask her mother why Aunt Su's little girl was taken by bad people. In her innocence, she had offered Madame Su her favorite candy, trying to comfort her. Thus, Madame Su held a fond memory of Jiang Yuan. "It has been too long since I ventured outside, and I am unaware of her current preferences. However, I do recall that she has always had a penchant for sweets." "Sweets?" Su Yuan mused, recalling how Jiang Yuan had relished the sugar-filled pastries from the kitchen on her last visit. "Perhaps I shall prepare some delightful confections to send her." The following day, Su Yuan selected a piece of jewelry from the storeroom and had the kitchen prepare an assortment of exquisite pastries before she and Madame Su departed the Prime Minister's residence. Upon arriving at the minister's residence, they were greeted by a carriage, indicating that there were guests that day. The doorman, upon recognizing Madame Su and her daughter, promptly ushered them inside. In the main hall, Madame Jiang was engaged in conversation with Lady Xiao from the Marquis of Wuan's household. Upon hearing that Madame Su had arrived, she was delighted and quickly invited them in. As Su Yuan and her mother entered the hall, Madame Jiang approached them with a smile. "Madame Su, it is rare to see you out and about. Please take a seat." Since Jiang Miss brought plum wine during her last visit, "I have been eager to return the favor," Su Yuan replied, glancing at Lady Xiao. "I hope we are not interrupting your gathering?" Lady Xiao smiled warmly. "Not at all, Madame Su. In fact, we were just discussing how long it has been since we last saw you, and then you arrived." Noticing Su Yuan standing beside her, Lady Xiao's eyes sparkled as she praised. So this is the young lady from the Su family. Indeed, she possesses an extraordinary presence. Lady Xiao, a woman who had accompanied her husband to battle, recognized the unique aura that set Su Yuwan apart from other young ladies of noble birth. Though her frame was delicate, her eyes radiated resilience and composure. Su Yuwan smiled graciously, performing a courteous bow towards Lady Xiao and Madame Jiang. "I am honored to meet you." Lady Xiao and Madame Jiang. Madame Jiang scrutinized her and remarked, "No wonder Yuan speaks so highly of you. You truly are a delightful young woman." In the face of the two ladies' compliments, Su Yuan humbly replied, "You are too kind, esteemed ladies." At that moment, Jiang Yuan dashed in from outside, first greeting Lady Xiao and Madame Su before approaching Su Yuan with a beaming smile. "Miss Su, I've been thinking of you, and here you are." Madame Jiang playfully admonished, "Look at you, all sweaty from running about. You hardly resemble a refined young lady." Jiang Yuan chuckled, wiping her brow with a handkerchief. "All right, since Miss Su has come to our home, you should take her out to play," Madame Jiang instructed Jiang Yuan. "Of course," Jiang Yuan responded, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Su Yuan. "Shall we go to the garden, Miss Su?" Chapter 64. The Affection for Young Men. Upon exiting the main hall, Jiang Yuan led Su Yuan towards the garden. From her, Su Yuan learned that Madame Xiao had come to the minister's residence today to apologize with Xiao Linya in tow. During the previous banquet hosted by the Marquis of Yuwan, Xiao Linya, the guest of honor, had failed to make an appearance, causing the young ladies from various esteemed families to wait in vain, and Jiang Yuan had also been among the invited guests. However, Su Yuan found it puzzling. With so many noble young ladies in attendance, did Madame Xiao truly need to apologize to each one of them individually? Jiang Yuan shook her head in response, saying it was not the case. She had heard that Madame Xiao had sent gifts to other ladies, yet for some reason, she personally brought Xiao Linya to the minister's residence. While other ladies received gifts, Madame Xiao chose to personally come to apologize to Jiang Yuan. Su Yuan seemed to have an epiphany and smiled at Jiang Yuan, suggesting that perhaps Madame Xiao favored Miss Jiang among all the young ladies. Jiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback by her words and quickly clarified, "Miss Su, please do not misunderstand. It may simply be Madame Xiao's intention, but neither Xiao Linya nor I harbor such feelings for each other." Observing her anxious and fervent explanation, Su Yuan grew even more perplexed. Could it be that Miss Jiang feared she might misconstrue something? Jiang Yuan took Su Yuan's arm and whispered, "Moreover, it is uncertain whether that young Lord Xiao even has an inclination towards women." Su Yuan was taken aback, pondering the implication of such a statement. "Miss Su, have you not heard?" Jiang Yuan continued in a hushed tone. "Madame Xiao has been exceedingly concerned about her son's marriage. Yet, Xiao Linya shows no interest in the noble young ladies introduced by Madame Xiao, preferring instead to spend his days in the company of young Master Ning from the Ningwa Duke's residence. Consequently, rumors have circulated in the capital that Xiao Linya possesses an unusual affinity for young men." An unusual affinity? Su Yuan's expression reflected shock. Could it be that the advice she received from Granny Ning to keep her distance from Xiao Linya was based on this very reason? As the two reached the garden, they could hear the clashing of swords from a distance. Approaching closer, they observed two young men engaged in a spar. It was Xiao Linya and Jiang Yuan's elder brother. Jiang Yuan explained helplessly, "Whenever they are together, they delight in testing each other as skills." Su Yuan turned her gaze towards the duel. Noting that Xiao Linya was clad in a sharp blue brocade robe, his dark hair elegantly tied up with a jade crown, wielding a green sword with remarkable poise. Opposite him stood Jiang Fan, wearing a gray satin outfit, his rugged features and athletic prowess matching Xiao Linya's skill. Jiang Yuan pulled Su Yuan aside, suggesting, "The clamor here is too loud. Let us sit in the pavilion by the lotus pond." Su Yuan nodded and followed Jiang Yuan. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a graceful figure approaching, and Jiang Fan, momentarily distracted, accidentally sent his sword flying toward her. Xiao Linya reacted swiftly, leaping to deflect the sword that was about to strike Su Yuan. Standing protectively before her, he inquired, "Miss, were you frightened?" To say she was not frightened would be disingenuous. Although Su Yuan felt she could evade the danger, She maintained a composed demeanor, smiling gently at Xiao Linya and replying, "No, I'm quite well. Thank you, young Lord Xiao." Xiao Linya raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on her calm face. This young lady from the Su family was indeed remarkable. Even when faced with imminent danger, she retained her composure. In contrast, Jiang Yuan was visibly shaken, her face pale as she scolded her brother. "Brother, how could you be so careless? What if you had harmed Miss Su?" Jiang Fan quickly approached Su Yuan, apologizing profusely. "I am sincerely sorry. It was my distraction that caused this. I hope I did not frighten you, Miss Su." Su Yuan smiled reassuringly. "It is quite all right. Young Master Jiang, no need for concern." Jiang Yuan, observing the exchange, interjected with a hint of annoyance. "You two must refrain from practicing in the garden next time." "Very well. We shall choose another location." Jiang Fan chuckled, then shyly turned to Su Yuan. "Miss Su, I truly apologize and hope I did not leave a bad impression." "Not at all, young Master Jiang. There is nothing to worry about." Su Yuan reassured him once more. "Then we shall take our leave," Jiang Yuan said, linking arms with Su Yuan as they headed towards the lotus pond. Watching the two depart, Jiang Fan turned to Xiao Linya. "Xiao brother, was that Miss Su, the esteemed daughter recently restored to the Chancellor's residence?" Xiao Linya picked up the sword from the ground and tossed it to him. "Indeed, that is she." Jiang Fan took the sword and glanced back towards the lotus pond. "This Miss Su gives an extraordinary impression." Upon hearing this, Xiao Linya raised an eyebrow, casting a thoughtful glance at Jiang Fan before looking back at the figure in the pavilion, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, she is quite remarkable." Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan and Su Yuan settled in the pavilion, where the maidservants served tea and the delicacies brought by Su Yuan. Su Yuan pushed a plate of pastries towards Jiang Yuan, saying, "These were made by the kitchen this morning. Do try them." Jiang Yuan, noticing their exquisite appearance, replied, "I shall indulge then." Biting into one, her eyes lit up as she discovered the filling was her favorite osmanthus honey. "Miss Su, how did you know I adore this pastry?" Su Yuan had merely requested the kitchen to prepare some filled pastries, not realizing they were Jiang Yuan's favorite, resulting in a delightful surprise. "I had no prior knowledge, but now I do." After finishing a piece, Jiang Yuan expressed her gratitude. "They're delightful. Truly, thank you." Miss Su, with a crescent-shaped smile, she added, "By the way, I have a small request." Taking a gentle sip of tea, Su Yuan replied, "Do share. Could you possibly teach me embroidery?" Su Yuan smiled, "Of course. What would you like to embroider?" A faint blush appeared on Jiang Yuan's face as she replied, "I wish to embroider a pouch." "Very well." Su Yuan set down her teacup and inquired, "What design do you wish to adorn it with?" After a moment's thought, Jiang Yuan said, "Perhaps a pair of mandarin ducks." "Mandarin ducks?" Su Yuan paused, recognizing that such motifs were typically reserved for beloved ones or husbands. Noticing Jiang Yuan's bashful demeanor, it was clear she had someone special in mind. This pouch would carry significant meaning, and thus, Su Yuan resolved to teach her well. Soon, the maidservants brought forth embroidery threads and a frame. Su Yuan sketched a pair of mandarin ducks frolicking in water on the silk cloth and began instructing Jiang Yuan on the technique of stitching. The scene of the two embroidering in the pavilion caught the eye of Xiao Linya, who leaned against the window of a nearby building. Recalling Su Yuan's calm demeanor in the face of danger, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Truly, she was a woman capable of decisively penning a letter of divorce. How extraordinary indeed. Chapter 65. Newlywed. On June 20th, the Liang family celebrated the marriage of their daughter. Due to Shen Su's sensitive and unique status, the Liang family dared not hold an extravagant affair. Not even a banquet was prepared, with Shen Su lacking both an official position and savings. Liang Cheng feared his daughter would suffer if she married him. Thus, he personally funded the purchase of a modest two-entry courtyard in the southern part of the city as a marital residence for the couple. After a cacophony of firecrackers, Liang Yuru bid farewell to her father and entered the bridal sedan. Beneath the resplendent red veil, she donned exquisite makeup, her face radiating joy as she gently caressed her abdomen, envisioning a blissful future after marriage. Shen Su, the groom, rode atop a grand steed, clad in a vibrant red wedding garment adorned with a large red silk flower, yet his face bore no trace of a smile. Upon arriving at the Shun residence in the southern part of the city, a considerable crowd had gathered outside to witness the event. The plaque at the Shun residence was procured by Liang Yuru to preserve Shun Su's dignity. Her deep affection for him compelled her to make such sacrifices. Following tradition, Shun Su carried her across the threshold of the Shun family home. There was no banquet at the residence, either, as Lord Liang had specifically instructed that everything should be kept simple to avoid inciting the emperor's displeasure. Shun's matron had already donned her attire and was seated in the honored position, waiting for the couple's arrival. Shinning had also made a special effort to dress, standing beside the matron, though her face remained covered by a veil. Upon seeing the newlyweds enter, the matron could hardly contain her delight. However, during the wedding rites, Liang Yuru refrained from kneeling and bowing to the matron. Observing this, Shinning urged her to show the proper respect. Yet, Liang Yuru responded, "I hope you will forgive me, mother. The doctor has advised that my pregnancy is delicate, and I should avoid any sudden movements that might endanger the child." The matron's smile faltered slightly, but she forced a response. "It is of no consequence. Your health is paramount." Despite Liang Yuru's failure to perform the customary kneeling, the matron felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet there was little she could do. After all, Liang Yuru was the daughter of a minister, and now that Shinsu held no official position, the entire Shun family relied on the Liang family for their livelihood. Even if the matron harbored grievances, she could only swallow them. After the ceremony, Shinsu escorted Liang Yuru to their marital chamber. Shinning approached the matron, indignant. "Mother, Liang Yuru clearly disrespects you. Her excuse is merely a pretext. How could kneeling possibly harm a child?" The matron sighed. "Enough. Your elder brother has finally established a family and is expecting a child. You must get along well with your sister-in-law and avoid any unnecessary conflicts. Our family situation necessitates reliance on her." Shinning relented. "I understand." Inside the Yuyue pavilion, Shinsu helped Liang Yuru settle on the bridal bed. The overwhelming red decor filled him with a sense of unease, prompting him to turn and seek fresh air. "Where are you going?" Liang Yuru called out to him. Without turning back, he replied, "It feels stifling in here. I wish to step outside for a moment. Please return soon. Today is our wedding night." Liang Yuru's soft voice sent shivers down his spine. "Very well," he responded, opening the door and stepping outside. In the courtyard, Shinsu was engulfed in frustration, burdened by the scorn and ridicule he had faced in recent days. At times, he questioned whether he had made a grave error. Perhaps he should never have married Su Yuwan, which would have spared him from this tumult. Initially, he had seen her as a capable provider, feeling pity for her solitary plight, rather than being driven by romantic affection. After arriving in the capital, he had been fortunate to receive Lord Liang's support and had met the enchanting Liang Yuru. In her presence, he experienced a gentleness and thoughtfulness he had never known with Su Yuwan, stirring feelings within him that he could not ignore. When he was celebrated as the top scholar by the emperor, he increasingly felt that Su Yuwan, from humble origins, was unworthy of him. Thus, when Lord Liang inquired about his marital intentions, he chose to conceal his past. To his surprise, Lord Liang arranged for his daughter to be wed to him. At that moment, Shun Su believed that his current status warranted a match with a lady of Liang Yuru and Appo's caliber, leading him to draft the divorce letter. He was not devoid of compassion. He simply harbored no feelings for Su Yuwan and did not wish to settle for a life devoid of affection. He had never consummated their marriage, and even after her departure from the Shin household, she could remarry. Little did he anticipate her fiery nature, which led her to enumerate grievances and escalate the matter to the capital. What astonished him further was a revelation that Su Yuwan was the long-lost daughter of the prime minister. It was no wonder Lord Liang had mentioned how the prime minister consistently opposed the Liang family in court. Every time Lord Liang advocated for them, the prime minister would intervene. Su Yuwan sought revenge against him. "Master," the maid Pei-er approached, inquiring about his well-being and when he would return. Shinsu inhaled deeply and instructed, "Bring me a jar of wine." "But, master, have I lost the ability to command you?" "And no, I shall fetch it immediately." Before long, Pei and Appo's returned with a jar of wine. Remembering the lady's prior admonishment to limit his drinking, she whispered, "Master, the lady is with child." Perhaps you should restrain yourself. Shun Su shot her a cold glare. It is none of your concern. Leave me be. Pei-er, feeling helpless, turned and departed. Seated on a stone bench, Shun Su took a hearty swig from the jar. Inside the bridal chamber, Liang Yuru anxiously awaited his return. Growing increasingly worried, she lifted her veil and summoned Pei-er. Where is my husband? Pei-er, displaying signs of panic, responded, Miss the Master. He is drinking in the front courtyard. Furious, Liang Yuru exclaimed, Did I not instruct you to keep an eye on him? How could he be drinking again? Pei and Appos, frightened, immediately knelt Miss. It was the master who insisted I fetch the wine. Useless. Liang Yuru glared at her before storming out. Upon reaching the front courtyard, she found Shun Su sprawled drunkenly across the stone table. Husband. She approached to assist him, but her gaze fell upon a handkerchief clutched in his grasp. Furrowing her brow, she gently extracted the handkerchief from his fingers. Upon seeing the embroidered character for Su, her expression shifted dramatically. This handkerchief was undoubtedly crafted by a woman, and it was said that Su Yuwan, his former wife, possessed remarkable embroidery skills. Surely, this was a token she had made for him. Glaring at the inebriated Shun Su, Liang Yuru tightened her grip on the handkerchief. They were now married, yet he still clung to mementos associated with another woman. What did he take her, Liang Yuru, for? Chapter 66 Invitation. The impending marriage of Shun Su did not affect Su Yuwan. Rather, Su Sheng and Madame Su were concerned that their daughter might be saddened by the news, so they sent her numerous exquisite jewels as a gesture of consolation. Su Yuwan found it amusing and perplexing. A man like Shin Su was hardly worth her sorrow. Recently, she had received a letter from Luo Sanyang, stating that the new designs were quite popular among female clients, and Yushi Pavilion had taken on a considerable amount of work. In an effort to expand her business further, she instructed Chunyin to inquire about any available shops for rent in the capital. To her surprise, Madame Su brought an unexpected delight. Why did you not inform me of your desire to acquire a shop? Madame Su asked, as she gestured for Nanny Ning to set down the box she was holding. Upon opening it, a thick stack of land and property deeds was revealed. Madame Su pushed the box towards Su Yuwan, explaining that it contained over 10 shops, which had been leased out since their family did not engage in business. Most of these were prime storefronts, and if Su Yuwan wished to utilize them, she was free to do so. Over 10 shops? Su Yuwan exclaimed in astonishment. Mother, I had no idea our family possessed such wealth and properties. Madame Su smiled at her, explaining that these had been saved as her dowry over the past decade. The realization that this was her dowry left Su Yuwan breathless. She was aware of the Prime Minister's family's affluence, but this was beyond her expectations, as the deeds appeared to amount to 20 or 30. After having Chunmin investigate, she learned that in the capital, the annual rent for a typical shop was around 100 taels of silver. With over 10 shops, the annual rental income could exceed 1,000 taels, truly a staggering fortune. It was no wonder the Shan family resorted to unscrupulous means to associate with the illustrious family of the Minister of Personnel. However, having faced the trials of life and death, Su Yuwan had no intentions of remarrying. Her sole ambition was to earn her own fortune through hard work, ensuring her independence without relying on the Prime Minister and Appos as household. Taking one of the shop deeds from the box, she asserted, I merely wish to expand the business from Qingshui town to the capital. One shop will suffice. There is no need for so many, so please take the rest back. Yet, Madame Su insisted, these were originally meant for you, so keep them and manage them as you see fit. With the jewels and ornaments that her parents and elder brother had already gifted her filling her personal treasury, Su Yuwan felt it inappropriate to accept more. Seeing her daughter's resolute refusal, Madame Su conceded, saying, Very well, I shall keep them for you. Should you find a man you admire in the future, this will serve as your dowry. She genuinely believed her daughter to be exceptional and destined to encounter a worthy companion. However, Su Yuwan felt that finding a suitable partner was elusive. Rather than entrusting her future to someone who might betray her due to external temptations, she preferred to cultivate her own sense of security. Noticing her daughter's disillusionment with matters of love at such a young age, Madame Su felt a pang of sadness. Realizing that the heartache inflicted by Shun Su had run deep, She took her daughter's hand, speaking in a comforting tone. If you do not wish to marry, your father and I will support you for life. We have worked hard to have you back. I do not wish for you to leave us again. As long as we do not mind, you can stay with us forever. Leaning against her mother, Su Yuwan allowed herself a rare moment of affection. Madame Su's heart brimmed with sweetness, thinking, foolish child, your parents cherish you dearly. How could we ever reject you? By the way, an invitation has arrived from the palace. The Empress will host a banquet in 2 days, inviting many young ladies from noble families, and you are among those invited. Su Yuwan furrowed her brow slightly. The Empress is hosting a banquet? Madame Su nodded, explaining that since the crown prince had reached the age of marriage without a bride, the Empress likely intended to select a potential crown princess from among the noble young women. If that is the case, why invite me? The entire capital knows I have already been married. Would it not be awkward for me to attend such an event? Besides, I have no desire to participate in banquets. They are merely occasions for noble ladies to compete for attention, and given my past and temperament, I would only feel out of place. Looking at her mother, Su Yuwan implored, Mother, I do not wish to go. Is it possible to decline? Yet, Madame Su shook her head with a hint of helplessness. Nanny Jean beside the Empress has stated that you must attend the banquet. This perplexed Su Yuwan. Why was the Empress insisting on her presence? Later, I will have Yunjia from Nisha Pavilion come to take your measurements for a couple of new dresses for the banquet, Madame Su added. Returning to the moment, Su Yuwan replied, Mother, there is no need for new dresses. My wardrobe is filled with many unworn garments. Those are made just 2 months ago. Madame Su observed her increasingly graceful daughter and chuckled. You can hardly wear those anymore. Hearing her mother say this, a blush crept onto Su Yuwan's cheeks. Just a month after returning to the Prime Minister's residence, she had been as thin as a reed, but in just over 2 months, her parents had nurtured her to a more rounded figure, making her clothes fit rather snugly. At the minister's residence, Madame Jiang also received an invitation from the palace. The smiling Nanny Jean said to her, Madame Jiang, the Empress has instructed that Miss Jiang must attend the banquet 2 days hence. Thank you, Nanny Jean, for your trouble. Please, come in for a cup of tea, Madame Jiang respectfully invited. Nanny Jean replied, No, I must return to the Empress with this message. After speaking, she departed with the palace attendants. When Madame Jiang arrived at Jiang Yuan's courtyard, she found her daughter sitting by the window, engrossed in embroidery. Quietly approaching, she was startled to see her daughter stitching a pair of mandarin ducks. Frowning, Madame Jiang asked, Yuan, or what are you stitching? Jiang Yuan, startled by her mother's sudden appearance, accidentally pricked her finger with a needle, a drop of blood falling onto the embroidery frame. Realizing she could not hide it, she felt a flush of embarrassment. Taking the embroidery frame from her daughter, Madame Jiang noticed a faint blush on Jiang Yuan's face and immediately guessed her daughter's thoughts. Could it be that you have someone in your heart? She inquired. Jiang Yuan bit her lip, remaining silent. You silly girl, can't you even confide in your mother? Madame Jiang teased, realizing that her daughter had been evasive about marriage proposals all along because she already had someone in mind. Raising an eyebrow, she asked, Do tell, which young master has captured your heart? Jiang Yuan's face flushed crimson. Mother, please do not ask. It is merely a fleeting fancy, and I do not wish to be the subject of gossip. Madame Jiang was taken aback. So, you are pining secretly? Mother, please do not pry, Jiang Yuan murmured, her eyes cast down in shyness. Seeing this, Madame Jiang chuckled. All right, I shall not ask further. By the way, Nanny Jean from the Empress delivered an invitation, stating that the Empress will host a banquet in the palace in 2 days, inviting many young ladies from noble families, and you must attend. Jiang Yuan frowned. I do not wish to go. She simply desired to remain at home, practicing her embroidery. You must attend. Nanny Jean insisted that you cannot refuse. To do so would be to offend the Empress, Madame Jiang replied. Chapter 67. Talents. Jiang Yuan initially had no desire to attend the palace banquet, but upon learning that Su Yuwan was also invited, she thought it would be pleasant to have a companion, and thus agreed to go. 2 days later, the carriages of the noble ladies arrived at the palace one after another. The Empress had arranged the banquet in the rear imperial garden, where the noble ladies, upon disembarking from their carriages, were escorted by palace maids to the garden. As Su Yuwan stepped down from her carriage, she spotted Jiang Yuan standing at a distance. Waving at her, After adjusting her skirt, she made her way towards Jiang Yuan. "Miss Su, I'm glad you came too. Otherwise, I would have been quite bored." Jiang Yuan greeted warmly, taking Su Yuan's arm, her eyes sparkling with joy. Although Jiang Yuan was the daughter of a minister, she seldom mingled with other noble ladies in the capital and had grown accustomed to solitude. It was her acquaintance with Su Yuan that had introduced her to the companionship of a close friend. The two girls walked together, guided by the palace maids towards the imperial garden. This was Su Yuan's first time entering the majestic and opulent royal palace, and though she appeared composed, she felt a flutter of nerves. After navigating through the sprawling palace grounds, they finally arrived at the imperial garden. True to its reputation, the royal garden was vast and splendid, adorned with vibrant floral displays amidst pavilions and towers. The noble ladies had already gathered in the CUWI pavilion on the northern side of the garden, and Jiang Yuan and Su Yuan joined them. Upon seeing Su Yuan, several noble ladies greeted her with smiles and formal bows, their faces betraying a facade of respect, while many harbored secret scorn. Mocking Su Yuan for daring to attend a banquet hosted by the empress to select a future crown princess. It was absurd, they thought. "Miss Su, Miss Jiang, your seats are here." A young palace maid directed them to the prominent position at the upper left. This infuriated many noble ladies, while Jiang Yuan and Appo's presence was somewhat acceptable. The fact that a divorced woman like Su Yuan could sit in such a distinguished position, so close to the empress's seat, was intolerable. Consequently, several noble ladies cast unfriendly glances at them. Su Yuan, however, disregarded their glares and quietly settled into her seat. As the eunuch announced the arrival of the empress, the elegant and dignified Queen Qin slowly entered the CUWI pavilion. Everyone immediately rose and knelt, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to your majesty. May you live 1,000 years." After the empress took her seat, she raised her hand and said, "You may rise." "Thank you, your majesty," the noble ladies replied as they resumed their seats. The empress's gaze first fell upon Jiang Yuan, who was clad in a delicate blue dress, adorned with a golden hairpin decorated with pearls, exuding an aura of grace and nobility. The empress smiled with approval before her attention shifted to Su Yuan. Dressed in a simple pale yellow pleated gown with only a plum blossom silver hairpin for embellishment, Su Yuan stood in stark contrast to the other ladies who were elaborately adorned with jewelry. "My dear Yuan, your attire today complements your complexion beautifully," the empress remarked with a smile. Su Yuan responded with a respectful bow. "Thank you for your kind words, your majesty." The fact that the empress singled out Su Yuan for praise only fueled the resentment of those noble ladies who already harbored biases against her. Interpreting her modest attire as a deliberate attempt to attract the empress and Appo's attention, feeling the hostile gazes directed at her, Su Yuan became somewhat exasperated. Today, as the empress sought a bride for the crown prince, she had no intention of competing for attention among the noble ladies. Yet some viewed her as a thorn in their side. At this moment, the empress spoke. "I have invited you all to the palace today. First, to admire the newly blossomed flowers in the imperial garden, and second, I have heard that the daughters of our noble families possess various talents, and I wish to witness them." Upon hearing the word talent, the noble ladies straightened, brimming with anticipation. Since the empress had mentioned talents, it was clear she expected the young ladies to showcase their skills, perhaps even offering the winner a chance to become the crown princess. This was a splendid opportunity for them to shine. Thus, Miss Tian from the Duke of Loyalty's family was the first to rise, ready to demonstrate her newly learned dance for the empress. The other noble ladies prepared their performances while Su Yuan and Jiang Yuan remained seated, quietly observing the displays while sipping tea, showing no inclination to participate. Su Yuan was unskilled in all forms of art, unwilling to risk embarrassment on stage. Jiang Yuan, on the other hand, had no interest in vying for the crown princess title and chose to abstain. As the empress watched the performances, she also keenly observed Su Yuan and Jiang Yuan, noting their disinterest in competition, which pleased her. In terms of status, Su Yuan had the powerful Su Sheng backing her. Should she become the crown princess, the support of the Su family would solidify Xian's position as crown prince. However, Su Yuan's previous marriage might subject her to public ridicule upon entering the royal family. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan, as the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rights, may not possess the same influence as the House of Xiong, but her beauty and grace were commendable. She would also make a fine crown princess. Su Yuan noticed the empress's approving gaze towards Jiang Yuan, sensing the empress held her in high regard. Jiang Yuan felt the scrutiny as well, her brow slightly furrowing with a hint of anxiety. Once all the young ladies had completed their performances, the empress turned her attention to Su Yuan and Jiang Yuan, asking, "What talents do you two wish to showcase?" Su Yuan stood to respond, "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon, having grown up in a farming family. I possess no notable talents and would prefer not to embarrass myself." Upon hearing this, the empress did not press her further, replying, "Then please take your seat." What a disgrace to attend a banquet without any talents. A noble lady seated behind Su Yuan whispered derisively. Another lady chimed in, "Oh dear sister, why must you be so hard on her? Miss Su has always been engaged in household chores, so it is quite normal for her not to possess any talents." Indeed, well said. They laughed together. In response to their cold mockery, Jiang Yuan turned and shot them a fierce glare, her frustration palpable. Su Yuan smiled at Jiang Yuan, shaking her head to convey that it was of no concern. She had not taken their words to heart. At that moment, the empress turned her gaze back to Jiang Yuan, inquiring, "I have heard that Miss Jiang is an exceptional musician. Might you share a piece with us?" Jiang Yuan squeezed her handkerchief nervously and replied, "Then I shall attempt to entertain you." Soon, palace maids brought forth a guqin, and after taking a deep breath, Jiang Yuan began to play. Su Yuan was taken aback by Jiang Yuan's exceptional skill. The melody flowed gracefully, akin to the sounds of nature, refreshing and invigorating. The noble ladies began to display signs of unease. Jiang Yuan's performance was so exquisite that it overshadowed their earlier displays. However, at that moment, the melodious tune suddenly faltered. Chapter 68. The fall into the water in the pavilion. The laughter of the noble ladies echoed. "Oh dear, I thought Miss Jiang was a virtuoso, but it seems she is merely a name without substance," one remarked. Indeed, the discord in her performance was so severe. How dare she present such skills publicly without fear of embarrassment? The noble ladies exchanged scornful glances, secretly relieved that Jiang Yuan had made such a blunder, rendering her unfit to compete with them. Empress Qin furrowed her brow slightly, casting a glance at the mocking noble ladies, causing them to immediately silence themselves. It was then that Jiang Yuan rose to kneel before the empress. "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. My skills are lacking, and I have brought laughter upon you all. Fear not, it was merely for amusement. A moment of nervousness resulting in a wrong note is hardly a grave matter," the empress replied, granting her permission to return to her seat. "Thank you, Your Majesty." After sitting down, Jiang Yuan took a delicate sip of her tea, inwardly exhaling a sigh of relief. Beside her, Su Yuan cast a knowing glance her way, smiling thoughtfully. She had observed closely. Jiang Yuan had played beautifully, but had deliberately missed a note, presumably out of fear that the empress might take a liking to her. It seemed that Miss Jiang indeed had someone in her heart. As noon passed, Empress Qin inquired of Granny Jean, "Why has the crown prince not yet arrived?" Granny Jean replied, "Your Majesty, the emperor has summoned the Marquis of Wu and Apos and his son for discussions. The crown prince has also been called. The Marquis of Wu and Apos, and is in the palace?" The empress mused. Could it be related to the border conflicts? The southern borders have been restless of late, with western Qi poised for action. The emperor is undoubtedly concerned, and it appears he may be dispatching troops southward. Yet, why would the crown prince be summoned as well? Does the emperor intend for him to lead the troops? Since the emperor has called for him, we shall let it be, she concluded, turning to the noble ladies. The flowers in the imperial garden are blooming splendidly. Feel free to admire them. There is no need to remain confined here. Thank you, Your Majesty. With the empress and Apos' words, the ladies exited the pavilion to leisurely stroll through the garden. Su Yuan and Jiang Yuan walked together towards the central pavilion of the lake. On the way, Su Yuan playfully asked, "Miss Jiang, did you intentionally miss a note earlier because you fear the empress might take a fancy to you?" Jiang Yuan smiled coyly. Nothing escaped your notice. Su Yuan teased further. With your qualities, even without competing with those noble ladies, you would surely catch the Empress's eye. I assume your actions were for the sake of someone in your heart. At this, Jiang Yuan felt her ears flush and her heart quicken. Noticing the change in her expression, Su Yuan raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "It seems this person is quite extraordinary." Jiang Yuan and Appo's face reddened further, resembling a ripe apple as she grasped her handkerchief, bashfully saying, "Miss Su, the person I like. You know him too?" Su Yuan was momentarily stunned. "I know him." She began to recall the gentleman she had met since arriving in the capital. The two stood on the stone bridge, oblivious to Tianling and Appo's approaching from a distance. Upon sighting Jiang Yuan and Su Yuan, Tianling and Appo's felt a surge of anger. The Empress had clearly been pleased with Jiang Yuan during the banquet. This gathering was meant for the Empress to select a bride for the Crown Prince. And despite her captivating performance, the Empress had offered no praise, yet had defended Jiang Yuan, this wretched girl. No, she could not allow this wretched girl to seize her position as the Crown Prince and Appo's fiancée. As they reached the lakeside, gazing at the shimmering waters, a glint of malice flickered in Tianlinger's eyes. On the bridge, Su Yuan continued to ponder who Jiang Yuan might be referring to when she caught sight of Tianlinger approaching them. With a smile on her face, Tianlinger greeted the two, but as she neared Jiang Yuan, she pretended to lose her balance and shoved her. Jiang Yuan, standing at the edge of the stone bridge, lost her footing and fell backward with a splash. "Ah, help!" A passing maid near the lake cried out, rushing to alert others. "Oh no! Someone has fallen into the water." The maid hurriedly ran while inadvertently colliding with another person. Lifting her head, she recognized it was the Crown Prince and Lord Xiao. Terrified, the maid quickly knelt. "Your Highness, please forgive me. Your Excellency, please forgive me." The Crown Prince, Murong Xian, wore a stern expression, his brows furrowed. "You said someone has fallen into the water. Where?" "Just ahead at the central pavilion. It seems to be Miss Su," the maid replied, though she had not clearly seen who it was, only hearing someone call out for Su Yuan, suggesting it was indeed Miss Su who had fallen in. "Miss Su?" Lord Xiao Linya, beside Murong Xian, frowned and immediately dashed towards the pavilion. "Hey, Linya!" Murong Xian followed closely behind. Upon arriving at the pavilion, they spotted a lady struggling in the water. Without hesitation, Lord Xiao Linya prepared to dive in to rescue her, only to catch sight of two women standing by the lakeside, one in a light yellow dress, none other than Su Yuan. Momentarily taken aback, he noticed Murong Xian arriving with several eunuchs and directed them to jump in and save the person. Soon, the woman was brought ashore, and Murong Xian recognized her as Tianlinger, not Su Yuan. Raising an eyebrow, he looked at Lord Xiao Linya. "It seems you are quite concerned about my little cousin." Lord Xiao Linya wore a casual smile. "Your Highness, you think too much. I merely heard the lake in the Imperial Garden is deep and feared for the safety of the person who fell." "Oh, is that so?" Murong Xian raised a skeptical brow, observing him closely. Meanwhile, Su Yuan and Jiang Yuan approached the two respectfully. "You must be my cousin, Yuan," Murong Xian remarked, having never met her, but recognizing her resemblance to Lady Xiao. Su Yuan replied with poise, "I am Su Yuan, Your Highness." Murong Xian nodded, casting a discreet glance at Lord Xiao Linya. After coughing a few times, Tianlinger regained her composure and, upon seeing Murong Xian, rushed over, squeezing out a couple of tears. "Your Highness, I implore you to seek justice for me. I was pushed into the water." Hearing this, Murong Xian exchanged glances with Lord Xiao Linya before asking, "Who pushed you?" Tianlinger immediately pointed at Jiang Yuan, exclaiming, "It was this Miss Jiang who pushed me. I cannot fathom why she would be so cruel. I ask for your Highness to seek justice for me." Upon hearing this, both Su Yuan and Jiang Yuan furrowed their brows. Just moments ago, Tianlinger had nearly caused Jiang Yuan to fall into the water herself, but fortunately, Su Yuan had acted swiftly to save her, resulting in Tianlinger falling into the lake instead. Now, she had the audacity to twist the narrative before the Crown Prince. Murong Xian glanced at Jiang Yuan beside Su Yuan, his gaze slightly shifting as he addressed Tianlinger. Miss Tian, I believe there is a misunderstanding here. I am well aware of Miss Zhang's character. She would never commit such an act. Chapter 69. Pursued upon hearing the Crown Prince's defense of Jiang Yuan. Tianling was utterly dumbfounded, her resentment towards Jiang Yuan intensifying. She cried even louder, "Your Highness, I am not lying. Ms. Jiang truly pushed me into the water. You must punish this malicious woman." Su Yuan inquired, "Miss Tian, you claim that Ms. Jiang pushed you into the lake. Might I ask why she would do such a thing?" Tianling pretended to wipe away her tears and sobbed. What other reason could there be? She embarrassed herself before the Empress, and must be jealous of my superior dancing skills, plotting her revenge. As soon as she spoke, the onlookers struggled to suppress their laughter, especially Xiao Linya, who cast her a sidelong glance with a teasing glimmer in his eyes. "Miss Tian, are you certain you haven't hit your head while falling into the water?" Tianling choked on her words, her face flushed with anger. Realizing that both the Crown Prince and the young Marquis, Xiao, were siding with this woman. Jiang Yuan truly was a seductress. At that moment, Jiang Yuan stepped forward, coldly gazing at Tianling. "Miss Tian, it was you who intentionally pushed against me on the bridge, nearly causing me to fall into the lake. Thankfully, Miss Su saved me just in time. You attempted to harm me and then turned the tables. Is this the upbringing of the loyal and valiant Marquis house? You?" Tianling was infuriated, raising her hand to strike Jiang Yuan, but was swiftly restrained by Murong Xian, who gripped her wrist. "Miss Tian, this is the Imperial Palace. Such behavior is intolerable." With that, he forcefully flung her aside. Humiliated before so many, Tianling shot a furious glare at Jiang Yuan before fleeing. After her departure, Murong Xian turned to Jiang Yuan, his voice softening. "Miss Jiang, it is all right now." Jiang Yuan bowed respectfully, her tone sincere. "Thank you, Your Highness, for the intervention." Murong Xian smiled, his gaze inadvertently lingering on her face. Feeling his stare, Jiang Yuan lowered her head slightly. "Your Highness, the Empress requests your presence at Fengyi Palace," announced a little eunuch who approached. Retracting his gaze, Murong Xian said to Xiao Linya, "Young Marquis, I fear I cannot play chess with you today. Perhaps we can arrange for another day?" Xiao Linya nodded slightly. The matter at hand was pressing. After Murong Xian left, Su Yuan and Jiang Yuan also decided to exit the palace, wary of the scheming noblewomen. As they took their first steps outside, Xiao Linya's voice called from behind. "Miss Su, Miss Tian has always been willful. You must be cautious in the future." In response, Su Yuan, with her back toward him, replied, "Thank you for the reminder, young Marquis," before continuing on with Jiang Yuan. Upon reaching the palace gates, it was already late afternoon. Remembering Xiao Linya's warning, Su Yuan felt a twinge of unease and invited Jiang Yuan to share a carriage with her back to the Ministry of Personnel. Inside the carriage, Jiang Yuan grasped Su Yuan's hand, expressing her gratitude. "Miss Su, I owe you my thanks. If it weren't for your quick reflexes, I might have fallen into the lake." Su Yuan patted her hand. "We are well acquainted. There is no need for such formality." Jiang Yuan glanced at her and suddenly said, "May I call you Abin from now on?" "Of course." Su Yuan smiled warmly. Just then, a loud noise erupted outside, followed by a violent jolt of the carriage, nearly tossing them out. What is happening? Su Yuan steadied herself against the interior of the carriage, shielding Jiang Yuan. Once the carriage stabilized, she called out to the outside. "Miss, do not exit. There are assassins," came the voice of Chuimian. "Assassins?" Both Su Yuan and Jiang Yuan were taken aback. Su Yuan lifted the curtain slightly, only to see their carriage cornered by a group of masked figures in black. These figures, armed with knives, surrounded the carriage, leaving no escape. Chuimian stood in front, her brow furrowed. There were at least a dozen of them, and she was no match for their numbers. In her heart, she silently called for Yi Feng, wishing he were there. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the roof, and Yi Feng, clad in the garb of a guard, leapt down in front of Chuimian. Chuimian's eyes lit up. "Night Guard, it's really you." Yi Feng fixed his gaze on the black-clad assailants and instructed Chuimian, "Take the miss away. Leave these men to me." "Understood, be careful." Chuimian jumped onto the carriage. While Yi Feng engaged the assassins, she fiercely cracked the whip, urging the carriage out of the alley. Yet as they emerged, Another group of black-clad figures appeared ahead. With no choice, Chumian had to take a detour, driving into Beifuxiang under pressure from the pursuers. Inside the carriage, Jiang Yuan furrowed her brow. Could these assassins be hired by Tianling? Su Yuan thought it plausible. Xiaolinia had mentioned Tianling's arrogance, advising them to be cautious. Yet, no one anticipated her cruelty in hiring so many assassins. As the carriage reached the end of the alley, the black-clad figures continued their relentless pursuit. Jiang Yuan said to Su Yuan, "These people are after me. Abin, you and Chumian should leave first." Su Yuan immediately refused. "I cannot leave you behind." "Don't worry, Yifeng will arrive soon." The carriage came to a halt. Chumian jumped down, scanning her surroundings. She grabbed a stick from the ground and confronted the approaching assassins. However, the sheer number of black-clad figures overwhelmed her, and lacking martial skills, she could only use brute strength to resist. One of the assassins seized the opportunity to leap onto the rooftop and struck down with a long knife. With a loud crash, the carriage was breached, causing Jiang Yuan and Su Yuan to jump out in panic. The assassins, fixated on slashing the face of the girl in the blue dress, swung their knives at Jiang Yuan. Seeing this, Su Yuan swiftly positioned herself behind Jiang Yuan, kicking the assassin in the groin, causing him to collapse in agony. "Run," Su Yuan urged, pulling Jiang Yuan towards a side alley. However, two more black-clad figures awaited them there. Behind, Chumian had been knocked unconscious, and now dozens of assassins were surrounding the two of them. Jiang Yuan, seeing their predicament, called out to the assassins, "Don't come any closer. How much did Tianling pay you? I will offer you 10 times that if you spare us." One assassin laughed. "I'm afraid not, Miss Jiang. We are not hired killers. We are death warriors." "Death warriors? No wonder they are so ruthless," Jiang Yuan thought. "If you're only after me, let Miss Su go." Clenching her teeth, she stepped in front of Su Yuan, unwilling to let her friend bear the brunt of the danger. Yet, Su Yuan showed no intention of abandoning Jiang Yuan. She stared down the advancing figures, her eyes darting. "Wait, accompanying us is the young Marquis Xiao from the Marquis of Yuwan's house. He will arrive shortly." The assassins hesitated, recognizing the name of the formidable Xiaolinia, who struck terror into the hearts of enemies on the battlefield. They looked around, then burst into laughter. "Don't struggle. Neither of you will escape today." The assassin raised his knife and charged towards them. In that critical moment, a stone flew through the air, striking the assassin's wrist. With a clang, the knife clattered to the ground. "Who?" In the next instant, Xiaolinia, clad in an icy blue robe, descended from the rooftop, landing gracefully before Su Yuan. Arching an eyebrow, "Miss Su, did you call for me?" Chapter 70. Rescue. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback. She had merely intended to leverage Xiaolinia's name to buy some time, never anticipating that he would be so nearby. The figure in black, upon noticing him, cursed angrily, "Mind your own business, brothers, attack." Xiaolinia's gaze sharpened, and with lightning speed, he sidestepped while simultaneously striking out, seizing the knife from the black-clad assailant and engaging in combat with the others. His strikes were swift, his techniques fierce and unyielding. Each blow aimed directly at the vital points of his adversaries. In a matter of moments, he had incapacitated them all, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Su Yuan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly, he was a renowned young general who had made a name for himself at the tender age of 15. His prowess was unmatched, with the exception of the Marquis and Marchioness of Yuwan, likely rendering him the most formidable warrior throughout the entire Jing dynasty. "Oh no, they're going to take their own lives," Su Yuan suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a black-clad man who had already bitten his own tongue in a desperate act of self-destruction. Xiaolinia swiftly grasped the jaw of the nearest black-clad figure, forcing him to keep his mouth open and preventing him from following suit. By the time Yifeng and Chun Mian arrived, a multitude of black-clad figures lay in disarray on the ground. "Miss, are you all right?" Chun Mian rushed to Su Yuan, concern etched on her face. Su Yuan shook her head. "I'm fine." "Chun Mian, are you hurt?" "I'm unharmed. Just knocked unconscious for a bit," she replied. "That's good to hear." After inspecting the scene, Yifeng approached Xiaolinia and clasped his hands together, stating, "Young lord, the others have all taken their own lives." Xiao Linya glanced at the soul, remaining captive in his grasp, and instructed Yifeng, "Fetch some cloth and rope to bind him. Ensure he doesn't take his own life." Understood. Moments later, Yifeng had stuffed a large wad of cloth into the captive's mouth and secured him tightly with rope. Completing this task, Xiao Linya turned to Yifeng and said, "You take him back to the Prime Minister, and I will personally escort the two young ladies home." After a moment's hesitation, Yifeng nodded in agreement. Once Yifeng had departed with the captive, Yuwan stepped forward and bowed to Xiao Linya. "Young Lord Xiao, I truly apologize. Those black-clad men were exceedingly audacious, and I had no choice but to invoke your name to protect myself." The coldness on Xiao Linya's face faded, replaced by his usual roguish charm. "Is that all?" Yuwan was momentarily taken aback before adding, "I must also express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance." "And how do you intend to show your gratitude?" Xiao Linya inquired, a playful smile gracing his lips. Yuwan hesitated, then replied with a question of her own. "What does young Lord Xiao wish for in return?" Having been born with a silver spoon, Xiao Linya likely possessed no shortage of jewels and treasures, leaving Yuwan at a loss for an appropriate gift. At that moment, Xiao Linya stepped closer, teasingly suggesting, as the saying goes, one should repay a life-saving grace with one's body. If Miss Su is inclined to express her gratitude, how about offering yourself? Yuwan frowned and raised her gaze. Xiao Linya's flawless visage was mere inches away, his lips curved in a teasing smirk, a hint of mischief dancing in his piercing eyes. "Perhaps you should refrain from such jesting, young Lord Xiao. If you have no serious intentions, we shall take our leave," Yuwan replied, maintaining her composure as she stepped back. Noticing her apparent irritation, Xiao Linya quickly adopted a serious tone. "Let us do this instead. I've heard that Miss Su possesses unparalleled embroidery skills. How about crafting a sachet for me?" Surprised by his request, Yuwan considered that, since he had saved her life, asking for a simple sachet was not unreasonable. She nodded in agreement. Afterward, Xiao Linya personally escorted Yuwan and Jiang Yuan back to their respective residences. Upon arriving at the Prime Minister's residence, Yuwan was immediately met by her worried mother, who rushed forward to inspect her from head to toe. Seeing her daughter unharmed, the weight on her heart began to lift. "How could you encounter assassins when you simply went to the palace?" Fortunately, Yifeng had informed her that young Lord Xiao had arrived just in time to save both Yuwan and the young lady from the Jiang family. Had anything happened to her daughter, it would have been unbearable. Understanding her mother's concern, Yuwan gently patted her hand, reassuring her with a smile, "I'm fine." "Mother, please don't worry." Su Sheng approached, his expression filled with concern as he looked at his daughter. "Awan, as long as you are safe. Yifeng has returned and told me everything. Rest assured, I will ensure this matter is resolved, and you shall not suffer any injustice." Having finally found his daughter, he could not fathom how someone would dare to attack in broad daylight, and he was determined to get to the bottom of this. "Father, please take care of yourself as well," Yuwan cautioned, knowing the loyal and valiant Marquis of Yuwan was not one to be trifled with, especially the cunning Tianzhong, who had reportedly committed such acts more than once, relying on his past achievements. Su Sheng nodded. "Do not worry, I will be cautious. You have been through a fright today. Chun Mian, please attend to the young lady and let her rest for a while." "Yes, my lord," Chun Mian replied. Upon returning to Songshua Pavilion, Ziyuan and Bailing had already prepared a bath and clean clothes. Yuwan luxuriated in a warm soak and changed into fresh garments before finally reclining on her soft, intricately carved bed. Having risen early, navigated the palace, and dealt with the queen and various noble ladies. Then being pursued on her way back, the day had been fraught with tension, and she now felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. At the Marquis of Yuan's residence, Xiao Linya returned home and headed straight to his hidden chamber, Ingwe Pavilion. Upon entering, his expression immediately turned cold. "Black Hawk, present." A shadow appeared silently outside the window. Xiao Linya's eyes narrowed slightly as he commanded in a cold tone, "Within a day, gather all transaction records of Tianzhong hiring assassins over the years." "Understood." The figure outside responded before vanishing without a sound. Regaining his composure, Xiao Linya exited Inuit Pavilion and made his way to the Xiao family ancestral hall. Inside the hall, altars were set up for his uncle Xiao Mingfeng, Aunt Lu, cousin Xiaoan, and cousin-in-law Bai. 5 years prior, when the enemy nation invaded, the Marquis of Wuhan's main and secondary branches united to fend off the intruders. The war raged for over 3 months, claiming countless lives among the border soldiers. Due to delayed reinforcements, the entire immediate family of the main branch stationed at Shanhaiguan perished in battle, while the second branch, led by Xiao Mingyuan, along with his wife and their 15-year-old son Xiao Linya, narrowly escaped death defending Huangjiawan. Once the battle concluded, the border was secured, and the city erupted in cheers. Yet the Xiao family was engulfed in sorrow upon learning that her in-laws and husband had been slain. Cousin-in-law Bai was devastated and succumbed to complications during childbirth that very night. The haunting echoes of her anguished cries still lingered in Xiao Linya's mind. For the past 5 years, he had avoided the marriage arrangements set forth by his mother. He was acutely aware that, as a military general, he could one day meet the same fate as his cousin, wrapped in a shroud of war, and he was unwilling to jeopardize the life of a virtuous woman. Chapter 71. Conditions. Madame Xiao entered the ancestral hall, offered 3 sticks of incense before the tablets, and sighed deeply before inquiring of Xiao Linya. Is today's audience with His Majesty concerning the border conflicts? Xiao Linya nodded in affirmation. Indeed. The Emperor intends for the Crown Prince to lead the troops, while also appointing my father as the commander to assist him. It appears that the Emperor wishes for the Crown Prince to achieve great merit, thereby legitimizing his future ascension to the throne. The Crown Prince, being virtuous and capable, has rightly garnered the Emperor's favor. Madame Xiao nodded, gazing at the tablets on the offering table, and stated, This time, I shall accompany the Marquis to battle, and you shall remain at home. Xiao Linya disagreed vehemently. Mother, engaging in combat is a man's duty. You cannot go. Do you believe that I am inferior to men? She retorted. Certainly not. In my heart, you are braver than any man. Madame Xiao smiled. Then it is settled. Women are not weaker than men. When the nation is in peril, as a woman, I too can fight valiantly to defend our homeland. Still, Xiao Linya persisted. I have grown into adulthood. Such a heavy responsibility should be borne by me, while you need only manage household affairs. You impudent child, have you grown up to the point of disregarding your mother's words? Madame Xiao countered, deploying her trump card. If you truly wish to keep me from the front lines, then marry and give me a grandchild, be it a grandson or granddaughter. I'm not picky. Xiao Linya was at a loss for words. What say you? If you can accomplish this, I promise never to set foot on the battlefield again, and will contentedly manage the Marquis. Madame Xiao raised an eyebrow. Xiao Linya suddenly realized that his mother's tactics for urging marriage and childbirth had become increasingly sophisticated. With a resigned smirk, he asked, Could we not negotiate different conditions? Madame Xiao replied firmly, No. Very well. Xiao Linya conceded gravely. Once the current conflict is quelled and I return victorious, I shall take a wife. Really? Madame Xiao's eyes sparkled with incredulity and delight. However, Xiao Linya shifted his tone. The lady I wish to marry may not be willing. Madame Xiao was taken aback. Then grasped Xiao Linya's hand and queried, You rascal, have you already taken a liking to someone? Why did you not say so earlier? You have made me search for matchmakers among so many young ladies. Quickly tell me, which girl is it? As long as you like her, I will surely find a way to negotiate this match. Xiao Linya's brow arched, a smile creeping upon his lips. We have only recently met. Recently met? Madame Xiao's interest piqued. Do not keep me in suspense. Speak. The daughter of the Su family. Xiao Linya regarded his mother, whose typically unruly demeanor now bore a hint of seriousness. If she could persuade the girl to agree, he would dutifully marry. If not, she must cease her relentless pressure for him to settle down. The daughter of the Su family? Madame Xiao suddenly exclaimed, recalling. Could it be the Miss Su from the minister's household? Xiao Linya merely smiled faintly and rose to exit the ancestral hall, leaving Madame Xiao in a state of astonishment. In the Prime Minister's residence, Yuwan had slept soundly the previous night and rose later than usual. At this moment, upon seeing her awake, Chunyan brought in the basin of water prepared for washing. while Yuwan and Bailu carried in the breakfast that had been kept warm in the kitchen. After washing up, Yuwan moved to the table to enjoy her breakfast, simultaneously asking Chunmian to fetch her sewing basket. "Yes, miss," Chunmian replied, retrieving the sewing supplies from the chest by the wardrobe. After finishing her meal, Yuwan took out a piece of satin fabric and began to cut it. Once she finished cutting, she attempted to sketch a design, but found herself at a loss. She was unaware of Xiao Linya's preferences, making it difficult to create a suitable design. Reflecting carefully, she recalled that every time she encountered Xiao Linya, the belt at his waist was embroidered with auspicious clouds. Yuwan proceeded to draw several clouds, stamping them onto the fabric, and began to embroider them with a bamboo frame. At that moment, a maid entered the courtyard to announce, "Miss, the wife of the Minister of Rights, and Miss Jiang have arrived." With a smile, Yuwan responded, "Understood. I shall go at once." Setting aside her thread, she changed into another outfit, allowing Yuwan to style her hair before heading to the front hall. Upon entering the front hall, Yuwan saw the servants from the Jiang family bringing in numerous gifts. "Yuwan, you're just in time. Quickly persuade your Aunt Jiang. They've sent so many gifts that our front hall is nearly overflowing," Madame Su said with a helpless expression. Last time, after Jiang Yuan returned home, she recounted the assassination attempt they faced while leaving the palace. Upon learning that Su Yuan had risked her life to protect Jiang Yuan, both Minister Jiang and his wife expressed their profound gratitude. Early this morning, Minister Jiang had been waiting at the Prime Minister's gate, accompanying Su Sheng to confront the assailants and question Tianzhong about the attempted murder. Madame Jiang, wishing to show her appreciation to Su Yuan, had selected numerous precious items from her own storeroom to bring to the Prime Minister's residence. Gazing at the table piled high with gifts, Su Yuan addressed Madame Jiang. "Aunt Jiang, why are you doing this? Please tell them to stop. There is no need for such generosity over yesterday's events." Madame Jiang smiled. "Why shouldn't I? I have heard from Yuan, that had it not been for your brave protection yesterday, she might have met with disaster. It is only right for me to express my gratitude with some gifts." But this is too much. Su Yuan urged the incoming servants to halt, adding, "Miss Jiang and I are friends. Friends ought to help one another. Aunt Jiang need not go to such lengths." Madame Jiang patted her hand reassuringly. "Do not worry. It is nearly finished." Su Yuan frowned, casting a helpless glance at Jiang Yuan, who smiled back at her. Yuan, just graciously accept it. If you refuse these gifts, my mother will not find peace at night. Then I must thank Aunt Jiang profusely." Su Yuan had no choice but to bow in gratitude to Madame Jiang. Madame Jiang quickly helped her up, saying, "We ought to be the ones thanking you. Your words are too kind." Once the servants completed the delivery of gifts, they withdrew. The maid served tea, and it was then that Madame Jiang remembered to ask Su Yuan, "By the way, Yuan, I heard from Yuan that the guards at the Prime Minister's residence captured a live prisoner yesterday." Su Yuan nodded. "Yes, indeed. To elaborate, it was that young Marquis Xiao who came to our aid when we were ambushed. The assassins, rather than being captured, chose to take their own lives. Fortunately, Marquis Xiao managed to catch one, who was restrained by Yifeng." Hearing this, Madame Jiang still felt a lingering dread and indignantly remarked, "That Tianling dares to hire assassins, even under the Emperor's nose, displaying utter contempt for the law. Our Lord has declared that we must ensure Tianling is brought to justice for her crimes." Chapter 72. Evidence. Madame Su harbored some concerns. It would indeed be advantageous if Tianling and Oppos could confess her crimes. However, she feared that the loyal assassin would remain steadfast to the Tian family and refuse to reveal the mastermind behind the plot. Upon hearing this, Madame Jiang's face also clouded with worry, yet she comforted Madame Su, saying, "Even if the assassin does not confess, the Tian family cannot evade their involvement in this matter. His Majesty has always been just and fair. Let us rest easy for now." Meanwhile, in the Golden Hall, Emperor Ming Sheng, clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, sat upright upon the dragon throne, his expression stern as he gazed down at Tianzhong, who bowed deeply, scarcely daring to breathe. "Tianzhong, both Minister Su and Minister Jiang accuse you of instigating a young woman to commit murder, intending to kill the daughters of the Su and Jiang families. Do you plead guilty?" The emperor's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone imbued with authority and pressure. Faced with the emperor's inquiry, Tianzhong trembled inwardly but maintained his composure. Bowing his head with utmost reverence, he replied, "Your Majesty, there must be some misunderstanding. My daughter is inherently kind-hearted. She would struggle to even harm an ant, let alone hire an assassin to commit murder. Your Majesty, this is certainly not the doing of my daughter." Su Sheng let out a cold snort before addressing the emperor, "Your Majesty." The guards of the minister and Appo's residence captured a survivor among those assassins, who is currently outside the hall. It will be clear whether it was Miss Tian who hired them once we interrogate that assassin. Minister Jiang echoed, "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Emperor Ming Sheng gestured to Eunuch Wu beside him, "Bring him in." "Yes, Your Majesty." Eunuch Wu called out to the door, "Bring him in." Two guards then entered, escorting a masked figure clad in black, their upper body bound. Seeing this, Tianzhong and Appo's brow furrowed slightly, panic flashing across his face. Su Sheng looked to Emperor Ming Sheng and cupped his hands in respect. "Your Majesty, this black-clad individual is the only one captured alive from yesterday's group of assassins." After the black-clad figure was brought to the center of the hall, the emperor turned his gaze back to Tianzhong. "Tianzhong, I ask you once more, is this assassin one you hired?" Tianzhong continued to deny. "No, Your Majesty. My daughter has no enmity with the daughters of the Su and Jiang families. How could she possibly hire assassins to pursue them? This accusation is utterly unfounded." Observing his steadfast denial, Minister Jiang and Su Sheng exchanged glances before bowing to the emperor. "Your Majesty, while Tian Miss may deny hiring assassins, my daughter heard those assassins admit that they were hired by her." "Minister Jiang, how can one mere word from your daughter suffice to prove these assassins were hired by her?" Tianzhong slightly raised his head, casting a sidelong glance at Minister Jiang. "Unless you can compel this assassin to identify her, otherwise Minister Jiang is merely slandering my daughter." "You." Minister Jiang was incensed by Tianzhong's arrogant demeanor. Minister Su signaled him to remain calm. Tianzhong's intent was to provoke Minister Jiang. If he fell for the trap and removed the cloth gag from the assassin's mouth, the assassin might very well take his own life on the spot. Regaining his composure, Minister Jiang realized Tianzhong's cunning ploy and stepped back to stand behind Su Sheng. Tianzhong smiled triumphantly, dismissing Minister Jiang as inconsequential. "So, there is no substantial evidence to prove that these assassins were hired by the Tian residents?" Emperor Ming Sheng fixed his gaze on Su Sheng, his voice betraying no emotion. Su Sheng bowed. "Your Majesty, while there is no tangible evidence, the suspicion surrounding Miss Tian is the greatest." He recounted in detail the events that transpired on the stone bridge at the pavilion when Yuwan entered the palace yesterday. "Your Majesty, it is evident that Miss Tian acted out of resentment after the Crown Prince spoke justly on behalf of my daughter, leading her to commit this act." Minister Jiang added indignantly. Upon hearing that the Crown Prince was involved, Emperor Ming Sheng's expression darkened. He turned to Eunuch Wu, "Summon the Crown Prince." "Yes, Your Majesty." Eunuch Wu personally went to summon him, and within the span of a short incense stick, the Crown Prince entered the Golden Hall. "Your son greets, Father Emperor." The Crown Prince approached the center of the hall and knelt in salute. Emperor Ming Sheng lifted his eyelids. "Rise. I summoned you to inquire about a matter." Murong Xian, maintaining a respectful demeanor, replied, "Please, Father Emperor, go ahead. Are you aware of the events that transpired at the pavilion yesterday?" Murong Xian responded truthfully, "This matter is known to me. Miss Tian intended to push Miss Jiang into the water, but ended up falling into the lake herself, subsequently wrongfully accusing Miss Jiang of pushing her." Hearing the Crown Prince's account, Emperor Ming Sheng's cold gaze turned to Tianzhong. "Thus, it aligns with what the daughter of the Su family has stated. Do you have anything further to say?" Tianzhong's murky eyes darted about before he chuckled. "Your Majesty, there had only recently been heavy rain. The stone bridge at the pavilion was slippery, and my daughter simply lost her footing and bumped into Miss Jiang. One cannot hastily conclude that my daughter harbored any intent for revenge. That would be an overly narrow perspective." Minister Jiang gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing how difficult Tianzhong was to deal with. Observing the situation, Emperor Ming Sheng sighed softly, expecting that they would have sufficient evidence to topple the loyal and courageous Marquis's residence, only to find it so easily countered. Just as Tianzhong reveled in his triumph, a clear voice rang out from outside the hall. "Your Majesty, I have evidence." Everyone turned to the entrance to see Xiao Linya, clad in a blue brocade robe, confidently stride in. Bowing to the emperor, he approached the center of the hall and knelt in reverence. "Rise." Emperor Ming Sheng regarded him intently. "You claim to have evidence. What is it?" Xiao Linya produced several letters from his bosom and handed them to Eunuch Wu, who presented them before the emperor. "Your Majesty, these are agreements signed by the loyal and courageous Marquis and Amp Oppo's residence for hiring assassins over the years, including the case involving the former Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Works and the recent assassination attempt on Miss Jiang. Please review them, Your Majesty." Xiao Linya's words left Tianzhong stunned. He raised his head to see that the documents in the emperor's hands were indeed those from his study. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he pointed at Xiao Linya, angrily exclaiming, "Xiao Linya, how dare you send someone to infiltrate the loyal and courageous Marquis's residence? You are simply..." Bang! After reviewing the letters, Emperor Ming Sheng slammed his hand on the table, causing teacups and inkstones to crash to the ground. Tianzhong trembled in fear, hastily kneeling. "Your Majesty, please temper your anger, Your Majesty." Emperor Ming Sheng glared at him. "Each of these transactions for hiring assassins bears the seal of your loyal and courageous Marquis's residence. What further arguments can you present?" "Your Majesty, I..." Tianzhong was drenched in cold sweat, desperate to say something, but Xiao Linya coldly interjected. "Marquis Tian, this time, you do not intend to argue that the seals on those letters are counterfeit and not from your loyal and courageous Marquis's residence, do you?" "Young Marquis Xiao, I bear no grudge against you. Why do you wish to see me destroyed?" Tianzhong glared fiercely at Xiao Linya, his eyes filled with malice and hatred. Xiao Linya raised an eyebrow, responding, "As a subject, I merely seek to purge the treacherous elements for the emperor." "Enough!" Emperor Ming Sheng forcefully tossed the letters before Tianzhong, declaring coldly, "The loyal and courageous Marquis has repeatedly committed the grave crime of hiring assassins and instigating his daughter to harm the daughters of the Su and Jiang families. Such crimes cannot go unpunished." Upon hearing this, Tianzhong was filled with dread, trembling as he fervently bowed his head in supplication. "Your Majesty, spare me. I realize my mistakes. Please forgive me." However, considering his prior contributions to the nation, he was spared the death penalty, but stripped of his title and demoted to commoner status. His family exiled to Yuzhou, never to return to the capital. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Lord Tian, please." Eunuch Wu signaled to the guards at the door, who promptly stepped forward to seize Tianzhong and strip him of his official robes. Chapter 73. Truly my son, possessing insight. The Tian family faced punishment, and as Su Sheng exchanged glances with Minister Jiang, both displayed a sense of relief. Upon exiting the Golden Lawn Hall, Su Sheng called out to Xiao Linya, expressing gratitude for the evidence he provided, which expedited Tianzhong's confession. Minister Jiang also nodded in appreciation, thanking the young lord for his assistance. Xiao Linya slightly bowed, assuring them that no formalities were necessary. He then turned to Su Sheng with a smile, inquiring about her well-being. Taken aback by the question, Su Sheng managed to reply, "I am well." However, as she processed the exchange, she noticed that Xiao Linya had already walked away. Minister Jiang observed Xiao Linya's retreating figure and commented, "This young lord may appear frivolous on the surface, yet his methods are remarkably effective." What were at a loss regarding Tianzhong, he was able to gather incriminating evidence and eradicate the issue in a short span. Su Sheng narrowed her eyes, realizing that this young lord was more than he seemed. 3 days later, the crown prince led a contingent out of the city, accompanied by the father-son duo of Xiao Ming Yuwan and Xiao Linya, both clad in military attire. Lady Xiao remained at the Marquis's residence, determined to assist her son in securing his match, especially after their recent conversation. Before heading to the minister's residence, Lady Xiao summoned a Gouet. Standing before Lady Xiao, a Gouet felt a twinge of anxiety under her scrutinizing gaze. After a moment of silence, Lady Xiao queried, Ague, you often accompany my son. Surely you are aware of when he developed feelings for the esteemed Miss Su from the Prime Minister's residence? Ague was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend her words. The young lord had affections for Miss Su? When did this occur? He was a loss. Noticing his bewilderment, Lady Xiao pressed further. I am awaiting your response. Regaining his composure, Ague replied nervously, Madam, I truly do not know. You do not know? Lady Xiao regarded him with skepticism. You are by his side daily. How could you not know whom he admires? Ague, frightened, knelt, insisting, Madam, I genuinely do not have that information. I have only heard the young lord commend Miss Su for her uniqueness and bravery, but beyond that, I am unaware. Upon hearing his response, Lady Xiao pondered, recalling her previous meeting with Miss Su, who indeed appeared to be exceptional. She then inquired about how Xiao Linya and Su Yuwan became acquainted. Ague divulged everything he knew. By the end of his account, Lady Xiao was left astounded. Divorce? You mean to say that Miss Su not only married but also filed for divorce against her husband? Ague nodded, furrowing his brow. That seems to be the case. I heard that her former husband was none other than the esteemed Scholar Shan, who recently married the daughter of the Minister of Personnel. Lady Xiao was already familiar with Scholar Shan, who had abandoned his first wife after achieving success to align himself with the minister. She was taken aback. What a revelation! A smile of admiration crept onto her face. This Miss Su, in the face of her husband's abandonment, did not weep nor wail, but instead listed his transgressions and sought a divorce. She is indeed a woman of remarkable courage. Ague struggled to comprehend this. As the noblewomen of the capital dismissed Miss Su's actions with disdain, he was unaware that Lady Xiao, unlike other highborn ladies, was a general's daughter, steeped in the ways of warfare and equality. She believed that women were not inferior to men, and that if a man could divorce a wife for his misdeeds, why could a woman not do the same? Miss Su's actions set a precedent in the Jing dynasty, revealing that women too could be empowered and not merely dependent on men. Truly my son possesses insight. Ague was once again taken aback. Do not linger. Prepare the carriage at once. I must visit the minister's residence. Yes, my lady. Ague hastily rose and exited the hall. Lady Xiao then turned to Granny Qin beside her. What sort of gifts would be appropriate for such a remarkable young lady to avoid appearing common? Granny Qin chuckled. That is simple. You need only cater to her preferences. Cater to her preferences? Lady Xiao frowned slightly, uncertain of Miss Su's particular tastes. Granny Qin replied, I have heard that Miss Su recently opened an embroidery shop in the capital, offering fashionable garments that have become quite popular among the young ladies. Lady Xiao inquired, Are you suggesting I gift her a shop? Madam, how could you think so? Granny Qin laughed. I believe it would be more fitting to present her with fine fabrics. Fabrics. Lady Xiao's eyes lit up. Excellent idea. Quickly fetch the finest materials that were bestowed upon us by the emperor. Certainly, my lady, Granny Qin replied, promptly departing. Half an hour later, the Marquis's carriage arrived at the minister's residence. After notifying the servants, Granny Qin emerged to welcome them inside. Lady Su had just taken her medicine and was preparing for her afternoon rest when she heard of Lady Zhao's arrival, prompting her to head from Zhaohua Hall to the front hall. Lady Su, I hope my visit at this hour is not too intrusive. Lady Xiao adjusted her tone and demeanor, striving to appear amiable. Lady Su smiled. Not at all. Lady Xiao, please take a seat. Thank you, Lady Xiao replied, glancing around. Is Miss Su resting at this hour? Lady Su paused, responding, Awan just finished attending to me and has likely returned to her quarters. Is there something you require of her? Nothing of great consequence. Merely some gifts for Miss Su, Lady Xiao indicated, signaling Granny Qin to bring in the items. Granny Qin directed the waiting servants to bring in the 20 bolts of fabric. Lady Su was taken aback by this display, quickly instructing Nanny Ning to summon Su Yuwan. Chapter 74. May he be safe on her journey. Su Yuwan heard from Granny Ning about the matter. Upon entering the main hall, she first paid her respects to Madame Xiao. Upon seeing the fabrics, Su Yuwan was momentarily taken aback. Madame Xiao, what is this? Madame Xiao, beaming with delight, replied, I heard that Miss Su has opened an embroidery workshop, and I happen to have some fabrics at home, so I thought to bring them to you. Su Yuwan was astonished. Among those fabrics were not only exquisite silk, cloud brocade, and shoe brocade, but also the exceedingly rare golden silk soft gauze. Such materials are typically difficult to procure even with wealth, most of which are offered as tribute to the palace. The fabrics brought by Madame Xiao must surely be bestowed by the emperor. Madame Xiao, one should not receive rewards without merit. These are far too precious for me to accept, Yuwan insisted. Hearing this, Madame Xiao said, please accept them. Ever since I met you at the minister's residence, I felt a strong affinity for you. My family only has a mischievous son, and these fabrics are of little use to us. They are perfect for you. Despite Madame Xiao's insistence, Yuwan remained reluctant. Just one piece would suffice, but 20 pieces, calculated at the prices in the capital, would be worth at least a fortune. Seeing her steadfast refusal, Madame Xiao proposed, if you feel guilty accepting them. How about this? I've heard your embroidery skills are exceptional. Could you make me a garment in return? Yuwan bit her lip. As long as Madame Xiao was not dissatisfied, she was more than willing to oblige. One piece of fabric would be sufficient for a garment, and the rest Madame Xiao should take back. You shall make me a garment, and consider the remaining fabrics as a token of my gratitude. No further refusals. Madame Xiao insisted firmly. With no choice left, Yuwan conceded, then I shall select some colors suitable for you, making an outfit from each fabric. Otherwise, with so many fabrics, it would be unsettling for me to retain them. Madame Xiao pondered for a moment and smiled. That works too. No need to overdo it. Too much embroidery can strain a girl's eyes. Yuwan smiled in return. Thank you for your concern, Madame Xiao. I shall take care. After a leisurely chat between Madame Xiao and Madame Su, they departed from the Su residence. Once the guests were seen off, Madame Su instructed her servants to store the fabrics in Yuwan's personal treasury. Yet, she felt a twinge of confusion. After all, Yuwan had only met Madame Xiao once, so why had she suddenly sent such valuable fabrics? Yuwan too was perplexed. She had yet to prepare the reward for Xiao Linyi, who had saved her last time, and now Madame Xiao had sent such precious fabrics. How could she repay such a significant favor? Upon returning to Song Shui Pavilion, Yuwan picked up the unfinished sachet and continued her embroidery. After completing the final stitch, she embroidered a small character for and oppos, peace and oppos, on the inner layer of the sachet. She had heard that the young Marquis Xiao was accompanying the crown prince to the border to quell the unrest. May he return safely. In the Shun residence, Liang Yuro was already 3 months pregnant. To nurture her health, she had spent a considerable amount of her dowry on supplements. Moreover, the entire household depended on her dowry and her family and oppos as support to make ends meet. If this continued, her dowry would dwindle significantly. One day, Liang Yuro noticed that the bird's nest sent to her was exceedingly scarce, lacking the usual richness and tasting as if diluted with water. She summoned Pei Er to bring the kitchen staff. After a while, Granny Yu, who oversaw the kitchen, arrived at Yulan courtyard. Miss, I hear you were looking for me? Granny Yu wiped her hands on her apron, standing respectfully before Liang Yuro. Liang Yuro cast a glance at her, her voice laced with anger. What is the meaning of today and oppos? S-bird and oppos. S-nest? Not only is the quantity diminished, but it also seems watered down. Have you all been stealing? Granny Yu, frightened by her harsh reprimand, hastily knelt down. Miss, it is not that we have stolen. It is. What is it? Do you wish to quibble? If you do not truthfully explain today, I shall let you experience the consequences of theft. I shall tell you, Mississippi. The bird's nest indeed has only half the usual amount, and water has been mixed in. Huh, you claim it is not due to your theft. Liang Yuro's expression darkened. She was about to summon Pei Er for punishment when Granny Yu continued, Miss, it truly is not our doing. It was old Madame Shun who instructed us to reduce the bird and oppos, S-nest quantity, and add water. I'm not deceiving you. Liang Yuro was taken aback. My mother-in-law commanded you to do this? Granny Yu nodded repeatedly. Yes, I would not dare to deceive you. Pei Er, go summon the old madam. Yes. Pei Er exited the room, and soon, old Madame Shun and Shun Ning arrived together. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Shun Ning smiled and asked Liang Yuro, sister-in-law, what troubles you? You must not let anger affect your health now that you are pregnant. Liang Yuro didn't even look at Shun Ning, directly addressing old Madame Shun. Mother, the kitchen staff claims it was you who ordered them to have my bird's nest and dilute it with water. Is that true? Old Madam Shun, now regarded as the matriarch of the family, had enjoyed the benefits of Liang Yu Ro's status, and the servants referred to her as Old Madam. She had transitioned from coarse linen garments to silk. She glanced at the kneeling Granny Yu before replying to Liang Yu Ro, "Yes, it was I who instructed them to do so." Liang Yu Ro's fury ignited. "Mother, why would you do this?" Old Madam Shun dismissed Granny Yu first, then explained to Liang Yu Ro, "Yu Ro, do not be angry. I did this to save some money for the family. You're already 3 months along, and since your pregnancy is stable, it is not critical to consume so much bird's nest and ginseng. If we continue this way, it will deplete our finances." She had reviewed the household's expenditure records. Liang Yu Ro's daily bird's nest alone cost 20 taels of silver, not to mention the occasional precious supplements like ginseng. Now that you are married, you should learn to be frugal. If you keep this up, we will soon run out of resources. Liang Yu Ro seethed at this. "Mother, it is my dowry money that is being spent. On what grounds do you take such liberties?" At this moment, Shun Ning interjected, "Sister-in-law, you are mistaken. Now that you are married to my elder brother, your dowry counts as shared family property. My mother is merely considering your future by trying to save a little. How can you question her so?" Liang Yu Ro, already infuriated, felt her anger boil further at Shun Ning's words. She turned her head to glare at Shun Ning. "In this household, everything, be it food, clothing, or daily expenses, comes from my dowry. If we're to save money, you should have married off earlier, and a considerable sum would have been spared. Sister-in-law, how can you speak to me like this?" Shun Ning's face flushed red, feeling deeply wronged. Liang Yu Ro would not relent. "Why can't I speak to you like this? You live off my generosity, enjoying a life of ease. And yet you dare to lecture me? Do you think I am as meek and easily bullied as your previous sister-in-law?" Chapter 75. Rectification. Upon discovering that Shun Su's former wife was Su Yuwan, Liang Yuru sent someone to investigate Yunshi village. To her astonishment, she learned that Su Yuwan, during her years in the village, not only served as a child bride to Shin Su, but also single-handedly supported the entire Shin family. Furthermore, it was reported that Su Yuwan endured relentless toil, attending to the Shun household like a servant, often subject to Shun Ning's incessant provocations. Her life had been filled with hardship. Liang Yuru was not Su Yuwan. She was the rightful mistress of this household. Out of respect for Shin Su, she tolerated her mother-in-law and this neglected sister-in-law. However, should they dare to provoke her, she would unequivocally demonstrate who held authority in the household. After Liang Yuru's pointed remark, Shin Ning's expression twisted as if she had swallowed something repulsive. Previously, Shun Ning had belittled Su Yuwan, unaware of her true identity, and had sought to oppress her. However, the repercussions of her actions had left Shun Ning limping, a constant reminder of her past misdeeds. This incident had become an indelible shadow in Shun Ning's mind, and Liang Yuru's mention of it felt like an intentional jab. Anger surged within Shun Ning as she glared at Liang Yuru, prompting Shin Posey to gently tug at her arm and force a smile towards Liang Yuru, saying, "Yuru, please do not take offense. Ning Jia has no ill intentions. Whether she has malice or not is irrelevant. She has upset me," Liang Yuru coldly replied, her gaze fixed on Shin Ning, suggesting that the matter was far from settled. Shin Posey hastily signaled Shin Ning to apologize to Liang Yuru. Shin Ning, feeling humiliated, was reluctant to comply. At that moment, Liang Yuru clutched her abdomen, displaying a pained expression. "Madam, what troubles you?" Payer rushed to support her, her brow furrowed as she turned to Shin Ning. "Miss, how can you speak to the madam in such a manner? The madam is in a delicate condition. If anything were to happen to her child, how would you explain it to the master? When did I speak out of turn? Why am I being blamed?" Shin Ning retorted, infuriated that a mere servant like Payer dared to reprimand her. "Ning Jia," Shin Posey scolded, alarmed for Liang Yuru's child. "How can you speak like that? Quickly apologize to your sister-in-law." Under her mother's fierce gaze, Shin Ning reluctantly lowered her head, muttering, "I'm sorry, sister-in-law." "What? I didn't quite hear that." Liang Yuru raised an eyebrow, fixing her stare on Shin Ning. Shin Ning clenched her fists and repeated, "I said, sister-in-law, I'm sorry." At this juncture, Payer interjected, "Miss, in prominent families, one must kneel to apologize to the matriarch." "What?" Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. Liang Yuru lifted her teacup and glanced at Ning. So, Ning Jie is not sincerely apologizing? Hastily, Posey approached Ning, pinching her arm and urging, "Child, it's just an apology to your sister-in-law. Do not provoke her further." Mother. Ning looked at Posey, feeling aggrieved, as she was, after all, her brother's sister. How could Liang Yuru treat her this way? Seeing Ning's obstinacy, Posey raised her voice, "Kneel." Gritting her teeth, Ning complied, kneeling before Liang Yuru. "Sister-in-law, I apologize. Today, I was in the wrong. Please do not be angry." With this, Liang Yuru appeared somewhat satisfied, setting down her teacup and addressing Ning. "That's better. One must recognize their place. Think carefully before speaking or acting." "Your teachings are wise, sister-in-law," Ning replied, her gaze cast downward, tears welling in her eyes. Liang Yuru shot her a glance before continuing. "As you mentioned, our household has significant expenses. Henceforth, your monthly allowance will be reduced from 2 taels to 2 chien." Posey furrowed her brow, knowing 2 chien was less than what the other servants received. Liang Yuru's decision would tarnish Ning's reputation among the servants. Just as she was about to plead on Ning's behalf, Liang Yuru preempted her. "Moreover, we are short one maid for cleaning. Since you have little to do, why not assist with the chores?" To have her allowance cut and to be tasked with cleaning was to be treated like a servant. Ning clenched her hands tightly in her sleeves, suppressing her rage. "I understand, sister-in-law." After leaving Yuwan courtyard, Ning was commanded by Pei'er to sweep the courtyard. Enduring her humiliation, she took the broom and began her task. Posey approached her, offering comfort. "Ning Jie, bear with it. She is carrying your brother's child and must not be upset. I will find another opportunity to intercede for you." Ning retorted, "Will you really?" Posey was taken aback by her question. "What do you mean, Ning Jie? You are my daughter. Of course, I care for you." "I see that you only care for your precious grandson," Ning replied, her discontent evident regarding her mother's insistence that she apologize to Liang Yuru. Sighing, Posey remarked, "While I do care for my grandson, you are also my flesh and blood. I cannot neglect you. This is simply unavoidable. She has a powerful father, and we must endure." As Ning swept, she grumbled, "I wonder what my brother is thinking. Every woman he marries is more insufferable than the last." "Lower your voice," Posey quickly cautioned, covering her mouth. "You know your sister-in-law's temperament. If she hears you, who knows how she'll retaliate." With a huff, Ning fell silent. At that moment, Pei'er approached, carrying a large basin of soiled clothes. "Miss, once you finish sweeping, please wash these as well." "Washing clothes is a servant's duty. Why must I do it?" Ning glared at Pei'er, fury evident on her face. Pei'er set the basin down with a thud, her voice cold. "This is the madam's order. If you have any objections, feel free to discuss it with her." With that, she shot her a glance and returned to Yuwan courtyard. "You." Ning threw the broom to the ground, fuming with rage. "How dare she speak to me in such a tone?" Posey urged her, "Let it go. She is merely a maid brought by your sister-in-law, taking advantage of her position." Ning gazed at the overflowing basin of laundry, gritting her teeth. "I am my brother's sister, yet she truly treats me like a servant. Please, be cautious with your words from now on. Do not provoke her further." Posey advised helplessly. Chapter 76. You might as well be bold in the Prime Minister's residence. It had been a few days since Lady Xiao had sent fabric, and now she continued to send exquisite jade, jewelry, and accessories sporadically, no matter how much Yuwan declined. The servants of the Xiao family insisted that it was merely a token of gratitude from Lady Xiao for her assistance in making garments. However, having already sent such expensive fabrics, the subsequent gifts of jewelry could not simply be seen as a token of thanks. To unravel Lady Xiao's true intentions, Yuwan decided to visit the Xiao residence personally. Just as she was about to leave, she was informed that Jiang Yuan had arrived. Thus, she postponed her visit, instructing Chun Mian to invite Jiang Yuan to the Songshua Pavilion. Upon entering, Jiang Yuan noticed Su Yuan's troubled expression and inquired with a smile, "Awan, is something weighing on your mind? It's rare to see you like this." Su Yuan recounted the frequent deliveries from Lady Xiao and expressed her intention to return the gifts. Jiang Yuan, upon hearing this, surmised, Yuan, I can't shake the feeling that Lady Xiao is considering her son's marriage prospects. Considering marriage prospects? Su Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. That's absurd. Jiang Yuan quickly reassured her. This is merely my speculation. Please don't take it to heart. She recalled how Xiao Linya had made ambiguous remarks before her, questioning whether she would be willing to bind herself to him, which fueled her conjecture. However, Jiang Yuan then remarked seriously, don't you think Xiao Linya's gaze towards you is notably different? Su Yuan paused, wondering what was different. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment. I can't quite articulate it, but his gaze seems unlike that of others. Yet, Su Yuan felt no distinction. After all, she had only met Xiao Linya a handful of times. Although she had saved his life, she had never entertained such thoughts. Yuan, truthfully, what do you think of Xiao Linya? Jiang Yuan asked, her gaze fixed on her. After some contemplation, Su Yuan replied, he is courageous and wise, a man of integrity. Is that all? Indeed. Su Yuan regarded Jiang Yuan with suspicion. Why do you ask this so suddenly? Jiang Yuan chuckled lightly. Oh, it's nothing, just a casual inquiry. By the way, the pouch you taught me to embroider. I feel something is amiss with my stitching. Could you guide me again? Jiang Yuan produced the partially finished pouch. Su Yuan examined it closely and pointed to the eyes of the mandarin ducks. The eyes are stitched too rigidly, lacking in spirit. Truly remarkable, Yuan. You can spot the flaw at a glance. Jiang Yuan praised, smiling. If you had more experience, you would be able to do the same, Su Yuan humbly replied. Just as she was about to assist Jiang Yuan in re-stitching the eyes, the voice of Su Jinhui resonated from the doorway. Yuan. He appeared in a moon-white brocade robe, his hair elegantly tied with a jade crown, holding a box of pastries, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he entered. Noticing Jiang Yuan's presence, he wore an apologetic expression. I didn't realize Miss Jiang was here. I hope I haven't interrupted you. Jiang Yuan hastily concealed her pouch within her sleeve, shaking her head with a smile. Not at all. That's a relief. Su Jinhui placed the pastries on the table and looked at Jiang Yuan with a smile. I passed by Yupin's High and thought to bring some pastries for you and Yuan to enjoy together. Thank you, young Master Su, Jiang Yuan said, her ears flushing with a hint of red. Su Jinhui's gaze briefly flitted over her face before he smiled gently and exited the room. Once he left, Su Yuan turned to Jiang Yuan and noticed her gaze lingering at the door. Her cheeks flushed as if crimson. Surprised, Su Yuan's eyes brightened with realization. Last time you mentioned that the one you fancy is someone I know. Could it be my elder brother? Jiang Yuan's face deepened in color, and she shyly nodded, biting her lip. Su Yuan, amused, pulled her to the table, raising an eyebrow and laughing. So, does this mean I shall soon have a sister-in-law? Jiang Yuan, flustered, protested. Yuan, you mustn't tease me. It's merely a one-sided affection. Perhaps young Master Su doesn't even notice me. In her heart, young Master Su was like a celestial being, his refined demeanor and elegance captivating her since their first meeting. Such a man was the dream of countless noble ladies in the capital, while she felt utterly ordinary among them. Thus, she concealed her feelings, both yearning for him to know and fearing he might. Why would you say such a thing, Miss Jiang? You are renowned as a beauty in the capital, with admirable character. Perhaps my brother has feelings for you as well. Su Yuan had previously inquired about her brother's marriage prospects, learning that he was now 20 and should have already wed. Their mother had mentioned that due to her frail health in previous years, she had not paid attention to his matrimonial matters, and he had declared he would not marry until he found his sister first. Now that she had returned, her brother's marriage could no longer be delayed. On a public level, she wished for him to marry someone he cherished, to grow old together. Privately, she hoped to match Jiang Yuan with her brother. Jiang Yuan was a wonderful person, and if possible, she wished for her to become her sister-in-law. As they spoke, she opened the box of pastries, releasing a fragrant aroma of osmanthus honey. Su Yuan abruptly paused, recalling that the osmanthus honey-filled pastries were Jiang Yuan's favorite. Her brother had mentioned he bought them while passing by Yupin's High. However, such pastries were rarely made unless ordered in advance. Moreover, Jiang Yuan arrived in the Prime Minister's residence by carriage, and her brother should have seen the carriage outside, but claimed not to know of Jiang Yuan's presence. It seemed clear that these pastries were not a mere coincidence, but a thoughtful gift for Jiang Yuan. Joy illuminated Su Yuan's face, filling her with a sense of fulfillment. She offered a piece to Jiang Yuan. "Miss Jiang, do try this." Jiang Yuan took a bite, savoring the sweetness she adored. "It's delicious." Su Yuan beamed at her. "Miss Jiang, you might as well be bold. Perhaps your affection is not one-sided after all." "What?" Jiang Yuan's hand paused, holding the pastry. Su Yuan pointed at the pastries on the table, revealing a knowing smile. Chapter 77. Ultimately arriving a step late, after a heartfelt encouragement from Su Yuan, Jiang Yuan seemed to gain some confidence. Under Su Yuan's guidance, she meticulously finished embroidering the pouch and, holding it tightly, resolved to take that crucial step forward. "Miss." At that moment, Jiang Yuan's personal maid entered, announcing, "Manager Zhou has arrived and says that the madam wishes for you to return promptly, as Granny Jean from the palace is here." Jiang Yuan furrowed her brow slightly, reluctantly handing the pouch to Su Yuan. "Yuan, could you please deliver this for me? I must head back now." Su Yuan nodded. "Of course, do take care on your way back." After Jiang Yuan departed, Su Yuan glanced at the pouch in her hand, a gentle smile gracing her lips. At Minglan Pavilion, Su Jinhui sat in his study, diligently copying a calligraphy model. When Su Yuan entered, she took care to send away all the servants. This was her first visit to her elder brother's Minglan Pavilion, which was immaculate and filled with the fragrance of ink. "Yuan?" Su Jinhui looked up in surprise. "What brings you here? Where is Miss Jiang?" "She has returned home." Upon hearing this, Su Jinhui paused momentarily. Why did she leave so soon? Did she not wish to converse a little longer? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Did her elder brother wish for her to stay a while longer? This question flustered Su Jinhui for a moment, but he quickly composed himself, smiling. "Elder brother merely thinks that you and Miss Jiang get along well and hopes she can accompany you a bit more." Su Yuan gazed at him, and despite Su Jinhui's evident attempts to mask his emotions, she caught the fleeting glimmer of affection in his eyes. "Granny Jean from the palace visited the Jiang residence and entrusted me with this," she said, producing the embroidered pouch adorned with mandarin ducks. Su Jinhui was taken aback at first, but when he learned that Jiang Yuan had painstakingly learned embroidery to craft this for him, disbelief washed over his features. "Elder brother, you too hold feelings for Miss Jiang, do you not?" Su Yuan probed gently. Su Jinhui gazed intently at the pouch in his hands, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I shall not conceal it from you, Yuan. I have cherished her for a long time." "Really?" Su Yuan's face lit up with surprise, and she continued, "Then why have you never expressed it?" "Ah, perhaps elder brother has expressed it, but she simply did not notice." She added, "Just like today, osmanthus honey cake. It was quite evident." Su Jinhui sighed. "From that fleeting glance at the palace banquet years ago, I have harbored her in my heart for years. I had considered revealing my feelings, yet feared her rejection. I dreaded that if Jiang Yuan's heart belonged to another, breaking this fragile barrier would leave me with no chance to even speak to her again. But now, he realized that Jiang Yuan's heart indeed belonged to him." Joy radiated from his expression as he looked at the pouch. Su Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of two people harboring mutual feelings, yet neither daring to declare it. Thankfully, this matter had been brought to light today. Otherwise, they would have risked missing this splendid opportunity for union. She turned to her elder brother. "Elder brother, the lady has taken the brave first step. It is now your turn. Such a wonderful girl should not be made to wait any longer." Su Jinhui regarded her warmly. "You speak wisely, Yuan. I shall discuss this matter with our parents and propose to the Jiang family." At the Jiang residence, upon her return, Jiang Yuan was greeted by a scene of kneeling servants in the courtyard. Granny Jean hurried forward, smiling. "Congratulations, Miss Jiang." "Why do you say that, Granny Jean?" Jiang Yuan looked at her in confusion. Jiang Shangshu addressed her. "Yuan, hurry and come kneel to receive the decree." "Receive the decree?" Her gaze fell upon the imperial edict held by the eunuch behind Granny Jean, and she felt her entire body tense. "Yuan, why are you still dawdling? Kneel." "Jiang madam," urged her again. Jiang Yuan snapped back to reality and slowly knelt before Granny Jean, who then signaled the eunuch to read the decree. "By the mandate of heaven, His Imperial Majesty decrees, Jiang Yuan, the legitimate second daughter of the Minister of Rights, is of exceptional beauty and virtuous demeanor, well versed in propriety. The Empress and I have heard of her and are exceedingly pleased. As the Crown Prince Morongxian is of marriageable age, I hereby betroth Jiang Yuan to him as his principal consort. Upon the Crown Prince's victorious return, the Ministry of Rights shall select an auspicious date for the wedding. Thus decreed. Upon hearing the contents of the decree, Jiang Yuan stood frozen in place. Miss Jiang, quickly accept the decree and express your gratitude. Granny Jean urged softly when she saw her motionless. Yuaner, hurry and accept the decree, Jiang Fan echoed from behind her. Jiang Yuan bit her lip and looked up at Granny Jean. Granny Jean, just as she was about to speak, she felt someone tugging at her sleeve from behind. Turning slightly, she met Jiang Madam's gaze, which silently warned her not to speak out of turn. Disobeying the decree could lead to dire consequences. At that moment, Granny Jin's voice rang out again. Miss Jiang, this is a tremendous blessing. Quickly accept the decree. Jiang Yuan fought back tears, slowly extending her hand to accept the edict. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great grace. Miss Jiang, the Crown Prince's army has achieved victory at the borders and will return to the capital shortly. You must prepare yourself. Granny Jean kindly advised before leading the palace maids and eunuchs away from the minister's residence. Jiang Yuan, now betrothed as the Crown Princess, left the courtyard amidst the joyous celebrations of the servants, while Jiang Shangshu and Jiang Madam beamed with happiness. Yet, she alone returned to her quarters in a daze. Upon entering her room, she dismissed all the servants, closed the door, and collapsed on her bed, sobbing quietly. Why must it be her? Meanwhile, at the Prime Minister's residence, upon hearing Su Yuan's words, Su Jinhui discussed the matter with Su Madam the following day. Upon learning that her son had found someone he cherished, Su Madam was overjoyed and promptly sent Granny Ning to the Jiang family with betrothal gifts. However, as soon as Su Madam's carriage arrived at the Jiang residence, she overheard the servants discussing the emperor's decree granting the crown prince a marriage with Miss Jiang. Stunned, she immediately instructed Granny Ning to inquire about the situation. After a moment, Granny Ning approached the carriage, informing Su Madam, it seems that Miss Jiang has already been betrothed to the crown prince by imperial decree, and the edict was issued just yesterday. What? Su Madam was taken aback. Had Jin Hui finally found a girl he wished to marry, only to arrive a step too late? Very well, let us return home. Chapter 78. The injury. Upon hearing the news, Su Yuan was utterly astonished. It seemed that fate loved to play tricks on people. They were so close to being together. It was said that when her elder brother learned of Jiang Yuan's betrothal to the crown prince, he sat in his study for an entire day and night. In the evening, Su Yuan had the kitchen prepare some food and personally brought it to Ming Lanxian. Su Jinhui remained seated at his desk, clutching the embroidered pouch made by Jiang Yuan. His eyes reflected despondence, and the vibrant spirit he had displayed the previous day had vanished. With a sigh, Su Yuan placed the tray on the table. Elder brother, you must eat something. Only upon seeing her did he show a flicker of emotion. I have no appetite. Are you still troubled by Miss Jiang's betrothal? Su Yuan approached him and gently patted his shoulder. It is unfortunate how fate plays its hand. If only you both had realized your feelings for each other sooner. Su Jinhui caressed the pouch in his hand, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Indeed, if I had understood her feelings earlier and proposed sooner, perhaps this outcome would have been avoided. She must be heartbroken now. Su Yuan sighed softly. If she knew your true feelings, she would be the one truly heartbroken. Jiang Yuan had quietly cherished her affection for him for many years, unaware that he too had harbored the same delicate feelings for her. They only needed one of them to voice their sentiments first to be together, yet their mutual hesitance led to this missed opportunity. Looking at Su Yuan, Su Jinhui said, Yuan, the emperor's decree cannot be defied. Since she has become the crown princess, it is an unchangeable fact. Please do not reveal my feelings to her. I do not wish to cause her further distress. But elder brother, Su Yuan said, her heart aching for him, do you not feel sorrow watching the woman you love marry another? Sorrow. Su Jinhui inhaled deeply. What can sorrow achieve? I am always one step too late. The refined demeanor of her elder brother seemed to have aged overnight. his appearance marked by a newfound weariness. Su Yuan felt a pang of distress. Is there truly no other way? Su Jinhui shook his head. To defy the emperor's will is to invite death. Unless the emperor, the empress, or the crown prince changes their minds, which is unlikely. The edict has been issued. It is essentially a foregone conclusion that cannot be altered. As they departed Minglan Xian, they encountered Madame Su, who was also bringing food to her son. Yuwan, how is your elder brother? She inquired, her face filled with concern upon hearing that Su Jinhui had not eaten for an entire day. Su Yuan approached to support her. He is inevitably distressed. Sighing helplessly, Madame Su remarked, "This is the first time your brother has truly cared for a girl. How cruel fate can be." Upon learning that Su Yuan had already gone to comfort him, she refrained from entering, instructing the servants to deliver the food instead. The mother and daughter then made their way towards Songshuego. Once back at Songshuego, Su Yuan asked her mother, "Mother, do you truly believe that elder brother and Miss Jiang are in love? Is there really no way to salvage this?" Madame Su regarded her daughter's expression of regret thoughtfully. After a moment, her gaze fell upon the bracelet adorning Su Yuan's wrist. "There's a way, but—" "What way, mother? Please tell me," Su Yuan urged, dismissing the servants and pulling Madame Su down to sit beside her. Madame Su took her hand and gently stroked the bracelet as she spoke. "This bracelet was a gift from the Empress on the day I married your father. She promised that should I encounter any troubles in the future, I could bring this bracelet to her." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's eyes brightened with a glimmer of hope. "I shall go to the palace tomorrow to seek out the Empress." "Yuwan," Madame Su began, hesitating. "Mother, what is it?" "The crown prince is not only the Empress's son, but also your cousin." Madame Su did not elaborate further, implying that while the Empress might consider relinquishing Jiang Yuan due to the bracelet's promise, she could also harbor suspicions towards the Su family because of it. In a moment of impulsiveness, Su Yuan had not considered these ramifications. Regaining her composure, she reassured her mother, "Do not worry, I will not act rashly. Surely, there are other solutions." A few days later, she visited Jiang Yuan at the Jiang residence. Jiang Yuan's condition was even worse than her elder brother's. She had not eaten or left her room for several days due to the sudden betrothal, her figure having grown significantly frail. "Miss Jiang," Su Yuan said as she approached the bed, her heart heavy upon seeing Jiang Yuan in such a state. "Miss Su, you've come," Jiang Yuan replied, her face lighting up with a faint smile at her arrival. Su Yuan sighed, wishing to comfort her, but unsure how. The emperor's decree, if it were to be bestowed upon other noble ladies desiring the role of crown princess, would be regarded as an immense honor. Yet, I know that you do not wish for this marriage, and it brings you no joy. Miss Su, could you do me a favor?" Jiang Yuan suddenly asked. 2 days later, the crown prince returned triumphantly to the capital with his troops, and the citizens filled the streets with cheers. After presenting his military insignia to the emperor, the crown prince hurried to the Shao residence. Upon hearing this news, Su Yuan immediately instructed Chun Mian to prepare a carriage, bringing along the garments she had made for Madame Shao before heading to the Jiang residence. Shortly thereafter, the carriage proceeded towards the residence of the Marquis of Yuwan. Su Yuan had Chun Mian stop the carriage a distance away from the Shao residence and waited with Jiang Yuan inside. However, after nearly an hour of waiting, the crown prince still had not emerged. "Miss, shall we continue waiting?" Chun Mian inquired through the carriage curtains. Su Yuan exchanged a glance with Jiang Yuan before they both lifted the curtains and stepped out. "Let us bring these with us and enter directly." "Yes." Chun Mian, carrying the brocade box, followed the two as they approached the entrance of the Shao residence. The doorman recognized Su Yuan, knowing her to be the daughter of the Xiang residence, and greeted them warmly, ushering them inside, while another servant rushed to inform Madame Shao. "Miss Su, Miss Jiang, please take a seat. Qian Mama, hurry and fetch the finest pre-rain Longjing tea from the storeroom to serve our guests." Madame Shao was genuinely pleased that Su Yuan had taken the initiative to visit. "Yes, this instant," the old servant replied. The two ladies bowed in gratitude to Madame Shao before taking their seats. Madame Shao's gaze turned to Jiang Yuan, having heard of her recent betrothal to the emperor. She wondered if Jiang Yuan had come with Su Yuan to lure the crown prince's visit to the Shao residence. Feeling somewhat apologetic, Su Yuan quickly said, "Madame Shao, You are too kind. We are truly overwhelmed by your hospitality. With a smile, Madame Xiao replied, It is rare for you to visit. We must properly entertain you. Thank you, Madame Xiao, Yuwan said gratefully. By the way, the garments I tailored for you last time are complete. Please take a look and let me know if any modifications are needed. Chun Mian handed the brocade box to Qian Mama, who placed it on the table beside Madame Xiao. After inspecting the contents, Madame Xiao exclaimed, Miss Su, your craftsmanship is indeed remarkable. The work is exquisite, and I am quite satisfied with it. There is nothing that requires alteration. Yuwan smiled gently. I am glad you like it. Afterward, Qian Mama brought in tea, and Jiang Yuan took a delicate sip before casually asking, I heard that the Crown Prince is also visiting today. Madame Xiao nodded, then sighed lightly. The Crown Prince has come to see Yi Er and has brought Dr. Lin from the Imperial Medical Bureau to attend to him. Has the young Marquis fallen ill? Jiang Yuan inquired. Not ill, but injured. The enemy forces were quite formidable this time. To protect the Crown Prince, Yi Er was shot in the shoulder. As Madame Xiao spoke, a hint of concern crossed her face. Although it is not uncommon to sustain injuries on the battlefield, she nonetheless has only one son. Upon learning of his injury, a mother's heart is inevitably filled with anguish. Yuwan, lost in thought, realized why the Crown Prince hurried back to the palace after his audience. It was, after all, for the sake of the young Lord Xiao that he had sustained his wounds. Chapter 79, A slight dizziness enveloped me, but I believed I would feel better soon. Jiang Yuan's grip tightened around her teacup. The Crown Prince was indeed in Xiao Linya's presence, yet she pondered what excuse would suffice to meet him. Yuwan discerned her thoughts and addressed Madame Xiao. Madame Xiao, the young Marquis has saved my life. May I pay him a visit? Madame Xiao's eyes lit up with understanding. Of course, you may visit him. He will surely be delighted to see you. Yuwan was momentarily taken aback. And then Madame Xiao instructed Granny Qin. Granny Qin, please take Miss Su to him. Granny Qin smiled at Yuwan and said, Miss Su, please follow this old servant. Jiang Yuan then rose to accompany Yuwan and Granny Qin as they exited the front hall. The Xiao manor was expansive. It was said that the Marquis of Yuwan, having fought in numerous battles, had been generously rewarded with gold and silver by the emperor. Yet, the interior decorations were neither extravagant nor ostentatious, instead embodying a style of understated elegance with an abundance of greenery. The residence of Xiao Linya was situated in the eastern courtyard, within the Inshua Pavilion. As Granny Qin led Yuwan into the courtyard, the Crown Prince Murong Xian happened to emerge from Xiao Linya's quarters. Your Highness. As the two were about to bow in respect, Murong Xian gestured for them to remain at ease. Upon seeing Yuwan and Jiang Yuan, he expressed surprise. Cousin, Miss Jiang, what brings you here? Yuwan was at a loss for words when Granny Qin cheerfully replied, Your Highness, Miss Su has come to visit the young Marquis. Murong Xian's eyes glimmered with a knowing smile. Ah, I see. At this moment, Physician Lin is attending to him. You may enter shortly. Yuwan nodded, and at that moment, Jiang Yuan nervously raised her gaze to Murong Xian. Your Highness, may I have a word with you? Murong Xian's expression shifted slightly. Then he smiled at Granny Qin. I have heard that the orchid water pavilion in your manor is exceptionally serene. Granny Qin immediately understood, responding with a smile, Your Highness. Miss Jiang, please follow this old servant. After leading them to the orchid water pavilion, Granny Qin and the servants respectfully withdrew. Miss Jiang, what is it you wish to discuss? Murong Xian inquired as he poured her a cup of tea from the teapot on the table. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yuan knelt before him, declaring, Your Highness, I have come today concerning the matter of the betrothal. Is that so? Please rise and speak freely, Murong Xian said, rising to assist her. Nay, I beseech your Highness to allow me to finish, she insisted. Very well, proceed, he replied. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath and continued. I am unworthy of your Highness. I implore you to request the Emperor to annul the betrothal. An annulment? Murong Xian was momentarily taken aback and then asked, Does Miss Jiang not wish to be my crown princess? Your Highness, Jiang Yuan answered. Even before the Emperor's decree, I had already given my heart to another. Mustering her courage, she spoke boldly. At her words, Murong Xian's grip on the cup tightened, and his smile faltered. Jiang Yuan had come with the resolve to be forthright, and she continued, I am aware that your highness does not harbor feelings for me. Marrying me would merely provide the Jiang family with some leverage. Impudent. Murong Xian's voice, laced with anger, startled Jiang Yuan, yet she maintained her composure. Your highness, I beg your pardon. If you wish to break the engagement, I shall persuade my father to support you. Upon hearing this, Murong Xian narrowed his eyes, pondering her words. Though he had been named crown prince, his foundation was precarious, and his position was not secure. Other princes were actively courting influential officials, and he needed the support of prominent ministers. For years, Prime Minister Su and Minister Jiang had remained neutral in the power struggles among the princes. Both held significant power and enjoyed the emperor's trust. Murong Xian and his mother had long sought to win them over, but Prime Minister Su had been preoccupied with finding a daughter, thus remaining noncommittal. Consequently, his mother had turned her attention to the Jiang family. The betrothal was proposed by the empress to the emperor. If he could secure Minister Jiang's support, his ascension would be assured. Jiang Yuan lowered her gaze, recognizing that the empress and Apos' interest in her was merely a means to an end. During the banquet where the empress invited noble young women, she had weighed the pros and cons, understanding that the crown prince did not favor her. Jiang Yuan had boldly requested the annulment. Murong Xian remained silent for a long moment, causing Jiang Yuan to feel anxious. Your highness, this young lady has humbly made her request. Why not grant the wishes of those in love? Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Linya and Su Yuan had arrived at the pavilion. Upon seeing Jiang Yuan kneeling, Su Yuan realized she had already broached the subject of annulment with the crown prince. However, the crown prince's expression seemed less than favorable. Did not the physician instruct you to rest? Why are you up? Murong Xian asked as he noticed Xiao Linya's pale complexion, quickly moving to support him. Xiao Linya smiled and shook his head. This injury is not severe enough to require assistance. However, the young lady has been kneeling for quite some time. I fear her legs may have gone numb. Your highness should show some consideration. Murong Xian chuckled in exasperation, urging Jiang Yuan to rise. After she stood, she did not take a seat but remained respectfully upright, awaiting Murong Xian's decision. Xiao Linya glanced at Su Yuan. Today he wore a blue brocade robe, his handsome face pale, yet adorned with a devil-may-care smile. Although he had approached him regarding Jiang Yuan, he felt a sense of joy. Xiao Linya stepped closer to Murong Xian and said, Your Highness, Miss Zhang's proposal is quite advantageous given your current circumstances. You should seriously contemplate it. Initially hesitant, Murong Xian and Apos' resolve crystallized upon hearing Xiao Linya and Apos' counsel. He turned to Jiang Yuan, stating, I will consider your words. After reminding Xiao Linya to take care of his injuries, he departed the Marquis's residence. Once Murong Xian left, Jiang Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Although the crown prince often appeared approachable, she had distinctly sensed the underlying menace in his gaze. She first offered a grateful smile to Su Yuan and then approached Xiao Linya, bowing slightly. Thank you, young Marquis, for your assistance. Though unaware of what Xiao Linya had discussed with the crown prince, it seemed he had influenced the latter's decision to consider her request. Xiao Linya replied nonchalantly, There is no need for thanks. I did not provide much help. His modesty was evident. Yet, Jiang Yuan understood the weight his words carried before the crown prince and felt a deep gratitude towards him. She recognized that Xiao Linya's presence, despite his injuries, was likely due to Su Yuan, and she silently vowed to remember this kindness. Regardless, I am grateful to both of you. I must return to discuss this matter with my parents. I shall take my leave now. Jiang Yuan performed a respectful bow before departing. Su Yuan had intended to leave with her, but realized it would be inappropriate to depart without expressing gratitude to Xiao Linya for his assistance. Turning to him with a gentle smile, she said, Thank you, young Marquis, for your help earlier. Xiao Linya remained silent, his brow slightly furrowed, his complexion appearing even paler than before. Su Yuan then noticed blood seeping from his shoulder. You are bleeding. Allow me to call for help. As Su Yuan moved to summon assistance, Xiao Linya suddenly closed his eyes and collapsed toward her. Xiao Linya, in a moment of panic, Su Yuan reached out to catch him, but his weight was too much, and he fell directly onto her, their bodies pressed closely together. Su Yuan was on the verge of collapsing backwards when, at that moment, Xiao Linya extended a hand to steady her waist. His head leaning close to her ear as he spoke softly. "I apologize, Miss Su. I am feeling a bit lightheaded. I just need a moment to compose myself." Chapter 80. The family home is forever your strongest support. The current posture of the two was indescribably tender and ambiguous. Su Yuan hesitated to call for the servants, fearing they might misinterpret the situation, and could only move to assist him in taking a seat at the table. However, as she turned around, he grasped her hand once more. "Young lord, you are bleeding profusely from your shoulder. We must urgently summon a physician to staunch the flow." Su Yuan attempted to withdraw her hand, but he held it firmly. "Madam Qi mentioned that you came specifically to visit me today. Is that true?" He disregarded the pain radiating from his shoulder, his gaze fixed intently upon her. His exquisite visage bore a pallid, almost morbid beauty that was profoundly alluring. Feeling somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny, Su Yuan reminded herself that she had come to the estate primarily to facilitate a meeting between Jiang Yuan and the Crown Prince. If she were to speak candidly, he might think she was exploiting him. I shall consider it so." Xiao Linyue regarded her, the corners of his pale lips curling into a faint smile. "Do not speak. I shall fetch a physician for you." With a determined effort, Su Yuan pulled her hand away and exited the pavilion. Before long, she returned with Physician Lin. The physician examined the wound and, perplexed, remarked, "Young lord, how is it that your injury has reopened?" Xiao Linyue glanced towards Su Yuan's silhouette on the corridor, a gentle smile gracing his lips. It was an inadvertent tug. Physician Lin wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering under his breath about the carelessness of it all. The Crown Prince had issued a decree mandating that Xiao Linyue's arrow wound be healed within 3 months. It was worth noting that the injury had nearly pierced his heart, and if he continued to aggravate it, recovery would take not 3 months, but perhaps 3 years. After reapplying the medicine and bandaging the wound, Physician Lin intended to admonish him against any further strain on the injury, but Xiao Linyue waved him off. The physician reluctantly exited the pavilion with his medicine box in hand. Upon seeing Physician Lin emerge, Su Yuan inquired, "Physician Lin, how is the young lord's injury?" "Miss Su, the young lord's arrow wound has impacted his tendons and bones. He must rest and avoid any strain on the wound. Otherwise, recovery will be exceedingly difficult." Physician Lin replied candidly. Such a severe injury. After Physician Lin departed, Su Yuan re-entered the pavilion. The physician said your injury is quite grave, and you must refrain from unnecessary movement. I shall take my leave now. Please, take care of your health. Wait. Su Yuan, who had already prepared to leave, turned back. "What is it?" Xiao Linyue looked at her. "You have yet to deliver the sachet you promised to embroider for me." Having momentarily forgotten, Su Yuan retrieved the already embroidered sachet from her sleeve and presented it to him. "I must once again express my gratitude for your assistance on 2 occasions, and I hope for your swift recovery." With that, she turned and exited the pavilion. Xiao Linyue held the sachet, inspecting it from various angles. Upon seeing the embroidered character on the inner layer, his smile broadened. After leaving the Xiao residence, Su Yuan returned to the Xiang residence. Upon reaching Songshua Pavilion, her maid, Yuwan, noticed some bloodstains on her garments and gasped, "Miss, what has happened? Are you injured?" At her words, Su Yuan became aware that some of Xiao Linyue and Appo's blood had stained her shoulder. "It is nothing. This is not my blood. Please prepare some water for my bath." "Yes." Zin, relieved to learn it was not her mistress's blood, was still puzzled but chose not to pry further, quietly departing to prepare hot water. Soaking in a tub filled with rose petals, Su Yuan and Appo's mind was consumed by the images of her close encounter with Xiao Linyue earlier that day, making it difficult for her to find tranquility. She shook her head vigorously, immersing herself in the water in an attempt to clear her thoughts. After dinner, she visited her father's study. "Awan, why are you still awake at this hour?" Upon seeing her, Su Sheng set aside the book he had been reading, a smile gracing his face. Su Yuan presented him with the ginseng soup she had brought from the kitchen. "Father, today I had the opportunity to meet the Crown Prince." Su Sheng accepted the soup, taking a small sip before looking at his daughter with gentle eyes. This pertains to your elder brother and Oppos. This matter, does it not? I have heard from your mother. The edict has been issued, and it seems there is little room for negotiation. Yuwan observed her father closely and replied earnestly, "Perhaps there is a chance. Today, Miss Jiang asked me to assist her in meeting the crown prince." Su Sheng furrowed his brow slightly. "Miss Jiang?" Yuwan nodded. Miss Jiang implored the crown prince to annul the engagement, offering to persuade Minister Jiang to support him in return. And what was the crown prince and Oppos' response? He mentioned he would consider it. At this, Su Sheng regarded his daughter with a look of surprise. Did he truly say that? Yuwan confirmed, indeed he did. Su Sheng's expression relaxed, his voice tinged with excitement. Excellent. If the crown prince is willing to relinquish his claim, then I shall support him as well. Father. Yuwan was taken aback. Her father had maintained neutrality in court matters for many years. Why the sudden decision to support the crown prince? Su Sheng looked at her and smiled. I had initially contemplated using this condition to negotiate with the crown prince, but Miss Jiang had not made her intentions clear, so I refrained from broaching the subject. Now that she has openly declared her unwillingness to marry the crown prince and boldly stepped forward to annul the engagement, the Su family will certainly not allow her, a vulnerable woman, to face this alone. Pausing for a moment, he continued, moreover, aside from the deposed former crown prince, among the current princes, only the crown prince possesses the qualities of a true sovereign. Supporting him is merely a reflection of the people's will. Yuwan was astonished by her father's plans, a sense of admiration dawning in her eyes. If you also take a stand, this matter is likely to succeed. Seeing her so diligently concerned for her brother's future, Su Sheng gently patted her shoulder and chuckled. Yuwan, why you think so much about your brother's marriage? Have you considered your own? At his words, Yuwan paused, her head bowing slightly. Father, I have not thought of remarrying. Heaven had granted her a second chance to confront her past enemies and reunite with her parents. For her, this was already a profound happiness. She had not contemplated the prospect of remarriage. Su Sheng gazed at her, speaking earnestly. I only wish to convey that you should not isolate yourself due to past wounds. Returning to your parents marks the beginning of a new chapter in your life. With your mother and me by your side, you are free to pursue whatever your heart desires. No matter the past, your family home will always be your strongest support. Chapter 81. The cancellation of the engagement a few days later, the emperor indeed annulled the engagement between Su Jinhui and Jiang Yuan. Upon learning this news, Su Yuan eagerly rushed to Zhaohua Hall, urging Madame Su to prepare a betrothal gift to propose to the Jiang family. Initially perplexed by the sudden change in the emperor's decision, Madame Su soon realized that her daughter was in a hurry to propose after accompanying Miss Jiang to seek the crown princess approval. Furthermore, Su Sheng had privately discussed the matter with the crown prince, which facilitated the smooth dissolution of the engagement. Madame Su looked at her daughter, feigning annoyance, and remarked, Your elder brother has yet to make any moves, yet here you are, so impatient. Su Yuwan chuckled. Miss Jiang is truly wonderful. If we delay the proposal, what if someone else seizes the opportunity? That would surely sadden my brother. Are you? Madame Su shook her head with a smile. Very well. I shall take the betrothal gifts to the Jiang family. Shortly thereafter, Madame Su set off with the gifts in hand. Upon returning to Songxue Pavilion, Su Yuwan spotted her elder brother standing in official attire outside the courtyard. Elder brother, she exclaimed as she approached him. When did you arrive? Why didn't you come inside? Oh, I just returned from the Hamlin Academy. Su Jinhui hesitated for a moment before inquiring. I heard the emperor has annulled the engagement with Miss Jiang. Su Yuwan looked at him and laughed. Not only that, but mother has already gone to propose to the Jiang family with the betrothal gifts. You've been unwell these past few days, yet you insisted on going to the Hamlin Academy. Look at you. You hardly have any spirit left. How can you welcome your bride if you do not recover? Ah, Yuwan. Su Jinhui gazed at her intently. Thank you. He had heard from his father that it was Jiang Yuan herself who approached the crown prince to request the annulment, and that Yuan had played a part in this. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he felt a pang of guilt. Yet, Su Yuan comforted him in return. Elder brother, we are siblings. There is no need for thanks. As your sister, my only wish is for your happiness. At long last, a smile graced Su Jinhui's face, one that had been absent for some time. He reached out and ruffled Su Yuan's hair, saying, "What you've done for me, I will forever remember." At the Minister and Appo's residence, Jiang Yuan had been in a state of anxiety ever since she proposed the dissolution of her engagement with the Crown Prince. She feared that the Crown Prince would refuse and that her actions might be in vain. Upon learning that their daughter had personally approached the Crown Prince to request the annulment, both Minister Jiang and Madame Jiang were taken aback. They had believed that their daughter's betrothal to the Crown Prince was a matter of great honor, only to discover that she had no desire to be his consort. It was no wonder she had been so distressed and refused to eat or drink. They were well aware of their daughter's stubborn temperament. The more they pressed her, the more she resisted. The couple feared that their daughter might act impulsively in a moment of anger, so they chose to respect her wishes rather than scold her when they learned of her intentions. Fortunately, early that morning, someone from the palace arrived to announce that the emperor had officially annulled the engagement. While this might tarnish their daughter's reputation, Minister Jiang and Madame Jiang cared little, as long as Jiang Yuan was well. Unexpectedly, no sooner had the eunuch delivering the decree departed than Madame Su arrived to propose. Upon hearing that the emperor had canceled her engagement to the crown prince, Jiang Yuan's gloomy expression finally brightened. The news of Madame Su's visit to propose left her astonished and exhilarated, taking her some time to regain her composure. "Yuan, hurry and help me dress." "No, first. I must change clothes." No. I need to prepare for a bath first." "Miss, please don't be too excited. I'll go prepare everything right away." Seeing her mistress regain her usual demeanor, the young maid hurried off to prepare hot water. Jiang Yuan approached the vanity, glancing at her reflection, only to realize how much weight she had lost in just a few days, her cheeks sunken. Have the kitchen prepare some food and stew a bowl of bird's nest." "Understood, Mississippi." Just as the maids exited, Madame Jiang and Madame Su entered the courtyard. "Oh, finally willing to eat?" Madame Jiang teased her daughter with a smile. Noticing Madame Su's presence, Jiang Yuan blushed and immediately knelt in greeting Madame Su. Seeing her daughter's appearance, Madame Su understood that the girl had certainly suffered these past few days. She quickly stepped forward to help her up, holding her hand and saying, "Silly child, why do you still address me as Madam?" Jiang Yuan, feeling bashful, shyly replied, "Aunt." "Good child, I brought 1,000-year-old ginseng to nourish your vitality. Focus on regaining your strength and wait patiently for where to come to marry you." Jiang Yuan nodded with a slight blush. "All right, I will listen to Aunt." "Oh, look at you. They say a girl should not be kept too long at home. These past few days, I've done my utmost to persuade her to eat and drink, but it was all in vain. Now that her future mother-in-law speaks, she complies immediately." Madame Jiang observed her daughter's obedient demeanor before playfully chiding her. "Mother." Jiang Yuan's previously pale cheeks were now flushed with color. Madame Su smiled. "Girls can be quite shy. Do not tease her any further." "Very well, I shall refrain. Shuron will stay for dinner today. I'll have his servants prepare more dishes." Madame Jiang smiled at Madame Su, knowing that their families were now connected by marriage, their bond even closer than before. Madame Su intended to decline, but Madame Jiang quickly gestured to Jiang Yuan, who also urged her to stay, with her future daughter-in-law requesting it. Madame Su could not refuse and agreed to remain for lunch at the Jiang residence. At last, the engagement between her elder brother and Jiang Yuan was settled. Leaving su Yuan ilatif. Coincidentally, her embroidery shop in the capital had been thriving, and she planned to visit the embroidery house with Chunmian to take the measurements for her brother Jiang Yuan's wedding garments. At the Yuxiu embroidery house, which Su Yuan had recently opened in the capital, the shop spanned 3 floors. The first floor displayed merchandise, the second showcased finished garments, and the third was dedicated to the seamstress's embroidery work. As Su Yuan entered the shop, the shopkeeper, Fenyang, immediately approached her respectfully. "Miss Su, what brings you here today? Do you have any instructions, or are you here to personally select some garments?" Fenyang was the steward from Madame Su's South Dowry estate, known for her competence, and had been assigned to assist Su Yuan in managing the shop. With a smile, Su Yuan replied, "I am here to design wedding attire for my brother and sister-in-law. You need not accompany me. I'll have the seamstresses assist." "Of course, Miss Su." Subsequently, Su Yuan and Chunmian ascended to the 3rd floor. The seamstresses hurried to prepare tea and snacks to serve them. Shopkeeper, I've heard that your garments are exquisitely crafted. May I take a look? At that moment, a woman with her face veiled and walking with a slight limp entered the shop. Chapter 82. Theft. Yuwan, now esteemed by Madame Su as the manager of the Yunxiu building, has considerably tempered her once fierce temperament towards the servants, prioritizing the interests of her mistress and young lady. The young lady had previously stated that the Yunxiu building should cater not only to the affluent daughters of noble families in the capital, but also to the common folk, thus ensuring no discrimination in service. Consequently, Yuwan did not treat the young lady, who entered dressed in modest attire, with disdain. Instead, she greeted her courteously, asking whether she wished to order a custom piece or view ready-made garments, directing her to the second floor for the latter. Shen Ning pondered briefly before responding. I would like to see the ready-made garments. Very well, please proceed to the second floor, Yuwan replied, promptly summoning a shop assistant, Xiao Chui, to escort the young lady upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, Shen Ning was captivated by the array of fashionable dresses, crafted from exquisite satin and adorned with fine embroidery. She realized that despite her prolonged stay in the capital, she had yet to acquire a single decent outfit, still donning the tattered clothes from her hometown. The maids of the Shun household not only wore superior attire, but also mocked her as a country bumpkin. Unable to endure the humiliation, she resolved to use her long-saved monthly allowance to purchase a fine dress. Xiao Chui patiently detailed the satin fabric, craftsmanship, and pricing of each dress. What? This one costs 20 taels? Shen Ning exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she had set her sights on a silver thread embroidered skirt adorned with butterfly motifs. Xiao Chui explained, the dresses here are crafted from the finest materials, and the designs are the most fashionable of the moment. Although the garments were indeed beautiful, 20 taels seemed exorbitant, especially as she only possessed 5 taels. Could you perhaps offer a discount? Shen Ning timidly inquired. Xiao Chui, sensing the young lady's financial limitations, lost her patience but recalled the directive from Miss Su to treat all customers equally. Thus, she begrudgingly responded, Miss, I cannot lower the price. Our dresses are exquisite and well-made, and the cost of materials is inherently high. If we sold them for less, we would hardly make any profit. Shen Ning caressed the soft, shimmering satin, enamored but disheartened by her inability to purchase it. After much hesitation, she asked Xiao Chui, may I try it on? Xiao Chui, having already discerned the young lady's financial constraints, maintained her composure but promptly refused, saying, Miss, this particular dress is made of delicate fabric. Trying on could lead to distortion or wrinkling. If you do not intend to buy, we advise against trying it. Upon hearing this, Shen Ning's anger flared. What do you mean? Are you implying I cannot afford it? Please forgive me, miss, that is not my intention. However, if you try it on and do not purchase it, any damage would render it unsellable. I must ask you not to make it difficult for someone in my position. Xiao Chui quickly clarified. Fuming, Shen Ning was about to retort when she heard Yuwan calling for Xiao Chui from downstairs. Please excuse me, I must attend to something, Xiao Chui said before hurrying down. With a huff, Shen Ning turned her gaze back to the dress, her expression tightening. Shortly after, Xiao Chui returned upstairs, only to find Shen Ning descending the stairs. Miss, are you not going to look further? I have no interest. Nothing appeals to me, Shen Ning replied, her head held high as she exited the building. Xiao Chui thought little of it and ascended to tidy the garments, only to discover the silver thread embroidered skirt was missing. After searching thoroughly with no success, she recalled Shen Ning's sudden departure and quickly rushed down after her. Miss, please wait. Shen Ning paused at the threshold, her brow furrowing slightly as a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. Turning back, she feigned calmness and asked, what is it? Yuwan, noticing the commotion, inquired Xiao Chui, what is happening? Xiao Chui pointed at Shen Ning, saying, Madam, this young lady was looking at dresses on the second floor, and when I went downstairs and returned, one dress was missing. She must have stolen it. How dare you accuse me without evidence? What proof do you have that I stole anything? Shen Ning glared at Xiao Chui, indignation radiating from her. I saw the dress when I went down, and you're the only one on the second floor. It was gone within minutes. Who else could it be? Xiao Chui retorted. Do not speak such baseless accusations. There are many people in this building. How can you single me out? Shining shot back defiantly. You, Xiao Chui, exasperated, pointed at her. Everyone who frequents this building is of notable status in the capital. Look at you, dressed so poorly, clearly unable to afford anything. It's no surprise you would resort to theft. Xiao Chui, Yuwan admonished, do not make unfounded accusations before we ascertain the truth. With reddened eyes, Xiao Chui insisted, Madam, I am not wrongfully accusing her. Seeing no deceit in Xiao Chui's demeanor, Yuwan inquired which dress was missing. Upon hearing the description, she instructed Shining to wait downstairs while they investigated further. After a while, another assistant returned with news. Madam, the silver thread embroidered skirt is indeed missing. Yuwan frowned, reviewing the ledger, which revealed no record of the dress being sold that day. Addressing Shining, she explained, I have checked our records, and this dress was only displayed yesterday. There are no sales today, and Xiao Chui claims you were the only one on the second floor. To clarify this matter, I must ask for your cooperation. Shining's hands tightened within her sleeves, perspiration forming in her palms, yet she maintained her composure. How should I cooperate? By allowing us to search you. The moment those words were uttered, panic washed over Shining's face. No, absolutely not. Yuwan, sensing her reluctance, felt a flicker of doubt, but continued gently, but miss, searching you is the only way to prove your innocence. Shining scoffed. Why should I prove anything? Your assistant failed to keep track of the dress and now seeks to frame me. Is this establishment not a den of thieves? Miss, I have made myself clear. If you refuse to cooperate, I will have no choice but to take more forceful measures. Yuwan declared, summoning 2 guards who promptly entered. Seeing this, Senning Santieti escalated. What do you intend to do? Yuwan sneered. Since you refuse to cooperate, I must have you restrained for a search. You dare? Shining glared fiercely at Yuwan. My sister-in-law is the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. If you lay a finger on me, you will not escape the consequences. You claim your sister-in-law is the daughter of the Minister of Revenue? Indeed. What of it? If you fear me, step aside quickly, or you will regret it. Yuwan scrutinized her for a moment. Then her expression hardened. You too. Hold her down. Hey, I warn you. Shining protested, but as she struggled, the hidden dress fell to the ground with a rustle. Yuwan, witnessing this, slapped her across the face. You little thief. How dare you strike me? Shining glared defiantly. Yuwan laughed coldly. I strike you because you deserve it. The moment you mentioned your sister-in-law, I realized you are the sister of that scoundrel Shun, who abandoned our young lady for a marriage of convenience. Now, his sister is a thief. I shall see how Lord Liang will defend you now. Go, inform Lord Liang at once. Chapter 83. Long-awaited faces upon hearing Yuwan mention informing Lord Liang. Shining immediately felt a surge of panic. Her mother had repeatedly cautioned her against provoking the Liang family. If this matter reached Lord Liang and his sister-in-law, she would undoubtedly face punishment again. Wait, innkeeper, could you refrain from reporting? I'm willing to compensate you with some silver. Shining lowered her tone, attempting to negotiate. Yuwan, however, cast a cold glance at her and scoffed. Oh, weren't you just acting high and mighty a moment ago? Why not continue that bravado now? I. Shining found herself restrained by 2 guards, unable to move, and could only plead softly. Innkeeper, I beg you, don't inform the Liang residents. I do have silver on me. I will give it all to you as an apology for this incident. Will that suffice? Yuwan ignored her and picked up the torn skirt from the ground, examining it closely. The fabric had been ripped during the struggle. She coldly regarded Shining, stating, This skirt is now damaged because of you. Apologizing is not enough. I must report this to the Liang family, and you are required to compensate me for the damages. What? Compensate? That amounts to over 20 taels of silver. I don't have that much, Shining exclaimed. After Yuwan ordered Xiao Cui to search her, they found merely 5 taels of silver. Yuwan weighed the coins in her hand and remarked, Didn't you claim that the daughter of the Minister of Revenue is your sister-in-law? Why does your sister-in-law have so little silver when you go out? Or perhaps she doesn't regard you at all? Shining gritted her teeth, her gaze filled with resentment towards Yuwan. Ah, indeed. Your elder brother married into a powerful family, and your entire family resides in their home. How much dignity can one expect? Yunong continued to strike at her vulnerabilities. Silence. Shining could no longer endure the taunts and struggled to lunge at the insolent woman. Behave yourself. The guards tightened their grip, restraining her firmly. What is happening here? At that moment, Yuwan, hearing the commotion from downstairs, descended the stairs. Shining looked up and recoiled in horror, her eyes revealing a mix of fear and loathing. Yuwan immediately recognized Shining, her face still veiled, though her eyes bore a familiarity that was unmistakable. Mississippi Yunong approached respectfully, recounting the day's events to Yuwan. After listening to Yunong, Yuwan's gaze fell upon Shining, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Stealing garments? Shining's hatred for Yuwan boiled over, and she seethed. What are you so pleased about? Just as she spoke, Yunong struck her sharply across the face, exclaiming, How dare you call our lady by her name? The slap was forceful, causing Shining's veil to fall to the ground, exposing her scarred visage to everyone present. Gasps filled the room as onlookers recoiled at the sight of her disfigurement. She is quite the eyesore. No wonder she hides behind a veil, they murmured. They say one's appearance reflects one's heart. It's no surprise she is so unattractive with such unclean hands. Shining felt the sting of humiliation as she bore the weight of their scornful remarks, her gaze towards Yuwan growing increasingly venomous. Su, have you not already sought revenge against me? Will you not let me be? Yuwan stepped closer, her icy stare fixed upon Shining. Your words are devoid of reason. Today, it was you who stole and damaged garments in my embroidery house. You instigated this trouble. How can you claim I am seeking revenge? Shining was at a loss for words. Ningya. Shinsu hurriedly entered from outside. Seeing Shining being firmly restrained, he furrowed his brow, about to inquire what trouble she had caused this time, when he turned and beheld a long absent face. Shinsu's eyes narrowed in disbelief as he took in Yuwan. After half a year apart, she appeared transformed, her beauty and grace now a stark contrast to the Yuwan he once knew. Clad in exquisite silks, she looked radiant, albeit with a hint of detachment in her eyes. Shinsu found himself entranced, recalling their first meeting over a decade ago, when she had been similarly guarded and indifferent. During her time in the Shun household, her demeanor had softened, but when had that warmth faded back into the coldness he now witnessed? Perhaps it began with her marriage. Oh, are you the esteemed Shin scholar? Your sister has been caught stealing and damaging garments in the embroidery house. Just in time for your arrival. Please settle this matter. Yunong approached, regarding Shinsu coolly. Shinsu snapped back to reality, redirecting his gaze from Yuwan to Shining, asking Yunong, how much? Yunong subtly glanced at Yuwan, noting her apparent disinterest in intervening. She replied, 50 taels of silver. Shining, her arms restrained, fumed. Didn't you just say it was 20 taels? Now it's 50? You're clearly trying to extort me. Yunong chuckled. Oh, my dear lady, you committed such a disgraceful act and refused to acknowledge it, leading us to search you. This not only disrupted our business, but wasted our time. Surely, that warrants compensation? You can't be so unreasonable. 50 taels? Why don't you just rob a bank? Ninger. Shinsu scolded sharply. Do not create further trouble. Understanding her brother's precarious position in the capital, Shining fell silent. Yet, Shinsu lacked the means. Despite his title of scholar, he could not secure even a modest position and had recently diminished his status to seek work in a bookstore, yet had met with refusal. To this day, he had earned not a single coin. He had intended to visit Lord Liang, but upon hearing that a woman claiming to be the Minister of Revenue's daughter had caused a disturbance, he rushed over. Lord Liang was already deeply disappointed in him. If he learned that Shining was causing trouble in his name, the situation would escalate further. Well, esteemed Shin scholar, have you brought the money? Pay up, and you can take your sister home. If not, I will have no choice but to hand her over to the authorities, Yunong pressed, seeing him hesitate. Shinsu bit his lip and turned to Yuwan. Miss Su, might you allow a few days' grace? I assure you, I will deliver the silver. Yuwan merely lifted her teacup, remaining silent. A self-deprecating smile crossed Shinsu's face, given his past actions, How could she possibly show him leniency? At that moment, Liang Yuro, visibly pregnant after 4 months, entered with the assistance of her maid. Chapter 84. Lesson upon encountering Liang Yuru, Shunning timidly lowered her head, unable to meet her gaze. Shinsu was taken aback by Liang Yuru's unexpected arrival and hurried over to assist her. What brings you here? I heard the servants mention that Ning Jierer has caused trouble outside. As her sister-in-law, how could I possibly stay away? Liang Yuru smiled, yet her eyes, when they fell upon Shin Ning, were as sharp as daggers. What a wretched girl, embroiling herself in affairs at Su Yuwan's embroidery house. Under her piercing gaze, Shin Ning involuntarily shivered, rendered mute, unable to utter a word. Yuru, how much do they want to release her? Liang Yuru inquired directly. Shen Su discreetly glanced at Su Yuwan before responding, 50 taels of silver. Pay her, Liang Yuru commanded. Yes, madam. Pei Er promptly retrieved 50 taels of silver and handed it to Yun Yang. With the money in hand, Yun Yang instructed the 2 guards to release Shin Ning. Shin Ning approached Shin Su and Liang Yuru, rubbing her sore arms, and shot a fierce glare at Su Yuwan, exuding a sense of defiance. Unexpectedly, she received a sharp slap from Liang Yuru. Shin Su frowned at the sight, but refrained from speaking. Why did you hit me, sister-in-law? Shen Ning protested, clutching her already stinging face, looking at Liang Yuru with a mixture of grievance and resentment. Liang Yuru's cold stare bore into her. That slap serves as a reminder of today's lesson. Do not let the reputation of the Shun and Liang family suffer again. Tears welled in Shun Ning's eyes, and seeing that her elder brother offered no defense, she could only nod in compliance. I understand, sister-in-law. Liang Yuru then turned to Su Yuwan, donning a conciliatory smile. Miss Su, I apologize for Ning Jier's misdeeds today. I assure you, I will discipline her rigorously to prevent any further embarrassment. With those words from Madame Shun, I am confident she will not dare to err again. Su Yuwan replied with a faint smile. Liang Yuru's lack of protection for Shin Ning earned her some respect from Su Yuwan. Upon hearing the title Madame Shun, a smug smile involuntarily crept across Liang Yuru's lips as she naturally linked her arm with Shin Su's. Shin Su's fingers stiffened slightly, and he cast a sidelong glance at Su Yuwan, only to find her already ascending the stairs. Dear husband, let us go. Liang Yuru abruptly turned, blocking his view. Oh, all right. Shin Su retracted his gaze and escorted her out of the embroidery house. Shin residence upon returning to the Shun residence, Shin Ning, fearing punishment, voluntarily knelt before Liang Yuru to admit her wrongdoing. Sister-in-law, I was in the wrong today. I am sorry. Liang Yuru regarded her with a cold expression. Since you recognize your mistake, you shall kneel in the courtyard for 3 days. Furthermore, you need not clean the front yard anymore. Instead, go scrub the chamber pots. Shin Ning dared not protest. She had already witnessed Liang Yuru's methods and knew that defiance would only lead to harsher punishment. However, old Madame Shun, feeling pity for her daughter, approached Liang Yuru to intercede. Yuru, despite everything, Ning Jierer is still your sister-in-law. To send her to scrub the chamber pots. What would others think of her? I have no objection to punishing her, but could we not spare her from such disgrace? Leisurely sipping her tea, Liang Yuru glanced at old Madame Shun with indifference. If she cannot scrub the chamber pots, then perhaps we should expel her from the household. Yuru, you. Old Madame Shun was taken aback by Liang Yuru's resolute stance, feeling as though she had not been treated as a sister-in-law at all. Even her words held no sway over Liang Yuru. She committed an act of theft, was apprehended, and compensated me with 50 taels of silver. If I were to keep her here, it would tarnish my reputation and implicate the entire Liang family. Liang Yuru lifted her gaze to old Madame Shun. This is the capital, not your countryside. I will not allow scoundrels to thrive under my watch. You, how can you speak of Ninger like this? Old Madame Shun was so enraged she nearly spat blood. She had hoped that after Shun Su married Liang Yuru, their lives would improve. Liang Yuru had claimed she would marry him only after becoming pregnant, and she thought she could easily control her. Yet she had no idea Liang Yuru was so ruthless. Clenching her teeth, old Madame Shun dared not plead for Shin Ning any further. Let her scrub the chamber pots then. It is better than being expelled from the household. After leaving Yulan courtyard, Ning was led by the servants to the back courtyard to scrub the chamber pots, her belongings transferred to the servants' quarters. "Hey, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and start scrubbing." The servants piled the chamber pots in front of her and tossed a foul-smelling brush her way, barking orders. Suppressing the urge to vomit, Ning bent down, picked up the brush, and sat on a stone bench to begin her grim task. Old Madame Shun, witnessing this scene, wept silently, lamenting Liang Yuru's heartlessness. If it weren't for her clandestine warning back then, Liang Yuru might not have become Shinsu's wife. Yet now she showed no regard for old ties and treated her so poorly. Ning had grown numb to her circumstances. During her stay at the Shun residence, Liang Yuru had not been the kind sister-in-law she had imagined. No matter how she tried to please her, Liang Yuru always regarded her with disdain. After scrubbing for a while, Ning could no longer endure the stench and rushed to the side to vomit. "Are you all right, Ningjio?" Old Madame Shun hurriedly fetched a cup of water from the servants' quarters and brought it to her. Ning gulped down the water in one breath, unable to hold back her emotions any longer as she collapsed into old Madame Shun's embrace, weeping bitterly. "Mother, I miss home. I want to go back." Previously, in Yunchi village, she had only faced pointed remarks and gossip. Now, she was subjected to menial labor and public humiliation by Liang Yuru. She could no longer bear it. Old Madame Shun sighed helplessly. "Ningjier, I do not wish to see you suffer. But where's our home now? The old house in Yunchi village has been sold." Ning cried until she was breathless, even beginning to long for her days in Yunchi village. Although life had been harsh then, she had been cherished and pampered by her mother and elder brother, never having endured such torment. Alas, old Madame Shun too felt nostalgia for the past. When Yuwan was part of the Shun family, despite her strong personality, she had always respected her as a mother-in-law and never crossed her. Had Su succeeded in the imperial examinations and remained loyal, perhaps their family would now live harmoniously, and they would not have to endure Liang Yuru's whims. Chapter 85. Learning embroidery. The wedding date for Su Jinhui and Jiang Yuan is set for the 6th day of next month. During her engagement, Jiang Yuan cannot frequently visit the Xiang mansion. However, ever since she learned that her marriage to the eldest son of the Su family was personally arranged by Su Yuwan through the crown prince, Jiang Yuan has longed for an opportunity to express her heartfelt gratitude to Su Yuwan. On this day, as Su Yuwan had just arrived at the Yusho building, Jiang Yuan followed closely behind. "Miss Jiang, Awan." It had been some time since their last meeting, and upon seeing each other, both women wore smiles on their faces. "Come in, just in time to see your wedding gown." Su Yuwan warmly took her hand. "All right." Jiang Yuan did not hesitate, and allowed Su Yuwan to lead her upstairs to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, over a dozen embroiderers were diligently working, with half of them specifically tasked with creating the wedding attire for Su Jinhui and Jiang Yuan. The moment Jiang Yuan laid eyes on the wedding gown, her eyes brimmed with warmth. The day after Su Madam proposed the marriage, she received a letter from Su Jinhui, who expressed his feelings for her within. Overjoyed, she had once thought her affection was unrequited, only to discover that the Su family's eldest son shared her sentiments. Most importantly, had it not been for Su Yuan's mediation, she and Su Jinhui might have severed their fateful connection due to an imperial decree. Reflecting on these thoughts, Jiang Yuan gazed at Su Yuwan with profound gratitude. "Awan, I truly do not know how to thank you for everything you have done for me." Su Yuwan smiled gently in response. "We will soon be family. There is no need for such formalities." She recalled how, upon arriving in the capital, she had faced disdain and ridicule from many noble young ladies due to her previous marriage. Yet, Jiang Yuan had not treated her with such scorn. At the banquet, Jiang Yuan's initiative to toast and converse with her left a lasting impression. Helping her brother and Jiang Yuan was not only about uniting lovers, but also because, after living 2 lifetimes, it was the first time a girl treated her with genuine kindness. Jiang Yuan clasped her hand, her eyes sparkling with joy. "From now on, we are family. I will cherish you just as my brother does." At the Wuhan Marquis mansion, after Dr. Lin finished changing the dressing for Xiao Linya, Madame Xiao arrived at the Yinhua pavilion. "How is it? Has Year felt any better today?" Madame Xiao instructed the maid to bring over the prepared medicine. Leaning against the soft couch, Xiao Linya smiled at his mother. Mother need not worry. With Dr. Lin attending to me, my wounds are gradually healing. As he spoke, he tucked the fragrant sachet he had been holding into his bosom. Madame Xiao caught sight of this and could not help but smile. It seems Dr. Lin's medicine is indeed effective. My son's complexion looks much improved today. Xiao Linya, please drink your medicine. Madame Xiao placed the bowl of medicine before him. Upon smelling the bitter concoction, he recoiled. Mother, let it be for now. I will drink it later. Madame Xiao was not convinced, insisting on watching him drink it. Oh, I know your little tricks. The moment I leave, you will surely pour it out. Her son, who had never flinched in battle, was inexplicably afraid of drinking medicine. From childhood, every time he fell ill and had to take medicine, it felt like a matter of life and death. Xiao Linya's eyes twinkled with mischief. Mother, I assure you I will drink it. Madame Xiao raised an eyebrow. Very well. You may drink it later. I must go greet our guests. Guests? Yes, today I have invited the young lady from the Su family to visit. She must have already arrived. Upon hearing this, Xiao Linya's eyes flickered, and he promptly downed the medicine in one gulp. Seeing this, Madame Xiao chuckled. It appears this method is quite effective. Xiao Linya was taken aback, realizing, Mother, have you also learned to use tricks? Would you have drunk it otherwise? Noticing the hint of disappointment in his eyes, Madame Xiao shook her head in amusement. Upon exiting the Inuit pavilion, she instructed Granny Chin. Please send a message to Miss Su, inviting her to come and teach me embroidery. Granny Chin immediately understood her intent. Yes, madam, I shall go at once. When Su Yuwan heard this, disbelief washed over her face. You mean, Madame Xiao wishes to learn embroidery? One of the Xiao family's maidservants nodded. Yes, Miss Su. Su Yuwan furrowed her brow slightly. During her last visit to the Xiao residence, Madame Xiao had claimed she had no interest in embroidery. Why the sudden change of heart? Chumian asked, Miss, shall we go? Su Yuwan closed the invitation and nodded. Since Madame Xiao has personally sent an invitation, how can we not go? I shall prepare the carriage, Chumian said before leaving the Songshu pavilion. After changing into a new outfit, Su Yuwan made her way to the Yuwan marquee mansion. Misu, I hope my sudden invitation has not startled you. Madame Xiao greeted her at the door with a beaming smile. Su Yuwan returned the smile. Not at all. Last time, Madame Xiao gifted me so many fine fabrics, and I was just lamenting my inability to express my gratitude. Now that I hear you wish to learn embroidery, I finally have a chance to repay your kindness. Excellent. Come in quickly. Madame Xiao warmly took her hand, leading her towards the Yuan water pavilion while chatting amiably. Upon entering the pavilion, Su Yuwan recalled a particular moment, her ears slightly reddening, but the warmth was soon whisked away by a passing breeze. The table was laden with a variety of fruits and pastries. Madame Xiao pulled her to sit at the table, smiling. Miss Su, I did not know your preferences, so I prepared an assortment of pastries. Please have a taste. Madame Xiao is too kind, Su Yuwan replied as she sampled a not overly sweet lotus pastry. Madame Xiao noted her preference for less sweet treats. Now, shall we begin? I thought you wanted to learn embroidery? Oh, right, Granny Chin. Quickly fetch some fabric and needles. Yes, madam. While Su Yuwan wore a gentle smile, she secretly pondered whether Madame Xiao truly wished to learn embroidery. Soon, Granny Chin returned with ample fabric and needles. Considering that Madame Xiao was a beginner, Su Yuwan decided to start her lessons by teaching her how to thread a needle. Confidently, Madame Xiao held the needle in her left hand and the thread in her right. Yet after a considerable time, she struggled to thread it. Granny Chin, seeing her difficulty, offered to assist, but was turned down by Madame Xiao. I refuse to believe that I can wield swords and spears, but cannot manage a simple needle. After a prolonged struggle, Madame Xiao finally succeeded in threading the silk line through the needle's eye, her brow glistening with sweat from the effort. Chapter 86. A perfect misunderstanding. Su Yuwan patiently taught, despite Lady Zhao's lack of talent in embroidery, which made the learning process laborious for her. Nonetheless, she persevered, a determination that Su Yuwan greatly admired. In Inuit Pavilion, upon hearing that Su Yuwan had indeed come to the residence, Xiao Linya sprang up from the soft couch, first checking himself in the bronze mirror, then hastily selecting garments from the wardrobe. Ague followed closely behind, his concern palpable. Young lord, Dr. Lin advised you to refrain from excessive movement to avoid straining your wound. Xiao Linya rummaged through the wardrobe, but after a considerable time, he could not find a satisfying outfit. Ague sighed. Young lord, these garments were made not long ago, and you have only worn them once. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Linya chose the blue satin robe he had worn once. Once Ague helped him change, he inquired about which crown he wished to wear. Use the one made of white jade. After everything was in order, Xiao Linya instructed Ague to fetch the golden melon tribute tea that the emperor had bestowed upon him and brew a pot. Yes, young lord. Ague complied immediately, not daring to delay. Xiao Linya then stood before the mirror, adjusting his appearance until he was satisfied before stepping outside. In the water pavilion, Lady Xiao was still dedicated to her studies, but embroidery was ultimately not suited for her. Within less than half an hour, her hands had swollen significantly. Lady Xiao, perhaps you should take a break, Su Yuwan suggested, noticing her struggle. Lady Xiao wiped her sweat with a handkerchief and sighed. I am indeed a bit fatigued. I never anticipated there was so much intricacy in embroidery. It is far more challenging than wielding a spear. Su Yuwan smiled. Embroidery is a delicate art that requires a calm mind and patience to grasp. You have already made great progress. With more practice, you will improve. Upon hearing this, Lady Xiao felt a pang of regret. Had she known, she would have chosen a different excuse to invite Su Yuwan to the residence. She had thought embroidery was simple, yet proved to be more exhausting than battling on the field. Nevertheless, for the sake of her son's future, she would endure the fatigue. Beyond embroidery, she could find no suitable reason to have Su Yuwan visit. Mother. At that moment, Xiao Linya entered the water pavilion. His gaze lingered on Su Yuwan's face for a moment before shifting to Lady Xiao. I heard you invited Miss Su to teach you embroidery today. Lady Xiao regarded him with a look that seemed to say, you know perfectly well. Indeed, the embroidery on those garments Miss Su made for me was exquisite, so I shamelessly invited her to teach me. She added, you must give me some credit, for my fingers are sore from this endeavor. Xiao Linya, upon sitting down, noticed Lady Xiao's fingers, wrapped like dumplings, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He then turned to Su Yuwan. Miss Su, you have really worked hard. Saying this, he signaled to Gue, who promptly served the freshly brewed tea. Su Yuwan took a delicate sip and praised, what fragrant tea. If you like it, I have plenty more. You can take some home to enjoy later. Before Su Yuwan could refuse, Xiao Linya ordered a Gue to fetch it. Reluctantly, Su Yuwan responded, then I shall thank you, young lord. Noticing the tension between the two, Lady Xiao excused herself to the restroom, taking all the servants with her. Suddenly, only Su Yuwan and Xiao Linya remained in the pavilion, and the atmosphere grew tense. Nervously clutching her handkerchief, Su Yuwan heard Xiao Linya inquire, I have heard that the emperor has annulled the engagement between His Highness the Crown Prince and Miss Jiang? Yes, Su Yuwan nodded. My brother is set to marry Miss Jiang on the 6th of next month. Should you be recovered by then, I hope you will join us to celebrate. Certainly, Xiao Linya replied, his gaze inadvertently drifting to her slender waist. The memory of her softness when she fainted in his arms stirred a tumult within him. After finishing her tea, Su Yuwan noticed Lady Xiao had not returned. Not wishing to remain alone with Xiao Linya any longer, she stood and said, Young lord, it is getting late, and I must take my leave. Please convey my regards to Lady Xiao. I shall escort you, Xiao Linya insisted, rising as well. No need, Su Yuwan replied. Xiao Linya's expression turned serious. The city has been unstable lately. I have heard rumors of enemy spies infiltrating the imperial city. It is wise to be cautious. Hearing this, Su Yuwan refrained from further refusal. She too wished to avoid any incidents like the last. Upon exiting the residence of the Marquis of Yuwan, Xiao Linya climbed into Su Yuwan's carriage, which was driven by Chunyin, who proceeded at a steady pace. Inside the carriage, Su Yuwan sat stiffly, feeling awkward as Xiao Linya's gaze remained fixed on her face. She leaned against the carriage wall and closed her eyes. Noticing her discomfort, Xiao Linya's lips curved into a slight smile as he unabashedly continued to study her features. Suddenly, the carriage came to a sudden halt, jolting Su Yuwan forward, nearly colliding with the edge of the carriage. Xiao Linya, quick to react, reached out to steady her. However, the momentum was too strong, and she ended up pressed against him, her lips inadvertently brushing against his cheek. In that instant, the temperature within the carriage soared. Su Yuan quickly sat back, her face ablaze. Xiao Linya, too, felt warmth creeping up his neck, his long fingers retreating into his sleeve as he struggled to contain the rising heat within him. To ease the tension, Su Yuan lifted the carriage curtain and asked Chunmian, "What just happened?" Chunmian replied, "Miss, a cat suddenly darted across the road." Frowning, Su Yuan lowered the curtain again. Turning back, she found Xiao Linya still watching her. She felt compelled to explain, "I lost my balance earlier, so thank you, young lord." "Miss Su," Xiao Linya began, "I was uncertain if the characters you stitched in the sachet were born from thoughts of me until today, when I finally understood. What did you come to understand?" "Miss, we have arrived." Before Su Yuan could finish her explanation, the carriage halted before the residence of the Prime Minister. Xiao Linya stepped out first and extended a hand to his sister, but recalling their earlier misunderstanding, she hesitated and exited from the opposite side, hastily entering the Prime Minister's residence without looking back. "Miss, wait for me," Chunmian called, rushing to catch up. Watching her hurried retreat, Xiao Linya could not help but smile. Chapter 87. Impudent Witch Woman. "Young lord, it has been a while since everyone entered. Perhaps we should return." Ague's voice interrupted his reverie, drawing Xiao Linya's gaze away from the gates of the Xiang residence. "Let's go." As he turned, Ague noticed faint traces of blood seeping from his shoulder, causing her face to pale. "Young lord, your wound is bleeding again." Xiao Linya glanced down, realizing it stemmed from earlier in the carriage. He reached up to touch the spot on his face still tinged with her fragrant lip balm. Smiling softly as he replied, "It is nothing to worry about." Ague muttered under her breath, "What do you mean it's nothing? This is the second time your injury has been affected by that woman. Dr. Lin repeatedly warned you to avoid any strain on it. Yet you impudent. Which woman?" Xiao Linya's cold gaze turned towards Ague, making her shudder involuntarily. She quickly slapped herself. "Forgive me, young lord, I spoke out of turn." Songshua Pavilion. Upon returning to her courtyard, Su Yuan instructed Ziyuan to prepare hot water for a bath. Bai Lu poured her a cup of tea, then retreated to the door to quietly ask Chunmian, "What happened to the young lady? Why is her face so flushed?" Chunmian shook her head. "I do not know either." "Miss, the bathing water is ready," Ziyuan announced as she entered. Su Yuan nodded, placing her teacup down as she headed to the bathhouse. Submerged in the tub, memories of the carriage ride from earlier flooded her mind, leaving her thoughts in disarray. "Miss, should I come in to attend to you?" Ziyuan's voice called from outside. "No need." Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan immersed herself fully in the water, the sudden rush of suffocation jolting her back to clarity. After bathing, she changed into a fresh outfit and reclined on a soft couch, idly picking up a book to read. "Yuan." Su Jinwei entered with a small box in hand. "Eldest brother." Su Yuan sat up, looking at him with curiosity. "What do you have there?" "I heard from a maid in your courtyard that you have been sleeping poorly recently. Coincidentally, I know a spice merchant whose shop sells calming incense that is quite effective for sleep. I brought some for you to try." "Thank you for your concern, eldest brother. I have indeed been restless these past few days," Su Yuan smiled, allowing Chunmian to take the items. Su Jinwei observed her closely. "Yuan, is something troubling you?" Su Yuan shook her head. "No, eldest brother, do not overthink it. Perhaps it is merely the heat that is disrupting my sleep." "Very well, rest for now. I have some matters to attend to. Do remember to light the calming incense." "Understood, eldest brother." After Su Jinwei departed, Su Yuan instructed Chunmian to light the incense. Just as her brother had said, the fragrance was incredibly soothing, and its calming effects were notably profound. It wasn't long before drowsiness enveloped her. After a restful night, Su Yuan awoke feeling considerably refreshed. She had just finished breakfast when someone from the Duke of Yuwan's residence arrived again. Committed to teaching Lady Xiao embroidery, Su Yuan could not decline. After a quick grooming, she set out with Chunmian. This time, Lady Xiao personally arranged for a carriage to pick her up. As she settled in, the movement of the carriage prompted her to reflect on the previous day's events. She lightly tapped her head, drawing back the window curtain to gaze the bustling marketplace outside, attempting to dispel her unwarranted thoughts with the wind. Not far away, At the entrance of bookshop, Shun Su descended the steps, clutching a copied manuscript, his expression one of disappointment. Bah, having taken the role of a son-in-law, why seek employment? Let the woman provide for you, someone mocked. Indeed, with a ready meal, why bother to embarrass oneself? Echoed another voice. Inside, the shopkeeper and attendants ridiculed him. In this realm, where scholars congregated, those like Shin Su, who relied on women to climb the social ladder, were looked down upon. Though many among them were talented scholars, they lacked the favorable family background or advantageous marriages that would afford them the chance to participate in the palace examination. Hence, Shen Su was not welcomed in their midst. Hearing the jeers behind him, Shen Su tightened his grip on the manuscript, his knuckles turning pale. He trudged forward, nearly colliding with a carriage approaching from the front. Hastily, he bowed and stepped aside. In that fleeting moment, as the carriage brushed past, he caught a glimpse of Su Yuan's profile within. His steps faltered, and he found himself turning back uncontrollably. The carriage had already distanced itself, yet he remained transfixed, watching its retreating form for what felt like an eternity. That carriage appeared to belong to the Duke of Wuan's residence. Su Yuan, how could she be riding in the Duke of Wuan's carriage? Hey, move aside. You're blocking my way. A grimy hand shoved Shinsu aside, and a disheveled little beggar shot him a glance, dropping a chipped pottery bowl onto the ground before lying down. Furrowing his brows, Shinsu brushed off the spot the beggar had touched and continued on his way. However, as he turned a corner, he inadvertently overheard a conversation emanating from a dilapidated building. Though not one to eavesdrop, he paused when he heard the words Emperor Ming Sheng. The autumn hunt at the end of the month presents a perfect opportunity for assassination. This time, I cannot afford to fail. Upon arriving at the Duke of Wuan's residence, Su Yuan found Lady Xiao awaiting her at the entrance. Yuan, you have finally arrived. Through their time together, Lady Xiao had grown fond of Su Yuan, feeling comfortable enough to call her by her name. Su Yuan respectfully greeted her, Lady Xiao. Come in, come in. Lady Xiao ushered her into her courtyard. Duke Xiao Mingyuan happened to emerge from his chamber, casting a puzzled glance at the unfamiliar face beside Lady Xiao. Greetings, Duke. Su Yuan offered a respectful nod, maintaining her composure. Lady Xiao hastily explained, My lord, this is Miss Su from the Xiang residence. Ah, the daughter of the Su family. Duke Xiao's stern demeanor softened slightly with a hint of a smile. My lord, are you headed to the palace? Lady Xiao noticed him dressed in official robes. Duke Xiao nodded. The emperor has summoned me to discuss certain matters. Very well, then you may go. After the duke departed, Lady Xiao led Su Yuan into her quarters. As before, Lady Xiao had arranged an array of Su Yuan's favorite treats on the table. Hibiscus pastries, golden melon tribute tea, and various chilled fruits. Yuan, come sit. It is hot. Have some chilled fruits to cool down. Lady Xiao personally offered her a slice of chilled watermelon. Thank you, Lady Xiao. Su Yuan graciously accepted. Through their interactions, she had discovered that despite Lady Xiao's seemingly stern facade, she was quite approachable and amiable, which eased Su Yuan's initial reservations. Chapter 88. Cousin Ning Yuxian, due to a recent reopening of his wound, which had started to bleed again, Dr. Lin, anxious that Xiao Linya would disregard his advice and venture out, chose to remain in the room after applying the medicine today. Xiao Linya reclined on the soft couch, observing Dr. Lin's wide-eyed concern, and could not help but feel troubled. Dr. Lin, the medication has been applied. If you have other matters to attend to, you need not stay here with me, he suggested. My primary concern is to monitor you and prevent any further complications with your injury, Dr. Lin replied earnestly. I am merely a martial man. Injuries are commonplace for me. There is no need for such alarm, especially as my condition is showing signs of improvement. Xiao Linya reassured him. Dr. Lin huffed, but showed no inclination to leave. This is the prince's command. You must focus on your recovery. Xiao Linya could only sigh in resignation, throwing a glance at Ague, who promptly lowered his head, adopting an expression that conveyed helplessness. At that moment, a sweet voice called from outside, Brother Yi. The door swung open, revealing a young girl clad in a soft, pale yellow dress, gliding gracefully into the room. She appeared to be around 16 or 17, with a slightly round face, willow-like brows, almond-shaped eyes, and a fair complexion that was strikingly beautiful. Upon seeing her, Xiao Linya furrowed his brow. Ning Shuang, what brings you here? I came to visit you, brother Yi. I heard you were injured. How have you been faring? She replied, her concern evident. The girl was Fong Ning Shuang, the legitimate daughter of the Pingyang Marquis. Her mother, the Lady of Pingyang, was the biological sister of the Marquis of Yuwan, Xiao Ming Yuwan. Fong Ning Shuang was therefore Xiao Linya's cousin. Dr. Lin, taking note of her arrival, stood up and clasped his hands respectfully. Miss Fong, the young lordess' injury. Oh, doctor, Lin has already informed me that his injury is quite serious and requires him to rest without getting up. If you have no other business, you should return home early. Xiao Linya interjected. Fong Ning Shuang's face fell in worry. What? Brother Yi, how could your injury be so severe that you still cannot get out of bed? How long has it been? She turned to Dr. Lin. How is it that a physician of your caliber has not yet healed my brother? Dr. Lin wiped his brow, bowing slightly. Miss Fong, the delay in recovery is due to. Enough of your excuses. Doctors always have a plethora of reasons. You may leave now. I wish to speak with Brother Yi, she insisted. Dr. Lin hesitated, but eventually left the room. Fong Ning Shuang turned to Xiao Linya, ready to converse. But he quickly stood to adjust his sleeves before heading towards the door. Where are you going, Brother Yi? She asked, hastily following him. In the Bihui Hall, Su Yuwan was explaining acupuncture techniques and precautions to Madame Xiao when they heard footsteps approaching. They looked up to see Xiao Linya striding in confidently, with Fong Ning Shuang following closely behind. Upon entering, Fong Ning Shuang greeted Madame Xiao with a cheerful ante, and then noticed Su Yuwan standing beside her. She paused momentarily before smiling and inquiring, Oh, we have a guest. May I ask how to address you? Before Su Yuwan could respond, Madame Xiao interjected. This is Miss Su from the Xiang residence. She then turned to Su Yuwan. This is Miss Fong from the Pingyang Marquis family, and also Yi's cousin. Greetings. Miss Fong, Su Yuwan said, offering a slight bow. Fong Ning Shuang stared at her for a moment, then returned the gesture. Hello, Miss Su. Madame Xiao appeared surprised that Fong Ning Shuang had come with Xiao Linya. Fong Shuang, what brings you here today? Have you escaped from your parents' watch? It seems I cannot hide anything from you, Annie. I heard Brother Yi was injured and thought I would come to see him, Fong Ning Shuang replied. Her cheeks flushed with shyness. Wishing to redirect the conversation, Madame Xiao suggested, It's almost mealtime. Why not stay and dine with us? Of course. Fong Ning Shuang beamed, affectionately taking Madame Xiao's arm. I have missed the Lu Hua chicken from your kitchen. Very well, we just happen to have that dish today, so feel free to indulge. Madame Xiao replied with a smile. Before leaving, Madame Xiao exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Linya and then led Fong Ning Shuang to the dining hall. Xiao Linya turned to Su Yuwan, who stood quietly, her expression composed. She is the daughter of my aunt. She has often come to play here since childhood. Please, do not misunderstand. Su Yuwan smiled gently. Young lord, you jest. I harbor no such misunderstandings. Yet, Xiao Linya sensed a slight distance in Su Yuwan's demeanor today. Su. Young lord, Miss Su, the madam has requested that you both join her in the dining hall, announced Granny Qian, returning to beckon them. Thank you, Granny. Su Yuwan replied as she exited with Granny Qian. Xiao Linya remained lost in thought for a moment before following them. In the dining hall, Madame Xiao had instructed the kitchen to prepare dishes according to Su Yuwan's preferences, resulting in a table filled with her favorite foods. Once Su Yuwan entered, Madame Xiao kindly invited her to sit beside her. Seeing Xiao Linya enter, Fong Ning Shuang moved closer to him. What is this? Brother Yi, have you changed your taste? Xiao Linya subtly shifted away, creating space between them. Fong Shuang, Yi is still recovering from his injury and may not be able to attend to you properly. You should sit beside your aunt, Madame Xiao suggested with a gentle smile. It's quite all right, Annie. I can take care of Brother Yi, Fong Ning Shuang insisted. Noticing Madame Zhao's displeasure in Xiao Linya's furrowed brow, she quickly added, Well, it's been a while since I last saw you, Annie. I have many things to discuss. Here, Yuwan, this is the steamed mandarin fish, Madame Xiao said, serving the best piece to Su Yuwan. Surprised, Su Yuwan replied, Thank you, Madame Xiao. Fong Ning Shuang, observing this exchange, teased, Annie, you are quite partial today? You used to save the best piece for me. At these words, Su Yuwan paused, glancing at Xiao Linya, who felt a pang of discomfort at her look. He turned to Fong Ning Shuang, his tone slightly irritable with so many dishes on the table. Is it not enough for you? Fong Ning Shuang, noticing Su Yuan's downcast eyelashes, playfully remarked, Brother Yi, you used to dote on me the most. Her words plunged the atmosphere into silence. Madame Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Fong Ning Shuang. Fong Shuang, don't you prefer Luhua chicken? Cool me. Let me serve you some. Thank you, Annie, Fong Ning Shuang replied, her gaze darting between Su Yuan and Xiao Linya. After the meal, Madame Xiao pulled Su Yuan back to the courtyard. Xiao Linya intercepted Fong Ning Shuang at the dining hall entrance, fixing a cold stare upon her. Fong Ning Shuang, I have always regarded you as a sister. Do not keep bringing up childhood matters that may lead to misunderstandings. Fong Ning Shuang gazed at him for a moment before bursting into laughter. Xiao Linya, spare me your pretense. I merely noticed that Miss Su seems to harbor feelings for you, but is too shy to express them, so I thought I would lend a hand. At her words, the somber expression that had clouded Xiao Linya's face lifted, and a smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. You believe she has feelings for me? He inquired, intrigued. Fong Ning Shuang crossed her arms and nodded emphatically. Absolutely. Upon hearing this, the gloom that had previously shrouded his visage dissipated, and he could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. Observing your demeanor, it seems you have harbored feelings for that young lady for quite some time. How about it? Do you require my assistance? Fong Ning Shuang could not help but chuckle. No need for that. Furthermore, I advise you to refrain from saying or doing things that may lead her to misunderstand your intentions. Chapter 89. Autumn Hunt. After spending more than an hour in the Bai Hui Hall with Madame Xiao, Su Yuan prepared to take her leave. Madame Xiao intended to invite her to stay for dinner, but upon noticing that Su Yuan seemed somewhat fatigued after a long day of company, she refrained from insisting and instead asked Xiao Linya to personally escort her home. Su Yuan declined the offer, but Xiao Linya insisted, saying, Since my mother has invited Miss Su, it is only natural that we ensure her safe return. As they exited Madame Zhao's courtyard, Su Yuan remained silent. Upon reaching the estate and Appo's entrance, they encountered Fong Ning Shuang, who was just about to depart in her carriage. Spotting the two, she smiled and waved at Su Yuan, saying, Miss Su, it was a pleasure to meet you today. Let us play together again next time. Su Yuan responded with a gentle smile, of course. After Fong Ning Shuang's carriage had driven away, a Gue led the carriage from the marquee of Wuan's residence, with Chun Mian assisting Su Yuan as she boarded. Xiao Linya followed suit, lifting his robe as he climbed in. Inside the carriage, Su Yuan sat calmly, responding only mildly to Xiao Linya's occasional attempts at conversation. After a pause, he cautiously asked, Are you upset? Su Yuan slightly raised her gaze, questioning, What do you ask, young Marquis? Frowning, Xiao Linya replied, Please do not take to heart what Fong Ning Shuang said today. Our relationship is merely that of cousins. Dear young Marquis, you worry too much. I did not think much of it. Miss Fong is quite endearing, Su Yuan said with a faint smile, her tone devoid of any strong emotion. Yet, Xiao Linya felt an unmistakable distance emanating from her today. He pondered for a moment, ready to speak, but the carriage had already come to a stop. Miss, we have arrived at the residence, a Gue announced. Su Yuan lifted the curtain and stepped down from the carriage. Xiao Linya pulled back the window curtain, watching until she entered the estate before instructing a Gue to turn the carriage around and head back. That evening, during dinner, Su Sheng addressed Su Yuan and Su Jinhui, stating, in a few days it will be the annual autumn hunt. The emperor has ordered the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Rights to organize the event. This year, ministers and their families are invited to participate, so you both should prepare in advance. Su Yuan turned to her mother, asking, Mother, will you not attend? Su Jinhui explained, Mother prefers quietude and does not partake in such noisy events. Madame Su nodded, affirming, What Jinhui said is correct. I shall not attend. You two may go and enjoy yourselves with your father. If Mother is not going, then perhaps Awan should stay home to accompany you, Su Yuan suggested, though she herself was not particularly eager to participate, having heard that the hunting grounds could be quite bloody. However, Madame Su insisted, You are still young and should venture out more. There is no need to stay home to keep me company. Su Sheng added, Your mother is right. Awan, since you are new to the capital, Participating in such events will allow you to meet more friends. After much persuasion from her parents, Yuwan ultimately acquiesced. Days later, the royal hunt commenced. Early in the morning, the invited ministers and their families set out in carriages towards the royal hunting grounds, located southwest of the capital. Sprawling over several hills and surrounded by mountains, with vast flatlands and lush woodlands teeming with wildlife. Every year at this time, Emperor Mingsheng would host a hunting event. Thus, the preparations had begun over half a month ago. The event attracted thousands, from the emperor and empress to princes, ministers, and their families, as well as guards and palace attendants, creating a grand spectacle. Yuwan was awakened early by her maid to wash and dress, and once in the carriage, she closed her eyes to catch up on sleep. She awoke just as the carriage came to a halt. Chun Mian assisted her down. Within the grounds, numerous tents had been erected in designated safe areas for guests to rest and change. Su Sheng needed to accompany Emperor Ming Sheng, so he instructed Su Jinwei to keep an eye on Yuwan. After disembarking, Su Jinwei led her into the venue to select a tent. Once they had chosen, he advised her to rest, mentioning that the hunt would commence in about half an hour, and told her to find him if she needed anything before returning to his tent. Having relied on the carriage for rest, Yuwan's neck ached. Chun Mian, anticipating this, came to knead her shoulders after tidying up their belongings. Observing her, Chun Mian asked, "Miss, why do you appear so disinterested?" Before entering, she noticed other young ladies beaming with excitement, dressed elaborately as if for a beauty pageant. In contrast, her own mistress maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of any signs of enthusiasm. Yuwan sighed lightly, fanning herself with a nearby fan. "It is simply too warm, and frankly, I prefer managing my shop in the city to participating in such large-scale events." After her rebirth, her sole passion had become counting money. It seemed that earning would provide her with a sense of security. Chun Mian sometimes found this puzzling, despite the wealth of the Prime Minister's residence. Yuwan returned home with ample provisions and a monthly allowance. So why the need for strenuous efforts running a shop? Yuwan earnestly explained, as women, while having a family to rely on is fortunate, we must not become overly dependent. Having a skill and the ability to earn our own keep is our greatest strength. Chun Mian nodded in partial understanding. At that moment, a Guwei's voice called from outside the tent. "Miss Su, my master has sent something for you." Yuwan gestured for Chun Mian to pause, lifting the curtain to allow a Guwei inside. "What is this? I have never seen such an item," Chun Mian remarked, intrigued by the unusual object a Guwei carried. A Guwei smiled. "This is called a wind wheel. It is cooler than a regular hand fan when spun. My master worried that Miss Su might feel stifled in the tent, so he asked me to bring it to you." "Wow," Chun Mian exclaimed, having never seen such a marvelous contraption. "This must be quite expensive, right?" A Guwei scratched his head and chuckled. "This was crafted by the world's greatest artisan. There are only 3 in existence. One for the emperor, one for the empress, and the other was gifted to the young marquis. This one is it. With only the emperor, empress, and young marquis possessing such a treasure, Chun Mian couldn't help but glance at her mistress, thinking how generous the young marquis was to send something so considerate to alleviate her discomfort. Yuwan pressed her lips together, but replied, "Since this is a gift from the emperor, I cannot accept it without cause. Please return it." A Guwei appeared troubled at her refusal, insisting, "Miss, please accept it. Otherwise, my master will surely punish me." Chapter 90. The hunting competition. Upon seeing A Guwei's pitiable demeanor, Yuwan couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and sympathy, prompting her to allow Chun Mian to accept the offering. "A Guwei, please convey my gratitude to your young lord upon your return." With that, A Guwei left with a cheerful grin. Chun Mian placed the items on a makeshift table and turned the handle, causing the metal blades of the fan to rotate slowly, stirring the air and creating a refreshing breeze. "Ah, this is truly delightful," Chun Mian remarked, standing still as the cool wind enveloped her. Yuwan set down her hand fan, savoring the coolness brought by the rotating wheel, as the earlier oppressive heat dissipated in an instant. After half an hour, the hunting event officially commenced. Everyone exited their tents and made their way towards the platform constructed in the southwest. The platform was neatly arranged with tables and chairs. And once the emperor and empress took their seats on the high dais, all present performed the customary kneeling salute before taking their places. Dressed in a regal yellow robe, Emperor Ming Sheng exuded an air of authority. After surveying the crowd, his gaze settled on the left side, where Xiao Linya was seated. With a tone laced with concern, he inquired, "Young Lord Xiao, are you feeling better?" Xiao Linya rose and cupped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Thanks to Imperial Physician Lin's skilled treatment, I am now quite well." At this, a smile flickered across Emperor Ming Sheng's face. Even in the early stages of recovery, one must take good care of oneself. "Wu, please serve this tonic to young Lord Xiao." "Yes, Your Majesty," replied Eunuch Wu, bowing respectfully. Xiao Linya stood tall, once again expressing his thanks for the emperor's generosity. After taking his seat, several ministers cast envious glances in his direction, for the emperor rarely bestowed food upon his subjects, indicating his high regard for Xiao Linya. Such a distinguished and talented man, if not for the rumors of his unconventional preferences, would have undoubtedly attracted the interest of many noble families wishing to marry off their daughters to him. Likewise, the noble maidens present felt a deep sense of regret. Among the two most handsome young men in the capital, one was already betrothed, while the other had no interest in women, leaving them without even a glimmer of hope. Xiao Linya took a sip of tea and turned his gaze towards Su Yuwan, who was seated in the distance. Today, she wore a light coral-colored gauze dress, adorned simply with 2 camellia hairpins. Her understated elegance stood out refreshingly against the sweltering summer heat. While there were many beautiful, noble women present, Xiao Linya's attention remained solely fixed upon her. Simultaneously, he sensed another gaze directed towards Su Yuwan. Following the gaze, he noticed that the scholar Shun's eyes were intently locked onto her. Xiao Linya's eyes narrowed slightly. Shun Su, had he not already fulfilled his wish by marrying the daughter of the Minister of Personnel? What could this mean? A horn sounded, and Eunuch Wu announced the rules of this year's hunting competition along with the ultimate prize. This year's reward was a blood jade bracelet, and as per tradition, the participant who captured the most game would claim it. After finishing his proclamation, Eunuch Wu held up the blood jade bracelet for all to see. Indeed, this is blood jade. The prize this year is truly substantial. It was rumored that this blood jade bracelet was a tribute from Persia, crafted from a millennium-old phoenix bloodstone, exceedingly rare. It was surprising that the emperor would part with such a treasure as the grand prize, with such a precious first prize. It was certain that this year's hunting competition would be fiercely contested. As the crowd admired the blood jade, Su Yuwan, filled with curiosity, cast her gaze towards the bracelet. The piece was half white jade and half blood jade, its quality exceptional and unmistakably rare. She pondered the earlier claims that this blood jade bracelet was a millennium-old phoenix bloodstone, something of immense value. Why did Emperor Ming Sheng choose to display it rather than keep it for himself? Noticing her lingering gaze on the bracelet, Xiao Linya's interest was piqued, prompting him to rise and move towards the center of the field. Alongside him were several young men from noble families, approximately 20 to 30 in total. Murong Xian and several other princes were also among them. Upon seeing Xiao Linya, Murong Xian expressed concern. "Your injury is still fresh. Are you sure you can participate?" Xiao Linya smiled reassuringly. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I am feeling much better." Yet, it was prudent to proceed with caution to avoid aggravating his old injury. "I understand," replied Xiao Linya respectfully. Su Jinhuai, who had previously shown little interest in the competition, noticed his younger sister's fascination with the blood jade bracelet and decided to participate, hoping to win the contest and bring her a token of victory. Aside from his scholarly pursuits, Su Jinhuai also enjoyed horseback riding and archery, a fact Su Yuan had only recently discovered. Before he took to the field, she reminded him to prioritize his safety. Among the participants were several familiar faces, including the Crown Prince Murong Xian and Jiang Yan's elder brother Jiang Fan, although Jiang Yan was absent this time. Additionally, there was Xiao Linya. Su Yuan's brow furrowed slightly as she instinctively glanced towards a shoulder. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Linya was also looking in her direction, causing her expression to tighten as she quickly averted her gaze. After counting the participants, Eunuch Wu cleared his throat and announced, A total of 30 participants will compete, divided into 6 groups of 5. The competition will consist of 3 rounds, each lasting the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The participant with the most game in each group will advance to the next round. After 3 rounds, the one with the highest total will be declared the winner. Once the rules were understood, the participants selected their horses and donned their quivers, preparing for the hunt. As the palace attendants sounded the horn, Eunuch Wu called out, "The competition officially begins." With that, the competitors spurred their horses forward, swiftly disappearing into the woods. Yuwan raised her teacup, sipping the warm liquid to calm her nerves. Yet, she felt an unsettling sensation, as if a pair of eyes were watching her from behind. Turning her head, she caught a glimpse of a familiar silhouette emerging from the crowd. This figure seemed reminiscent of someone from her past. Chapter 91. Ambush at the hunting grounds. The figure that had just stepped out of the crowd was Shen Su. He had surprisingly come to the hunting grounds as well. However, considering that the emperor had neither conferred any official title upon him nor restricted his attendance at events, his presence was not entirely unexpected. Retracting her gaze, Su Yuan's eyes fell upon the arena. The horn sounded once more, signaling the conclusion of the second round. In this round, Lord Xiao, the young marquis, and the 6th prince emerged victorious. Although there were cheers in the arena, they were not as fervent as those following the first match, primarily because His Highness the Crown Prince had been bested by these two. While it was one thing for Lord Xiao to triumph, it was quite another for the 6th prince to do so. Out of deference to the Crown Prince, spectators could only silently cheer for the victors in their hearts. The 6th prince, despite having achieved numerous military accomplishments, was not favored by the emperor due to the lowly origins of his birth mother. It was rumored that his mother had once been a close servant to the empress. During a banquet, the emperor, inebriated, was commanded by the empress to be escorted back to the palace by this maid. To everyone's surprise, she seized the opportunity to ascend to the dragon bed and subsequently conceive the 6th prince. Upon learning of this, the emperor was furious and sought to execute the maid. But the empress dowager intervened, sparing her life due to the unborn child she carried. After giving birth to the 6th prince, the maid was confined to the cold palace for life, and this incident became a taboo topic within the palace, with no one daring to mention it. From a young age, the 6th prince had displayed a solitary and aloof disposition, making him the most inconspicuous among the princes. Yet, he had managed to defeat the crown prince in the arena, which surely must have unsettled the crown prince. Soon, the 3rd round commenced, leaving only the 6th prince and Lord Xiao on the field. As the horn sounded, the two spurred their horses into the woods. Both had seen battle, and their skills were evenly matched in this contest. Murongqi, the 6th prince, cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Linya, his voice cold and commanding. "Lord Xiao, this arena is akin to the battlefield. Swords are blind. If you wish to withdraw, now is the time." Xiao Linya wore a roguish smile, yet his voice was as chilling as a frozen lake. Since the 6th prince had likened the arena to a battlefield, how could one entertain the notion of retreating once engaged in combat? With that, he spurred his horse forward. Murongqi watched him depart, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. As their horses thundered through the woods, startled birds took flight. Xiao Linya remained alert, his gaze fixed on a nearby startled deer. Raising his bow, he drew the string taut, aiming ahead. In that instant, an arrow shot forth from his bow, and not far behind him, another arrow whizzed through the air, aimed at him. Xiao Linya furrowed his brow, swiftly dodging the incoming projectile. Turning his horse around, he saw Murongqi glaring at him with a fierce expression. "What is your intention, 6th prince?" Xiao Linya asked, his demeanor stern. Murongqi smirked, "As I have stated, the battlefield is merciless." Xiao Linya raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery in his tone. If the 6th prince sought the blood jade bracelet, he should demonstrate his true prowess rather than resort to underhanded tactics. Was it a lack of confidence in his ability to best me? "I shall obtain what I desire by any means necessary," Murongqi declared, raising his bow once more, aiming it at Xiao Linya. Today, he aimed not only to claim victory, but also to eliminate Xiao Linya, the crown prince's clandestine strategist. Murongxian, by nature timid and of mediocre talent, was favored by the emperor solely due to his esteemed lineage and the backing of the Marquis of Yuwan. Meanwhile, Murongchi, despite his many victories, remained overlooked by his father. Unable to confront Murongchi directly, he resolved to first eliminate his supporter. Observing this, Xiao Linya's hand slowly moved toward the dagger concealed at his waist. Just then, a commotion erupted from the arena. A palace maid shouted, "Assassins! Protect the emperor!" Xiao Linya's brow furrowed, and he swiftly kicked his horse, racing toward the edge of the woods. Murongchi also temporarily abandoned his intention to eliminate Xiao Linya and followed suit. Inside the arena, a group of masked figures clad in black surged forth, brandishing knives as they charged toward the elevated platform where Emperor Mingxing stood. "Protect the emperor! Protect the emperor!" the guards shouted, rushing to confront the assailants. However, their numbers proved overwhelming, and the guards struggled to hold their ground. Eunuch Wu, seeing the peril, shielded Emperor Mingxing and Empress Xiao as they fled the platform. The crowd below had descended into chaos. In the midst of the urgency, Su Sheng instructed Su Jinhui to escort Su Yuwan to safety while he rushed forward to protect the emperor. "Father, please be careful. Yuwan, let us leave," Su Jinhui urged, guiding Su Yuwan toward the exit. Unfortunately, the exit was blocked, and they found themselves trapped among the panicking throng. Many had already fallen to the ground. Seeing this, Su Jinhui picked up a fallen long knife and engaged with the approaching masked attackers. "Miss, be careful." A black-clad figure lunged at Su Yuwan, brandishing a knife. Chuanmian swiftly pushed Su Yuwan aside, delivering a kick to the assailant's chest. In the ensuing chaos, she seized the knife from the attacker, positioning herself protectively in front of Su Yuwan. However, from both sides emerged two more groups of masked figures, further intensifying the pandemonium. As Su Yuwan, untrained in martial arts, found herself pushed aside by the frantic crowd, her heart raced with anxiety as she searched for Su Jinhui and Chuanmian. "Elder brother, Chuanmian." She could not spot them, and unease washed over her as she evaded the attackers. As Xiao Linya rode closer, he was taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. Anxiety gripped him as he desperately searched for Su Yuwan, ultimately catching sight of her amidst the chaotic crowd. Just as Su Yuwan ran forward, a black-clad figure suddenly emerged, raising a long knife to strike her down. "Watch out!" In a moment of panic, Su Yuwan tightly shut her eyes, only to feel a strong arm encircle her waist, lifting her off the ground in a whirlwind. The familiar scent of pine wafted into her nostrils, and she opened her eyes to see Xiao Linya holding her close with one hand while brandishing a sword against the assailant with the other. "Xiao Linya?" she gasped. "I am here. Do not fear," he replied, his expression fierce with the resolve of a warrior, yet his tone was gentle. For reasons unknown at that moment, Su Yuwan felt an inexplicable sense of security. Soon, Marquis of Yuwan, Xiao Mingyuan, arrived with a contingent of guards to subdue the black-clad assailants. Xiao Linya escorted Su Yuwan to a secure location and noticed blood staining her attire, prompting immediate concern. "Are you injured?" Su Yuwan shook her head. "I am fine. This is merely a result of the commotion." Then, tilting her head to meet his gaze, her ears flushed with warmth, she said, "You may let go of me now." Only then did Xiao Linya realize that he still had his arm around her waist. He hastily released her, apologizing. "In the heat of the moment, I understand," Su Yuwan replied with a smile. Chapter 92. Overwhelming fright. The figures in black have been subdued. And as Su Yuwan intended to turn around in search of her father, elder brother, and Chuanmian, she spotted Su Jinhui and Chuanmian approaching. "Wang, are you all right?" Su Jin inquired with concern. "I'm fine," Su Yuwan replied, glancing at Xiao Linya. "It was Lord Xiao who saved me once again." Hearing this, Su Jinhui expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Xiao, for rescuing my sister so many times." Xiao Linya smiled lightly. "There is no need for such formality, Jinhui. Where's father? Is he safe?" Su Yuwan asked anxiously, having not seen her father. "Rest assured, father is unharmed. However, what is it? Earlier, someone shot an arrow at the emperor from the shadows, and Scholar Shun bravely shielded him from the attack." Upon hearing this, Xiao Linya looked at Su Yuwan, noting her brief surprise before her expression returned to normal and his furrowed brow gradually relaxed. "Is he dead?" Yuwan asked emotionlessly. It remains unclear. The emperor has summoned the physician, who is currently attending to him. Su Jinhui replied, cautiously glancing at his sister. Scholar Shun's selfless act of protecting the emperor seemed to have made a profound impression, and if he survives, the emperor would undoubtedly reward him for this bravery in the future. Su Yuan furrowed her brow slightly. Scholar Shin's actions today were indeed unexpected. Due to the attack, many were startled, and several horses and carriages were damaged. Emperor Ming ordered Xiao Mingyuan to escort the captured black-clad group to the capital for detention. The others were to remain in the encampment to rest before returning to the capital the following day. Subsequently, Su Yuan and Chunmian returned to their tent to change into clean garments. That night, as she lay on the wooden bed, Su Yuan recalled the moment she saw Scholar Shin leave his seat, just as the black-clad figures emerged. Restless, she found it hard to sleep, feeling that Scholar Shun's act of stepping forward to shield the emperor was too peculiar. From what she understood of him, while he was not one to fear death, he did not seem to be a reckless hero either. Or perhaps Scholar Shun was risking his life to secure his future. Yet even so, how did he manage to accurately intercept the arrow amidst the chaos of the crowd? The following morning, the Ministry of Personnel arranged horses and carriages, and after gathering their belongings, they set off for the capital. The news of Scholar Shun being injured while saving the emperor spread throughout the city. Upon returning to the Shin residence, he received various medicinal herbs and supplements sent by the emperor. Due to her pregnancy, Liang Yurua could not participate in this year's hunting event. Upon hearing of Scholar Shun's injury and subsequent fainting, she was so startled that she experienced complications with her pregnancy and bled. At this moment, Scholar Shin lay unconscious in bed, and upon hearing the news, Shen Pozi and Shen Ning rushed over. Seeing her son in such a condition, Shen Pozi nearly fainted, but Shen Ning supported her from behind. My son, how could this happen? Why were you so foolish as to shield against an arrow? What will I do if anything happens to you? Shen Ning, looking at her elder brother's pale face, could not help but shed tears. They relied solely on him now. What would they do if he did not recover? Old madam, it's bad. The madam, she's bleeding heavily. What? As Shen Pozi was engulfed in sorrow, she heard the maid's urgent words, and darkness overtook her as she fainted. When she regained consciousness, she found Shen Ning by her side. Ning, how is my sister-in-law? She asked anxiously. Shen Ning hesitated. Her condition is not good. I must go see her, Shen Pozi insisted, throwing off the covers and heading to Yulan courtyard. Mother. In Yulan courtyard, Shen Pozi paced anxiously, praying for the safety of her grandson. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air from within the room, causing her heart to leap into her throat. At that moment, the door creaked open, and the physician emerged in a state of panic. Doctor, how is she? Is the child all right? Shen Pozi rushed forward. The physician shook his head, sighing, Alas, Madam, Shun has been overly frightened. It appears the child may not survive. What? Chapter 93. A meeting at the tea house. Madam Shun collapsed onto the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. My grandson, my precious grandson. How could he be lost? Oh, what shall I do? Earlier, she had inquired with the doctor, who assured her that Liang Yuru's pregnancy was surely that of a boy, promising the continuation of the Shun family line. Overjoyed, Madame Shun had been attentive to Liang Yuru, fearful that her emotional turmoil might endanger the baby. However, unexpectedly, the child was gone. The sight of the bloodied garments and bowls filled with blood brought her heart to agonizing despair. Heavens, how cruel you are! What sin did the Shun family commit in their past lives to deserve such treatment? With her grandson lost and her son still unconscious, the weight of this sorrow was unbearable as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Mother, Shen Ning, rushing to Yulan courtyard, came upon the scene and hurried over. Mother, are you all right? Someone quickly. Madame Shun's fury and grief surged, choking her throat, and she nearly fainted. Shen Ning quickly summoned the servants to carry her back inside, then rushed to find a doctor. In the course of a single day, the Shun residence was thrown into chaos, with servants bustling about in a daze. At the Xiangfu Songxue Pavilion, Su Yuan was momentarily stunned upon hearing the news of Liang Yuru's miscarriage. How could this happen? Chunmian replied. It is said that Madame Shun was startled by the news of Scholar Shun's injury, which led to her losing the child. Su Yuan tightened her grip on the teacup, recalling her last encounter with Liang Yuru at Yunxiu Building, where she appeared to be over 4 months along. At this stage, the pregnancy should have been stable. How could this be? She remembered the smug expressions of Madame Shun and Shun Ning during her own difficult labor in her previous life, proclaiming that only the daughter of a minister was worthy of becoming a part of the Shun lineage. It now felt deeply ironic. Noticing Su Yuan's sorrowful countenance, Chunmian hesitated before softly saying, "Miss, there's another matter." "What is it?" "Miss Jiang has sent someone with a message, inviting you to Jushin Tower for tea." Without further thought, Su Yuan instructed Yuwan and Bai Lu to assist her in dressing, then informed Madame Su in Zhaohua Hall before taking a carriage to Jushin Tower. Jushin Tower, the largest and tallest tea house in the capital, boasted exquisite teas and serene private rooms. Situated in the heart of the city, its circular tower design allowed patrons to enjoy breathtaking views of the metropolis from every elegant chamber. The costs were exorbitant, making reservations a challenge, resulting in a clientele of the city's elite. As the carriage came to a halt at the tea house entrance, Su Yuan alighted, lifting her skirt. "Awan." Jiang Yuan approached with a smile. "Sister Yuan, have you been waiting long?" Su Yuan felt her spirits lift at the sight of her smile. "Not long at all. I just arrived. Shall we go up?" Su Yuan was about to ask why Jiang Yuan had not come directly to her residence instead of meeting at the tea house, when she was led to a private room on the 3rd floor named Yakin. The room was exquisitely decorated, adorned with famous paintings and unique bonsai arrangements in each corner. The wooden tea table and chairs exuded a rustic charm, infused with a hint of zen. The incense burner on the table released a delightful fragrance, creating a soothing atmosphere. "What do you think, Awan? Do you like it here?" Jiang Yuan inquired with a beaming smile. Su Yuan nodded. "I do enjoy it, but why did you suddenly invite me here for tea today?" Although it was customary for noble women in the capital to meet for tea, Su Yuan felt that the expenses here were rather steep. "Just a moment, Awan. I forgot something in the carriage. I will be right back," Jiang Yuan said with a smile before exiting with a maidservant. Feeling puzzled, Su Yuan thought it odd for Jiang Yuan to fetch something herself when a maid could easily do so. Just then, she heard footsteps approaching and lifting her gaze. She recognized a familiar figure through the curtain. As her eyes met his, the man's chiseled face bore a gentle smile. "Lord Xiao, what brings you here?" Su Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Linya entered and exchanged a knowing glance with Chunmian, who discreetly excused herself and closed the door behind her. Standing before Su Yuan, Xiao Linya gazed intently at her. "Why do you call me Lord Xiao again?" During their last encounter at the royal hunting grounds, she had addressed him by his full name. Yet now she reverted to the more distant title, leaving him feeling a sense of estrangement. Su Yuan explained, "At the hunting ground, I was abrupt. I apologize, Lord Xiao." "Awan," he interrupted, using a more intimate tone, "I appreciate your impulsiveness." Taken aback by his words, Su Yuan was momentarily lost. Xiao Linya stepped closer, producing a brocade box from within his robes and placing it in her hands. "This is for you. Open it and see." As she opened the box, her eyes widened at the sight of the blood jade bracelet, the prize from the recent hunting event. This, though the final round had yet to declare a winner after the ambush yesterday, I had the most successful hunt. And today the Emperor sent this to the Marquis of Wu and Apos, an End Apos, as residence. "But this is your prize. Why would you gift it to me?" Xiao Linya replied. "I had no intention of participating in the hunting competition, but seeing your interest in this bracelet, I thought I would win it for you in the next event." Su Yuan was momentarily stunned. She had merely glanced at the bracelet, and he had mistaken it for affection. "Awan," Xiao Linya seemed to muster his courage. "I have something to confess." "What is it?" "I have long held feelings for you," he said, his dark eyes filled with earnest emotion. "If you would allow me, I—" "Lord Xiao," she interrupted, "I shall pretend I did not hear that. Please refrain from speaking of it again." Xiao Linya was puzzled by her abrupt change in demeanor and stepped closer. "Awan, I speak only the truth. You must have sensed it in these past days." Su Yuan, no naive maiden, certainly felt the weight of his words. Clenching her handkerchief tightly, she met his gaze. "Lord Xiao, if this is merely a fleeting fancy, I am not merely indulging a whim, he insisted, stepping even closer, pressing her against the wall. When her head brushed the surface, he instinctively raised a hand to shield her. Perhaps my initial attraction was impulsive, but as I got to know you better, I realized my feelings are profound. I long to be close to you, to share your world, to be with you. Chapter 94. Expressing intentions, he was aware of the numerous unfavorable rumors circulating about him in the capital, and it was only natural that she would not believe in him. Yuwan, as long as you are willing, I will ensure your happiness. He spoke these words with utmost seriousness, shedding the carefree demeanor he usually displayed. Under the intensity of his gaze, Yuwan's cheeks flushed crimson, but she quickly regained her composure. She looked at Xiao Linya and solemnly responded, "If you claim your feelings for me are not a mere whim, then do you truly know me? Are you aware that?" "I know." Xiao Linya's unwavering gaze met hers. "I know that before returning to the capital, you were married, but due to misplaced trust, you severed ties with him. I know you have been hurt and are reluctant to easily believe in vows, hence your hesitance to open your heart." A tremor ran through Yuwan's heart as she fought to suppress her emotions. Since he was aware of her past, he ought not to speak such words. Marriage has never been solely a matter between two individuals. The esteemed young lord's family, Duke Yuwan and Madame Xiao, would never consent to him marrying a woman of a second union. Hearing her speak thus, Xiao Linya felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. "Yuwan, my parents are both military generals, and they have never judged a person's essence by mere appearances or experiences." Despite his reassurances, Yuwan remained unyielding, feeling unprepared for such a sudden development. Most importantly, she harbored doubts about whether she could trust the man before her. Her past experiences had taught her that all beautiful things eventually change. No matter how enchanting the vows, they cannot withstand the test of time. Perhaps he loves her today, but what about tomorrow? What about after marriage? Would he remain steadfast? Xiao Linya noticed her hesitation, understanding her reluctance to trust him. He did not press her for an immediate answer. Instead, he withdrew his hand and placed the bracelet into hers, smiling gently. "I understand your uncertainty. I can wait. When the day comes that you are willing, simply wear this bracelet." With that, he cast her one last, lingering gaze before departing the elegant chamber. Holding the bracelet, Yuwan took along while to calm her tumultuous thoughts. The door to the chamber opened once more, and Jiang Yuan entered. "Yuwan, Xiao Linya was here just now, wasn't he?" Regaining her composure, Yuwan shot a playful glare at Jiang Yuan. "I was wondering why you invited me here today. It turns out you conspired with the young lord." Jiang Yuan stepped closer, linking her arm with Yuwan's and smiling. "Oh, Yuwan, do not be angry. I agreed to help him because I could see that Xiao Linya is sincere in his feelings for you." The two sat at the table, where Jiang Yuan poured her a cup of tea and inquired, "Honestly, Yuwan, do you not feel even a flicker of affection for the young lord?" Yuwan glanced at the ornate box nearby, remaining silent. Yet, Jiang Yuan continued, "I believe you must have feelings for him. There is a saying that bystanders see more clearly. Although you have never expressed it, you cannot hide the gaze of someone in love." Having known Yuwan for over 6 months, Jiang Yuan did not claim to fully understand her, but she was certain of one thing. Yuwan never relied on others. The day they encountered danger outside the palace, the first person she thought of for help was Xiao Linya. From that moment, Jiang Yuan recognized that Yuwan's feelings towards him were different from those she held for others. The gaze? Yuwan was slightly taken aback. She may have felt a spark of attraction toward Xiao Linya, but surely it couldn't be that obvious. Jiang Yuan nodded. "His gaze towards you is unlike the directed at anyone else. Could it really be so apparent?" Yuwan's cheeks flushed deeply. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Yuan surmised that Yuwan indeed harbored feelings for Xiao Linya and pressed on. "The young lord came today to express his intentions. Did you accept him?" Yuwan shook her head. "Not yet." "Ah." Jiang Yuan was puzzled. "Yuwan, while I can understand why my brother and I did not confess our feelings due to circumstances, you and Xiao Linya clearly have mutual affections. Why not accept him? I simply have not yet made up my mind." Had it not been for her past experiences, Yuwan might have readily accepted him. Yet, having learned from prior mistakes, she was unwilling to act impulsively. Xiao Linya's words had indeed touched her deeply, but she was still grappling with her own inner conflicts. Upon returning to her residence, evening had fallen. After dinner with her family, Su Yuan reclined lazily on the soft couch in her chamber, examining the bracelet Xiao Linya had given her. Reflecting on his words from earlier, her thoughts raced. She had already established 2 shops, and her earnings were sufficient to sustain herself. Even without relying on the Su family, she could lead a comfortable life. Initially, she had intended to earn enough to spend her later years independently, but now it seemed her life had been disrupted by that individual. Gently caressing the bracelet in her hand, Su Yuan murmured, "Can I take another chance?" The calming incense her brother had brought her lingered on the table, and as she pondered, she unwittingly drifted off to sleep. However, her slumber was restless, haunted by the memories of Xiao Linya's declaration from earlier. It was not until the break of dawn that she slowly awakened. As she stretched to lift the covers, Su Yuan was startled to find the blood jade bracelet adorning her wrist. Frowning, she recalled only having held it in her hand the previous day. How'd it end up on her arm? Chuanmian, I'm here, miss. What is it? Su Yuan inquired. I remember falling asleep on the soft couch last night. Did you help me to bed afterward? Chuanmian nodded. Yes, Mississippi. Then tell me, how did this blood jade bracelet come to be on my wrist? Chuanmian looked at her in confusion and replied earnestly, Miss, do you not recall? You put the bracelet on yourself. Su Yuan was taken aback. I put on myself? Indeed, Chuanmian affirmed. That's impossible. I distinctly remember only examining it in my hand before falling asleep. How could I have worn it? Chuanmian bit her lip and explained. Miss, after you fell asleep, I noticed you were still gripping the bracelet tightly, so I intended to place it in the ornate box. However, you refused to let go, so I placed it on the bed with you. And then, later, Miss, you murmured in your sleep, and, while speaking, you adorned your wrist with the bracelet. Su Yuan, so it was indeed my doing. Chapter 95. The clouds part to reveal the sun, recalling Xiao Linya's words. If you are willing, wear this bracelet. Su Yuan felt an involuntary flush spread across her cheeks. She patted her face, removed the bracelet, and placed it carefully in her dressing case. Chuanmian, noticing her action, asked with curiosity, Miss, why did you take it off again? I think it looks splendid on you. Su Yuan, hesitant to divulge the bracelet in Oppo's as significance, merely smiled and replied that it was too precious for everyday wear. After freshening up and having breakfast, Su Yuan assisted Madame Su in preparing for the upcoming wedding of her elder brother and Jiang Yuan in 3 days, as the household became increasingly bustling. Awan, help me decide whether we should place this set of celadon carved porcelain or the set of glazed golden laid jade in the bridal chamber, Madame Su said, checking items to be added to the wedding suite. Su Yuan pondered for a moment and suggested, the celadon, I believe. Madame Su nodded with a smile and instructed the servants to keep the celadon set while returning the other set to storage. Yes, madam. Also, remind the servants not to hang the red silk askew. Understood, madam. The servants hurriedly moved about the estate, and seeing the joyful decorations, a smile naturally graced Su Yuan and Oppo's face. Madame Su took her hand and said with a laugh, once your sister-in-law enters the family and bears a son or daughter, our family will be truly complete. Su Yuan glanced at her mother, realizing her eagerness for grandchildren. Your elder brother is no longer young. If they can have children soon after marriage, I would be delighted, Madame Su mused, envisioning the laughter and play of children in the courtyard, which had once been vibrant but had grown quiet since Su Yuan's abduction. The household had become cautious and subdued due to Madame Su's daily grief. Even the once mischievous Su Jinhua had grown more reserved. Now, with the arrival of such a joyful event, the oppressive atmosphere could finally lift. By the way, Yuwan, how are the wedding garments for your brother and sister-in-law coming along? Do not worry, madam. They were completed a few days ago. Madame Su nodded, gently brushing Su Yuan's bangs aside. You must be tired from frequent visits to the embroidery house for the wedding garments. Su Yuan smiled and shook her head. Not at all. Compared to my previous life, my days at home are quite leisurely. With servants to attend to me, I hardly have anything to do. After lunch, Su Yuan returned to her courtyard to rest for a while when Bai Lu entered, parting the curtain with a box and a letter in hand. Miss, Xiao Howie has sent these. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan sat up from her bed, took the letter from Bai Lu, and opened it to read. Yuan, perhaps my confession yesterday was too abrupt, causing you distress. Please forgive my impulsiveness. These feelings have been hidden in my heart for far too long. Xiao Linya. Su Yuwan held the letter for a long time, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. She then opened the box to find a complete set of red gold encrusted with rubies. Wow, so beautiful! Several little maidens gathered around, captivated by the exquisite jewelry within the box. Su Yuwan frowned. Was Xiao Linya truly a spendthrift, sending such lavish gifts so casually? She instructed Bai Lu to place the items on the dressing table before lying back down. At the Shun residence, upon learning of his daughter's miscarriage, Liang Cheng hurried to the Shun household. In the Yuan courtyard, the servants knelt in a row, all wearing anxious expressions. Seeing this, Liang Cheng inquired of Pei'er, who was standing guard outside. What is going on? Pei'er, exasperated, replied, Master Liang, the mistress is heartbroken over the miscarriage and is in low spirits, so this is absurd. Have them all rise and return to their duties. Liang Cheng commanded, pushing the door open to enter. Upon hearing of her miscarriage, Liang Royo had wept hysterically, her eyes swollen. Her usual arrogance had turned the household into a realm of fear, with maids delivering soup and medicine being scolded and punished for the slightest misstep. Royo, I have come to see you, Liang Cheng said, sitting by her bedside and gently patting her shoulder. Do not be too sorrowful. You are still young, and there will be more children in the future. Hearing this, Liang Royo shuddered slightly and, with her red, swollen eyes, collapsed in her father's embrace, crying out, Father, it will not happen again. The doctor said my miscarriage has harmed my foundation, and I will never bear children again. What? How can this be? Liang Cheng looked at her in disbelief. Royo, do not cry yet. Perhaps that doctor is lacking in skill. Tomorrow, I shall invite the imperial physician to treat you. Liang Cheng's words failed to comfort Liang Royo. The doctor who had come that day was the most renowned practitioner from Tongrentang in the capital, no less skilled than the palace's imperial physicians. If he believed it to be true, it must be so. She had hoped to secure Shen Su's heart with the child, but now that it was gone, what could she do? Liang Cheng had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. Originally, after Shen Su had risked his life to protect the emperor during a hunting incident, the emperor was preparing to bestow a position upon him due to his valor. Now, after this calamity, Royo had suffered a miscarriage. He closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Royo, do not cry. With your father here, even without children, you can still live a life of wealth and nobility. Liang Royo sobbed, her eyes swollen to mere slits. More than wealth, she valued Shinsu. If she lost his heart because of this, what use were riches? Enough, you cannot keep crying after a miscarriage. Take care of yourself. I shall visit again soon. After leaving the Yuan courtyard, Liang Cheng went to see Shen Su. Having received treatment, Shen Su had awakened, but could not yet rise due to the severity of his wounds. Father-in-law, he called with a strained smile upon seeing Liang Cheng. Noting his grave injuries, Liang Cheng found it hard to chastise him for acting recklessly without consulting him, which had led to Liang Royo's miscarriage. Sensing Liang Cheng's somber demeanor, Shen Su asked, Is Royo all right? Previously, in his haze, he had faintly heard servants mentioning that Liang Royo had lost the child upon hearing of his injury, and he was concerned about her well-being. Fearing that Shen Su could not bear to hear the news of the child's loss, Liang Cheng replied, First, focus on your recovery. The emperor has changed his attitude toward you. Once you are healed, you will be granted an official position. Hearing this, Shen Su's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this truly the case, father-in-law? Indeed, it is no falsehood. You saved the emperor. It is only right that you are rewarded for your merits. Chapter 96. To live once. Following one's heart, 3 days later, the long-anticipated wedding day of Su Jinwei finally arrived. Early in the morning, Su Jinwei accompanied the wedding procession to the minister's residence to fetch his bride. The residence was adorned with lavish banquets, inviting numerous colleagues and friends from the court to partake in the joyous celebration. Xiao Linya and Madame Xiao arrived early, presenting their congratulatory gifts before being seated prominently at the banquet. The guests at the Su family celebration were all distinguished figures, and Madame Xiao could not help but engage with them. Xiao Linya glanced around but did not spot Su Yuwan, and he sipped his tea with a lackluster demeanor. Brother Yi, called out Fong Ning Shuang, who had come to the banquet with her mother. She spotted Xiao Linya from afar and approached him with a beaming smile. Ning Shuang, you have come, he replied. I finally persuaded my mother to let me join, she exclaimed. As they chatted, Fong Ning Shuang noticed the exquisitely embroidered sachet hanging from his waist and teased, "Oh, I've never seen you wear this before. Did Miss Su stitch it for you?" Xiao Linya smiled subtly, brushing his fingers over the sachet, neither confirming nor denying. "Am I right? Miss Su indeed has feelings for you," Fong Ning Shuang said joyfully. While they conversed, Su Yuwan approached Madame Su, noticing Fong Ning Shuang and Xiao Linya sharing a laugh. She slightly turned away. Upon seeing her glance in their direction, Xiao Linya averted his gaze, feeling a tinge of displeasure, yet secretly elated. Was she feeling jealous? Despite his happiness, he did not wish to create any misunderstandings that might upset her, so he rose from the table and left. When Su Yuwan turned back, she only saw Fong Ning Shuang waving cheerfully at her, with no sign of Xiao Linya. "Look, the bride is here," with the sound of firecrackers. The wedding procession arrived at the minister's residence. Su Cheng and Madame Su were already waiting in the front hall, while Su Yuwan quietly prepared to retreat to the courtyard, fearing that her previous marriage might bring ill fortune to her brother and sister-in-law. "Awan, come here," Madame Su called gently upon noticing her intent to leave. Su Yuwan had no choice but to approach. "Mother, Awan, you are our second miss, and also the matchmaker for your brother and sister-in-law. You must be present at today's wedding," Madame Su insisted. Su Cheng nodded in agreement. "Your mother is right. There is no need to shy away. Please sit," with the encouragement of her parents. Su Yuwan felt a surge of happiness and took her seat at the lower table. Goodness, the Su family's wedding banquet is quite extravagant. Miss Jiang is truly fortunate. Indeed, the minister in Appo's residence has no concubines, so Miss Jiang enters as the legitimate wife, destined to be the future matriarch. How noble she shall be! Under the envious gazes of guests, Su Jinhui took Jiang Yuan's hand and entered the minister's residence. Both adorned in the resplendent red wedding attire personally designed by Su Yuwan, a sight to behold. Once in the front hall, they performed the ceremonial rites. Following the officiant's call, they paid their respects to heaven and earth as well as their parents, before being led to the bridal chamber. The banquet commenced in earnest. After escorting Jiang Yuan to their new home, Su Jinhui did not rush to toast the guests, but instead gently lifted her veil. Jiang Yuan's delicate features were accentuated by her exquisite makeup, and the vibrant red of her gown made her appear stunning. "Why did you lift the veil before toasting?" she inquired. "I feared it might be uncomfortable for you to wear it. This headdress may be heavy. Perhaps it should be removed as well," Su Jinhui replied. His tone as warm as a spring breeze. Jiang Yuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded in agreement. "All right." He carefully removed her headdress and brought over some pastries, saying, "You must be famished after a long day. Have some pastries to fill your stomach. I will have the servants prepare some noodles later." "Thank you, husband." At last marrying the man she adored, Jiang Yuan could hardly contain her joy, especially in the face of his gentle care, which made her heart race and her cheeks flush. Su Jinhui brought a piece of pastry to her lips, smiling softly. "We are now husband and wife. There's no need for such formalities. This is what a husband ought to do." "Indeed," Jiang Yuan giggled, taking a small bite of the pastry he offered, her heart brimming with sweetness. He wiped the crumbs from her mouth and caressed her cheek, saying, "Enjoy your meal. I must go toast the guests in the front hall. I shall return shortly." Jiang Yuan clenched her sleeves tightly, her face aglow with warmth as she reminded him, "Husband, do not indulge too much." "Understood." In the front hall, Su Yuan was busy attending to the guests. When Su Jinhui approached her, he said, "Awan, you have worked hard. Please take a moment to rest and eat something." "All right." Su Yuan nodded and left the banquet. Knowing her sister-in-law had likely not eaten all day, she instructed Chun Mian to fetch some food from the kitchen for the newlyweds. With so many guests in attendance, Zi Yuan and Bai Lu had also been sent by Su Yuan to assist in the banquet. She hadn't been so busy in a while, and her back ached. As she walked toward the corridor, she saw Xiao Linya leaning against a pillar, smiling at her. "Why are you not in the front hall enjoying the banquet, little lord? What brings you here?" "I wish to see you, so I waited here," he replied candidly. Su Yuan was taken aback by his straightforwardness and hastily said, "Now that you've seen me, you should return to the banquet before someone notices." She was not concerned about her reputation, but worried about Xiao Linya's. Xiao Linya stood in her path, saying, "Yuwan, please do not send me away. Who knows when I will have the chance to see you again." His tone softened, his eyes pleading. It had been some time since he confessed his feelings at Jushin Tower, and today he finally found an opportunity to see her, wishing to prolong their time together. Su Yuan bit her lip, her gaze falling on the sachet at his waist, her heart warming slightly. "Ah, here. This is for you." Xiao Linya produced a small porcelain bottle from his pocket. "What is this?" she asked. "Huluo-san. Apply it to sore spots on your skin for relief." Noticing her busy movements welcoming guests, he anticipated she might be weary and waited to present her with the ointment he always carried. Su Yuan accepted the bottle without hesitation, gazing deeply into his eyes as she smiled and said, "Thank you." This time, she did not shy away but met his gaze directly. "I accept it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Linya's eyes sparkled. "Yuwan, what did you say?" Holding up the porcelain bottle, she smiled radiantly. "I said I accept." She accepted his remedy and accepted him. After all this time, she realized that since she had bid farewell to the past to start anew, it was time to follow her heart and truly live. Chapter 97. "Wait for me to prepare the betrothal gifts to marry you." Xiao Linya gazed at her with sparkling eyes, initially believing that his impulsive actions that day had led to this moment, and that Su Yuan's hesitation to agree was merely a test of his resolve. "Abin," he said, his palms slick with a thin sheen of sweat, which he wiped on his robe before cautiously reaching for her hand. "Have you truly agreed?" This scene had played out in his mind countless times, yet standing here now, he found it hard to believe. He yearned to hear her affirmation, to confirm that this was not merely a figment of his imagination. Su Yuan's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red as she nodded gently. From a moment, they exchanged glances in the carriage. Upon returning to the capital, an unseen bond seemed to have formed between them. This man always appeared when she needed him most, always the first to extend a helping hand in moments of peril. It was only through his presence that she realized how wonderful it felt to be cherished by someone. Summoning her courage, she made this decision, hoping that this time she would not lose her gamble. Witnessing her nod, Xiao Linya's heart swelled with joy, his excitement barely contained. Knowing her past experiences had left her sensitive and cautious, he understood the weight of her promise. He tightened his grip on her hand, his gaze brimming with deep affection, his voice low and gentle. "Abin, I have long awaited this day. I shall never let go of this hand easily. Wait for me. I will return to prepare the betrothal gifts and come to propose to you." Su Yuan didn't anticipate that amidst her elder brother and sister-in-law's wedding festivities, she would also declare her own engagement, truly basking in their joy. With a tender smile, she replied, "All right, I will wait for you." The mellifluous quality of her voice sent warmth coursing through Xiao Linya, compelling him to step closer, his intense gaze fixated on her crimson lips, his throat tightening slightly. Su Yuan felt her face burning and quickly turned her head away, realizing his impropriety and fearing she might perceive him as frivolous. He took a small step back and gently kissed her hand. The warmth of his touch stirred something within her, eliciting a smile that danced at the corners of her mouth. At that moment, Chumian approached with a plate of noodles, and Su Yuan, feeling shy, hastily withdrew her hand. Xiao Linya gazed at her, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. "Rest well, and wait for me to marry you." After casting a reluctant glance back at her, he turned and walked away. "Young lord." Chumian noticed Xiao Linya's presence and offered a slight bow. He nodded slightly and strode toward the front courtyard. "Miss." The young master instructed the kitchen to prepare noodles earlier. "This portion is for you." Su Yuan composed herself and replied with a gentle smile, "Please take it to my room. I have been busy since early morning, and I am quite hungry now." Upon returning to the banquet, Xiao Linya wore a smile that was impossible to conceal. Fang Ningxuang, unable to contain her curiosity, leaned in closer with that beaming smile. "You must have some delightful news. Do share." Xiao Linya frowned, realizing he had never noticed how much this girl loved to eavesdrop. Clearing his throat, he stated earnestly, "From now on, let us discuss matters without getting too close. Maintain some distance." Fang Ningxuang blinked, stepping back 2 paces, scoffing, as if I were eager to be near you. Xiao Linya ignored her playful eye roll and touched the fragrant pouch at his waist, a slight smile gracing his lips. The crown prince has arrived. A eunuch's announcement echoed, causing all the guests to freeze in surprise, unprepared for the crown prince's presence, and they promptly rose to pay their respects. No need for formalities. Murong Xian, dressed in dark purple robes adorned with intricate patterns, entered with a smile. Fang Ningxuang, seeing a member of the royal family for the first time, leaned forward out of curiosity but stumbled, nearly falling. "Miss, be careful." Murong Xian, passing by, swiftly reached out to steady her. Fang Ningxuang's face blanched in fright as she looked up into the strikingly handsome face of the crown prince. Her eyes widened in amazement. This was the crown prince? How incredibly handsome. "Are you all right, miss?" Murong Xian inquired, noticing her rapt attention. Snapping back to reality, Fang Ningxuang straightened, smiling brightly. "I'm fine. Thank you, your highness." Murong Xian offered a faint smile, and upon spotting Xiao Linya at the banquet, he approached him, asking with genuine interest, "Xiao young lord, is your injury healing well?" Xiao Linya nodded slightly. "Thank you for your concern. Your highness, I have fully recovered." At that moment, Su Sheng and Su Jinhua, who were toasting, quickly stepped forward. Su Sheng bowed deeply. "Your highness, please forgive us for not welcoming you properly." "Minister Su, no need for such formalities. I have come today to present a congratulatory gift to my cousin," Murong Xian said, taking a decorative box from one of his attendants and handing it to Su Jinhua. Su Jinhua was momentarily taken aback. He never expected the crown prince to personally deliver a gift. Accepting it, he bowed respectfully. "Thank you, your highness." The guests at the banquet, witnessing this, praised the crown prince's generosity, acknowledging his role in uniting the Su and Jiang families while also presenting a gift. Su Sheng raised his cup in toast, smiling at Murong Xian. "Your highness's presence is indeed an honor for the Su residents. I raise my glass to you." A servant filled Murong Xian's cup, and he accepted it with a cheerful demeanor. "Minister Su, congratulations." "Thank you, your highness. Please take a seat." Murong Xian waved his hand dismissively. "The gift has been delivered, but I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not sit." With that, he turned and left, his sleeves trailing behind him. "Farewell, your highness." As he reached the door, Murong Xian glanced back, noticing Fang Ningxuang gazing at him with wide eyes. Seeing him look back, she cheerfully waved her hand. Murong Xian frowned slightly, then averted his gaze and exited the estate. "You are truly audacious, daring to wave at the crown prince," Xiao Linya remarked, watching Fang Ningxuang and Amp Oppo's starry-eyed demeanor in disbelief. Snapping back to reality, Fang Ningxuang appeared confused. "Did I wave?" "Not just that. Your eyes nearly fell out." Fixated on the crown prince. Turning her head, she noticed the astonished expressions of the noble ladies around her, feeling embarrassed as she covered her face and scurried away. Xiao Linya was taken aback, contemplating whether this girl had taken a fancy to the crown prince. Chapter 98. The Destined One in the Shun Residence. Shinsu had been recuperating in bed for over 10 days and could finally manage to rise. Unbeknownst to him, due to Liang Cheng's prior instructions to the servants, he was still unaware of Liang Yuru's miscarriage. Today, feeling a reduction in pain at his wound, he resolved to get up and visit Liang Yuru. As he stepped out of his room, he was met by an anxious Shun Posey, who was bringing medicine. "Oh dear, Sugur, why have you gotten out of bed?" "The doctor advised you to rest and recover properly," she exclaimed, hastily instructing the servants to assist him. Shinsu waved his hand dismissively. "Mother, I am much better. Lying down all day is unbearable. I simply thought to stretch my legs. By the way, how is Yuru? Is she well? And the child?" His barrage of questions left Shinpozi at a loss for words. She handed the tray to a servant and supported Shinsu, attempting to shift the topic. "While you were unconscious, the emperor sent numerous gifts and even dispatched Eunuch Wu to visit. It is said that Eunuch Wu is a trusted eunuch of the emperor. His personal visit indicates the emperor's concern for you, Sugur. After all, you took an arrow for the emperor. Perhaps it is true what they say, surviving great calamity brings great fortune. Perhaps a turn of fate awaits you." However, Shun Su sensed something amiss. particularly the eerie silence that enveloped the residence, devoid of the usual chatter of servants. The maids moved about with an unusual caution. Frowning, he turned to Shun Posey. "Mother, please speak honestly. What has happened?" Realizing that the truth could no longer be concealed, Shun Posey sighed deeply. "Yuru, she has miscarried." "What? Miscarried?" Shun Su staggered. Shock etched across his pale face. "How could this be? On the day you fell unconscious from the hunting accident, Yuru was startled and lost the child," Shun Posey lamented. Her heart aching at the thought of the grandchild she had longed for, now lost, an anguish that felt akin to having her heart ripped out. Shun Su trembled, a profound sorrow flashing in his eyes. His child was gone. He was indirectly responsible for Liang Yuru's miscarriage. It was he who had caused the death of his own child. Overwhelmed by despair, he suddenly coughed up blood. What is happening? Quickly, help the young master back inside." The servants rushed to assist him back to bed, while Shun Posey hurried to summon the court physician. "My dear child, I told you to rest and recuperate. I know you are distressed by the loss of the child, and I share in your sorrow. We must only accept that the child was not fated to be ours. Focus on your recovery. There will be opportunities for more children in the future." Shun Posey consoled him. Yet, Shun Su lay there, dazed, his thoughts embroiled in turmoil. Was this path he had chosen right or wrong? "So go into amp. Oppos. Please don an amp. Oppos. Tea frightened me. We can have another child, but you must take care of yourself. What would I do if anything happened to you?" Shun Posey continued to fret, but Shun Su, overwhelmed, chose to close his eyes and seek solitude. "Mother, please leave me. I wish to be alone." "Sugur. Very well, I shall go. Remember to take your medicine," she said, tucking him in before departing. In the Yuwan courtyard, Liang Yuru lay pallid upon her bed. When Pei and Oppos entered with medicine, she inquired, "How is the young master?" Pei placed the medicine on the table and replied, "Miss, the young master has awakened." Upon hearing this, Liang Yuru and Oppos' hand clenched tightly at the edge of the bed. He had awakened, but had not come to see her. Did he not know of her miscarriage? Or did he know and simply choose not to come? Even after their marriage, he still held onto the embroidered handkerchief from that other woman, clutching it to his chest whenever intoxicated. She believed that as long as she fulfilled her duties as a wife and awaited the birth of their child, he would eventually return his heart to her. But now, reflecting upon it, she realized how naive she had been. With the child gone, he had not even come to offer a word of comfort. Perhaps all his tender words in recent days were merely due to the impending arrival of their child. Tears streamed down her face as she pondered. Had her insistence on marrying him truly been the right choice? After returning from the banquet at the Xiang residence, Xiao Linya sought the key to the storeroom from Madame Xiao. Madame Xiao was taken aback. "What is this? Why the sudden need for the storeroom key?" "I wish to see if the supplies are sufficient," Xiao Linya replied. This only puzzled Madame Xiao further. "Sufficient for what? What are you planning? To propose?" "Propose?" Madame Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. "But what about Miss Su?" "Of course, it is for her," Xiao Linya affirmed. Xiao Mingyuan, who had been sipping tea nearby, nearly choked, his eyes widening in astonishment. "You intend to propose to Miss Su?" "Yes, father." Xiao Mingyuan and Amp Oppos' hand trembled as he held his teacup, staring incredulously at his son. After a long pause, he slammed his hand on the table in delight. Well, as long as you are marrying a woman, do not hesitate to ask for the storeroom key. Even my title as Marquis is yours if you desire it." Xiao Linya remained silent. For years, his son had resisted marriage, often mingling with the young scion of the Ning family, and the whispers in the capital were not lost on him. As a father, Xiao Mingyuan was determined not to let his son fall into disrepute, fearing the disgrace it would bring to their lineage. Despite numerous reprimands and confinement, nothing had curbed Xiao Linya's behavior, and he grew increasingly close to the Ning heir, disregarding public gossip. Nonetheless, hearing his son speak of proposing brought a sense of relief, proving that Xiao Linya was not inclined toward any scandalous inclinations. "Madam, quickly give him the key," Xiao Mingyuan urged. "Most of the items in the storeroom are rare treasures bestowed by the emperor. Let us see if there is enough. If not, we shall procure more." Accepting the key with a respectful nod, Xiao Linya said, "Thank you, father." Xiao Mingyuan was momentarily taken aback. Once Xiao Linya had exited the hall, he turned to his wife in surprise. Did I hear correctly? Did that rascal just thank me? It has been years since he last showed me such respect. Truly, the sun must be rising in the west today. Madam, Xiao chuckled playfully. What are you saying? Is it not a joyous occasion that our son is changing for the better? Indeed, I am simply astonished at how swiftly he is transformed. You may not understand. Madam Xiao replied, raising an eyebrow, her face alight with joy. Our dear son has encountered his destined one. Xiao Mingyuan was taken aback. You mean Miss Su? Madam Xiao nodded. Indeed, since he fell in love with her, our son has undergone a complete transformation, becoming a better man, has he not? With her words, Xiao Mingyuan found himself in agreement, noting how much more disciplined Xiao Linya had become over the past 6 months, rarely seen with the young heir of the Ning family. Excellent, he said, patting Madame Zhao's hand, his usually stern demeanor softened by a smile that lit up his face. Chapter 99. The proposal on the second day following their marriage. Su Jinhui and Jiang Yuan rose early to present tea to their parents-in-law in the main hall. Su Yuwan, seated at the lower right, smiled at the couple as they entered. Jiang Yuan returned her smile lightly, and upon reaching the hall, she accepted the tea from the maid and offered it to Su Sheng with both hands, greeting him as a dutiful daughter-in-law. Father, please enjoy your tea. Su Sheng accepted the tea with a warm smile, taking a gentle sip before handing over a red envelope he had prepared to Jiang Yuan. The joy of his son starting a family was evident on his face. Thank you, father. Jiang Yuan then proceeded to present tea to Madame Su. Madame Su looked at her approvingly as she accepted the tea, taking a delicate sip. She then handed Jiang Yuan another red envelope along with a beautifully crafted Hetian jade bracelet, saying, "It is commendable that you came so early to pay your respects. Please, have a seat." Jiang Yuan accepted the gifts with a slight bow, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, mother. Su Jinhui assisted her in taking a seat beside him. Observing the couple and Appo's affection and harmony brought joy not only to Su Sheng and Madame Su, but also to Su Yuan, who could hardly conceal her happiness. She stood and approached Jiang Yuan, curtsying with a smile.